Jinsei, I entrust this mission to you. At the Chunin exam grounds in Konoha, Minato Namikaze solemnly handed a mission scroll to the young man before him. What? As a newly failed genin in the Chunin exam, Jinsei couldn't understand why the famous yellow flash of the ninja world would need help from a lowly genin. Stiffly unrolling the scroll, black characters on white paper leapt into his eyes. Jinsei's eyes widened, almost cursing aloud. Assist Minato's team to destroy the Kannabi Bridge. Mission rank unknown. Payment based on rank. Special allowance 1 chance for promotion to Chunin. The deadline is 1 week later. The Battle of Kannabi Bridge. Can I really participate in this? To increase my survival rate, I already gave up the Chunin slot. I wanted to go to the logistics department. Why? Jinsei's heart pounded. As a transmigrator, he knew exactly how this war would unfold. On the other side, the elite Jonin squad of Iwagakure. And on Konoha's side, besides Kakashi, a newly promoted Jonin Rin was a Chunin Medicabito was a Chunin dead last, and Minato had to fight on 2 fronts. How could they match the enemy? And let alone the shadow of Uchiha Madara lurking in the depths. The waters are deep. Jinsei, don't worry. I will lead this mission. Also, your teammates Kurenai, Yūhi, and Gunma Shiranui will join. If you work together sincerely, there shouldn't be much danger. Noticing Jinsei's pale face, Minato smiled warmly to comfort him. Cough. Is that so? Jinsei forced a smile worse than crying, trying to hide his panic. Does Minato really know how to comfort people? This is like sending me and my teammates away to be killed. Well, then I'll see you later. I need to inform the rest of the team. Excuse me. Minato nodded slightly, then vanished, leaving Jinsei standing there bewildered. Jinsei, a product of Konoha's orphanage, had no surname. Fortunately, after years of being steeped in the will of fire, he graduated and became a qualified genin with a correct political background. Unfortunately, after breaking through the mystery of the womb, his identity as a transmigrator did not grant him any cheat abilities. His talent compared to bloodlines was negligible. He had wanted to use his foreknowledge of the ninja world to avoid danger and live a secluded life. But as a mere pawn, he could not escape the fate of being Alas! What to do? After deep thought, Jinsei decided to take a risk. He quickly left the exam grounds and jogged toward his cramp. His home was provided by the village. Since entering the ninja academy, he had been branded as a tool of Konoha. For someone like him destined to spend his life or sacrifice it for the village, the Konoha higher-ups were willing to cover basic expenses. Konoha's empty district, located at the southernmost part of the village, a mix of good and bad people. Most of the people here engaged in gray industries like gambling, special services, and animal trading. It was a key area under the watch of the Konoha military police. Jinsei's home was among these pigeonhole-like buildings on the 2nd floor above a seafood shop. The place was small, about 40 square meters. Damn, only 30,000 Rio. What can I buy with that? He had always lived frugally. After becoming a genin, he took only simple low-paying missions. His assets were just a big CRT TV on the low table and a kunai in his hand. Clutching the savings he had dug out from under the bed, Jinsei felt overwhelmed, a wave of despair rising. Detected the host's active intervention in the major ninja world event, the Battle of Kannabi Bridge. Butterfly effect system activated. Weak as a larva, one can become a butterfly. Do not despair when hopeless. Flap your butterfly wings, stir the winds, change the world's course to receive rewards. Every choice you make may extend a new future. New futures will trigger new missions, and side, main special, and golden legendary missions. Current novice missions have been issued 1. Break up a couple, obstruct Asuma's pursuit of Kurenai, change the micro pattern of Konoha, reward ninjutsu, fire style, ash pile burning. 2. Turn misfortune into blessing, help the big spender Tsunade win a bet, let the old lady experience the joy of victory, reward special soldier pill formula. 3. Led astray, let the cold Kakashi learn to relax, reward white fang blade technique proficient. Novice. Jinsei stared blankly at the light screen that suddenly appeared, and it took him a while to come to his senses. Was this a cheat? But the novice mission seemed a bit off. Breaking up a couple. Obstructing Kurenai's and Asuma's relationship. That's a bit inhumane. And the rewards are too low level. Not giving a Rinnegan. A Tensegan. After a short silence, the interface remained bare, besides the 3 missions, no response. Fine. Then I have no choice. I must do what it takes to survive. but breaking up a couple. Asuma hasn't gotten his promotion yet. Breaking up a couple isn't that bad. Help Tsunade the big spender win a bet. Tsunade's luck is worse than foot odor. Helping her win. Not impossible, but it requires money. The reward of a special soldier pill formula was tempting. The last one helped Kakashi experience the adult world earlier, and the reward is exactly the blade technique he wants. What are you waiting for? The White Fang's blade technique is famous in the ninja world. Although it didn't shine in Kakashi's hands, it didn't stop his admiration. Also not proficient in ninjutsu blade technique is the most direct way to make up for a civilian ninja's shortcomings and increase survival rate in missions. Alas, it's a bit inhumane. Others are about to lose 2 teammates, and him about to lead him astray. What a jerk. Thump thump thump. Jinsei, are you home? Just as Jinsei was about to go out to find something to use on Kakashi, Kurenai's gentle voice sounded from outside the door. Kurenai, since graduating and becoming his teammate, their interactions had increased. Jinsei's appearance, though not as cool and handsome as Kakashi, was fair with sharp features and a friendly manner, leaving a good impression. Kurenai was one of those interested in him. Of course, whether this interest went beyond friendship, he didn't know. Previously fearing involvement in various troubles, he had been polite and kept his distance. But now that was no longer possible. As a jonin of Konoha, Kurenai's father Shinka Yūhi must have saved a lot of dowry for his only daughter. Red. Ah. Jinsei pushed the door open and let out a long sigh, playing his part well. Huh. What's wrong, Jinsei? You look very unwell. Kurenai frowned slightly, asking with concern. Today Kurenai was dressed in her usual simple sleeveless red and white long robe, with a wrap skirt, accentuating her youthful figure beautifully. Sigh, Hong, you know this mission is different from our usual logistics tasks. We might face powerful enemy ninjas. I am worried. Shinji continued to look dejected, stammering. Shinji-kun is right, isn't he? Shiri Hong poked her cheek, lost in thought. What should we do then? Usually, as part of the lazing trio of Konoha, Shinji could always accurately predict battlefield changes, providing the best escape and evasion plans for the team. Shiri Hong had already grown accustomed to asking Shinji for advice. Of course, by enough auxiliary medicines and ninja tools. After all, you only have one life. If you lose it, no amount of inheritance matters. Hong, you're already a chunin, you have a standard chainmail. But me, eh? Shinji gave his usual advice, but at the end he started, then what are we waiting for? Let's go shopping now. Shiri Hong didn't mind grabbing Shinji's arm to go downstairs, but found him immovable. What's wrong, Shinji? I have no money. It's okay, I'll lend you. How much? Is 20000 enough? Shiri Hong didn't hesitate. After all, Shinji had just said that life is only once. As a teammate, she really didn't want to see such an excellent comrade encounter any accident. Really, Shinji was overjoyed and at the same time realized the gap between civilian ninjas and prestigious clans. Although Shiri Hong's family was small, the reputation of Shiri Shino and the Yūhi clan's Jinjutsu were well known in Konoha. The two went together and soon purchased nearly 1,000 Ryo worth of supplies, including soldier pills, blood-clotting pills, explosive tags, and various disposable ninja tools. Shinji, are you going to buy a book? On the way to inform Bazuo, Xuanji, and Shiri, Hong saw Shinji enter a bookstore and asked curiously. Wait, I'll be right out. Shinji said, and slipped into the bookstore, quietly talking to the owner. Yes, the wider the better. The cover should be flashy, eye-catching. Preferably with illustrations. Photo books are fine too. The owner was stunned, then after a brief pause regarded Shinji as a kindred spirit and led him to the VIP room in the back. After a short while, Shinji came out with a tightly sealed small package. Shinji-kun, what book did you buy? So many. Shiri Hong looked him up and down curiously. Oh, just studying in my spare time. Learning makes me happy and relaxed. The next morning, following the system missions order, Shinji went straight to the largest casino in the empty district. He had seen Tsunade with Shizen storm into the casino many times, only to come out dejected at sunset. If he didn't meet Tsunade today, he would go to Kakashi's house, using the mission as an excuse to get in touch with him early and see if he could lure Kakashi in. Platter, place your bets. I bet big. I bet 500. The casino was noisy, a mix of smoke, sweat, and a special perfume that made one want to vomit. Under the dim light, Shinji walked past several gambling tables. There were poker dice and slot machines tables surrounded by people with excited, twisted faces. The slot machines were also full, and there was no familiar figure at the poker tables. Not here. Shinji looked around a bit disappointed. Just then a man's helpless voice from the office caught his attention. Oh dear. Lady Tsunade, you haven't repaid the loan from last time yet. How can you borrow again? How can you borrow again? If everyone does business like you, our casino might as well close. Shinji looked toward the sound, his heart leaping with joy. A stooped old man walked out of the corridor, followed by two women. One had a flat chest, black hair, carrying a small pig. That was Shizen. The other was a woman with long, light yellow hair, delicate oval face, a distinctive diamond-shaped mark on her fair forehead, wearing a loose yellow robe, and that pair of... Well, it was indeed Tsunade. Maybe Tsunade was only in her 30s now, so calling her old may not be appropriate, but regardless of age or bad luck, a gambling remained. Lady Tsunade wants to borrow money. Shinji quickly approached, ready to introduce himself, but couldn't help glancing at her a bit more since it was his first time seeing the first peek of the ninja world. Who are you? Tsunade, who had just been refused a loan, was in a bad mood. She raised an eyebrow and looked over impatiently. Me? Just an ordinary genin from Konoha. If you want to borrow money, you can come to me. Shinji patted his wallet and said seriously. You? Lend to me. Tsunade now seriously looked at the kid before her. He was handsome, young, and didn't look like a bad person by his eyes. Most importantly, she desperately needed capital to turn things around. Oh, someone is lending to the big fat sheep. Isn't that brain damage? Haha, little genin wants to advance. Ha ha ha. People whispered, and the casino owner quickly slipped away. Very good. You're good. Since you're willing to lend, thank you. Can I borrow 500? Tsunade's pink ears twitched slightly as she suppressed the urge to punch, forcing a gentle smile. Of course, Lady Tsunade. I might not come back from this mission, so let's just consider it making a friend. Shinji readily agreed, took out a scroll, and tossed it over. You have a dangerous mission. What's your name? Tsunade was moved, caught the scroll, and asked casually. My name is Shinji. Shinji nodded slightly, and didn't say much more. He couldn't talk about the mission. Now that Tsunade had capital, he just had to wait. If she won even once, he would get the system mission reward. Although Tsunade was unlucky, she had won before, like hitting 3 sevens on a slot machine or winning the lottery jackpot. However, every time she won, someone close to her would suffer, or she herself would face bad luck. Ding 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 ding. The slot machine's rainbow lights flashed rapidly, and Tsunade stared at the screen, focused and desperate. Ding, no win. Ding, no win again. Tsunade pulled the lever repeatedly, her white jolting with each pull, and Shinji was almost falling. Tsunade's luck was terrible, and she kept increasing her bets. Half of the 500 tokens were gone quickly. Shinji had to shake off the mesmerizing sight and clenched his teeth. No way. Is winning once that hard? Just as Shinji sighed, Tsunade went Allen, which terrified him. The slot machine's reels flickered rapidly, and with a resounding clatter, 3 sevens aligned in a dazzling row. Sauka! Tsunade exclaimed in ecstasy, springing up and slamming the lever with fervor. Tokens cascaded down with a mesmerizing clatter, a sound that sent shivers of delight through the senses. This was the fleeting euphoria of a gambling victory. Ding! The host has completed the novice quest, assisting Tsunade in securing a gambling victory. Reward: a special soldier pill recipe now stored in the system space and retrievable at any time. Yeah. Shizun embraced Tsunade, their bodies colliding like sun meeting moon, reveling in the sweet taste of a comeback. Junshur, seeing this, swiftly slipped away lest Tsunade become destitute in the next moment and take him for a fool once more. Please wait. Tsunade's cool voice suddenly rang out. Junshur's body stiffened, and he turned around curiously. You're about to embark on a dangerous mission. Since you lent me the money for my comeback, I'll give you something in return. Tsunade said, gesturing to Shizun. A glass test tube bound to a small scroll was tossed over by Junshur, instinctively caught it, feeling a cool sensation in his hand. It was a vial of purple unknown potion. Formula: no. One can restrict a person's chakra circulation for a set period. The scroll contains the most basic medical ninjutsu, hemostasis technique. It doesn't require yang nature to learn, and you might find it useful. Tsunade crossed her arms and explained, then turned to gather her winnings. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. A flicker of joy stirred in Junshur's heart, and he didn't linger. Such a special potion could be a lifesaver for a commoner shinobi like him, perhaps turning the tide in a dire situation. Ninjutsu was a luxury he as a commoner could scarcely dream of. Leaving the casino, Junshur headed straight for the Konoha hospital. The special soldier pill he had obtained was exceptionally potent, It could enhance physical strength, while simultaneously boosting chakra capacity by 1 to 2 times, but only the first pill had any effect. It was a one-time stimulant that unlocked the Bodhi's latent potential. Similar to the Akimichi clan's 3-colored secret pills, but superior in that the effects were permanent, not temporary. Of course, it didn't boast the absurd power of the Akimichi's secret pills, which could multiply potential 100-fold. Entering the hospital, Junshur browsed the medicinal supply area and froze. I never expected the ingredients for the special soldier pill to be so expensive. Good thing I still have 50,000 Ryo in hand, or I'd be completely lost. Fortunately, he only needed to prepare 1 pill. A second would have been beyond his budget. Junshur selected the precise quantities of herbs according to the recipe, gathered the materials, and immediately returned home. When it came to enhancing his strength, every second counted. Even a marginal improvement could increase his chances of survival at the Kannabi Bridge. Preparing the special soldier pill was straightforward. Grind the herbs into powder in fixed proportions, mix with water and oil, wrap in tinfoil, and bake in the oven for 5 minutes. The process was simple, yet when the oven chimed, Junshur's heart thrummed with anticipation. Eager for the physical boost, yet fearful of a mishap in the preparation. He slowly peeled away the foil, reverently sniffed. A rich medicinal aroma wafted up, making him swallow involuntarily. Blowing a few divine breaths, he gritted his teeth and downed it in 1 gulp. It was slightly bitter at first, then dissolved into a hint of sweetness as it slid down his throat, soon transforming into a warm current that spread through his limbs, and as the warmth filled every corner of his body, a faint elusive pain began to assault his mind, forcing him to crouch down and clutch his head. Does this pill have side effects? The system didn't mention any. It shouldn't. As far as he knew, the Hidden Rain Village had a forbidden potion called Hero's Water, which could boost chakra tenfold, but came with a severe cost to shorten life. The drug would drain the user's potential in a very short time, leading to death. Later, Orochimaru would develop an advanced chakra-enhancing drug that purely increased chakra capacity without side effects, but its price was exorbitant. The pain came and went quickly. Just as Junshur was fretting over potential risks, a pleasant warmth completely took over his body, as if he were soaking in a hot spring, leaving him brimming with boundless energy. At that moment, his body felt as though it had swelled, giving an illusion of incredible solidity. Bang! Junshur rapidly formed hand seals, bored dog tiger, to refine chakra, and perform the clone technique, summoning a replica. As a commoner shinobi, the only ninjutsu he could master were the basic techniques, but he had drilled the 3 basic techniques to a relative level of proficiency. Using them to gauge the chakra consumed by the technique would give him the most intuitive sense of his current chakra capacity. As expected, staring at his clone for a moment, the smoke dissipated, and he had an answer in his heart. His chakra capacity had roughly doubled, and while it might not yet reach the level of a jonin like Kakashi with his Sharingan measured in Kaka units, it was probably not far off. Next, Junshur took out the hemostasis technique scroll gifted by Tsunade and devoted himself to practicing it. The hemostasis technique, also known as the blood clotting technique, is a basic medical ninjutsu that manipulates chakra to act on wounds, accelerating blood coagulation to achieve rapid hemostasis. The scroll recorded the specific chakra meridian pathway. Junshur experimented a few times following the instructions and soon gained confidence. To test it, he even cut his palm to determine the extent of external injuries the technique could handle. For wounds that didn't damage major arteries, the hemostasis technique could effectively restore the injury. If he also learned suturing knowledge, it would fully meet the basic needs of a commoner shinobi. Time flew by, and soon it was the day before the mission. During this period, Junshur had tried repeatedly to contact Kakashi, but the door to Kakazai's house was always shut tight, and no one answered his knocks. He wasn't a member of Shuei Min's squad, so their relationship wasn't close enough for him to enter freely. It was only today, summoned by Shuei Min, that he finally got the chance. At the Chunin exam venue, a silver-haired, spiky-haired boy wearing a mask, Kakashi, and Yi Yuanlin had arrived early. Daitu was nowhere to be seen. When Junshur entered the grounds alongside Shi Rihong and Bu Jihua, Shinji, Shuei Min was speaking to the group. Junshur, over here. Seeing them both, Shuei Min immediately waved and gestured. Your squad leader has been assigned a special mission, so we'll be leading you on this task. You've all been informed, right? Yes. Junshur and the others nodded in unison. Good. To help you better understand each other's abilities, I've arranged for you to spar with one another. Your 2 teams will engage in 3 rounds of combat. Go easy on each other, understood? Bofeng Shuei Min explained the purpose of the gathering. But sensei, Daitu hasn't arrived yet. Yi Yuanlin raised her hand to remind him. Today's Yi Yuanlin looked exactly as Junshur remembered from his past life. 2 streaks of purple paint adorned her delicate youthful face, their purpose unknown, but they complemented her little girl charm perfectly. A brown knit sweater hugged her slender figure, a black fishnet armor, faintly visible beneath, and a pink short skirt tied at her waist. Overall, her appearance fell far from Junshur's ideal of a beautiful woman. No curves, no bumps, no assets. He simply couldn't fathom why Daitu was so infatuated with Yi Yuanlin to the point of obsession. Moreover, as far as he knew, Rin Nohara had always loved Kakashi. Perhaps it was precisely this unattainable obsession, this extreme push and pull that forged Obito Uchiha's monstrous extremes for a lifetime. Sensei, sorry I'm late. While Shinji's thoughts were wandering, Obito Uchiha arrived late. His signature goggles, short spiky hair. He first bowed politely to everyone, then showed a sunny, cheerful smile towards Rin, Nohara, and Kakashi. It's alright. Since Obito is here, I'll reiterate the rules. Minato Namikaze nodded, then began explaining the sparring rules and arranging the match lineup. The first match was between the two girls Kurenai Yūhi and Rin Nohara. The second match was between Shiranui Gunma and Kakashi. And so on, each person from both teams would experience 3 battles. Since teammates were familiar with each other, the need for practice was waived. Given the consumption of physical strength and chakra in each battle, it could be said that the entire day would be spent here. However, Shinji didn't mind. Among the 2 novice tasks, currently the one related to Kurenai Yūhi was somewhat ambiguous. He didn't know exactly what counted as breaking up a couple, so he had to set it aside for now. And Kakashi was right in front of him. His most important task now was to deliver the special gift. Don't worry about time, everyone. Today's lunch will be personally delivered by Yeah, thanks for the treat, master's wife. As soon as Minato finished speaking, the charming Rin Nohara immediately cheered. It was evident that the members of Minato's squad, even during wartime, had frequent private interactions. Minato Namikaze always maintained a gentle and warm demeanor towards his students, showing no trace of the coldness he displayed towards enemies. Alright, first please let Kurenai Yūhi and Rin Nohara spar. Everyone observe carefully and take heed. This is real combat. As Minato Namikaze's words fell, Kurenai Yūhi walked gracefully to the center, and Rin Nohara, encouraged by Obito, quickly stepped forward. The 2 locked eyes, waiting for Minato's command. Not far away, Kakashi looked bored, his eyes wandering, clearly uninterested in the sparring. Seeing this, Shinji immediately left the group and walked. Hello, Kakashi. Long time no see. Shinji smiled, shyly acting familiar. To be honest, the 2 had almost no interaction, not even since their academy days. Although Kakashi was also a civilian ninja with no bloodline limit, he had a family sword technique. His father Tsukumo Hatake had mastered the sword technique to its peak. Through long-term high-intensity missions, he had accumulated considerable wealth, connections, and fame, far beyond what Shinji, a nobody with nothing, could compare to. Shinji was like a rootless duckweed. He and Kakashi were naturally not from the same circle. Hello, Shinji. Kakashi replied absent-mindedly with his dead fish eyes. However, the next second, Shinji's enthusiasm stunned him. A great force pressed down as Shinji hung on to him. Shinji. He and Shinji were merely acquaintances. This unusual enthusiasm made him extremely uncomfortable, as he was inherently a cold person. Just as he was about to decisively push Shinji away, Shinji suddenly pulled out a gift. Congratulations, Kakashi. Congratulations on officially becoming a jonin of our village. You are the pride of your classmates. Huh, what? Faced with the sudden congratulations, Kakashi was stunned again. After a long moment, he came to his senses and dumbly accepted the exquisite gift box Shinji handed him. Thanks. But how did you know? I haven't told anyone except Minato-sensei. Kakashi said doubtfully. Well, Shinji scratched his head. Actually, it's a long story. In school, you were always the genius in the teacher's eyes. Naturally, I took you as my role model. So I paid more attention to information about you, like how your sword technique was amazing, and I also practiced sword techniques in private. Also today I happened to meet Lady Tsunade in the empty district, and I overheard her talking about you, so I remembered. Shinji's eyes were clear, showing no signs of lying. In fact, aside from using Tsunade's name, the part about learning from Kakashi and practicing sword techniques was not a lie. Is that so? I didn't expect Shinji to have been quietly paying attention to me. That's really embarrassing. Thank you for your kindness. This time it was Kakashi's turn to scratch his head. It's nothing, just some manga books. I see you go on missions frequently, and your nerves are too tight. Having ambition is good, but you also need to relax and have balance. Indeed, they were normal manga. Shinji wasn't reckless enough to introduce anything lewd right away. What if it backfired? So he chose the safest approach: first build a closer relationship, then slowly work towards his goal. Eventually he would have a chance to lure Kakashi. I understand. Thank you, Shinji. Hearing Shinji's sincere words, Kakashi was a little moved and thanked him again. What are you guys talking about? I heard Lady Tsunade's name. Just as Shinji was enthusiastically preparing to further close the distance with Kakashi, Minato Namikaze's voice came. They both turned to look and realized the match on the field had concluded. As expected, Kurenai Yūhi, who had family techniques, emerged victorious, squatting on the ground, breathing softly. Meanwhile, Rin Nohara stood aside with a pale face, looking shaken, clearly having been hit by Jinjutsu. Oh, Minato-sama, I mentioned that Lady Tsunade told me some things. So to congratulate Kakashi on becoming a jonin, I prepared a little gift. Shinji withdrew his gaze and told the truth. Kakashi, jonin. Obito, who had been about to help Rin, upon hearing this, leaped 3 feet high like a dog with its tail, stepped on, and turned around to rush over. Kakashi, is Shinji telling the truth? Jonin. Obito grabbed Kakashi's shoulders, his eyes filled with astonishment, disbelief, and a hint of barely concealed frustration. All along, he and Kakashi had been close friends, but because of Rin, Kakashi had become his biggest rival in pursuing Rin. In order to defeat Kakashi and impress Rin, he had trained hard in his clan's jutsu, the Great Fireball, since graduating from the academy, and often consulted his clan members about throwing techniques and shuriken manipulation. But how long had it been since he became a Chunin? Before he could even challenge Kakashi, Kakashi had already risen above him again. The radiance of Jonin status was so dazzling that it once made him feel suffocated. But then something even more suffocating happened. After the failed battle, the once dejected Yuzuki Rin actually shed her slump and ran over with a joyful bounce. Her words of admiration and envy along with the adoring gaze in her eyes left him feeling dazed. Kakashi, you're amazing. In time you'll surely surpass Shisui Senpai and become the village's hero. Her utterly delighted demeanor was so apparent that even Shinji as an onlooker could tell that Yuzuki Rin was truly swooning. Unfortunately, though her words came from the heart as compliments, she was clearly unaware of Kakashi's family circumstances. She had unwittingly touched a sore spot. As expected, Kakashi's shy expression once again turned cold. He merely nodded indifferently at Yuzuki Rin, and then offered no further response. Alright. Everyone take a rest. Originally we weren't going to reveal Kakashi's promotion to Jonin. After all, the mission departs tomorrow, and we didn't want to distract anyone. Yuzuki Rin didn't know about Kakashi's situation, but Minato did. Seeing this, he quickly stepped in to smooth things over, then instructed everyone to sit on the ground and prepare for the next match. Next up was Shiranui Gunma versus Kakashi. Shinji versus Obito, then Yuzuki Rin. Unsurprisingly, Shiranui Gunma couldn't even withstand 10 moves against Kakashi before a short sword was pressed against his neck. Shinji couldn't gauge the depth of Kakashi's swordsmanship and footwork, but the aura Kakashi exuded, that fierce edge, perhaps even killing intent, overwhelmed Shiranui Gunma in an almost visible form throughout the match. Shiranui Gunma was skilled in his family's unique technique of senbon needles. At this age, he hadn't practiced long enough to make thrown weapons like kunai and shuriken effective, so he couldn't use them as stealthy surprises. He could only fight Kakashi with a kunai, and since he had far fewer combat missions under his belt than Kakashi, both in experience and physical stamina, they were simply not on this. Alright, don't be discouraged. To have held out this long against a Jonin is already quite impressive. Shinji stepped forward and patted Shiranui Gunma's shoulder to comfort him. Phew. Yeah, thanks. I'm fine. Shiranui Gunma let out a long breath, nodded, and seemed to finally break free from his intense emotions. Next match, Shinji versus Obito. As Namikaze Minato announced the next bout, Uchiha Obito immediately rushed to the center of the arena with great fervor. He desperately needed a victory to catch Yuzuki Rin's attention and salvage his pride. A Jonin. When would he ever catch up to Kakashi? He had to prove himself somehow. Come on, Shinji, you'll be careful. Obito pulled down his goggles, squinted slightly, and felt the eye drops flowing in his eyes. Though he hadn't yet awakened the Sharingan, he still watched his vision with great care. Both throwing techniques and shuriken manipulation required good eyesight. Here I come. Obito, let's keep it to a light spar. Shinji walked slowly to the center, drawing a brand new longsword he had just bought not long ago. Begin. With Minato's command, Obito's demeanor shifted instantly, his hands forming seals rapidly. Shinji only needed a glance to know what technique Obito was about to use. At this stage, the only technique Obito could show off was the half-baked Grand Fireball technique. But he was quite happy to see Obito use such a flashy yet impractical technique. Obito's skill level and chakra reserves meant the technique's power would be mediocre, so he quickly retreated, opening up distance to about 7 or 8 meters, occupying an open area, and calmly waited for Obito to finish his performance. A Grand Fireball. How many classmates could use ninjutsu now? At least it would impress Yuzuki Rin, right? But when the fireball dissipated, Obito found everyone staring at him with strange looks. Shinji had somehow already moved far away. Good footwork. Obito took less than 2 seconds to form the seals, yet he was able to run that far and still have the leisure to watch the show. It's clear he didn't take this duel with Obito seriously. Namikaze Minato, having observed the entire spar, stared thoughtfully at Shinji. Damn it, what's the point of just running? Obito too caught the looks others were giving him, like he was an idiot. He stiffened his neck, drew a kunai, and charged forward. Damn it, as a proud Uchiha, I absolutely cannot lose. Obito extended his left hand, and 2 shuriken appeared. With a swish, when he was less than 5 meters from Shinji, he threw them decisively, the angle sharp and straight at Shinji's chest. Both in strength and skill, it was clear Obito had put effort into his throwing techniques. Aside from the wasteful chakra he had just used to show off, his fundamentals were solid. With a rapid patter facing the oncoming kunai, Shinji started running again, even faster than before. It couldn't be helped. As a commoner, his swordsmanship was literally straightforward, relying almost entirely on muscle memory from years of practice. Without a formal lineage, he had no patterns or techniques. He also didn't dare risk using a short sword to deflect projectiles like Kakashi did. If he failed to show off, he would either die or be severely injured. Luckily, the digestion of the special military pill had doubled his physical abilities. Besides doubling his chakra reserves, his stamina, mental strength, and footwork had also improved significantly. So in this spar, his physical condition was his capital. This guy moves really fast. I remember a long sword weighs nearly half as much as a short sword. He could dodge after Ibito through the shuriken. His physique must be extraordinary. Kakashi also perked up. He wondered if Shinji had been training in taijutsu or something. If so, he couldn't underestimate him. He had a friend Mike Guy whose father had once paid special attention to him, advising him to get along with Guy. Really? But Shinji is still a chunin, isn't he? How could he be stronger than Ibito? Yuzuki Rin found it hard to believe. Shinjikin has always been very diligent, especially during missions. He never neglects his training. If he's been training in taijutsu, I wouldn't be surprised. Yūhi Kurenai's beautiful eyes sparkled as she explained with excitement. No, it doesn't look like he's systematically trained in taijutsu. Minato shook his head in denial. Look, Shinji is fast, but his coordination isn't particularly good. It's clear he hasn't mastered the techniques of taijutsu power generation, which is why this happens. Namikaze Minato, who was proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique, a combination of space-time and instantaneous movement arts, had extremely high demands for speed, flexibility, and coordination. So he saw through Shinji's situation at a glance. But Shinji's physique is indeed remarkable, probably not inferior to Kakashi's, maybe even slightly stronger. With that, Minato's gaze locked onto Shinji's constantly shifting feet. The stringy muscles on his ankles made even Minato a bit envious. You bastard. All you do is run away. Coward. On the field, Ibito, dizzy from being toyed with, was panting like an ox, and gradually losing his composure. He wanted to pursue Shinji, but by the time he charged forward, Shinji had already fled far away. For a full 5 minutes, no physical contact occurred between them, and Shinji still appeared to have reserves a faint smile on his face, which immediately made Ibito feel insulted. In truth, Shinji's faint smile wasn't meant to show off or mock. It was simply his first time fighting with an enhanced physique, and he was exhilarated by the thrill. The sensation of surging vitality and chi and blood was too pleasant. Defeating Ibito no longer mattered, or what mattered was testing the limits of his own physical abilities. But seeing Ibito already enraged, he figured he had run enough. It was time to test his strength. With that thought, he dashed forward with his long sword slanted behind him. Ibito, seeing this, immediately raised his kunai in a defensive stance, mentally calculating how to use the kunai's agility to gain an advantage in the upcoming clash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gust of wind rushed toward Ibito, his pupils constricting. Damn. Minato Namikaze also inwardly cursed, breaking into a cold sweat for Ibito. For at that moment, Shinji had already leaped high, his long sword crashing down with an unstoppable momentum. If it struck even with a kunai parry, or even a short sword, Ibito would suffer severe injury. Clang! Just as Minato Namikaze was about to form hand seals and use the body flicker technique to intervene, the long sword clashed against Ibito's kunai. Shinji's figure then retreated at an odd angle, swiftly dissipating most of the force. Shinji. Minato was shocked. Who would recklessly act like that? Charging out, and then forcibly halting the movement like after a jutsu, puts immense strain on the body. One misstep, and injury follows. Chakra stagnation or reversal could be recovered with rest, but damage to bones and muscles would not heal so easily. In fine, Minato sensei. At this point, Ibito was still frozen in lingering fear. Shinji sheathed his long sword and patted his hands to reassure Minato. Be more careful next time. No more reckless behavior. Minato scolded sternly, then announced the result. Shinji wins. Next match, Rin Nohara, prepare. Huh. Minato sensei, I haven't lost yet. Upon hearing this, Ibito jumped up in protest. He had wanted to impress Rin, but now what was this? If Shinji hadn't pulled back his force in advance, I would have intervened too. The outcome is clear. Whether in momentum or strength, you had no chance to turn the tables. Practice more. Minato Namikaze faced Ibito and patiently consoled him. Come on, Ibito, it's no big deal. Didn't I lose too? We're mainly here to get familiar with each other's abilities. Rin Nohara also showed a gentle smile, comforting Ibito like an older sister. But as she spoke, she couldn't help glancing at Shinji. This once unremarkable genin classmate who had now defeated the proud Uchiha Ibito in a spar, genuinely surprising her. Alright. Kakashi prepared to spar with Shinji. Minato Namikaze glanced at the sky and announced. By now it was noon, with the blazing sun overhead. Curling smoke rose from kitchen chimneys on the nearby streets, and the early autumn air still carried a scorching heat. Everyone present had their clothes soaked. Kakashi, do your best. Rin Nohara waved a small fist to encourage him. Though she had suffered 2 losses herself, it didn't dampen her enthusiasm for Kakashi. But the result was the same. Kakashi remained indifferent, showing more interest in Shinji as he stepped onto the field, his scrutinizing gaze repeatedly focusing on Shinji's joints. Do your best? He's already a jonin. Shinji can't possibly beat him. Ibito, having just lost to Shinji, felt mortified. Hearing Rin's silvery voice, he muttered gloomily to himself. Come on, Ibito, no matter how strong Kakashi is, he's still our comrade, isn't he? Rin Nohara heard Ibito's grumbling and whispered, just like you. No matter how you perform, he'll always cheer for you. Ugh. Ibito's expression froze for a moment, then he began to feel a little elated. Shinji-kun, go for it. Don't lose heart. You can do it. On Shinji's side, Kurenai Yūhi also cheered him on enthusiastically. Though not as openly affectionate as Rin, her eyes shone with greater recognition and anticipation after Shinji's earlier performance. As Shinji walked to face Kakashi, Minato Namikaze also stepped between them with a serious expression. Shinji's performance had surprised him, and now he was curious to see how long Shinji could last against Kakashi. Alright, ready, begin. Pulling his thoughts together, Minato Namikaze raised the referee's flag and swung it down. The two instantly drew their swords simultaneously, yet both paused in tacit understanding. After a moment, Kakashi's white fang short sword gleamed with cold silver light. His footwork was swift and steady as lightning, his blade precise and ruthless, breaking the stalemate as he thrust straight for Shinji's vital point in the chest. Shinji, his bare forearms tied around his long sword, wielded it with a wild, unorthodox style, broad, forceful swings that cut through the air with sharp whistles. Relying on his slightly superior physique, he took two probing thrusts, letting the blade graze his shoulder, then lunged forward, swinging his long sword straight at Kakashi's face. But Kakashi, seasoned in combat, quickly discerned Shinji's lack of depth from their brief exchange. He sidestepped and twisted, reversing his short sword to slash at Shinji's wrist. Shinji, as expected, ducked and retreated. However, a second later, Kakashi froze. He saw Shinji drop his hips and snap his right leg out, like a viper launching a vicious groin kick aimed at his lower body. What the a? Kakashi's pupils abruptly contracted, his silver-white hair flying as he leaped back in haste. For the first time, astonishment appeared on his face. Such a shameless move. Even though he had been through countless battles, this was the first time he had encountered such a despicable maneuver in a close-quarters exchange. Ah, Kakashi! Rin Nohara suddenly let out a high-pitched scream. Hearing this, Shinji's expression changed drastically. In the instant Kakashi was still evading, he held his breath, focused his energy, and with a burst of strength swept his long sword clang. The long sword clashed with Kakashi's white fang, sparking blinding light and numbing Shinji's tiger's mouth. Indeed, the old hand was still the sharpest. Kakashi, despite his shock at the groin kick, didn't pause for a moment. He easily blocked Shinji's sword, and before Shinji could recover, he closed in his short sword, resting coldly against Shinji's neck. A jonin really is that fast. Shinji panted, shaking his head with a wry smile. He had given his all just to see how far behind Kakashi he was, but he had still lost so decisively. Shinji, you're not bad either, but I feel your moves are a bit. Kakashi withdrew his white fang, wanting to offer some advice, but he couldn't find the words, only felt his backside tighten. After all, any man instinctively clenches at the thought of a groin kick. Haha, very good both of you, Shinji, Kakashi. Minato nodded with a smile as he walked over, seemingly having heard Kakashi's words and seen everything that happened. So he continued, Shinji's combat style is fine. As a ninja, when facing an enemy, you must use any means necessary. Shinji's approach is a bit underhanded, but it aligns more closely with the ninja way. Kakashi, there are some aspects you still need to learn. He then turned to Shinji, a hint of admiration growing in his eyes. Like Shinji, he was a commoner-born orphan. He could understand the meaning behind those moves and knew how hard it was for an orphan ninja to survive in mission. Alas, what a pity. Thinking of the mission's objective, Minato Namikaze's eyes showed a trace of reluctance. Blowing up the Kannabi Bridge. Nice as it sounded when he was the leader, in truth, it meant using his subordinates as bait. This was a brutal mission. But wasn't it also the survival selection that every ninja had to face? Little ones, dinner's ready. Just as Minato Namikaze was lost in thought, a gentle call came from behind. A wave of warmth washed over them as Kushina approached slowly, carrying 2 food baskets. Her crimson hair flowed like flames over her shoulders, the corners of her eyes flushed with an intoxicating rosy hue. Her voluptuous figure was accentuated by a snug home robe, and she carried a blend of mature feminine allure and the fiery vitality unique to the Uzumaki clan. Juxinai, you're here. Thank you for your trouble. Wolfing Shumen's face lit up with joy as he quickly stepped forward to take the food box from Juxinai's hands. Yuen Lin and Dai too also followed along, greeting each other with familiarity, clearly indicating that they had frequent private exchanges. This was Jinsis' first time being so close to Juxinai. They were merely acquaintances. Coupled with his exhaustion from the earlier battle with Kakashi, he slumped down beside Shiri Hong to rest, choosing not to. Greetings, senior. Greetings, senior. Each steaming bowl of miso ramen was personally handed over by Juxinai. Shiri Hong and Buji Huashinjian nodded and expressed their thanks in turn. When Junsi stood up to greet Juxinai and was about to receive his ramen, Yuen Lin suddenly squeezed in, taking out a bowl of ramen and handing it over. Junsi-kun, I'm sorry. Just now when you were dueling with Kakashi, I didn't mean to make a sound. Yuen Lin's face was full of apology, her gaze sincere. Huh. Junsi was somewhat surprised. After taking the ramen and thinking for a moment, he understood what Yuen Lin meant. He smiled and waved his hand. Lin, it wouldn't have made a difference whether you shouted or not. I could never defeat Kakashi. Kakashi surpassed him in both swordsmanship and body movement, and he still had various ninjutsu techniques yet to unleash. If Junsi didn't have that psychological expectation, he would be far too arrogant. Really? I'm glad you're not angry. I'm truly sorry. Seeing Jinsi's calm and composed demeanor, Yuen Lin's tense little face broke into a smile, and she bowed deeply once more. If this act were performed by any other woman, Jinsi might have suspected her of being a schemer. But Yuen Lin. She was a certified, good-natured person. Enough, Lin, no need to be so polite. Replenish your energy properly. We still have a match this afternoon. After saying this, Junsi stopped paying attention and began to wolf down his food ravenously. 2 battles had taken place in the morning, especially the one with Kakashi. To compensate for his shortcomings in swordsmanship, he had expended too much energy and stamina, and his stomach was now growling. Len, I didn't expect your 2 teams to get along so harmoniously on first meeting. Tomorrow's mission will surely be completed smoothly. Kurenai watched from the side, speaking with heartfelt gratification. At that moment, Kakashi unexpectedly walked over as well. Except for Dai 2, everyone had gathered around Junsi, creating a lively and somewhat noisy atmosphere. Junsi, what Shumen Sensei said is very true. A ninja's battle must be fought by any means necessary. Do you have any other methods that could produce unexpected effects in actual combat? Kakashi asked. Junsi looked up at Kakashi, feeling that a perfect opportunity lay right before him. He hastily gulped down the ramen and soup in a few quick bites, eating it all cleanly. Jizin and Eisenpai, thank you for your hospitality. The ramen was delicious and I really enjoyed it. Junsi put down his bowl and chopsticks, expressing his sincere gratitude. Is that so? That's wonderful. Kurenai beamed with joy upon hearing this. Ramen was her favorite food, and knowing that her handmade dish was appreciated by an outsider filled her heart with delight. For the first time, she was deeply impressed by Junsi, a commoner boy. Smiling, she stepped forward to help him tidy up the dishes. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Junsi grabbed Kakashi by the arm and pulled him away from the crowd. What followed was a private session of imparting knowledge to Kakashi, where having too many outsiders would not be ideal. Only when they reached a corner of the training ground did Junsi stop. Seeing Kakashi's bewildered expression, he spoke seriously. To devise an unexpected battle plan, the first step is to clear your mind. Don't let your body remain tense every moment. Clear the mind. Relax the body. Kakashi seemed thoughtful upon hearing this. The key is to balance work and rest to ignite inspiration. As far as I know, your father Tsukumo's incident dealt you a heavy blow, causing your combat style to become... Junsi continued. Huh. Kakashi looked at Junsi, puzzled as to how he knew such information. But upon hearing his father's name, his expression instantly became dejected. See, Kakashi, I told you. If a person is always preoccupied with one thing, it's hard to devote themselves wholeheartedly to other matters, let alone complete missions effectively, think divergently, and find their own combat style. Junsi deliberately slowed his tone. Then how do I break free from this preoccupation? Kakashi looked up into Junsi's eyes and asked. Simple. I usually use these things to relax my mind, and the effect is excellent. Junsi's lips curled slightly, and with a serious expression, he pulled out a sealing scroll and unrolled it. Boom. After a puff of white smoke, 2 thick photo albums appeared in his hands. Kakashi instinctively looked at them and immediately fell to day. On the covers were glamorous women in scant clothing with skin as fair and smooth as jade. Every smile seemed capable of captivating his soul. Ahem. Junjin-Sikuin, are you holding the wrong thing? Kakashi tried hard to look away, stammering. No, I'm not. I use these to relax my mind, especially when a mission is approaching and I feel nervous. Looking at these works wonders. Junsi said seriously. Isn't this a bit improper? Kakashi was too embarrassed to accept. At this stage, he was not yet the Kakashi who would casually flip through adult books. He hadn't experienced great ups and downs, and his skin was still thin. Improper? It couldn't be better. Listen to me, the private life of Momoko is extremely exciting. And why isn't this prohibited among the 3 ninja prohibitions? It's so that ninjas can relax and regulate their emotions privately. Look, the pleasure quarters, hot spring inns, and kabukicho are packed every day, aren't they? We're young. We can't contribute to the village's GDP yet, but we can start by learning. Think about it, you can relax yourself, expand your thinking, and learn biological knowledge that school never taught. Isn't it killing multiple birds with one stone? Junsi spoke slowly, coaxing persuasively. Finally, Kakashi's gaze was completely captivated by the beautiful woman on the cover of the photo album. Can I borrow it to look at it? Kakashi swallowed his saliva, his voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Of course. We're friends. Why talk about borrowing? I'm giving them to you. If you need more later, come to me. I've already read them all, and I have connections. Junsi said with a righteous and solemn air, pressing the 2 hefty photo albums into Kakashi's arms. Keep them well. They're personal life companions, not to be mentioned to outsiders. Thank you. Kakashi hugged the colorful books in his arms, feeling their weight. A powerful sense of anticipation quickly spread through him. He deftly pulled out a small scroll and stored the books away. Junsi heard the prompt in his mind. His expression tightened as he wondered what form the reward would take. Sure enough, a surge of memories materialized in his mind. The techniques and stances of the White Fang blade art felt as though he had practiced them for countless lifetimes. No wonder it was a mastery-level blade art that made him eager. Although the White Fang blade art was most suited to the White Fang short blade, Junsi wielded a long sword with a few swings and felt no discomfort. Just a smooth, weighty, and unique sensation, far from the crude, unorthodox style he had used before. Junsi, your blade technique looks familiar. Kakashi carefully stowed away the treasure scroll, then noticed Junsi's sharp movements with the longsword, and felt curious. Is that so? I just found some inspiration from our fight earlier. Sheathing the longsword, Jinsi casually fabricated a lie. By afternoon, there were still 3 sparring sessions left. Jinsi had 1 win and 1 loss, leaving only the medical ninja Nohara Rin to test his blade against. As expected, before he could fully display the white fang blade art, Nohara Rin's 2 kunai were knocked away, and the bout was decided. Their fight was the final one. Namikaze Minato immediately announced the end of the sparring and the specific departure time for tomorrow's mission. Ouch! As the team dispersed, Nohara Rin rubbed her hands, uneasily glancing at Jinsi from time to time. She suspected he had deliberately. Was it because she had screamed randomly during the match with Kakashi that Jinsi decided to strike so ruthlessly? Nohara Rin felt uneasy. If that were the case, it meant Jinsi had a bad temperament, and teaming up with someone who holds grudges was not good news. Meanwhile, Jinsi, the person in question, was unaware that someone was gossiping about him behind his back. His fight with Nohara Rin hadn't allowed him to fully grasp the depths of his blade art. Tomorrow came the mission, a matter of life and death, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Shiranui Ginma. Want to keep practicing. I learned something from today's sparring with the 7th team. I feel my blade art has improved a bit. Jinsi walked up to Shiranui Ginma and pleaded. Still at it. No way. Shiranui Ginma shook his head like a... He had exhausted himself in all 3 matches today, reaching an unprecedented low in stamina. He had even lost to Obito earlier, so now he had no interest in wasting time with Jinsi. I'm tired. I need to rest properly, otherwise it will affect tomorrow's mission. With that, he ran off without looking back. As Shiranui Ginma left, only Yūhi Kurenai remained on the training ground. Jinsi had to place his final hope on her. Yūhi Kurenai's delicate little face turned in surprise, then a faint blush crept across it. A bold idea suddenly emerged in Jinsi's mind. Jinsi-kun, is there something? They've all left, so we should go too. You said you'd help me set up my secret weapon today? It was the first time Yūhi Kurenai felt Jinsi's gaze so aggressive. Coupled with his impressive performance, just now her heart began to race like a startled deer, and she instinctively started to talk about other things. No rush, Kurenai. Would you be willing to help me? Jinsi asked with sincere eyes. Me. Hearing this, the subtle romantic thoughts that had just arisen in Yūhi Kurenai instantly dissipated. It turned out he wanted to practice blade arts with her, and she had been overthinking. She silently scolded herself. May I? Jinsi pressed. Of course. It's just I'm not good at close combat, I'm afraid. Yūhi Kurenai stammered. It's fine. Just do your best, we'll sync up with each other. By the way, has Assassinate been pursuing you lately? What? Why are you suddenly asking about this? Yūhi Kurenai had already drawn a kunai ready to deal with Jinsi, but unexpectedly he changed the subject and asked about her personal life, leaving her no choice but to continue her wild thoughts. A rivalry for love. The dream of many maidens. Although Asuma came from a well-off family, Jinsi's looks weren't bad either. Moreover, the two spent a lot of time together. It was impossible that she had no feelings for Jinsi. Kurenai, I'm just worried that if we're alone like this, Asuma-kun might be upset. Jinsi suppressed the laughter within him, recalled the essence of tea ceremony, and mimicked a coquettish tone. Indeed, his bold idea was to use Yūhi Kurenai to provoke Asuma. This would not only complete the 3rd novice task, and earn a ninjutsu, but also let Asuma test his blade art level. Asuma invited Yūhi Kurenai at least once every day, regardless of whether he would be rejected. Today, Kurenai had come to meet Minato early with Jinsi. All he needed to do was wait patiently with just a little misunderstanding and a hint of ambiguity, and everything would unfold according to his plan. What nonsense are you talking? He and I are just ordinary friends. Yūhi Kurenai's pretty face grew even more flushed, utterly unable to resist Jinsi's coquettish tone and ambiguous gaze. Really? That's great. Kurenai, let's begin. He'll be careful. Jinsi never directly mentioned the personal feelings between them, but his attitude, his tone, and the subtle flirtation unconsciously made Yūhi Kurenai's imagination run wild and her heart race. Come on. Yūhi Kurenai drew a kunai and assumed a soft, weak stance, her ruby-like eyes timidly darting away. Was there any hint of a battle? Clang, clang, clang. The sound of longsword and kunai clashing echoed across the field, but the rhythm was slow, carrying a lazy undertone. The sun slowly sank westward in this harmonious and ambiguous atmosphere. Amid the shifting light and shadow, 2 figures sometimes merged, sometimes separated, as if playing or teasing. Bang! Just as Jinsi parried Yūhi Kurenai's kunai again, he finally spotted a figure approaching in the distance. A scruffy silhouette with a spark flickering at his mouth, holding a gift in his hand. A contradictory mix of solemnity and laziness. Who else could it be but Asuma? Seeing this, Jinsi quickly stopped and waved his hand. Kurenai, you've worked hard. Let's call it a day. Rest for a while. Now's a good time to help you install the secret weapon. By now, Yūhi Kurenai was drenched in sweat and panting heavily, looking utterly exhausted. Hearing this, she immediately withdrew her kunai and collapsed onto the ground. Come on. So tired. I need to rest well tonight. With that, she pulled out a scroll, unrolled it, and retrieved the secret weapon. The so-called secret weapon was a miniature high-intensity flashlight she had custom-made on Shinji's advice, small enough to be hidden within her neckline, controlled by a manual pull ring. As for its use, she didn't know yet, but from Shinji's explanation it was meant to catch the enemy off guard and compensate for the long casting time of her illusions. Based on their long-term cooperation and Shinji's combat style, she still had faith in his clever ideas. "Kurenai, I might touch you, I hope you'll understand," Shinji said in a low voice, holding the miniature flashlight the size of a pinky finger at its front end. At that moment, they were less than half a meter apart. He could not only feel the scorching heat radiating from Kurenai's body, but also catch the invading fragrance of a young woman, which made him "It's okay. Please go ahead, Shinjikin." Kurenai's delicate body tensed slightly at the entrustment, then she tried to act as if nothing. Exhale. Exhale. Their breaths intertwined, and the atmosphere grew increasingly strange. Shinji had to not only control the rhythm, but also carefully peel open Kurenai's sleeveless shirt and hide the front of the flashlight in the inner lining of the shirt. Thus touching Kurenai's collarbone was inevitable. As everyone knew, the mesh inner armor of Konoha was just a thin layer of black silk. When Shinji's hand inadvertently brushed against Kurenai's collarbone, the skin-to-skin contact and the blend of temperatures instantly made Kurenai tremble violently. "Shinjikin, are you done yet?" Kurenai asked timidly. "I'm almost there. Just a moment." Shinji's hand passed under Kurenai's armpit, causing her delicate body to tense up again, and her breathing became even more erratic. Shinji could clearly feel the warmth and softness so close to his cheek. A slight move would have grazed it like a dragonfly skimming water. "Kurenai, you are truly beautiful. And very kind." "Huh, why are you saying this all of a sudden?" "I mean, I'm honored to be assigned to the same team as you. Your generous help this time has been a great favor to me. I'm truly grateful. But going on a mission tomorrow, I'm not sure I'll come back." "Your generous help this time has been a great favor to me. I'm truly grateful. But going on a mission tomorrow, I'm not sure I'll come back. If I don't the 2-0 Rio, I owe you will go down the drain." "Shinji can cheer up. I believe in your abilities. If you're not confident, then I'm even more at risk, aren't I?" "Kurenai, even if it costs me my life, I will ensure your safety." "Shinji-kun." This sudden brief exchange rapidly intensified the bond between them. Kurenai's little heart was pounding like a drum, especially at Shinji's last words, which made her feel a kind of unprecedented affection, reassuring, joyful, and making her want to hear more. "Shinji-kun, you seem to have changed lately." "Huh, really? How so?" "Your personality. You've become more cheerful and talkative than before." "I'm okay. Looks like Kurenai is complaining that I talk too much." Shinji gave a wry smile, just as he finished the install. "When you go back and change into your long-sleeve ninja suit, you can attach the pull ring to the cuff and activate it anytime." Shinji withdrew his hand and prepared to get up. For some reason, watching Shinji rise, Kurenai could have easily dodged to avoid contact, yet she inexplicably remained still, letting his cheek brush toward the corner of her lips. "No way. This smoothly." Shinji had intended to add fuel to the fire, making Asuma misunderstand, but he never expected Kurenai to be so cooperative. In an instant, like a chick pecking at grain, a kiss landed on his cheek, and the strange atmosphere reached its peak. What gratified Shinji most was that Asuma had just stepped within a meter, seemingly having witnessed everything, staring blankly. Shinji-kun, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." Kurenai panicked, raising her small hand to rub Shinji's cheek. Little did she know this action appeared even more intimate and ambiguous to outsiders. "Shinji, what are you doing? You bastard." Asuma's low growl came from behind, startling Kurenai, her rubbing hand freezing on Shinji's cheek. Shinji also feigned a belated realization, looking up in surprise. "Asuma, what brings you here?" He carefully withdrew his hand and slowly pulled Kurenai's hand away from his cheek. "Shinji, tell me you and Kurenai aren't what I think, right?" Asuma's cigarette had long disappeared, his face as dark as a pot bottom. He already looked like a delinquent youth, and now his suppressed anger and gritted teeth questioning immediately put Kurenai on edge. "Asuma, it's not what you think. Shinji-kun was just helping me install." Kurenai didn't actually need to explain anything since her relationship with Asuma wasn't yet confirmed. He was just aggressively but because she felt guilty about Shinji and was caught red-handed by Asuma, she panicked in her haste. "That's right. Kurenai and I are innocent," Shinji explained earnestly. Yet he was still holding Kurenai's hand, a gesture that could only deepen the misunderstanding, not ease the awkwardness. "You indeed." Asuma saw Shinji holding Kurenai's hand, and his dark face flushed red. "Let go of Kurenai. I challenge you to a duel." His voice was low and hoarse. As the gift box fell to the ground, a sealing scroll unfurled, and Asuma had already put on his new trench knives, also known as chakra blades. Forged from chakra-conductive metal, they were priceless, and among the most valuable weapons a ninja could use. The blades glinted coldly in the sunset, instantly shattering the amorous and heated atmosphere of the scene. "Come on, Shinji, face me like a man. I will never give Kurenai up to you." Asuma turned and walked to the center, brandishing the blades and squinting sideways. "Sai, you really misunderstand. Shinji had gotten what he wanted, so why would he back down?" He shook his head in feigned resignation, drew his longsword, and followed. "No, Asuma. Shinji has a mission tomorrow. If you dare hurt him, he'll never talk to you again." Hastily tidying her clothes, Kurenai, caught in the middle, tried to make Asuma back down with a resolute attitude. But at this point her words seemed to Asuma like a tacit admission acknowledging Shinji's higher importance. something he couldn't accept. Shinji gripped his longsword, its silver gleam cold, his fingers curled around the hilt, chakra flowing slowly along the blade, his eyes fixed only on Asuma's shoulders and blade. This was the chakra flow technique from the White Fang blade style, one of the few ways he could currently utilize chakra in combat. As for Asuma, perhaps due to his family background, his composure far exceeded that of his peers. As the challenger, he didn't underestimate Shinji because of his civilian ninja status, nor did he recklessly attack. He simply stood still, dual-wielding chakra blades, his steps silent against the ground. When he saw the flowing light on Shinji's longsword, his pupils contracted. He's already able to infuse chakra into his weapon. Is he really just— After a brief standoff, Asuma pushed aside his thoughts, crossed his arms, and launched a swift assault. In a blur of motion, his crossed blade struck straight for Shinji's throat. The sharp whistle of wind-cutting blades concealed his eagerness to prove his strength to Kurenai. Whoosh! The cutting sensation of the dual blades was inches away, yet Shinji remained motionless, his mind fixed on the essence of the White Fang. A ninja's blade must strike the moment a flaw appears. Clang! The clash of metal rang out. Leveraging the weight advantage of his longsword, Shinji struck, first his blade smashing into Asuma's crossed blades. So heavy. Asuma's heart jolted. He used his short blades to parry the longsword, retreating half a step. Just as the short blades were deflected, he spun and swept his leg while his blades reversed in an upward arc, attempting to slice at Shinji's abdomen with infused wind-release chakra to end the duel in one strike. Shinji propelled himself upward with a light tap of his toes, channeling chakra into his long blade as he swung it vertically. The blade sliced through the wind, and in that moment he distinctly perceived the flow of his opponent's chakra, a keen insight bestowed by the legacy of the White Fang's swordsmanship. What is this? A movement technique? How could a mere genin like Shinji have mastered a systematic sword art? Asuma twisted his body into a sideways roll, sweeping his twin blades low, a flicker of shock passing through his mind. Moreover, he could clearly sense that Shinji's proficiency in the blade rivaled that of his own instructors. Damn it! In the brief exchange, he felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. Once a mere civilian genin classmate he could easily defeat now stood before him, exuding such overwhelming force. And in the presence of the woman he secretly admired. This stirred a subtle disarray within his composure. Shinji, as if reading the inadequacy of Asuma's dual-blade mastery, or perhaps sensing his wavering spirit, pivoted midlanding. He swept his long blade horizontally, striking the hilt of Asuma's left blade with unerring precision. Bang! The shock numbed his tiger's mouth, his short sword trembling. Asuma stumbled back 2 steps, his cheeks flushed with indignation. Asuma! Shinji! Stop fighting, please! Yūhi Kurenai, terrified, lost all composure, and pleaded with tears streaming down her face. This was no mere duel, it was a life-or-death brawl. Shinji had never wielded such a sharp and decisive blade intent against Yugito or Kakashi. Seizing the moment, Shinji thrust his long blade forward, chakra concentrated at the tip, aiming directly for Asuma's heart. It wasn't that he had grown bold enough to truly kill. Rather, he needed to fully execute the swordsmanship he had learned, to integrate it seamlessly, so that its use would not betray any telltale signs to Kakashi in the future. Asuma had dedicated instructors for his training. Both his combat prowess and fighting style should not easily be overcome by him. Indeed, the next moment, Asuma retreated swiftly, parrying with his right blade, while his left blade struck back with a diagonal thrust aimed at Shinji's flank. Thus, shedding all restraint, he unleashed himself, completely swinging his long blade in bold sweeping arcs. No longer needing to compensate for deficiencies in blade technique or footwork, with sheer physical effort his movements flowed like water. Each shift of his body allowed him to strike, first suppressing Asuma's short swords. Clang! Clang! The two exchanged blows, locked in a protracted close-quarters stalemate. Time trickled by, and Yūhi Kurenai watched with tear-filled eyes. She did not wish to see either of them hurt. Asuma was of noble birth, the son of the Hokage. No exaggeration to call him the village's prince. If Shinji wounded him, his future in the village would be precarious. And Shinji, he was the first man to stir her heart with unease. Tomorrow they were to embark on a mission together. If he were injured, the outcome— Bang! Just as Kurenai's mind was in turmoil, a dull thud rang out. She looked up to see that the fight had finally come to an end. To her utter astonishment, Shinji, having undergone multiple training sessions that day, had emerged victorious. He now held his long blade against Asuma's neck. I yield to you, Asuma. Shinji withdrew his blade and extended a hand. He had expected Asuma to fly into a rage, but instead the boy took his hand with a dejected expression. Shinji, you're strong. I lost. It's not about winning or losing. It's just a spar between classmates. You didn't even use your signature wind release and fire release techniques. If this were a real life or death struggle, I'd surely be no match for you. Shinji shook his head repeatedly. A win is a win, a loss is a loss. I've been negligent in my training. I never imagined that in half a year, without crossing blades, you'd have grown to this level. In that moment, Asuma displayed remarkable poise. He did not try to salvage his pride with Shinji's flattery or Kurenai's presence, but instead accepted the outcome with grace. After speaking, he turned to Kurenai. Kurenai, it seems I've lost sight of what truly matters. Don't worry, I won't bother you any longer. I've prepared a small gift as a farewell for you both. With that he walked away without looking back. The host has completed the task breaking up a couple, and obtained the jutsu fire release ash pile burning. The system's storage count became 1. It seems this jutsu reward is a sealed scroll. You'll need to learn it myself. Recovering his thoughts, Shinji noticed a problem for the first time. Having never had access to jutsu inheritance before, he still did not know his own chakra nature. The Uchiha clan Sharingan had the ability to copy jutsus, but throughout the entire Naruto series only Kakashi managed to earn the reputation of a copying ninja with a single The Uchiha clan Sharingan had the ability to copy jutsus, but throughout the entire Naruto series only Kakashi managed to earn the reputation of a copying ninja with a single Sharingan precisely, because he possessed all 5 elemental affinities. Shinji's desire to convert system task rewards into combat power faced an unavoidable limitation: his own chakra nature. I wonder if future task rewards could directly grant a jutsu, or even a chakra nature. Shinji-kun. We should head back too. It's getting dark. Just as Shinji was lost in calculations about chakra, Kurenai packed away the gift Oh, let's go. Shinji nodded, and followed behind Kurenai. Shinji-kun, you were amazing today. How come I never noticed your talent with the blade before? Kurenai still seemed immersed in the unbelievable outcome of Shinji defeating Asuma. I have to thank Kakashi for his guidance. Lord Tsukumo Hatake is a master of the blade, as you know. Shinji said casually. That only proves your talent is extraordinary. Just half a day, and I could sense your growth. It's astonishing. Hey, really? Kurenai, you don't blame me for coming between you and Asuma, do you? What are you saying nonsense about? How annoying. I'm not talking to you anymore. He's a promising seedling. If all the youngsters in the village had such talent, Konoha's prosperity would be assured. In the Chunin exam, building a pale-faced man with long hair and golden slit-like pupils muttered to himself as he watched Shinji and Kurenai depart. He was none other than the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Orochimaru. Standing beside him, a rugged white-haired man with a troubled expression, was the Toad Sage Jiraiya. Is that so? What a pity. Those bastards from Iwagakure have gone mad. Even with Minato leading the team, it will be difficult to protect them all. Jiraiya crossed his arms and shook his head with regret. At present, on the front lines of the Land of Fire, Konoha's war against Iwagakure was going poorly. A squad of hundreds led by Deidara's father had penetrated deep into the Land of Fire with more forces yet to come, while Konoha's response team under Mibuna Iraku numbered fewer than 50. Not just Jiraiya. Anyone aware of Konoha's mission to destroy the Kannabi Bridge would hold little optimism for Minato's team. Yet Orochimaru was a peculiar man. He had no flashy bloodline, and aside from his obsession with research science and human experimentation, he delighted in discovering interesting things. So you're saying these little ones are as good as done? Orochimaru licked his lips with interest. More or less. Maybe luck will allow Minato to bring back 1 or 2. Jiraiya said with certainty. Very well. How about a wager? Orochimaru asked with a smirk. You're starting to sound like Tsunade. Jiraiya was taken aback. You know, I'm not particularly interested in fighting. The village was already strained by the war with Tsunade a year ago. Even if the Kannabi Bridge is destroyed, Iwagakure will surely go all out. When that time comes, you and I will both have to contribute to the village. Orochimaru analyzed the situation calmly. So what's the bet? Jiraiya's interest was piqued. Just that, I thought it was something grand. As long as Minato completes the mission, as you know I'm busy. If I win, you'll take over the command for dealing with Iwagakure. Oh. Just that, I thought it was something grand. As long as Minato completes the mission, Iwagakure's actions remain uncertain. Jiraiya shrugged off the matter. I accept your bet. The next day at the break of dawn, Jun-Si was abruptly awakened by a frigid system notification sound. The great shinobi world event, the Battle of Shinwupi Bridge, has officially begun. The host has the opportunity to influence the pattern of the ninja world. Now missions are issued. 1. Main mission: remove the firewood from under the cauldron. Prevent the Shinwupi Bridge from being destroyed, or rebuild a bridge to ensure that the Genin village can continue to pressure the Mai village, fundamentally changing the pattern of the ninja world. Who put this traitor system into my mind? I am utterly loyal to my village. Brother. The just awakened Jin-Si's mind was completely short. Mission complete. Reward: a customized potion from Dashuin. Seeing that the mission reward was again a potion, Jin-Si's expression hardened, and his attitude immediately underwent a 180-degree change. In this ninja world that values bloodline and clan background, what can a civilian ninja do without a bloodline? Get injections. Take pill. With Dashuin's reputation, the potion he concocted shouldn't be garbage. At the very least, it could increase one's chakra reserves, or unlock human potential, right? However, with his current abilities, attempting such a traitorous mission was nothing but a fool's dream. If he messed up, he might even end up dead. Hey, this is being bewitched. Jin-Si chuckled bitterly to himself. Sometimes, even wanting to be a traitor was impossible. His strength simply wouldn't allow it. 2. Side mission: overthrow the heavens. Attack the leading Jonin bluffing Shuumin, requiring ruthless techniques, murderous intent, and no mercy. Mission complete. Reward: my style body flicker technique proficient. 3. Root out the evil, completely eliminate Yuzhibo Daitu, fundamentally preventing some events of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Mission complete. Reward, Yūzibo Bloodline with a chance to awaken the Bloodline Limit Xylounion. Golden Legendary Mission Care for the Widow. Yūzibo Daitu is the host's classmate and Yuen Lin is his unshakable obsession. After Daitu dies at the Kannabi Bridge, the host is obligated to take good care of Yuen Lin on behalf of his classmate, requiring improvement of the relationship with Yuen Lin during the mission period, at least to the level of friendship, to facilitate subsequent missions. Golden Legendary Mission complete. Reward, Muduin Bloodline Limit Experience Card. The experience card includes all Muduin secret techniques known to the host, usable 3 times with effectiveness based on the host's current mental and physical strength. The final time limit for all missions is Attack Bluffing Shueman. Execute Daitu. Betray the My Village. Which mission is not more insane than blowing up the Kannabi Bridge? This is completely wanting him dead. If Bluffing Shueman were that easy to deal with, the My Village would have been taken long ago. And as for executing Daitu, if he really touched Yūzibo Daitu, wouldn't Yūzibo Ban come after him dragging him for drip? After thinking it over, it seemed that aside from the care for the widow mission, none of the other traitor missions were feasible. How wonderful it was to take care of the widow. How warm and touching. And the mission rewards were so good, the Muduin Bloodline Limit Experience Card. Wait. Just as Junsi was planning how to get along with Yuen Lin, the mission rewards gave him a new idea. After carefully reviewing all the missions, he found that the other missions might not be entirely impossible to attempt. Prevent the Kannabi Bridge from being destroyed. He couldn't do that, but if he secretly used the Muduin secret technique to build a new bridge upstream of the river, and marked it with a conspicuous sign, it would certainly help the Yanin village. I would go through fire and water for the organization. It's only reasonable for the organization to make appropriate sacrifices for my personal interests at the right time, right? As for attacking Bluffing Shueman. Finally, regarding the issue of Daitu, after much deliberation, Junsi silently rejected this mission in his heart. The risks were too great, it might attract the attention of a legendary ninja. Although the reward was very tempting. The Yūzibo bloodline definitely came with Uniture Chakra. The risks were too high, not worth the loss. After reviewing the main mission in every detail, Junsi got up to wash up and pack his bag. After everything was in order, he opened the window to check the sky. It was a clear day, but it was still early. Only 6:30 with more than an hour left until the meeting time. Moreover, the agreed-upon Shiri Hong and Bozuo Shinjian had not yet arrived, so he devoted himself to practicing the fire-style ash pile burn he had obtained from Isama. After returning last night, he used chakra paper to test his chakra nature. Wind, lightning, fire, yang. In terms of potential, he was not lower than the later King Yūzibo's Waju. As long as he had the opportunity, his future achievements might not be inferior to the protagonist. The practice of fire-style ash pile burn required first converting one's own chakra into fire nature chakra. Unlike regular fire nature chakra, the chakra for ash pile burn was a special gunpowder-like smoke cloud substance. Also, he had to hide prepared flint in his mouth beforehand for later ignition. Then the hand seal sequence snake, rat. Fire-style ash pile burn was a wide-range damage ninjutsu that involved spewing a large amount of flammable explosive thick smoke to cover the enemy, then igniting it to cause explosion and sustained burns. The conditions for casting were very complex. The ignition step could be omitted if one mastered other fire-style ninjutsu. However, there was a law in the ninja world regarding fire-style smoke, means no damage, and fire-style was universally recognized as a chef's skill. Junsi really had no other ninjutsu to practice, so he was forced to grind this one relentlessly. Junsi-koen, are you ready? It's time to go. Just as Junsi was repeatedly familiarizing himself with the hand seals and chakra flow of ash pile, burn, Shiri Hong's gentle call came from downstairs. Come up, I'm ready. Junsi poked his head out and saw both Shiri Hong and Bozuo Xuanjian, so he called out. After a moment, the two came upstairs and entered the room. Their equipment was surprisingly uniform, but only Shiri Hong carried a small backpack. Hong, could you please help me carry these sealing scrolls? They're just some daily necessities, not heavy. Junsi said earnestly. He was about to carry a heavy burden for Yuen Lin later, so carrying these things would be inconvenient. Alright, there's still a bit of space. Shiri Hong didn't expect Junsi to be so warm with her so soon. Yesterday, she had already kissed Junsi's cheek. This relationship, where the window paper was not yet pierced beyond friendship, but not yet lovers, was deeply etched in her heart. Half an hour later, Junsi and his two teammates arrived at the main gate of my village. By now he had changed into the standard ninja combat uniform he had bought with Shiri Hong. He sported a typical ninja look with two kunai in his ninja tool pouch, a bulging pocket full of unknown items, and a long sword strapped to his back. Overall, he looked quite imposing. Kakashi, this is my gift for you on becoming a jonin. When Junsi found Shumen's team bluffing, Shuemin was holding a special three-pronged kunai to congratulate Kakashi. Flying Thunder God kunai. Junsi's eyes narrowed with envy. Kakashi, you don't look right. When Junsi's gaze shifted from the kunai to Kakashi's eyes, he was stunned. Huge dark circles completely surrounded his dead fish eyes. Even though Kakashi tried to hide them with his mask, they were still strikingly conspicuous. It seems that my village flights were a bit congested last night. Did Captain Kakashi fly all night on cruise control? Ahem. Just overdid training, didn't sleep well. Kakashi explained hesitantly. Kakashi, this is a gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it. Nohara Lin came over at this moment, presenting a carefully prepared medical kit shaped like a heart. Kakashi took the opportunity to change the subject and exchanged polite words with Nohara Lin, not daring to pay attention to Shinji, afraid of revealing a little secret that should not be known to outsiders. The medical kit was light pink in color, adorned with a heart-shaped emblem. Even without looking inside, one could sense Nohara Lin's unabashed admiration. In contrast, Uchiha Obito's face turned green when he saw the gift Nohara Lin had given. Hey, what about you? After Kakashi also accepted gifts from Yūhi, Kurenai, and Shirenui, he casually walked up to Obito. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? Why should I show anything? I don't have time to prepare a gift for you. Obito pouted in dissatisfaction, crossed his arms, and tilted his head up with a tsundere attitude. Oh, is that so? Forget it, it wouldn't be anything good anyway. Alright. Obito, didn't we agree that you would prepare a gift? It's fine if you forgot. Nohara Lin immediately stepped in to mediate the team's atmosphere. Seeing this, Shinji couldn't help but shake his head. Since everyone is here, let's prepare to depart. Minato said. First, let me explain. Our mission objective this time is to destroy the Kannabi Bridge. Destroy the Kannabi Bridge. Everyone except Kakashi and Shinji looked at each other in confusion, not understanding the specifics of the mission. Where is the Kannabi Bridge? Shiranui asked. Previously, Konoha's combat focus had always been on the west, and the Battle of Kikyo Mountain against Tsunade had severely depleted the village's strength. This was why the Iwagakure army was now pressing on the border, giving young ninjas like Shinji the opportunity to go to the front lines. They were all the village's precious flowers, aside from occasional logistics missions. They never left the village more than 10 kilometers. How could they possibly know about the Kannabi Bridge? The Kannabi Bridge is a bridge connecting the borders of the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass. Now the Iwagakure forces have driven straight into the Land of Fire, putting immense pressure on the village. To completely cut off their supply routes, we have this mission to destroy the bridge. Minato Namikaze patiently explained. Oh, that's simple. It's just blowing up a bridge. Leave it to me. Obito excitedly patted his chest, eager to try. Shinji almost laughed out loud at this. As far as he knew, Obito never even got to see what the Kannabi Bridge looked like before being crushed under a large... Truly a ninja with only 2 points in the wisdom stat among the 8 ninja attributes. Wisdom represents a ninja's intelligence, and Obito's intelligence was 2, the lowest among all known ninja. At this moment, he seemed to understand why Obito was chosen by Uchiha Madara as the executor of the Moon Eye plan, because he was too easily deceived. Since everyone understands the mission, take a look at the mission maps I handed out. Rest for a moment, and then well set off. Facing Obito's lively antics, Minato Namikaze smiled gently and continued to instruct. Yes, Minato Sensei. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone else was flipping through the maps, Shinji prepared to try to win over Minato to complete his first main mission. Minato Sensei, after sparring with Kakashi in swordsmanship yesterday, I gained quite a bit. Could you give me some guidance? Walking up to Minato Namikaze, Shinji Oh, Sokka. Shinji, you've improved again. Of course. The moment Minato Namikaze finished speaking, Shinji decisively drew a kunai and stabbed it toward Minato's face. His fierce gaze and the unstoppable momentum were entirely aimed at taking a life. If it were Kakashi, he would probably have been caught off guard. However, faced with Shinji's sudden attack, Minato merely raised an eyebrow, lightly sidestepped, and then arriving after yet before pressed the kunai against Shinji's neck from behind. Sigh, as expected of the man known as the Yellow Flash. Minato Sensei, how are you so fast? Shinji's momentum came and went quickly. He dejectedly withdrew his kunai and smiled wryly. Shinji, you're not bad either. I can see that your body movement and coordination have indeed improved a lot compared to yesterday. As Shinji had imagined, Minato Namikaze did not hold his offense against him. Instead, he patted his shoulder and smiled encouragingly. It seems Lord Minato really approves of me. Shinji took the opportunity to play along. Ding. Mission complete. Defy heaven and earth. Ambush Minato Namikaze. Leave no room. Mission reward. Konoha-style body flicker technique. Buzz. As the system feedback sound faded, a warm current spread from his mind to his limbs, and Shinji's memory suddenly gained fragments of countless years of practicing the Konoha-style body flicker technique. The coordination of his body and muscle memory seemed to harbor a readiness to perform the body flicker technique at any moment. The Konoha-style body flicker technique can be activated by forming a single-hand seal sword finger, or even without a seal by channeling chakra through specific meridians and acupoints, primarily involving the acupoints in the feet. You guys? Minato Sensei, are you okay? Such fast movements. I didn't expect Shinji to grow so quickly. He's fully qualified to become a Chunin, isn't he? A moment after the exchange between Shinji and Minato Namikaze ended, the others who were looking at the maps only belatedly looked over. However, Kakashi had witnessed the entire process, and his gaze toward Shinji became increasingly serious. It's nothing. Shinji asked about some training matters. Minato Namikaze said, if everyone is understood, then let's set off. Yes. Everyone got up to pack their bags. Seeing this, Shinji quickly ran to Nohara Lin. Lin, please wait. Shinji, is something the matter? Nohara Lin had been beaten up by Shinji yesterday, so she was still a bit wary of him. Hearing this, her heart tightened. It's nothing. I just think that since you're a girl, carrying such heavy supplies on a long journey would be too strenuous. Nohara Lin, I mean let me carry your bag for you. That way you can conserve more energy. You are our medical ninja, crucial to everyone's safety. It's vital. With that, Shinji began to take Nohara Lin's backpack. Shinji, can you go slowly? Hoo. Finally, amidst Nohara Lin's flustered and strange sounds, Shinji succeeded in putting the backpack on himself. Shinji, what are you doing? Obito nearby was furious and hopping mad. Me? I'm just helping out Lin. Is there a problem? Lin is too delicate and fragile. She surely doesn't have as much strength as I do. We're all classmates helping each other. But you. Junsi's words were watertight, leaving Dai Tu momentarily speechless, but seeing Yuan Lin's embarrassed and shy appearance made his heart feel stifled. Lin, give me your backpack. Can I carry it for you? Dai Tu walked up to Yuan Lin and pleaded. Classmate Dai Tu, this is not interesting. I didn't say anything, and you didn't do anything. Now that I'm lending a hand to Lin, you come to mess around. Some people without this heart shouldn't pretend to be so affectionate. Jinsi's tone was sarcastic and mocking, a playful smile on his face. Jinsi, who are you calling fake? Damn it. Alright Dai Tu, stop arguing. Classmate Jinsi is thoughtful, then he'll leave it to you Jinsi. Yuan Lin didn't understand what had gotten into Jinsi today. Yesterday he was harsh with her, and today he was blazing with enthusiasm. However, for the sake of team harmony, she didn't want any unpleasantness to arise because of her. It seems you two are getting along quite well. Friends should help each other, right? Bofeng Shui Min also came over at the right time to smooth things over, and the slightly unpleasant episode finally came to a complete end. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The team dashed swiftly towards the northwest with the formation split into left and right sides. Bofeng Shui Min took the lead, Yuan Lin was in the middle, and Buji Hua Xianjian was at the rear. All along the way everyone was silent, but Junsi could keenly perceive that in this silent atmosphere several gazes would occasionally cast over. Yuan Lin was in the middle, just to his left, occasionally glancing sideways, looking as if she wanted to speak, but held back. Behind him, Shi Rihong's gaze was somewhat intriguing. From the moment Jinsi started paying attention to Yuan Lin, Shi Rihong's gaze turned a bit plaintive, and now it was almost tangible, never leaving the back of his head the entire time. The sun rose and set, and soon dusk approached. After crossing a small stream, and re-entering the forest, Bofeng Shui Min suddenly raised his hand, and issued an order to rest on the spot. Junsi felt a sudden tightness on his back, followed by Shi Rihong's flustered shoving. It's getting late, let's camp here today. If we go further, we're likely to encounter intelligence personnel from Yinin village. Bofeng Shui Min's voice rang out just in time to relieve Shi Rihong's embarrassment. Bang bang bang. One by one sealing scrolls were unrolled, and tents were set down. Shi Rihong bent over to open her backpack, trying not to look at Jinsi, but when Yuan Lin's figure approached, she unconsciously slowed down her movements and listened carefully. Jinsi, you've been too much trouble. You're welcome, we're friends, it's only right. By the way, Lin, are we friends now? Yes, I suppose so. Thank you. Yuan Lin took the backpack and hurriedly turned away. The people she was closest to on a daily basis were Kakashi and Dai Tu. One was cold and aloof, the other was taciturn and reserved. How could they have ever seen someone as straightforward and bold as Jinsi? Hey, weren't we supposed to be friends? Why isn't the system reacting? Jinsi frowned slightly. It seemed that Yuan Lin was somewhat two-faced after all. He had originally thought that conquering Yuan Lin would be a simple task, but it turned out to be quite troublesome. However, Yuan Lin's attitude was related to the main storyline of the Shun Wupai Bridge. If he couldn't get Wood release, how could he help Yinin village betray Mai? Junsi was momentarily at a loss, stroking his chin as he secretly watched Yuan Lin setting up her tent. Could it be that he would have to sneak into her tent and have an in-depth conversation with her? Wouldn't that be too rash? Just as Junsi was torn between options, a fierce killing intent assaulted him, and then two scrolls whizzed straight toward his head. Set up your own tent. What are you standing there for? Humph. Shi Rihong glared at Junsi with dissatisfaction, her arms crossed, and her face puffed up like a little resentful wife who had been abandoned. She's already interested. Junsi caught the scrolls, taken aback by the fiery attitude Shi Rihong displayed. Having lived two lives, how could he not understand a young girl's feelings? From his casual flirtations yesterday, and the later confrontation with Asima, it was clear that Shi Rihong had feelings for him. He just didn't expect that his efforts to win over Yuan Lin for the mission today would actually deepen Shi Rihong's covetousness. It must be said that even a pile of dog shit, if you snatch it and eat it, is the most delicious. What dog shit? Junsi withdrew his thoughts and slowly walked over to Shi Rihong, squatting down beside her. Shi Rihong's small tent was already set up next to Bujihua Xianjian against a big tree with a patch of empty space left beside it, apparently prepared for him. Seeing Junsi approach, Shi Rihong turned around and pretended to be busy ignoring him. Seeing this, Junsi shook his head and busied himself with setting up his own tent. After a moment, everyone was called by Bo Feng Shui Min to the central clearing surrounded by tents where he laid out the entire itinerary for the next day. Bo Feng Sensei, are you going to split up from us? Shi Rihong asked cautiously. At that moment, she seemed to understand why Jinsi had been saying before departure that the mission was extremely... That's right. Senior Mei Siyuan Yiwan needs support, so tomorrow's mission will rely on all of you to cooperate and complete it. Of course I will return as soon as possible. I see. Bo Feng Shui Min tried to reassure everyone, but the feeling of losing their pillar of support still made everyone present feel uneasy, including Jinsi. Now he had the White Fang's blade technique and the My Style body flicker technique at his disposal, but it still couldn't give him a shred of security. As everyone knows, a ninja is a glass cannon, capable of dealing immense damage while their own physical body is extremely fragile. Even someone as powerful as the later Six-Path Sasuke, who possessed the Rinnegan as a cheat, could have his eye stabbed blind by a small kunai. Don't worry. Kakashi is now a jonin. In terms of strength, he is fully capable of leading everyone to deal with the upcoming enemies. You just need to clarify your roles and support each other to avoid many dangers. The most important thing when a team carries out a mission is mutual trust. Bo Feng Shui Min gave another brief pre-battle speech, and the sky finally darkened. Junsi returned to his tent, but did not sleep immediately. Instead, he took out a scroll, left the tent, and walked toward Yi Yuan Lin's tent. Classmate Lin, are you busy? Huh. Oh, is that Jinsi? I just finished eating my dry rations, and am about to rest. Yi Yuan Lin's flustered response came from inside the tent. Oh, I have some questions about ninjutsu. Can I come in and ask you? Jinsi asked in a low voice. Oh. What? This is not appropriate, is it? Yi Yuan Lin was shocked. How could a girl's tent be entered by a member of the opposite sex casually? Moreover, it's night. If Kakashi sees this, it would be bad. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the tent zipper was pulled open, and then Jinsi's sturdy figure slipped in. Lin, your tent is filled with such a delightful fragrance. Jinsi entered the tent casually glancing around, as if he were at home, completely oblivious to the fact that Yi Yuan Lin's pretty face had turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Jinsi, can we discuss this tomorrow? Yi Yuan Lin stammered, fidgeting uneasily. Jinsi's abruptness made her want to drive him away sternly, yet she couldn't bring herself to be harsh. After all, he had carried her backpack throughout the journey, lightening her burden considerably. I'm sorry, Lin, for disturbing you. I have no choice. I had no alternative but to trouble you. Back in school, you were the top female student in our class academically. Now you're a medical ninja, and you've mastered the mystical palm technique. Your control over chakra must be no less than Kaka's eyes. And so Lady Gangsho gave me a small medical ninjutsu, but I haven't mastered it yet. Tomorrow, I'll likely have to face the enemies from Yinin village. That's why I've come to seek your guidance, hoping you won't hesitate to teach me. Junsi lowered his posture, his words sincere, wearing an expression of humble inquiry. Just as expected, when Yi Yuan Lin heard his flattery, her resistance diminished. Upon hearing the name Gangsho, she showed even greater interest, her big limpid eyes staring straight at him. Jinsi, do you mean you know Lady Gangsho? And Lady Gangsho gave you a ninjutsu? We are nodding acquaintances. She said she gave me the ninjutsu hoping I could complete the mission smoothly. By the way, she also gave me a special potion. Jinsi's words were half truth, half fiction, shamelessly borrowing Gangsho's prestige. Who was Gangsho? She was one of the legendary Sannin, renowned for her medical ninjutsu, a top-tier figure among medical ninjas, famous throughout the entire ninja world. Moreover, she was of the Senju clan, a descendant of the god of shinobi Hashirama, and her reputation transcended national boundaries. For a humble medical ninja like Yi Yuan Lin seeking advancement in Muyi village, Gangsho was an insurmountable mountain. Junsi, could you let me examine the medical ninjutsu and potion that Lady Gangsho gave you? Yi Yuan Lin's attitude had imperceptibly shifted 180 degrees. Her expression became humble, her voice gentle and soft, as if it could enchant one. Of course. Jinsi took out the prepared sealing scroll and potion. The potion was half-empty, perfect for enticing Yi Yuan Lin. Hemostasis technique. What is this? Yi Yuan Lin unrolled the scroll, her eyes widening as she saw the little tips written by Gangsho. Finally, she looked curiously at the half-bottle of dark potion. This is a poison personally concocted by Lady Gangsho. It is said to prevent the poison from using chakra, and even shadow-level powerhouses cannot escape its effects. So powerful. Hearing Junsi's explanation, Yi Yuan Lin's eyes widened into circles, her expression exceedingly cute. Although she had been studying medical knowledge since graduation and her control over chakra was sufficient for a medical ninja's position, the principles of potion concoction were still a blind spot in her knowledge. She also wished to make up for this shortcoming, but was at a loss for a way in. Now the fact that Gangsho would entrust Jinsi with such an important potion, didn't that imply a deeper connection between them than Jinsi had let on? In that instant, Yi Yuan Lin secretly mapped out her future path in Muyi village, and Jinsi's importance in her heart silently elevated from a marginal friend to a true friend. Ding. Completed the golden legendary quest, reached the friend level with Yi Yuan Lin, obtained a wood-style experience card. A prompt from the golden finger echoed in his mind, and Junsi's gaze toward Yi Yuan Lin changed. Although Yi Yuanlin was still just a little lowly, her only notable merits being a pleasant voice and a soft, kind nature, at this moment she appeared different in Jinsi's eyes. No chest, no hips. Those were no longer flaws. It could only be said that Lin still had a lot of room for growth and possessed potential for cultivation. Jinsi. Is there something wrong with my face? Yi Yuanlin felt uneasy under Jinsi's direct stare and asked uncertainly. No, nothing. I suddenly realized that Lin resembles Lady Gangsho a bit. Jinsi fabricated on the spot. Really? Flattery never fails. Yi Yuanlin was no exception. Being compared to her idol, even knowing it was a stretch, she couldn't help but feel a flutter of joy and indulge in fantasies. It's the way you frown, and you're just as kind as Lady Gangsho. Whether Gangsho was truly kind Jinsi knew well, but to further ingratiate himself with Yi Yuanlin, he could only continue the flattery. Giggle giggle. Jinsi, you have such a way with words. Haven't you learned the hemostasis technique yet? They'll teach you now. Look, the main acupoints for releasing chakra are the Laogong points on both palms. If you're injured, just channel chakra along the Shunmin route. Yi Yuanlin responded shyly for a moment, then immediately entered a serious teaching mode. Seeing this, Jinsi moved closer. Unconsciously, as Yi Yuanlin earnestly guided him, Jinsi inched closer. The unique fragrance of a young maiden slowly spread around his nose, stirring his thoughts. After all, it was his first time being so close to the famous female ghost of Muyi village. His gaze unconsciously took on a scrutinizing quality. What was the charm that could drive Yujibwa Daitu to madness and villainy? Her soft ear-length hair was slightly fluffy, her brows and eyes curved with a hint of smile. Her small, delicate nose occasionally wrinkled. Her skin was fair with a faint pinkish tint, and her exquisite earlobes were tenderly pink, tempting one to want to suck on them. Suddenly Jinsi saw her fair profile turn crimson at a visible speed, and her pink earlobes swelled from the rush of blood. He was momentarily dumbfounded. Jinsi, you look at the scroll. Why are you staring at my neck? Yi Yuanlin lowered her pretty face and chided softly. At that moment her heart felt like a frightened deer, urging her to flee. Jinsi's gaze was too scorching. It made her feel both pleasure and fear. If only Kakashi were looking at her like this. Lin, sorry, I suddenly caught a peculiar scent and got a bit distracted. Could you please demonstrate how to release chakra from the Laogong point? Jinsi remained composed, continuing. Off. Yi Yuanlin was taken aback. Jinsi's reply was too direct. What did he mean by catching? You want me to demonstrate? Doesn't that mean we'll have to touch? Ordinary ninjas without the Byakugan or Sharingan cannot observe the flow of chakra in others with their eyes. For Jinsi to feel her chakra release from the Laogong point, he would have to use his hand to sense it. Yi Yuanlin's heart was in turmoil. What's wrong, Lin? Is it not possible? Are you concerned about the gender difference between us? I recall Lady Gangsho once said that in a doctor's eyes patients have no gender. Jinsi, I didn't mean that. Come, it'll guide you to sense the chakra flow of the hemostasis technique. Hearing the sacredness in Jinsi's words, Yi Yuanlin no longer hesitated. She grabbed his right hand and placed it on her own, beginning to refine chakra. A cold aura slowly spread. A sharp hiss escaped his lips. Unexpectedly, Yi Yuanlin appears so vibrant, yet her hand is so cold. Jinsi rubbed her wrist. From her wrist to the web of her thumb, Yi Yuanlin's hand had a slight baby fat, her skin like jade, yet it exuded an abnormal chill. It was September with the lingering summer heat still present. An ordinary person would be drenched in sweat after minimal activity, yet Yi Yuanlin's body only had a slight dampness at the nape of her neck, her wrist's ice. Could it be? Is Yi Yuanlin suffering from kidney deficiency? According to the medical knowledge from his past life, if a person's qi and blood are insufficient, the blood cannot be properly propelled. Since the hands and feet are at the extremities, qi deficiency leads to poor blood supply, resulting in cold extremities. Furthermore, a woman with qi deficiency also suffers from dysmenorrhea. Jinsi, did you feel it? Jinsi remained silent and motionless, but Yi Yuanlin was unsettled, for his hand was too hot, causing her to tremble slightly. She only wished to end this ambiguous exchange as soon as possible. Oh, I felt it. Lin, you are truly an excellent medical ninja. However, I have a feeling that you might be a bit kidney deficient. Jinsi withdrew his hand and said sternly. What did you say? What is kidney deficiency? Yi Yuanlin was baffled. Kidney deficiency means your kidneys are not functioning well. It can cause cold hands and feet, and even severe pain during menstruation. Normally symptoms include aversion to cold. You're talking nonsense. Yi Yuanlin had initially wanted to hear what serious pharmacological knowledge Jinsi could offer, but as she listened she realized something was off. She let out a coquettish exclamation and turned away her little face. This was simply too rude, discussing menstruation with a girl. But what he said seemed somewhat true. Yi Yuanlin thought of her daily confusion. Indeed, when her period came, the pain was unbearable, especially the first 2 days. Moreover, she was indeed more sensitive to cold than others. The most intuitive manifestation was now. Even though it was not yet October, she had to wear a knit sweater. I inferred this based on Lady Tsunade's dialectics. Please don't mind. If you really have such troubles, I might be able to help you. If not, just consider it nonsense. With that, Jinsi stood up, tidied the scroll, and prepared to take his leave. Please wait, Jinsi. Yi Yuanlin also stood up. She could not verify whether Jin's words were true, but the results of his verification backed by Lady Tsunade made it impossible to refuse. Could you spare some of that potion for me? Yi Yuanlin said timidly. Of course. Jinsi handed over the potion and instructed, the potion will penetrate cells through the skin, so it must not be applied directly. Thank you, Jinsi. But there is another favor. Yi Yuanlin took the potion but did not immediately distribute it. Instead she stammered, how do you treat kidney deficiency? And what are Lady Tsunade's dialectics? Oh, this. We can discuss it slowly after the mission is over. I hope you will then be generous with your advice, Lin. Under the full moon, warm breezes blew through the forest. When Junsi left Yi Yuanlin's tent, the others' tents were already silent. However, faint traces of weak light could be seen emanating from Kakashi's tent. A pilot seemed to be conducting a difficult night flight. Not far away, bluffing Shueiman sat on a large tree, keeping watch over his students for the last time. Junsi, how did you come out of— Damn it! What did you do to Lin? Yuzhibo Daida's shrill voice rang out, and suddenly lights flickered on around them. Even Kakashi, this inexperienced night pilot, was forced to crash land. He hurriedly opened his tent and came out. What happened? An enemy attack. Bozihuo Shinjian and Kakashi came over at the same time, followed by Shiri Hong. However, her expression was unusually grim, and her gaze at Jun-si was full of resentment. Oh, Obito, what nonsense are you talking? Jun-si was just asking me about medical ninja techniques. At this moment, Yi Yuanlin also came out. Seeing the situation, she was terrified and turned pale. Kakashi was also there. If he misunderstood, what would happen? Silence. Wolfeng Shueiman issued a warning from not far away. He never intended to come down and question them. Yi Yuanlin is right. Jinsi was just asking about medical ninja techniques. Everyone disperse. Shueiman, as if having long seen through the little scheme, continued. With the endorsement of the leading jonin, the misunderstanding was settled. Everyone returned to their own tent. However, Daitu still stood frozen, staring at Jin-si with a hostile gaze. Perhaps he felt disgusted. After all, he had never entered the goddess tent, yet now a civilian ninja like Jun-si had. Yua, tired. Back in his own tent, he lay on the sleeping bag and yawned. Suddenly, the tightly closed tent moved on its own. Who is it? Jun-si forced himself to stay alert. Jun-si, can we talk? Shiri Hong's suppressed, yet gentle voice came in. Jun-si had thought it was Yi Yuanlin, or even Kakashi. At the sound, he immediately stood up and opened the tent. Hong, it's late. We will definitely face danger when we reach the border tomorrow. We need to conserve our energy. Do you like Yi Yuanlin? Shiri Hong suddenly asked. What are you talking about? How could that be? Jin-si was a bit guilty, but fortunately, having lived 2 lives, he had thick skin and did not show any signs. Then why were you deliberately or inadvertently getting close to Yi Yuanlin all day, eh? You want to pursue her, don't you? But you should know that Lin likes Kakashi. Shiri Hong seemed dissatisfied with Jin-si's reply and continued on her own. Hong, you're overthinking. At this point, Jin-si had no doubt about her intentions. After all, who would casually gossip about someone else's private feelings? Shiri Hong was most likely aroused. Because he had sought out Yi Yuanlin, she felt resentment. Without bloodline, Jin-si might have been at a loss, but when it came to manipulation, he was confident in handling a blank slate, like Shiri Hong. Hong, actually, I built a good relationship with Yi Yuanlin for your sake. Didn't I tell you last time? Lady Tsunade gave me a medical ninja technique, but I couldn't master it on my own. I don't want to be helpless when you get hurt during the mission, so I thought of this way to get closer to Yi Yuanlin. Jin-si met Shiri Hong's sparkling eyes and said calmly, Really? Truly? Hearing Jin-si's answer, Shiri Hong's tense face instantly relaxed. Her ruby-like eyes were full of surprise, tinged with a faint, elusive— Of course. Jin-si nodded. Now I can perform the hemostasis technique, so I can better protect you. Really? All for me. At that moment, the emotion in her heart reached its peak. Her beautiful eyes glistened with mist, and she boldly met Jin's— Of course. Hong, how about you come in, and he'll demonstrate it for you. With that, Jin-si opened the tent and stepped back 2 paces. I better not. It's too late. Yūhi Kurenai longed to enter the tent and spend a moment alone with Jin-si, but the family education she had received since childhood made it difficult for her to take that step. Most importantly, Jin-si had not yet confessed his feelings to her, and being alone together as a man and a woman seemed improper. I see. Well, all right then. In any case, Kurenai, rest assured. From now on, boldly entrust your back to me. Yūhi Kurenai's emotions were completely soothed. Jin-si knew that matters of the heart could not be rushed. He was merely retreating in order to advance. If he were to become entangled with Yūhi Kurenai immediately, it would not be good. Not only would subsequent targets be hindered, but a glaring weakness in his strength alone made him uneasy. That's it. Jin-si-kun, don't you have something to say to me? Seeing that Jin-si had no more to say, and seemed to be hinting for her to leave, Yūhi Kurenai grew anxious. She looked at him with hopeful eyes, her small hands behind her back, her delicate and charming figure swaying back and forth, both nervous and yearning. Say what? Oh, as usual, be careful on tomorrow's mission. Put your own safety first. That's all. Nothing else. Yūhi Kurenai was not satisfied with his answer. She stared at him eagerly, continuing to press. She desperately wished that at this moment Jinsi would boldly say those words. Kurenai, I like you. Will you go out with me? If Jinsi only said it, she would definitely respond immediately. The fear she had felt earlier because of Nohara Rin had been unbearable. Kurenai, if there's anything else to say, then you'll have to come in for a private chat. It wouldn't be good if others overheard. Seeing that she would not relent, Jinsi decided to take a desperate gamble. Ugh, Jinsi-kun, you jerk. Oomph. As expected, Yūhi Kurenai could not handle such direct communication. Her pretty face flushed crimson, and with a coy exclamation, she turned and fled. Jinsi-kun seems to have changed a lot. Nohara Rin likes Kakashi, so she probably won't like him, right? He's more active than before, and wittier. No, Jinsi-kun hasn't changed at all. He's still a coward. Humph. The next morning the team set off again, and Yūhi Kurenai trailed behind lost in thought. This time Jinsi not only helped carry Nohara Rin's backpack, but also carried his own, which made her feel a little better, yet she still couldn't stop her mind from. The team crossed a vast plain and entered another forest. The trees here were taller than any they had encountered along the way, their lush canopies blocking the sunlight, making the forest dim and damp. The trunks were so thick that two people could barely wrap their arms around them, covered in clinging plants and strange mushrooms. Hiss! Jinsi suddenly stopped and sniffed the air. A faint elusive smell of smoke wafted into his nostrils. What's wrong? Jinsi-kun. Yūhi Kurenai was startled by his sudden movement, nearly causing another misunderstanding. The others also stopped and looked over. Jinsi, did you notice something? Minato Namikaze asked. Yes, Minato-sama. I think I smell gunpowder. After you left yesterday, I chatted with Asuma for a while and learned about a technique called soot and ash. The smell of explosive smoke and gunpowder from that technique is similar to what I'm sensing now. His warning put everyone on edge except for Yūhi Kurenai, who looked. Asuma hadn't used any ninjutsu yesterday, but when she met Jinsi's sly gaze, she swallowed her doubts. During missions, Jinsi often made up random explanations for unusual things. Although she didn't know how, he always sensed something off. Her experience told her she could trust him unconditionally. Jinsi, are you talking about explosive tag traps? Minato's expression turned serious. On the battlefield, the only thing that smelled like gunpowder was usually explosive tags. Probably. Maybe. Jinsi stammered. In truth, he wasn't bluffing. He didn't know if Asuma's training with the soot and ash technique had given him a sensitive nose, but he genuinely smelled it. After a day and a half of training, he had become particularly sensitive to the gunpowder-like smell of soot and ash. Minato knew better than to take it lightly. He carefully scanned the surroundings. Normally explosive tags were just pieces of paper odorless, and only sealed fire nature chakra. Without being triggered by chakra, even the Byakugan would have trouble spotting them. But explosive tags that had been pre-charged with chakra for a timed detonation were different. They emitted the faint aura of fire nature chakra. Minato knew this. He drew several kunai and vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, behind a towering tree several hundred meters away in the forest, 6 Iwanin were cautiously spying on the Konoha newcomers. 2 standard 21 teams, each consisting of 2 chunin leading 2 genin, were on patrol. It was clear that Iwagakure placed great importance on the logistics of the Eastern Dead, and there might be many more IWA teams elsewhere. After all, IWA was known as the village with the largest population in the shinobi world, adept at mass-producing soldiers. They had once surrounded the third raikage with 10,000 shinobi. Invading Konoha, sending 1,000 more wouldn't be surprising. Senior, that's the yellow flash. Let's run. One of the 6 Iwanin, a short-haired shinobi, recognized the figure in the Konoha team and spoke in terror. What's there to fear? We're still far away. Let's blow up a few of their brats with our explosive tags first. The leading IWA, Chunin, hissed in a low voice. But sir, the yellow flash's reputation. Shut up. Even a one-for-one trade is worth it. Don't you see that Konoha is already sending out their rookie ninjas? If we can take down just 1 or 2 ITLL, make things even worse for Konoha. Even if a fight breaks out, we have Jonin backing us up. The Hiriko is patrolling nearby. Don't panic. One of the leading Chunin seemed determined to give his life for IWA, but before he could finish, a yellow blur flashed before his eyes, and the figure struck his subordinates in rapid succession. By the time he came to his senses, 4 genin lay on the ground, blood gushing from their wounds. Oh, it's Minato Namikaze. The IWA, Chunin's pupils contracted, and his body trembled like a leaf in the wind. Run! The other surviving IWA, Chunin, let out a mad roar and bolted. Minato Namikaze had become a taboo on the battlefield. Running into him was more terrifying than seeing a ghost. Swoosh swoosh. Minato did not kill them outright, but followed like a relentless phantom. The IWA, Chunin, frozen in place, swallowed hard. Legs move. Run, run, swoosh swoosh swoosh. 3 figures raced through the forest. Whenever the 2 Iwanin tried to split up, they always encountered that terrifying yellow figure. After several blockades, the only path left was straight toward the Konoha kids. Damn, curses. The 2 fleeing IWA, Chunin, exchanged a glance, their fear turning to malice. Killing a few Konoha brats is worth it. Swoosh. One drew his longsword, the other gripped 2 kunai, and they lunged like starving wolves. Hey, there. They're Iwanin. Coming for us. Obito screamed, quickly pulling down his goggles to protect his eyes. The others were on high alert. Kakashi's hands blurred through hand signs. A crackling sound like a flock of birds filled the air, and lightning coiled around his right hand. Fall back. Don't interfere with the Jonin's performance. Jinsi spread his arms, pushing Yūhi Kurenai and Shiranui Genma backward. Isn't that a bit? Shiranui Genma was taken aback. The three of them had already slipped behind a large tree. Our mission is to blow up the bridge, and second to survive. Besides, hiding makes it easier to ambush the enemy. Wait for my signal, Jinsi said in a low voice. SSSSH. Kakashi had already clashed with the IWA Chunin, but his Chidori was still immature, adequate for enhancing physical prowess and delivering decent damage though lacking in precision. The Chidori pierced through an IWA ninja's longsword then straight through his chest, but another ninja had already circumvented him and was charging toward Nohara Rin and Yugito. While sprinting, he pressed his fingers together to form hand seals. The IWA ninja let out a mighty roar, and with a rumble a plume of dust and smoke erupted in the... He had detonated the hidden explosive tags. Nohara Rin and Yugito, already flustered by the IWA ninja's sudden assault, had their attention further scattered by the explosion. Now, die. The IWA ninja revealed a triumphant savage grin, crossing two kunai and striking like lightning toward Nohara Rin and Yugito's necks. Time seemed to freeze at that moment on the brink of life and death. They say one sees a slow-motion replay of mortality. Nohara Rin and Yugito stared in shock as the kunai came at them, the icy gleam of the blade still inches away, yet already stinging their neck. Damn, is this how it ends? Rin, no, I swore to protect you, even if it costs my life. At the brink of despair, Yugito mustered unprecedented courage, thrusting his right hand forward to push Nohara Rin out of the IWA ninja's. At that moment, a black figure flashed by, accompanied by a blade of light that coiled like a silver thread. Swoosh. The silver thread slashed upward, then wrapped around the IWA ninja's neck, and both arms still clutching the kunai, along with a head, flew high into the... Splatter, splatter, splatter. Blood gushed from the severed wound. Jinsi slowly withdrew his longsword and wiped the bloodstains from his cheek. As expected of the body flicker technique. It's a perfect match with my swordsmanship. Thud. The decapitated IWA ninja finally crashed to the ground. Seeing this, Jinsi seamlessly dropped to his knees and began looting the corpse. It's Jinsi. It's him. He's so fast. Shirihong and Buzahuo Xuanjin, slow to react, were stunned when they saw what had happened in front of Nohara Rin. They had spent nearly every day with Jinsi, yet they had never seen him take the initiative to act, nor with such speed and decisiveness in his blade. Rin, are you okay? Yugito came to his senses and immediately went to comfort Nohara Rin. But Nohara Rin seemed overly shaken. Rin, are you okay? Yugito came to his senses and immediately went to comfort Nohara Rin. But Nohara Rin seemed overly shaken. Her pretty face was unnaturally pale. What was that feeling? A moment ago she was on the verge of death, certain her end was near, and the next a figure she had never expected stepped. The sharpness of the blade still lingered at her neck, the IWA ninja's twisted face, the killing intent. Everything left Nohara Rin. It was as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. If Jinsi hadn't acted, would she never see Kakashi again? If she died, would Kakashi be sad? Her thoughts surged like a tide. After a long while, Nohara Rin finally broke free from the spell and stared blankly at the ground beneath her feet. If she died, would Kakashi be sad? Her thoughts surged like a tide. After a long while, Nohara Rin finally broke free from the spell and It's good to be alive. I never knew Jinsi had this side. How should I express my gratitude? Jinsi. Rin, are you okay? Rin, don't scare me. Yugito's anxious voice rang out, and Nohara Rin, as if waking from a dream, clutched her chest. I'm fine. Everyone assemble. Wolfeng Shuimin walked over slowly, his expression unusually stern. From the start, his purpose had been to test his subordinate's ability to handle unexpected situations. The result left him somewhat disappointed, yet also surprised. Kakashi, as the only jonin in the squad, the lives of all your teammates rest on your... Do you think it's appropriate to rush headlong into battle with the enemy? Shouldn't there be some deliberation, like a battle plan? Your lightning release ninjutsu is undeniably lethal, but your affinity with the technique is still lacking. I am very dissatisfied with your performance in this skirmish. Wolfeng Shuimin admonished with unprecedented severity. I'm sorry, Minato-sensei. Kakashi hung his head in dejection. Chidori, and a rank ninjutsu of devastating destructive power developed by Kakashi. Setting aside the earth-shattering techniques and giant mecha of later eras, the two most prestigious jutsu throughout the entire Naruto series were the Rasengan and Chidori. In essence, the birth of this technique was more like an act of self-destruction on Kakashi's part. It all began with the death of Chimu Shomao. On one hand, the sublime nobility of abandoning a mission to save a comrade, on the other the cold, cage-like rules of a shinobi. As the son upon whom Chimu Shomao had poured his heart, Kakashi undoubtedly admired his father. But in the end, his father Chimu Shomao perished under the weight of rumors. A merciless negation that denied his character and shattered young Kakashi's vow. Young Kakashi's coldness and his development of Chidori at such a tender age were less a sign of genius, and more the beginning of sealing his heart and destroying himself. Early fame inevitably brings calamity. Under normal circumstances, this would have peaked from the end of this mission until the clash between Konoha and the Mist Village. At the Kannabi Bridge, Yugito entrusted his Sharingan before dying, a burden of ethics. When the Mist Village attacked, Chidori pierced through Nohara Rin, and having to personally kill a comrade destroyed trust. By then Kakashi had lost his two closest companions. Later came the Nine Tails Rampage and the deaths of Bluffing Shuemin and Uzumaki Kushina. Kakashi became a Chunin at age 6, a talent a cut above even Itachi's. Yet later he was relegated to being a mere background for geniuses. The reasons besides lacking a bloodline were largely that the Scarecrow had no heart. From age 13 onward during his time in ANBU, Kakashi lost himself and made no progress. Others might not know this, but Jinsei did. So from the start he had no qualms about guiding Kakashi to understand the adult world. After all, once a person possesses worldly desires, they no longer become hollow, nor do they sink into darkness. Jinsei, after sternly admonishing Kakashi, Bluffing Shuemin turned to look at Jinsei, who was still crouching, rummaging around. SSS. Not bad. 80,000 Rio. And shuriken explosive tags. Huh. We're rich. Jinsei slowly stood up, shaking the spoils in his hand, oblivious to the odd looks from his companions. Ahem. Jinsei. Minato-sama is calling you. Shirihong blushed, and timidly reminded him. Jinsei, your performance was quite good. You immediately ordered your comrades to take cover. But you should have taken Rin and Yugito with you. It seems you're not yet used to coordinated combat, right? However, your final move was impressive. Your sword technique and footwork are more harmonized now. You seem to have touched the realm of the body flicker technique. Well done, keep it up. Unlike his admonition to Kakashi, Bluffing Shuemin, while recognizing that Jinsei's approach to the enemy was not flawless, was full of praise, especially for Jinsei's growth, which he highly commended. Was that the body flicker technique? Lord Minato, I felt that Yugito and Lin were in danger just now, so chakra automatically burst forth from the acupoints in my feet. That sensation of chakra propelling my body into rapid movement. Was that the body flicker technique? Jinsei seized the opportunity and asked with feigned ignorance. In the future he would inevitably need to use many more ninjutsu, and having someone to vouch for him would be best. That's right, Jinsei. Keep up the good work. A flicker of surprise passed through Bluffing Shuemin's eyes as he nodded firmly. The team resumed their march. Bluffing Shuemin left the corpse of the Iwanin, and Jinsei unabashedly rushed over to loot it. The chainmail kunai and ninja tools could be sold back at the Konoha ninja tool shop for a good sum. Unfortunately, a genin was a genin. Even one from Iwagakure died poor. He had only a few kunai and shuriken clinking like empty pockets. Sorry about that. I've been poor too long. And I still owe Rets and 0 Rio. Thank you, Lord Minato. Back in the formation, Jinsei remained calm and composed. Jinsei-kun, thank you for saving me. Are you short on money? Nohara Lin, unsure how to express her gratitude for his life-saving act, curiously leaned in. Jinsei-kun, I have 1 Rio here. I hope it can help. She handed over a small pink pouch bulging with coins. Nohara Lin came from a single-parent family raised by her mother, who ran a flower shop. She was a true civilian ninja. Offering 1 Rio was not just repayment. It was a sign of deep recognition. Jinsei-kun, there's no rush to pay me back. If you're short on cash, you don't have to return it at all. I never pressured you. Yūhi Kurenai, sensing a shift in Nohara Lin's gaze toward Jinsei, quickly inserted herself. Really? There's such a good deal. Then I really won't pay you back. Jinsei didn't stand on ceremony with Yūhi Kurenai, and as he spoke he stuffed the pouch from Nohara Lin. Money, who didn't love it? Witnessing this, Nohara Lin and Yūhi Kurenai exchanged glances, both stunned by Jinsei's shamelessness. What kind of civilian ninja was this? He looked like a starving ghost reincarnated. Yet despite her thoughts, Nohara Lin felt a warmth in her heart, a sense of fulfillment from gaining a true confidant. From now on you must stay alert. Kakashi and Jinsei will decide the division of tasks. I won't intervene anymore. In another 5 kilometers, we'll have to part ways. Bluffing Shuemin led the way, occasionally turning back to give instructions. Kakashi nodded solemnly. After about half an hour of rapid travel, Bluffing Shuemin suddenly stopped, studying the surroundings. Jinsei also tensed up warily. If Bluffing Shuemin wouldn't act, then any sudden emergencies would have to be handled by themselves. Though Bluffing Shuemin would never let them die in a critical moment still. As his eyes swept the environment, a chill ran down Jinsei's spine. The terrain was all too familiar, exactly like the prelude battlefield of the Kannabi Bridge battle from his past life memories. Iwagakure must have a reconnaissance outpost. Who is it? Jinsei couldn't recall the name at first. Maji. Yes, Maji. He scrutinized more carefully, searching his memory for Mozi's information. A jonin from Iwagakure, proficient in the shadow clone technique, and skilled in swordsmanship, specializing in reconnaissance and assassination. Minato Sensei, there's an enemy. The battle-hardened Kakashi responded immediately. He was an Allument ninja with rich experience. Though he lacked unique perception abilities, he could already smell the faint killing intent, and clearly sense a large amount of chakra fluctuation. Good. You take charge. Bluffing Shuemin nodded approvingly. Jinsei, I'm counting on you. Your team will scout to the right front. We'll go left. Be ready to support each other at any time. Kakashi glanced at Jinsi and instructed. Wait. Bluffing Shuemin suddenly spoke again, interrupting Kakashi's arrangement. It seemed he had detected some special intelligence. The enemy is on the right. About 8 of them. The formation is strange. They may have used the shadow clone technique. As Bluffing Shuemin finished speaking, Kakashi swiftly readjusted the deployment. Jinsiku and you and I will attack together. Obito, Shiranui, Gunma, and Red will stay hidden. Watch out for Lin's safety. Be ready to respond to any other emergencies and provide support. With that, he dashed forward. Jinsi was dumbfounded. The enemy was an IWA Jonin. He wasn't arrogant enough to ignore a Jonin's power. But knowing Bluffing Shuemin was watching, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and charge. Meanwhile, Maji, who had activated the shadow clone technique, also noticed the team's movements. When he saw Bluffing Shuemin, his eyes narrowed. The yellow flash. Damn it. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Maji already had the thought of retreat. After all, village rules stated that anyone encountering Bluffing Shuemin, even a Jonin, could abandon their mission and withdraw immediately. But the next second, 2 figures charged toward his position from left and right. Damn, I've been spotted, but they're just 2 brats. Who do they think they're looking down on? Whistling sounds. The shadow clones scattered in an orderly rush. With the camouflage technique, Maji blended into the crowd, planning to eliminate the 2 Konoha brats, and then escape to relay information. Swish, swish, swish. A dense barrage of shurikens shot out from midair like a pear blossom storm. The advantage of shadow clones was their unpredictability. Even if their position was exposed, they still had the initiative. The real body hidden among them was impossible for outsiders to distinguish. Under Bluffing Shuemin's teaching, Kakashi no longer recklessly used the Chidori. First, the technique placed a heavy burden on his body, and overuse would hinder subsequent missions. Second, Jinsi's growth had spurred him. Jinsi's swordsmanship could catch opponents off guard, and his own Hataki family swordsmanship was no less formidable. Clang, clang, clang. The short sword rose like a whirlwind wielded with impenetrable speed. The rain of shuriken was deflected. Kakashi, seeing the Iwanin surrounding him, advanced instead of retreating. Minato Sensei was right. These were indeed clones. But clones had a drawback. They evenly divided the user's chakra, turning the technique into a burden rather than an advantage. Just as Kakashi charged forward with his blade, the Iwanin surrounding Jinsi suddenly let out a piercing scream. My eyes. Damn it, my eyes. Then Kakashi smelled a pungent, spicy odor that shot straight to his brain, making his eyes water. Cough, cough, cough. Kakashi, even with his mask on, could not shake off the influence of this pungent and spicy aroma, let alone the shadow clone that required chakra to sustain itself. Bang, bang, bang. Thick smoke billowed, and the shadow clone dissipated on its own. Only a male ninja wearing a Yanin village forehead protector was left not far to the right, painfully covering his eyes and rolling on the ground. Where is Shinjiken? Kakashi roughly understood what had happened. Just as he was searching for Shinji's figure, a figure flashed like a ghost, and a long blade had already sliced through the rock ninja's neck. Blood gushed from the carotid artery in the neck. Emoji twitched in reluctance, and soon fell completely still. Cough, cough, cough. Hiss. So spicy, so spicy. Damn it. Kill 1,000 enemies, lose 800 yourself. Shinji leaped back several meters, shaking his head desperately. Just now, when he was surrounded by emoji shadow clones, he immediately thought of using a dirty trick to break the situation, but he didn't expect that after switching from quicklime powder to chili powder, the after effect would be so strong. Fortunately, he had learned the body flicker technique to move freely, otherwise throwing chili powder like that would have cost him his life. It seems I need to find a way to learn the wind release ninjutsu. Then whether it's infusing the long blade with wind release chakra or throwing chili powder and quicklime powder, the effect will be better. Just as Shinji was reviewing the battle situation, Minato Namikaze walked over with the other team members. Cough, cough, cough. The pungent and irritating smell made several people cough uncontrollably. Is this chili powder? Shinji, did you do this? Minato covered his nose, looking bewildered. Sorry, the enemy was a bit too many. I felt my life was threatened, so I used some dishonorable means. I'm dizzy, wasn't it quicklime powder last time? How come it's chili powder? Shiranui Genma complained. It seemed that having been with Shinji for a long time, this was not the first time he had seen such extreme measures against enemies. Quicklime powder is better for dealing with Miss Ninja. Quicklime powder boils and burns when it meets water. Against rock ninja, chili powder has a miraculous effect. Shinji wiped his face and said nonchalantly. Very good, Shinji. He is a Yanin village jonin. Minato Namikaze first bent down to examine the corpse of Mo.Ji before praising him. Today, 2 skirmishes Shinji had really given him quite a surprise. He was becoming more and more interested in Shinji, but since they were about to part, more words were useless. He planned to have a good talk with Shinji after returning. The prerequisite was that the mission could be completed smoothly. It's actually a jonin. Hearing Minato's analysis, everyone present looked at Shinji with incredulous eyes. There was certainly the reason of sneak attack, underhanded means, and despicable methods, but Shinji's on-the-spot reaction was also a major highlight. As a genin, he faced a jonin without any panic, and even dared to throw chili powder. He was simply unbearably bold. Shinjiken, you're not hurt. Do you want Nohara to check on you? Yūhi Kurenai looked at Shinji, feeling that his appearance was becoming more and more refined, and her heart was delighted at the sight. It's fine, no need to trouble Rin. They'll first collect the spoils. Shinji waved his hand, and then began to loot the body. Money. Thinking of his bare four-walled little nest, and then thinking of the trashy rewards from the system missions, Shinji couldn't help sighing. He must be the least prestigious guy among all the transmigrators, right? The team made a brief stop because Shinji wanted to collect spoils. After traveling another li, they found no enemies. Minato Namikaze gave instructions to everyone, and then they parted ways. Kakashi, take this. You might find it useful. Shinji handed out several explosive tags he had just looted from Emoji's body. In the future, if he wanted to interact more with Nohara Rin, he would inevitably have to deal with Kakashi. This time the system mission didn't include Kakashi, but maybe next time it would. It was always right to build a good relationship. Shinji, your thinking is very unique. If possible, could you spare some chili powder for me? Kakashi was now extremely impressed. Normal people would never use groin kicks and chili powder. It's possible, but this stuff can easily hurt yourself and your teammates. If you're not sure, use it with caution. Chili powder cost only a few silver coins. Shinji deftly separated a small package and tossed it over. If you can combine it with explosive tags and shuriken for long-range detonation, it will have a miraculous effect. Thank you, Shinji-kun. Kakashi solemnly put the items into his ninja tool pouch, and everyone continued forward. The dense forest seemed endless. Alright, you're welcome. Let's split up from now on. Shinji suggested. According to the trajectory for Team 7's 3 members to clear the Shinwupi Bridge instance, sacrificing one Uchiha Obito would be enough. Whether he and his teammates followed or not actually didn't matter much. Without accident, this area was already within the encirclement of Genin village. Surrounding were all rock ninja strongholds. Too much involvement might even enter the sight of White Zetsu. The urgent task was to reach Shinwupi Bridge before Kakashi's team and complete his own main quest. Shinji-kun, do you have any ideas? Minato had just left and Kakashi was still a bit unaccustomed. To be safe, I think our 3 should draw the enemy's fire, and you should be responsible for assaulting the target location. This isn't good, is it? As soon as Shinji finished speaking, Kakashi interrupted. Nohara Rin and Obito also looked over. There was a hint of admiration in Nohara Rin's eyes along with a trace of attracting the attention of Rock Ninja was not that simple. If unlucky, they might encounter a Genin village jonin again, which could cost lives. How lofty a faith must one have to voluntarily make such a request? Even Yūhi Kurenai and Shiranui Ginma were somewhat surprised. Shinji was notoriously afraid of death and prone to playing it safe in past missions. There's nothing wrong with it. Kakashi, you are the backbone of the team. Obito and Rin will assist you. You will surely complete the mission smoothly. Our purpose is to help you draw the enemy's fire as much as possible. When necessary, we will find a way to support you. Support us. Kakashi and the other 2 were stunned. Drawing fire was already enough, but they also wanted to support. This was simply arrogant beyond measure. Let's do it this way. Shinji didn't want to delay. After speaking, he gestured for Yūhi Kurenai and Shiranui Ginma to follow and dashed off towards the direction of Shinwupi Bridge. After running for a short, while the trees visibly became shorter, the ground underfoot began to become mottled as if it had degraded from a riverbed after the river changed course. The sound of rushing water came faintly from afar. Swish, swish, swish. A series of shurikens suddenly shot over. Without even blinking, Shinji drew his blade and easily knocked them all down. Then he saw 2 Genin village chunin jump out from beside a dried-up riverbank. Damn. It's a brat from my. Notify Captain Samashi, there's a situation here. One of the 2 rock ninja turned back and shouted. Obviously, they were patrolling and happened to encounter Shinji and the others. Behind him, there was also a teammate. Shinji-kun. Yūhi Kurenai and Shiranui Ginma were both startled. Without a leading jonin to follow, they habitually regarded Shinji as the fall back first. Inform the superiors about the situation. Shinji turned and ran. Kurenai, Yūhi, and Shiranui Ginma were bewildered for a moment, but after a brief hesitation, they understood his intention and quickened their pace to follow him, pretending to flee in panic. Their 3-man squad had no adult leader. It had been over half an hour since they separated from Kakashi's team, and they could not rely on them as backup. The only possibility was that Shinji was up to some mischief again. Damn it, the brat is running. After him. The 2 Iwanin, hearing Shinji's audacious command, felt a trace of contempt. They exchanged a glance and then sprinted after. After leaving the dry riverbed, Shinji planned to create distance, and then together with Kurenai and Ginma, find a way to ambush the 2 Iwanin. However, as he ran, he suddenly heard a piercing buzzing sound. What is this? Shinji and the other 2 turned to look, and their pupils contracted. In the distance, a dense swarm of bees was rapidly approaching, their barbed stingers glinting with a bone-chilling cold light. If they were surrounded, they would either die or be severely injured. Shinji-kun, it's a swarm of bees. Coming for us. Kurenai's face paled. The swarm would follow them if they detoured, meaning it was directed by someone. Don't panic. They won't catch us right away. Shinji averted his gaze, forced himself to calm down, and searched his memory. Which ninja in Iwagakure could be associated with bee swarms and bee summoning beasts? Is it the Kamizuru clan? Heh, I didn't expect Konoha to send such little brats to die. It seems they can't hold on any longer. Just as Shinji identified the enemy, a cool, clear female voice rang out leisurely. Then a brown-haired girl emerged from below the riverbed and rushed toward them. The girl was about their age with willow leaf eyebrows, a cherry-like mouth, a delicate face, wheat-colored skin, and a well-proportioned figure. Her black stockings enhanced her overall appearance, making her almost as beautiful as Kurenai. Who else could it be but Kamizuru Suzumabachi? I didn't expect the Kamizuru clan to get involved in the battle so soon. Are they trying to pressure Konoha into obtaining the Aburame clan's techniques? Shinji ignored the pursuing Suzumabachi and continued to flee, rapidly analyzing the information he had. Shinji-kun, what should we do? This person is not simple. Kurenai, who had also seen Suzumabachi, voiced her concern. No need to fear. B-type summoning beasts are afraid of fire release. Kurenai, when the swarm attacks densely, you handle it. Gamma. Shinji hurriedly turned back to give instructions before diving into a large bush in the forest. The two quickly followed. Meanwhile, the three pursuing Iwanin slowed their pace, and led by Suzumabachi, formed a triangle to surround the bush. Sir, the Konoha brats have no way to escape, and are hiding like turtles. One Iwanin said excitedly. Don't be hasty. Beware of a trap. Suzumabachi scolded coldly, then quickly formed hand seals for the bee bomb technique. A small group of bees separated from the dense swarm, sparks flickering at their tails, and dove toward the large bush. The bee bomb technique is a self-destruct ninjutsu. Under Suzumabachi's control, the bees ignite the fire-natured chakra within their bodies to destroy the target. Suzumabachi wanted to capture them alive, preferably severely injured, so she carefully estimated the bush's area before dividing the swarm. But just as she gave the command, several kunai and a stream of senbon shot out from the bush. Damn it, Konoha scum. I was going to spare you, but since you seek death, don't blame me. Suzumabachi was furious and began forming hand seals to send more bees into the trap and blow them all up. The flying kunai were easily dealt with by her companions. Besides, the kunai's aim was poor. One of them even went toward the swarm. A kunai against bees. At most it could kill one. Even if the sunbon were dense and hindered the swarm's advance, what did it matter? But before Suzumabachi could finish her hand seals, an explosion roared, followed by a wave of heat and a pungent, spicy smell that engulfed her. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it. It's chilly. Sir, save me. It hurts. Help. Something was rolling on the ground. The two Iwanin who had deflected the kunai with their short swords were thrown off by the explosive tags on the kunai. The shockwave tore open their chest armor, and flames spread from their chests to their abdomens, devouring them. More lethal was the chili powder packet attached to the kunai, which dispersed in the explosion, sticking to their wounds, eyes, ears, and noses, causing the Iwanin to shriek in agony from an unprecedented searing pain. Although Suzumabachi was not severely injured due to being far from the blast center, the chili powder smoke made her tears stream down, and she lost even. What worried her most were the bees. Bees are extremely sensitive to irritating powders, and contact with chili powder is almost always fatal. Bastards. Konoha's brats, you deserve to die. Enraged, Suzumabachi gritted her teeth and fumbled for her ninja tool pouch, trying to retrieve water to wash her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Swish, swish. Thud, thud. Two dull sounds rang out abruptly, as if flesh was being cut. Suzumabachi's body tensed as she forced down her panic and quickly formed hand seals. Don't waste your effort. Little bees hate irritating smells. Your swarm is already burnt to a crisp. Demonic illusion binding. A gentle yet fierce female voice sounded. Suzumabachi tried to move, but found herself bound to a large tree. The previous intense pain and sensations were stripped away, yet she felt no relief. It was a genjutsu. Suzumabachi's beautiful eyes widened as she struggled, frantically shaking. Hand over the Iwagakure outpost deployment map. Or dot. Kurenai's face emerged from the tree trunk, holding a kunai, her ruby-like eyes exuding a chilling coldness that made Suzumabachi's heart shiver. Dream on. Kill me if you dare. Suzumabachi, seeing that her enemy was about her age, refused to yield. As the eldest daughter of the Kamizuru clan, how could she easily betray her village? You will talk. Kurenai snorted coldly, slowly tracing the sharp edge of the kunai on Suzumabachi's cheek. Shinji-kun, isn't this a bit too much? Outside the genjutsu, inside the large bush, Kurenai's eyes were closed, continuously outputting genjutsu chakra, while Shinji was thoroughly searching the slumped Kamizuru Suzumabachi, eventually even pulling off her fishnet armor. Her snow-white body was left exposed, her breasts swaying. Shirinui Genma could not withstand such a test. His face flushed red, and he covered his eyes and turned away. Not good. What's not good? Isn't battle between ninjas a matter of life and death? Jinsei shrugged dismissively. Shirinui Genma looked away, allowing him to take the opportunity to practice the Rasengan. Although Suzumabachi was young, her breasts were quite sizable, fair, translucent, soft, and bouncy. In this life, due to immense survival pressure, Jinsei had instinctively suppressed his desires during adolescence. As a civilian ninja, he had never thought of asking female ninjas to teach him ninjutsu or taijutsu. He had originally intended to play a prank to satisfy his hands, but unexpectedly Suzumabachi actually knew the Rasengan suction, which instantly stirred his heartstrings. She has some skill, but not much. Compared to old Annie Tsunade, she's still far behind. Jinsei withdrew his hand, then sealed and packed all the loot taken from Suzumabachi and the 2 Iwanin corpses. Suzumabachi's youth made him get a taste of the pleasure, but he wasn't yet lust-blinded. In terms of figure and looks, Shiri Hong was the best candidate. 5 minutes later, Shiri Hong slowly opened her eyes, panting. "How are you feeling, Hong? Here, take a soldier pill." As he spoke, Jinsei picked up a soldier pill and stuffed it into Shiri Hong's small mouth. Moist and soft, a little goldfish slid past, making Jinsei's scalp tingle. "Whoa, what are you doing?" Shiri Hong gave Jinsei a reproachful glance and spat out his finger. This was the second time she had intimate contact with Jinsei, but with outsiders present, it was inconvenient to express too much affection. "I've already obtained the map of Iwagakure's strongholds near Kannabi Bridge. How should we deal with her?" After briefly calming down and digesting the soldier pill to regain stamina, Shiri Hong asked softly. "Kill her, of course." Jinsei nodded indifferently. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. They'll say anything, I've said everything." As if having suffered great mental trauma in the Jinjutsu world, Suzumabachi suddenly began convulsing, wildly rolling in the bushes, crushing grass roots and leaves with a crunching sound, then suddenly gushed out a stream of crystal clear liquid. Maybe we should let it go. You've already stripped her naked," Shiranui Gunma said with a hint of compassion. "What the hell are you talking about, kid? What do you mean by stripped? She is my war trophy entirely." Jinsei, fearing that Shiri Hong might notice something, had already helped Suzumabachi straighten her clothes. Now hearing Shiranui Gunma's words, he became interested instead. Could this brat have seen her body, and thus harbored thoughts leading to his compassion? "Jinsei, we've already obtained the intelligence. Let her off. She won't wake up for a short time, and shall probably be mentally scarred in the future." Shiri Hong looked at Suzumabachi, and also shook her head. This time with Jinsei creating an environmental advantage, her Jinjutsu had been extraordinarily smooth. Therefore, in the Jinjutsu world, she had used many extremely inhumane torture methods. In her view, Suzumabachi at this age was most likely ruined. If you don't uproot the weeds, they will grow again with the spring breeze. How have I taught you all this time? This is a credit. Reviving the clan's glory triggered special mission from Kamizuru Suzumabachi. The Kamizuru and Aburame clans are sworn enemies. When the Iwagakure invasion of Konoha and the Tailed Beast crisis began, assist the Kamizuru clan in obtaining the Aburame clan's secret techniques. Mission completion, reward nature affinity. Nature affinity buff type, reward, no combat power increase. When activated, slowly consumes chakra, allows communication with animals and insects. As Jinsei's reprimanding words fell, the mission information on the light screen in his mind made him stunned. It wasn't that another mission to betray Konoha surprised him, but the reward was quite unexpected. Although the buff reward didn't add combat power, if used well it was almost a divine skill. Nature affinity seems like Jugo's ability. You're right. The will of fire follows benevolence, not killing. Even Lord Minato's weapon is the sword of benevolence. Since we've already obtained the intelligence on Iwagakure's strongholds, let her off. Hong, after a short rest, you'll lead the way. Shiranui Gunma. Shiri Hong. Aye. Okay. Deep in the dense forest, Kakashi's squad was rapidly approaching the Kannabi Bridge marked on the map. It seems that Jinsei and his team have already drawn Iwagakure's attention. While sprinting, Lin nervously observed the surroundings. After nearly an hour of long-distance travel, they hadn't encountered any Iwagakure ambush. Chill. Don't talk. Don't let your guard down, Kakashi said coldly with a stern face. According to the distance calculation, they were now at most 5 kilometers away from the mission objective. Meanwhile, Jinsei's squad, taking a reconnaissance route, had likely already clashed with enemies and couldn't attend to this area at all. The closer they got to the mission location, the more cautious they needed to be. Kakashi, don't be so serious. Lin is right. We should complete the mission quickly, and then search for Shiri Hong and the others. His goddess being rebuffed, Obito was displeased. Quiet. Kakashi gave another low shout, completely stopping his steps and scanning the area. What's wrong? Obito, still not understanding the situation, was about to go forward and ask Kakashi when a cold kunai flew from the right, its target clearly Obito's head. Clang. Kakashi spun around abruptly, his white fang short sword arriving after the attack, but striking first, sweeping upward from below at a bizarre and tricky angle, just barely knocking the kunai away. A crisp sound echoed and Obito's head rang with a buzzing noise. When he came to his senses, his face was as white as paper. There's an enemy. Over there. Yūhi and Lin exclaimed, quickly drawing a kunai and moving closer to Kakashi. Kakashi and Obito looked in the direction of the sound, but found no trace of any enemy. Even the faint killing intent Kakashi had sensed just moments ago had vanished without a trace. Is it an invisibility technique? After a moment's thought, Kakashi felt troubled. If he were alone, he would dare to take on any enemy, but now he had 2 teammates to protect, making the situation somewhat unfavorable. It's actually Konoha brats. Damn, no wonder someone is harassing the strongholds. It seems Konoha has sent a bunch of cannon fodder. I'm afraid Emoji has already met with misfortune. Behind a rock, Dashur, who had activated his camouflage invisibility technique, coldly watched He and his teammate, Huaguang, had come out from the stronghold searching for traces of Emoji. After hearing a brief summary of intelligence from other stronghold comrades, they had a general understanding of the current situation. The failed ambush did not stir any emotion in him. He remained as still as a seasoned hunter, lying in wait ready to strike a fatal blow. Maybe I should circle around. First capture one of them to get Konoha's intelligence, and resolve the crisis of the stronghold being harassed. Huoguang behind him suddenly, good move. Since his comrade had spoken and set a plan, there was no turning back. The enemy would certainly detect their movements, so it was better to strike first. Dashur gave a low shout, brandished his short sword, and charged out. Watch out. Over here. Yugito protect Rin and fall back. Though Kakashi still couldn't see the boulder, he keenly sensed a ripple of distortion behind the large stone not far to his right. The camouflage invisibility technique in principle allowed the user to merge with the surrounding natural environment for a limited time, much like a chameleon. It was not true invisibility. When moving too quickly, there would be moments of color fusion loss. Kakashi, discerning this, resolutely pulled out the chili powder gifted by Jinsi. However, due to the concealment of the invisibility technique, he could not precisely pinpoint the boulder's form, causing the direction in which he tossed the chili powder to be slightly off. Cough, cough, cough. In an instant, red powder filled the air. Except for Huoguang, who had circled behind, everyone temporarily lost their combat capability. It was as if an invisible hand was plucking the strings of fate. Kakashi's sneak attack should have caught Dashur off guard, but a strange warm wind through the forest completely altered the situation on the field. The chili powder scattered broadly, smearing half of Dashur's face, but it also greatly affected Kakashi himself. Even Rin and Yugito, who had retreated, were hit in the eyes by the chili powder due to the warm forest breeze. Huoguang seized the moment, rushed swiftly toward Yuanlin, stopped a few meters away, and formed hand seals to execute Earth Release Fisher Palm. The ground cracked inch by inch, instantly separating Yuanlin, Yugito, and Kakashi into two zones. Huoguang leaped forward, formed hand seals again, and cast a genjutsu. Yuanlin went motionless, almost without reaction. By the time Yugito and Kakashi turned around in panic, there was no trace of Yuanlin. Damn it! Kakashi, what have you done? Bastard! Coming to his senses, Yugito roared in fury and charged at Kakashi. Yuanlin was his everything. Now that this had happened, he had completely lost the judgment expected of a ninja. Calm down. Kakashi wiped the tears from his eyes and forcefully suppressed the unease in his heart. Dashur of Iwagakure had lost the ability to maintain the invisibility technique due to the pungent irritation, but the danger was far from over. Even with guilt in his heart, Kakashi had to resolve the immediate crisis first. Damn Konoha brats, give me back my eye. Die. Dashur's left eye and left ear were almost completely covered with chili powder. Streams of blood mixed with thick chili paste flowed down from his eye socket. His left eye was, damn Konoha brats, give me back my eye. Die. Dashur's left eye and left ear were almost completely covered with chili powder. Streams of blood mixed with thick chili paste flowed down from his eye socket. His left eye was clearly ruined. At this moment, he only wanted to slice the two Konoha brats into pieces. Swish! The short knife thrust forward without resistance, about to cut down the short-haired boy wearing goggles. Unexpectedly, the white-haired boy on the side moved swiftly, pushing the goggle-wearing boy away at the critical moment and drawing his blade to block the short knife. However, the hasty defense exposed a flaw in his stance. Dashur slanted his short knife upward, and with a swift cut, the white-haired boy's left eye was torn open, blood gushing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha! Seeing the white-haired boy blinded, Dashur felt immense satisfaction, having avenged himself. He suppressed the stinging pain in his left eye and reactivated the camouflage invisibility technique, preparing for a lethal assassination strike. Ugh! Ah! Kakashi clutched his left eye in agony, blood seeping through his fingers and quickly soaking his palm. Yugito was already stunned with fear. He vaguely remembered that it was Kakashi who had just saved his life. Kakashi, are you okay? Snapping back to reality, Yugito rushed forward anxiously. Seeing Kakashi's pained and twisted expression, an intense feeling of regret and guilt lingered in his heart. He regretted why he had pulled at Kakashi earlier, why he had been so unreasonable before the enemy was dealt with. But it was too late. Rin had been captured, her fate unknown, and Kakashi had lost an eye, saving him. Endless remorse swept over Yugito. His mind throbbed with pain as if it were about to explode. Heh, die brats. Dashur circled around the two, sensing they had completely lost combat capability. Without hesitation, he swung his short knife at Yugito's neck. Yugito, watch out. Though Kakashi's combat ability had diminished due to pain, his instincts remained. Sensing the enemy's approach, he was greatly swish. At the critical moment, Yugito abruptly turned, gripped his kunai with both hands, and launched a desperate counterattack. Just as in the original story, intense negative emotions awakened Yugito's Tsutomu Sharingan, allowing him to see through Dashur's invisibility and strike first, piercing Dashur's heart. Huh, no. How is this possible? Dashur's face was filled with terror and disbelief. Huff, huff, huff. Stimulated by the warmth of blood, Yugito panted heavily. This was his first time killing someone with his own hands, and his first time activating the Sharingan, using its ocular power to counter the enemy's technique. With the awakening of the bloodline limit, a never-before-felt weakness spread throughout his body. Kakashi, I'm sorry. Let me bandage you. After a brief daze, Obito yanked out the kunai, letting the shirt fall, and quickly ran to Kakashi. It's fine. Hurry up. Kakashi's brow twitched slightly, speaking nonchalantly. In his mind, he was still recalling the useful information the Iwanin had just made. He seemed to have heard something about a base being harassed at crisis. This meant that Gensis team had already begun to create a diversion. He had to push forward in one go and destroy the Kannabi Bridge. There, Kakashi. Does it still hurt? If you're feeling better, let's go rescue Lin quickly. Obito skillfully bandaged Kakashi's left eye and asked cautiously. Rescue Lin? What are you talking about? Gensis team has bought us time. We need to go destroy the Kannabi Bridge now. Kakashi said firmly. What? What did you say? Bastard. Lin's life is in danger, and you're still thinking about some damn mission. Do you know what those IWA beasts will do to Lin? Obito stared at Kakashi in disbelief, feeling as if he had never truly understood Kakashi's character. He had already become a chunin, and through exposure understood the cruelty of ninja warfare. He knew exactly what happened to female ninjas who fell into enemy hands. Yet even so, with Yi Yuan Lin captured, Kakashi remained unmoved. Lin loved Kakashi the most. How could Kakashi be like this? Obito, our mission is to destroy the Kannabi Bridge. The mission is the only measure of a ninja's worth. If a ninja cannot execute a mission without distraction, what's the difference between them and a failure? Kakashi, what the hell are you saying? Obito could no longer hold back. He threw a punch at Kakashi's cheek. You're the failure. No, someone who doesn't cherish their comrades is worse than a failure. Cough. Obito's figure gradually faded into the distance. Kakashi rose dazedly. At this moment, he felt a powerful sense of fate. His father Tsukumo Hataki's ordeal seemed to be repeating in himself. On one side was the absolute rule of a ninja, on the other the teammates who admired. How should he choose? Kakashi raised the white light short blade. The blade was so cold and biting, yet in his memory, Yi Yuan Lin's smiling face was so warm. Father, In the land of iron, beneath the mountain graveyard within a cold, gloomy palace, Lord Madara Obito the Young One has entered the scope of the plan. Amid flickering candlelight, a pale, ghostly white Zetsu reported respectfully to Uchiha Madara on the high platform. Oh, the show is about to begin. Come here, I want to see for myself. Madara, looking down upon white Zetsu, spoke in a hoarse voice. At this moment, Uchiha Madara wore a simple robe, his face withered, and age connected to several thick pipes behind him, as if he might expire at any moment. Yet the crimson gaze that pierced through his white bangs remained sharp, brimming with ambition. Yes, Lord Madara. White Zetsu nodded obediently, then ascended the platform to allow Madara to perform the secret technique upon him. White Zetsu could be considered a natural scout proficient in the art of the mayfly, enabling him to merge with the earth and plants, infiltrating every nook and cranny during reconnaissance, making him impossible to guard against. Moreover, he possessed a special ability to share vision with other White Zetsu. Now Madara was using this secret technique to obtain White Zetsu's vision, thereby grasping all first-hand intelligence on the battlefield. Such vision-stealing secret arts were also mastered by the Yamanaka clan and certain elite ninja of the Hidden Cloud Village. Good. Everything proceeds according to plan. Ensure the young one's life is spared. After a moment, Madara released his hand and commanded it. Yes, Lord Madara. Furthermore, while gathering intelligence on the battlefield between the Hidden Leaf and Hidden Rock, we discovered a rather interesting brat also from the Leaf Village with great potential. White Zetsu said. Oh, a brat from the Leaf. What is his name? Which clan? Madara asked curiously. It seems he is called Shinji, a civilian ninja. Not interested. Keep an eye on Obito. Upon hearing that it was a civilian ninja, Madara instantly, if it were a brat from the Uchiha clan, there might be some value. But a civilian ninja, no matter how strong, is nothing more than cannon fodder. Shinjikin, that's Rin Nohara. Let's rescue her quickly. Before a low hill, near the Kannabi Bridge, Kurenai Yūhi, who had just shaken off the pursuit of Hidden Rock Ninja, had barely caught her breath when she saw Rin Nohara being taken by a rock ninja into a man-made cave. This instantly threw her into a panic. Should keep quiet. Don't rush. The situation with Kakashi is still unclear. Do you want to die by acting rashly? Shinji pressed Kurenai's shoulder and said coldly. From now on, it was the main stage for Kakashi's team. If they interfered recklessly, it would be a fool's death. Not to mention the level of the rock village's jonin, the final Earth-style rock avalanche alone would be enough to bury them. Without the fate to become Hokage, one should not casually approach the rocks. Kurenai calmed down. Shinjikin is right. That man, judging by his attire, is undoubtedly a jonin from the rock village. Better wait for Kakashi to arrive before making a decision. Shiranui Ginma, fearing that Kurenai might act rashly, quickly explained. Along the way, he had followed Shinji to destroy 2 rock village outposts near the Kannabi Bridge, obtaining many spoils and silver. Finally, at Shinji's instigation, he personally blew up the Kannabi Bridge, earning the main credit for the mission. Now his admiration for Shinji had reached an unprecedented height, nearly fanatical. Then fine. Kurenai Yūhi's anxiety gradually subsided upon hearing this. Exhausted from the long journey, she needed a good rest. Moreover, the enemy included a jonin, and the situation, her eagerness was merely due to concern for Rin's safety, clouding her judgment. The squad crouched, remaining motionless. Yet after a short while a figure flashed past. Through the sunban left by Shiranui Gunma, he clearly sensed a familiar chakra. Obito is here. What should we do? Should we inform him of the situation? Shiranui Gunma asked. No need. Wait a little longer. Kakashi hasn't arrived yet. Shinji stood up, looked at the nearby cave, and indeed saw Obito's figure vanish into the entrance. Soon he saw Kakashi rushing over his masked face, still bearing a bandage over his left eye, leaving only one eye. His condition matched the tragic state in his memory. It's Kakashi. Shinji-kun, shouldn't we go support them? Kurenai also saw the scene outside, and urged urgently. Support. Shinji shook his expressionlessly. He had no confidence in surviving the desperate counterattack of two rock ninja. The cave was too narrow, leaving no room for tricks. Without being able to guarantee the absolute safety of both teammates, sacrificing Obito, as in the original plot, was the best choice. Obito's situation was very special. When he awakened his Tsutomu Sharingan, it seemed to possess the ability of Kamui. Apart from White Zetsu's contribution in digging the cave below, Obito's own ability played a decisive role. In other words, if the boulder had crushed Obito's entire body, would that mean he was unharmed? Or only lightly injured? After all, Obito was eventually taken away by White Zetsu, and the half of his body that remained was the side crushed by the rock. This setting seemed a bit exaggerated. Kurenai saw Shinji shake his head, her heart full of anxiety, but helpless. Don't forget, our mission is already complete. Under the premise of completing the mission, one's own life always comes first. Sensing that their emotions were fluctuating, Shinji explained, let's divide the spoils first. When a conflict arises later, it might enhance our combat capabilities. As he finished speaking, several scrolls were unrolled, and a pile of Jutsu scrolls, cache, and ninja tool bundles fell out. While the cave echoed with the sounds of fierce battle outside, Shinji successfully diverted Kurenai and Shiranui Genma's attention with the spoil. Wealth moves the heart. The two's remaining conscience was clouded by money. Gunma, give me the win style, great breakthrough. You specialize in Senbon. You know how rare Jutsu are for me, right? Fine. Shiranui Gunma agreed. His family background was much better than Shinji's with access to clan secret techniques, so he wasn't particularly interested in other ninjutsu. Moreover, Shinji had been the core of the team throughout the journey, so even if he took more, Gunma had no complaints. Kurenai, he'll give you the earth-style earth flow wall. Study it when you have time. It can be surprisingly effective in critical moments. Shinji handed over the only two Jutsu scrolls to Kurenai. He himself didn't have an earth affinity, yet while Kurenai had yin-yang fire and earth affinities, making her the best choice to keep the scrolls. Okay. Rumble. Just as they finished dividing the spoils obtained from the rock village outposts, the ground suddenly shook violently. And an earthquake. Kurenai's body stiffened. Careful. Back away from the mountain. Junsis' expression tightened, knowing that this was the most tragic scene for classmate Dai-2. He instructed the two and dashed towards the cave in the opposite direction. Dust and smoke billowed, boulders flew, and the Tensofmetersheim mountain collapsed instantly. Amid the gaps of the cascading boulders, two figures were flung out with difficulty. Junsi stepped forward and caught them. It was Kakashi and Yūhi, but before they could speak, both turned back in panic. Dai-2, Dai-2. Amid their piercing cries of grief, the dust settled, revealing Dai-2, who was using half his body to engage in the art of carving. His unfocused pupils, the pale half of his face, his trembling, dry lips, Kaka's eyes, helpless rage, and Yera Lin's wailing. To onlookers, everything was so tragic and heroic. Yet Junsis' heart remained undisturbed. Was Dai-2 suffering pitiful? Undoubtedly. But his suffering did not mean he deserved sympathy. If the person taken this time was not Lin, but another Muyi ninja, would he risk his life? Would he? The answer is definitely no. Bonds are a miraculous thing, a specialty of the ninja realm. The entire Hua-Ing world uses bonds to gloss over warmth, and warmth to conceal the cruelty of war and the brainwashing of the common people by the centralized high-level. As for why Dai-2 became a beast, it was actually simple: the extreme external environment pressure and brainwashing, his low intelligence value of 2 coupled with the bloodline of the Yuzebo clan, and encountering such a warm-hearted ancestor as Yuzebo Ban. Of course, these were not the main reasons Junsi despised Dai-2. What made Junsi look down on Dai-2 the most was that after knowing he might be used by Yuzebo Ban, he lacked the courage to take revenge on Ban in reality, instead venting his hatred on other weaklings, still acting like a puppet pursuing the so-called Moonai plan. This cowardly behavior of escaping reality, yet being labeled as deep love, is utterly ridiculous. Clatter clatter, Shi Rihong and Buji Hua Xianjian also rushed over at this moment. Seeing Dai-Tu's tragic scene, they widened their eyes and showed guilt. Shi Rihong threw herself into Junsis' arms, sobbing. Jin-Sikuin, if we had come earlier, would Dai-Tu's tragedy have been avoided? With the warm, soft beauty in his arms, Junsi was startled for a moment, then held Shi Rihong's slender waist, and gently comforted her. Do you know why I didn't let you participate? It's because I was worried that under these circumstances a sneak attack from Yan'in village would put us at a disadvantage. You see, if you and Xianjian had gone in, who could guarantee your safety? I will never allow your life to be threatened in any way. Huh, is that really true? Hearing this, Shi Rihong's sorrow was instantly washed away by a warm current, and she lifted her pretty face. Her tearful rain-soaked delicate appearance was pitiful. Of course Hong. Junsi's eyes were tender, completely unable to empathize with Team 7, somewhat immersed in Shi Hong's exquisite face at such close distance. But the next second, two crimson, moist lips quickly pressed against his. Before he could sort out his thoughts, he was enveloped by warmth and softness. This was Shi Hong's second surprise attack, and it was a real kiss. With Dai Tu's tragic scene right before them, Shi Hong was moved by his work. Just as Jinsi and Shi Hong were lost in their own world, and everyone else was immersed in grief over Dai Tu's fate, Buji Huaxian, Jin, habitually glanced around for Jinsi. What he saw made his jaw drop. Lin Wu would die too. Kakashi pushed the boulder with all his might, but it didn't budge. Damn it. If I had listened to you earlier, maybe this wouldn't have happened. I deserve to die. Kakashi, my eyes. My eyes are the gift I leave for you, as a Jonin present. Please take care of Lin. I'm begging you. No, don't. How could I take your eyes? Kakashi choked with sobs. Take them. Kakashi, I will become your eyes, helping you see the path ahead. No matter what, you will always be the genius in my heart. Next came the most incredible eye transplant surgery in the ninja world. Yara Lin, a Chunin, using her medical ninjutsu, flawlessly transplanted the Xiaolin Yin, which had countless optic nerves, into Kakashi, and she was able to control the eye immediately upon receiving it. Is this scientific? Although he had seen it countless times in his mind, seeing it with his own eyes for the first time, Jin was still stunned by the scene. Jun Sikuin. Shi Hong called softly. At that moment, violent coughing came from not far away. Cough, cough. Damn it. I didn't expect you brats to still be alive. Huoguang, a Jonin from Yin village, ran over from the other side of the collapsed mountain furious. Earlier in the cave, he had used Jinjutsu to interrogate Yara Lin, but was interrupted by Dai Tu. Later, as he gradually lost to the combined attack of Kakashi and Dai Tu, he unleashed Earth Release Rock Avalanche as a last resort, causing such a catastrophic scene. But he didn't expect that his desperate counterattack only killed Dai Tu. How could he accept that? Swish, swish, swish. With Huoguang's appearance, Jinsi and his group immediately went on alert, drawing their weapons. Kakashi, with a dark face, looked at Huoguang as if he were a dead man. Brat, what's that look? Huoguang shouted, brandishing his special custom short blade and charging at Kakashi. At this moment, the Muyi people were all grief-stricken, which he saw as the best opportunity to strike. Jinsikuin, let me handle this. This is my response to Dai Tu. Junsi tried to step forward, but was stopped by Kakazai's raised hand. Then she drew his white fang like a tiger released from its cage, and pounced with a roar. His friends, Death the Burden of the Xiaolun Yin and Dai Tu's last murmured words. Kakashi desperately needed an outlet for his emotions, or he felt he would go mad. The tiger leaped across the ravine like a meteor, she holding white fang, striking like Mount Tai, crushing down. Bang! Huoguang raised his special short blade with a ferocious expression. A crisp sound rang out, and White Fang broke into several pieces. Yet Kakashi did not pause at all due to the broken weapon. Instead, he showed unprecedented composure, crouching and quickly forming hand seals. Mao Shun. Relying on the dynamic vision and super insight of the Xiaolun Yin, he rose and thrust, all in one smooth motion, instantly piercing Huoguang's chest. Ziz, ziz, ziz. Electric arcs crackled and sizzled. The penetrating wound on Huoguang's back burst like a fountain, spouting radial blood mist. Jinsi's eyes bulged at the sight. What is the White Fang blade technique? What is the fire release ninjutsu? Compared to this high burst technique that permeates the entirety of Shippuden, when combined with the Sharingan, they are but mere children's play. For a moment, Shinji's heart surged with an unprecedented desire. A desire to grow stronger, to obtain a Kekiai Gunkai, and most of all to possess the ability to control his own destiny. Kakashi, are you alright? Having killed the flames, Kakashi's fierce expression turned weary. Nohara Rin hurried forward upon seeing this, and Shinji also let go of Yūhi Kurenai and Shiranui Gunma, who were leaning on him, and stepped forward. You've overexerted your chakra. Eat this. Shinji casually hoisted Kakashi up, took out a military ration pill, and shoved it into his mouth. This is not the time for sentimentality. The bridge has been destroyed by Shiranui Gunma. The mission is complete. We must withdraw from the encirclement of Iwagakure immediately, or Obito's sacrifice will be in vain. With that, he dragged Kakashi away. Collecting the bodies would take too long, entering the site of White Zetsu would be disastrous. But as fate would have it, after running south for less than a kilometer, the group was surrounded by a group of Iwagakure ninjas in the forest. The leader was none other than the Tokubetsu Jonin of Iwagakure Samashi, the highest commander below the three Jonin, Hiru, Oishi, and Hikari. The other 6 Chunin under his command were familiar faces who had been led on a wild goose chase by Shinji's trio, and they showed ferocious anger upon meeting. Captain, be careful. The leaf brat used chili powder. He also uses poison, and my teammates still can't circulate chakra. Damn it. Kill them. They blew up the Kannabi Bridge. The Iwagakure ninjas were seething with rage, yet none dared to step forward, clearly having suffered many losses at the hands of Shinji's trio. What should we do, Shinjikin? It seems the no. One potion has been used up. Kurenai's chakra had not recovered much, and Kakashi's complexion was also poor. It was evident that their side was in a bad state. Facing the aggressive Iwanin, she instinctively sidled, cough cough. Let me handle it. Kakashi forced himself trying to break free from Shiranui Jinma's support. Seeing this, Shinji waved his hand stopping Kakashi's movement, then casually pulled out a vial and walked in front of the group. This potion killed. If you're not afraid of death, come ahead. His voice was not loud, but it echoed through the forest. Unless something unexpected happened, Minato Namikaze should already be on his way back. All he had to do now was stall for time. The potion was naturally gone, but he had prepared plenty of plain water in vials beforehand, so now he could only bluff. These brats blew up the bridge. Samashi glanced coldly at the test tube in Shinji's hand and asked, "Yes, sir." It was the three of them. A trembling Iwanin pointed at Shinji, still shaken. "Then what are we waiting for? The village's supplies are cut off. If the Tsuchikage blames us, no one will escape. Attack!" Samashi roared, retreating first while quickly forming hand seals with both hands. Shinji's pupils contracted at the sight. Gritting his teeth, he splashed the potion in a wide arc. Earth release, earth flow wall. Earth release, rock barrier. Dust filled the air, the ground shook. Pressured by the village's expectations and Shinji's previously ingrained deceptive tricks, most Iwanin chose conservative defensive techniques, avoiding letting their own men touch the liquid. Seizing the opportunity, Shinji smashed the test tube and quickly retreated, heaving Kakashi over his shoulder. Retreat to the previous place. With that, he drew his longsword and launched a surprise attack on an Iwanin who was encircling them. Previously at the Kannabi Bridge, to divert suspicion from the demolition, he had secretly used a wood release trial card 2 kilometers upstream, consuming a large amount of chakra. The 10-sophometer chasm required a huge amount of chakra to activate the wood release technique to connect the other side. Now he could only give it his all. With a series of swishes, Kurenai, Gunma, and Rin quickly followed. The team, with their backs against the collapsed mountain, had a relatively safe rear area. Shinji set Kakashi down and said in a low voice, "Kurenai, Gunma, follow me. Rin will leave Kakashi to you. Shinji-kun, be careful." Nohara Rin knew the time to fight for their lives had come. She lifted her pretty face, her eyes filled with thinking back on the journey of this mission, the bits and pieces along the way, Shinji's style, speech, and personality. Unlike Kakashi's lofty, untouchable divine demeanor, Shinji had always given her the feeling of being reliable and trustworthy. Now at the final moment of the team, with Obito dead and Kakashi exhausted, she, despite being in good condition, still had to rely on Shinji for protection. This made her feel even more guilty. Guilty for not being able to fight alongside him, guilty for her poor combat skills. Clang. Blades clashed. Shinji used the body flicker technique, breaking through the surrounding Iwanin without holding back. His longsword swept aside the kunai of an obstructing ninja, and with the force and inertia of a diving descent, he instantly decapitated an Iwanin. Meanwhile, Shiranui Gunma used ninja art Rain of Sunbon to suppress the Iwanin over a wide area, cooperating with Shinji to reduce Iwagakure's fighting strength. With every Iwanin, they eliminated the pressure on the team lessened. Die, brat. Just as Shinji and Gunma were suppressing the Iwanin and picking them off, Samashi suddenly circled around, dashing from behind a large tree on the side, his target clearly the isolated Kurenai. His momentum was no less fierce than Shinji's desperate charge. Kurenai felt the cold gleam of the short blade piercing her bones. In fear, her courage inexplicably waned. But at the critical moment, a flash of inspiration struck, and she quickly raised her right hand, aiming the strong light from her neck at Samashi. She pulled the ring repeatedly, while rapidly forming hand seals, executing the falling cherry blossom vision technique. Samashi, diving down, never expected a female ninja to also use such tricks. His eyes were stabbed by the light, and he instinctively raised his arm to shield them. His momentum immediately halted. Then he felt his body become light, and the surroundings began to warp. Damn, it's Jinjutsu. Samashi was terrified. At the same time, Shinji, worried about Kurenai, had already activated the body flicker technique. His longsword swift as lightning thrust straight for Samashi's neck. However, just as it seemed they would coordinate to kill the Iwanin leader Samashi, a burst of blood suddenly erupted from Samashi's neck. Squelch, squelch. Amid the splattering blood, the tip of a kunai emerged from Samashi's neck, piercing straight through. Sorry, I'm late. Within the borders of Chao country in the open plains of the south, a rock shinobi rushed into the temporary command tent of the Yen Rin village, travel-worn and dusty. Sir, the senior Dong Siren and the shinobi under his command have all fallen in battle. The Shin Whoopi Bridge has also been destroyed by my... Say that again. Laozi, who had just broken through the blockade of Chao country's shinobi, widened his eyes upon hearing the report. As the four-tails Jinchuriki of the Yanin village, what was the purpose of his long journey from Tu country to Chao country? It was to make that old man de Yimu see his own value, to understand that the importance of a Jinchuriki was no less than that of an earth shadow like him. Yet now, before he had even set foot in Hua country to claim merits, his supply line had been cut off by others. What kind of nonsense was this? Just as Lao Zi was raging with fury, his broad, rugged face flushed red, the messenger spoke again. Sir, please calm your anger. Our intelligence personnel have found a new bridge 2 kilometers upstream from the Shin Whoopi Bridge, but that bridge is somewhat peculiar. Another bridge. Lao's expression froze upon hearing this. On his march map, the Shinwupi Bridge was the only passage suitable for large troop movements connecting Hu country and Chao country. How could there be another bridge? What is strange about that bridge? Lao asked curiously. That bridge. It does not appear to be man-made. Instead, it seems to have been carved out by ninjutsu. The bridge is wide and can fully meet our logistical needs for troop movement. The messenger replied respectfully, but when it came to describing the bridge, he did not know how to put it into words. It was too incredible. Carved by ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Lao's face immediately darkened. As everyone knows, Earth Release ninjutsu can alter terrain and assist in construction projects, but a bridge built entirely from Earth Release chakra will collapse quickly once the chakra supply is lost. In his view, the current situation must be that the frontline personnel, fearing the village's wrath, had taken it upon themselves to gather people and hastily construct a bridge using Earth Release ninjutsu, intending to appease the village. Such a shoddy construction to deal with military operations was utterly unforgivable. Are you sure it is a dirt bridge built by someone using ninjutsu? Lao suppressed his anger and demanded, yes, sir. However, it is not a dirt bridge, but a wooden bridge built from timber. A wooden bridge. Lao was completely dumbfounded, his mind completely blank. Yanin village had never produced a wood-release shinobi, and the entire ninja world had not seen a wood-release shinobi for decades, so he simply could not connect the wooden bridge with wood-release ninjutsu. Where is the bridge? Take me to see it. After pondering for a long while, Lao decided to go and see it himself, as it concerned the intensity of Yanin village's next operations against Mai. He could not afford to be careless. Leaving the tent, it was already late. Under the guidance of the intelligence operative, Lao sprinted all the way, finally arriving around dawn at a border between the southernmost part of Chao country and Hu country. The terrain here was strategically important, facing Hu country from a distance. Below, the swift and muddy river flowed endlessly. Yet on this steep riverbed, dozens of meters wide, there was a bridge entirely built of wood. The bridge was thick and emerald green, covered with vines. The railings were intertwined with vines and sturdy branches as thick as arms, rooted in the steep rock walls of the riverbed, looking extremely solid. Lao thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. He leaped onto the bridge and ran back and forth several times, his cerebellum atrophied from astonishment. The residual chakra aura that had not yet fully dissipated constantly reminded him that this bridge was built using wood release. Wood release. Lao's lips trembled and his mind was in turmoil like 1,000 horses galloping. In that instant, he seriously suspected whether Yimu still had some secret forces hidden away, secretly cooperating with the attacking troops. Otherwise, how could Yimu, already so old, still be so domineering and strong-willed? But after thinking it over, he could not make sense of it. Finally, he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Immediately notify the rear personnel to station here and guard the bridge strictly. Also notify the logistics unit to speed up and establish a new stronghold in Hu country. Be quick and stealthy." "Yes, sir." The intelligence operative immediately turned around and vanished into the night in the blink of an eye. Yuan Fei Rijan, didn't expect this, did you? You went to great lengths to blow up the Shinwupi Bridge, but it was all in vain. You people don't even know how to make use of a Jinchuriki. This time, Yanin village will make the entire ninja world know who the true ruler of the ninja world is. This fertile land shall be handed over to Yanin village. Lao's gaze swept across the lush green forest on the border of Hu country, his face filled with excitement and arrogance. September 22nd, clear sky. It had been a week since the Shinwupi Bridge mission ended, and Junsi had been forced to become an excellent chunin of my village. Actually, he didn't care about the promotion and status at all. After all, the system now frequently issued traitor missions, and the higher the status, the easier it was to attract attention. But he couldn't resist Bo Feng Shui Min's constant whispering in Yuan Fei Rijan's ear, to the point that he suspected whether his file had already been placed on Yuan Fei Rijan's desk. After getting up and washing up, he opened the system mission panel. The only main mission, the Battle of Shinwupi Bridge, had just come to an end at this time. Ding. Host has completed the main mission of the Battle of Shinwupi Bridge. Reward 1 bottle of De Shiwan's custom chakra potion. Why is it a pill? Eat a date pill. Jinsi opened the bottle he took from the system storage space and was stunned. Custom chakra concentrated potion, Awakening Heart Pill. Awakening Heart Pill, it can activate the full potential of a Cursed Seal shinobi's body, allowing the user to enter Cursed Seal form 2 for a short time, greatly increasing the user's chakra cap and unleashing terrifying power far beyond ordinary. Side effects: excruciating pain that makes life worse than death. Cursed Seal involves the absorption and utilization of natural energy. Coupled with the special natural energy absorption and operation methods of the Heaven and Earth Cursed Seals, it causes physical mutations in the user, thus unleashing terrifying abilities. I'm going to have an early class. Wasn't it supposed to be a custom potion? You give me this. Junsi was furious, wishing he could grab the system in his mind and throw it away. It wasn't that he couldn't accept the Awakening Heart Pill as a reward, but what good was having only the Awakening Heart Pill without the Heaven and Earth Cursed Seals? It's like buying soy milk, but not being given a straw. How am I supposed to drink it? Just as Junsi felt he had been played by the note on the mission panel, and his mind changed again. Since the Shi-1 has not yet developed the Awakening Heart Pill at this time, the custom Awakening Heart Pill's properties have been stripped of side effects, becoming a key to activate the second stage of the curse seal. The effect is permanent. When taken alone, it can greatly enhance the user's mental strength and physical stamina for a short time. Then I still don't have a curse seal. What am I supposed to activate? Wait, can it be used as a one-time medicine? A short-term massive boost, and it seemed not so unacceptable after all. Junsi stroked his smooth chin. Ding. The Battle of Shinwupi Bridge has come to an end. Since the host successfully completed the main mission, the subsequent mission is now activated. Yenin Village is launching a massive invasion. The Four Tails and Five Tails have successively entered a country and are hidden ready to deliver a fatal blow to my village at any moment. 1. Main quest: The True Legend of Watergate. The host must ensure that Minato Namikaze tragically sacrifices himself in the upcoming battle against Iwagakure to achieve the achievement of the True Legend of Watergate. Quest reward: Minato's improved Flying Thunder God technique, proficient 1 portion of special solution for Heavenly Curse Seal. 2. Side quest: ensure Jiraiya is severely wounded to persistently disrupt the ninja world order. Quest reward: Rasengan proficient. 3. Side quest: The Tailed Beast War. Seeking benevolence, one gains it. Iwagakure covets the Nine Tails, Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, and Minato Namikaze dies young. Guide Kushina to seek revenge and kill one of the Four Tails or Five Tails, Jinchuriki Rashi or Han. Quest reward: the Uzumaki clan's sealing scroll. Golden legendary quest: take care of the widow. During the Tailed Beast Uprising and the True Legend of Watergate, develop a friendship-level bond with the Nine Tails, Jinchuriki, Kushina, Uzumaki. Quest reward: Tailed Beast Knight buff. The Tailed Beast Knight buff: Tailed Beasts possess a natural affinity toward the buff holder. The stronger the host's ability, the stronger the buff's power. It can influence the Jinchuriki's attitude toward the buff holder to a certain extent through the Tailed Beast. The side effects are unknown. Use with caution. Plus the previous special mission for the Kamizuki clan, there were now 5 missions in total. After meticulously examining every mission, Shinji was stunned. This was no longer just turning the world upside down, it was a complete burial of the entire Leaf Village. Minato Namikaze, after all, was an outstanding man with a protagonist's halo. A cage-level shinobi. And you want me to find a way to kill him now? This is absolutely lawless. Shinji breathed heavily, his heart filled with fear, unease, and an ever-expanding greed and ambition. Thump, thump, thump. His heart pounded ever more fiercely. He could even hear the pulses clamor. A cry, a leap, a longing. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. After a few breaths of deliberation combined with the current situation of the various ninja villages, Shinji silently made up his mind. Whether to escape his awkward position as a mere civilian ninja, or to seize control of his own destiny, this traitor. Shinjikin, are you home? Just then the familiar voice of Kurenai Yūhi sounded from outside the door. Since their passionate kiss at the Kannabi Bridge, their relationship had rapidly warmed. Although they had not yet publicly announced their relationship or confessed, Kurenai Yūhi's actions had already fully placed her in the position of Shinji's girlfriend. Every day at this hour she would arrive without fail for no other reason than to follow Shinji like a shadow. Shinji opened the door, returned to the bedside, and sat down in silence, his mind still planning how to complete the system's newly issued missions. What's wrong, Shinjikin? Are you upset? Kurenai Yūhi clutched a small scroll in her hand, her pretty face brimming with joy. She was about to share some good news with Shinji, but upon seeing his expression, she asked curiously. Nothing. I just didn't sleep well last night. Shinji brushed it off casually, then rubbed his face, and put on his standard ninja combat gear. Given his current strength, trying to intervene in a battle between a Jinchuriki and a cage-level Shinji was simply suicidal. He had originally hoped that completing the main quest would boost his power, but now it seemed he had to find another way. Shinjikin, this is the compensation issued by the village after this mission. Congratulations on completing our first rank mission. Seemingly unaware of Shinji's anomaly, Kurenai Yūhi excitedly handed over the scroll. Oh, so it was indeed Srank. Shinji zipped up his jacket, took the scroll, and casually unrolled it. Stacks of banknotes appeared neatly on the bed, totaling a whopping 7 million ryo. So much? Shinji asked curiously. It wasn't that he was money hungry. After returning to the village, he had immediately sold off his spoils, and his personal assets had already surpassed the 1 million mark. His question was merely out of curiosity about whether the other's compensation was the same. Shinjikin, Lord Minato said that even the third Hokage personally praised you. He said you are an excellent inheritor of the Will of Fire. Based on everyone's performance in battle, you received 500 more than Captain Kakashi. Of course, Lord Minato got the most a Lin, and I only got 7 million ryo. Kurenai Yūhi replied. I see. So today's plan is still to visit Kakashi first. And hand out the compensation to Kakashi and Lin. Then the door was pushed open and suddenly closed. A bewildered Kurenai Yūhi was shoved onto the bed by Shinji. Shinjikin, what are you doing? Kurenai's mind was buzzing, her heart pounding like a deer. What am I doing? Kurenai stole my first kiss last time, and now she's pretending nothing happened. That's absolutely infuriating. I must give her a severe punishment. Kurenai and Yūhi, both startled and flustered, her face instantly flushed crimson. Shinji-kun, you're so mean. I'm a girl, and you still expect me to make the first move? I'm not talking to you anymore. Oh, so Kurenai was waiting for me to make the first move. I think you're just making excuses. You want to take advantage and then deny it. Shinji said as he leaned down and captured Kurenai's soft pink lips. In the cramped room, the temperature soared. Huff, 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 Shinji-kun, I can't breathe. Ah, Shinji-kun, how can your hands? Shinji-kun, you're bad. Kurenai, I'm really fired up now. What do you mean? Shinji-kun. Shinji and Kurenai Yūhi entered the Konoha hospital at noon. It was mealtime, and aside from the doctors on duty, there were few patients. Shinji-kun, let go quickly. It wouldn't be good if others saw us. Kurenai Yūhi was extremely bashful, her small hands flailing in panic. Her relationship with Shinji had progressed by leaps and bounds, but she still hadn't told her father that she was dating Shinji. If word got to him through others, it would be troublesome. Her father, Shinka Yūhi, had always been subtly trying to set her up with Asuma. That rigid mindset wouldn't change overnight. She needed to gradually guide him. She also believed that with Shinji's excellence, winning over her father was only a matter of time. Kurenai, you're really a fickle woman. After pleasure, you turn your back on me. Fine. Shinji said in a strange tone, casually letting go of Kurenai's warm, soft hand. But unexpectedly, Kurenai became like a startled bird. Shinji-kun, it's not what you think. Let me explain. You know my father is an old Stakinthamite. I need some time to change his way of thinking. As she spoke, she tried to stuff her hand back into Shinji's. But no matter what she said or did, Shinji didn't respond. This panicked her. She instantly fell into a roll, her eyes brimming with tears. Little ones. This is a hospital. No romancing allowed. As they were pulling and tugging each other up to the second floor, a teasing voice rang out just as they turned the corner. It's Lady Gangsho. She Rihong, like a startled cat, leaped behind Jun Si, stammering. Lady Gangsho, how is Kakashi? Has he improved? Jun Si, seeing it was Gangsho, asked with a composed demeanor. Hep. Kid, you performed quite well this time. Kakashi is already awake. Gangsho replied in a gentle tone, her gaze sweeping over the several pouches on Jun Si's body like a searchlight. Then I won't disturb Lady Gang. With that, Jun Si pulled Shiri Hong to leave, thinking that Gangsho's little look clearly regarded him as an ATM. If he stayed any longer, he'd surely be drained dry. Wait a moment. Just as Jun Si turned, Gangsho's voice, both soft and cool, rang out again. Lady. Jun Si looked back. Come over here. Gangsho, arms crossed, swayed unsteadily as she entered the washroom. Shortly after, Jun Si, fully prepared, followed her inside. The washroom was a closed space of about 10 square meters with a storage room further inside. When Jun Si entered, Gangsho was already seated on a stool. In her white coat and loose brown trousers, paired with her languid expression, her professional attire somehow exuded a seductive charm that invited wild imaginings. Those loose trousers could not contain her round, full hips. Even a heavenly burst starfall would only accentuate the bottomless chasm between them. Jun Si glanced at her briefly, then thrust his hands into his pockets, waited for his divine essence to return, and asked with lowered eyes. Lady Gangsho, if you have any instructions, please command me. Hep. Very good. Gangsho was quite pleased with Jun Si's attitude. After a moment of thought, she continued. To achieve great merit for the village as a mere genin and rank mission, the reward must be considerable, right? Here it comes. She's definitely eyeing my wallet. Jun Si's expression tightened, but he replied impassively. About 2 million. But after paying back the money I borrowed in the village before the mission and maintaining my ninja tools, only about 1 million remains. 1 million. That's still a sizable sum. Gangsho raised a slender eyebrow, her covetous gaze undiminished. She slowly rose, smoothed the creases on her hips, and walked gracefully to Jun Si, asking in an extremely seductive tone. I have a lucrative project. I wonder if you're interested. Jun Si's pupils contracted. She's playing with her cards on the table, huh? And she calls it a big project. You put up 1 million, I provide the expertise. We'll hit the casinos in the empty zone, charge in and out 7 times, rake in a fortune, and split it 50-50. How about it? When Jun Si didn't respond, Gangsho shook her clenched snow-white fist and got straight to the point. You provide the expertise and demand a 50-50 split. That's like throwing a meat bun to a dog, never coming back. You call that expertise? Is there no justice? Is there no law? Jun Si's eyes widened. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. He had expected Gangsho might want to borrow money, but he never imagined she would be so shameless as to try to get something for nothing. What's with that doubting my skills? No, Lady Gangsho. I've just never done business before and am really not confident about a project worth millions. What a joke. A few million is a big project. What audacity. I just handed over a project worth several hundred million to Shiri Hong. Jun Si appeared obedient on the surface, but grumbled inwardly. Still, although Gangsho was unreliable, she had her value. Extensive connections, and various medical ninjutsu that he coveted. If he could acquire the Mystic Palm technique from Gangsho for just 1 million or so, he would be making a huge profit. The Mystic Palm technique. Nohara could also use it, but she was too inexperienced, still learning at the Konoha hospital, lacking the qualifications to take on apprentices, and lacking a scroll of the technique. Gangsho was now his only option. After a brief weighing of options, Jun-si put on a smile and flattered. Speaking of which, I was able to complete this shrank mission thanks to the help Lady Gangsho provided. How about this? Lady Gangsho teaches me some medical ninjutsu, and he'll consider the million as my tuition. What do you think? Oh. Gangsho pursed her red lips, her expression growing even more amused. She stared straight at Jun-si for a long moment before teasing with interest. Kid, you're quite the scheme. A mere million, and you want me to teach you medical ninjutsu. I don't have time to waste on taking disciples. She tilted her fair neck, looking utterly haughty. Then Lady Gangsho, could you teach me some sealing scrolls? I could study them at home on my own. Jun-si persisted. What do you want to learn? For a million, don't be greedy. Hearing that Jun-si didn't require her personal supervision, Gangsho's tone softened. The mystic palm technique, some medicine formulas, medical knowledge principles, surgical suturing. Jun-si rattled off nearly 10 items, completely oblivious to Gangsho's darkening expression. Kid, do you think medical ninjutsu is a head of cabbage? You want all that for a million? Gangsho gritted her teeth, her fists cracking audibly. If it weren't for the fact that her debts in the village had already exceeded 100 million, she wouldn't have stooped to beg a junior like Jun-si for gambling money. But this kid's thick skin was beyond her expectations. A cough. Is that too much? Cold sweat beaded on Jun-si's forehead. In business you ask high and negotiate down. The mystic palm technique. Not to be taken out of the village. A basic medical ninjutsu scroll. Anything more, can you handle it? Gangsho said coldly, waving her hand in a tone that brooked no argument. Just one mystic palm technique. Jun-si was somewhat dissatisfied. Normally such a technique was priceless, and getting a scroll of Gangsho's notes for a million was already incredibly lucky. But then again, this opportunity might not come again. Gangsho might run off at any moment. Who knew when he'd see her next? Here, cash on delivery, kid. Don't be too greedy. Gangsho tossed out 2 scrolls and urged. Fine. Thank you for the gift, teacher Gangsho. But I have a small request. With the deal struck, Jin-si pulled out a sealing scroll, seized the opportunity to climb the pole, and even changed how he addressed Gangsho. Speak. Gangsho urged coldly. I don't want the basic medical ninjutsu scroll. Could you give me some medicine formulas instead? With that, Jun-si respectfully presented the scroll. Gangsho didn't answer. She picked up the scroll, sensed its contents, and immediately beamed with joy. Kid, you're quite thoughtful and clever. I know what you're up to. But I warn you, medicines that restrict others' chakra are not to be used casually. If you cause trouble in the village, don't say you have any connection to me. Yes, I will strictly follow your teachings. Jin-si tucked both scrolls into his pockets. Gangsho smiled and handed him another small scroll. The formulas for no. 1 medicine and coagulation pills. Take care of yourself. With that, she swayed her ample hips and pushed open the door to leave. Ghost. Just as Shinji, satisfied with taking Yūhi Kurenai into Kakashi's hospital room, Kakashi was shivering in fear and panic as if possessed. Kakashi. Nohara stepped forward and gently patted Kakashi's back to soothe him. Seeing this, Shinji also went over to lend a hand. After a flurry of verbal comfort, Kakashi gradually calmed down, slowly lay down, and stared at the ceiling without a word. What's wrong with him? Shinji looked at Nohara and asked. I don't know either. Ever since Lady Tsunade finished treatment, and Kakashi woke up, he has been staring at the ceiling. And now this suddenly happened, as you saw. Nohara shook her head mournfully, saying helplessly. I saw the Grim Reaper. In the pitch-black space, candlelight flickered. The Grim Reaper. Kakashi muttered to himself. This listless appearance. Anyone who saw it would think that Kakashi, having experienced the death of his 2 closest loved ones, was mentally overwhelmed and talking nonsense. However, Shinji knew that Kakashi's condition was merely because he shared the vision of Uchiha Obito's Sharingan and saw the situation in Madara's base in the Land of Iron. Madara, dressed in a black robe with an aged face and leaning on a sickle weapon, wasn't that exactly the appearance of the Grim Reaper? Kakashi, don't be like this. Obito's death is not your fault. Everyone is very sad. If you can't pull yourself together, they will worry even more. Kakashi, you must cheer up. Nohara patted his shoulder to comfort him. Kakashi, Rin is right. Have you forgotten Obito's last words? In your current state, you can't protect Rin. Everything you saw is likely a visual effect from the eye transplant. It will disappear after a while. Shinji also comforted him. Shinji, can you said. Kakashi turned his head with difficulty, about to say something, when at that moment the hospital room door was pushed open and a man and a woman entered. The man wore the standard Konoha Jonin combat uniform with a stern face and a robust build. The woman was dressed in a black Uchiha clan robe with long hair flowing over her shoulders, a gentle countenance, eyes like water, and a voluptuous figure that even the loose robe could not fully conceal. If it wasn't Fugaku Uchiha and Mikoto, who else could it be? Upon seeing the arrivals, Kakashi's pupils contracted and his hesitant expression froze on his face. He had just wanted to ask Shinji how the Uchiha clan would react to him obtaining the Sharingan, and as it turned out, fear came true. Kakashi, you're awake. How is your recovery? I heard that Obito entrusted you with one of his Sharingan in the end. Don't feel pressured. The Uchiha will follow Obito's dying wish. We hope you will use this well to protect your comrades. Fugaku, as if sensing the worry on Kakashi's face, directly stated the purpose of their visit. The Uchiha were not the Hyuga. Members of the Uchiha clan were always unruly and proud. As the clan leader and the highest authority of the police force, he would not bother to make trouble for a junior genius favored by the Hokage just because of a Sharingan. Sharingan Kakashi, the village's hero. You did a great job on this mission. Don't feel pressured. I hope you recover quickly. Mikoto Uchiha set down the fruit basket in her hand, and even mentioned the title that the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi had used to praise Kakashi as a way to... The clan leader and his wife personally came to visit and comfort him. The Uchiha clan had truly done everything they could for Kakashi. Tap tap tap. Suddenly a series of rapid footsteps sounded outside the door, and then the hospital room door was pushed open again. Wearing the Hokage hat, and the Hokage's Haori Hiruzen Sarutobi walked in with a grim expression, followed by Minato Namikaze and several Umbu members. This damn place is almost too crowded. I knew I shouldn't have come to join the fun today. Shinji tightened his grip on Yūhi Kurenai's hand and squeezed into a corner. No need to guess, Hiruzen Sarutobi was here to back Kakashi. All these people were big shots in the village. He, a small fry carrying a traitor system, had better keep a low profile. Sure enough, Hiruzen Sarutobi praised Kakashi in every sentence. Fugaku and Mikoto respectfully echoed and flattered, while Minato Namikaze also detailed how difficult the mission was. The atmosphere suddenly became very lively. Just as Shinji was about to seize an opportunity to take his leave, early Hiruzen Sarutobi's warm smile froze, and the originally harmonious atmosphere immediately dropped to freezing point. The room became dead silent. Ahem. Team Minato's assistance to the front line in the battle against Iwagakure was originally perfect, but now some issues have arisen. Hiruzen Sarutobi lowered his head and pondered for a moment before, "You esteemed ones are discussing official matters, so we will take our leave." Seeing that Hiruzen Sarutobi was about to talk about the aftermath of the Battle of Kannabi Bridge, Shinji, feeling guilty, quickly pulled Yūhi Kurenai and squeezed through the crowd to leave the hospital room. "Wait, Shinji." Hiruzen Sarutobi's deep voice suddenly rang out. "Ugh." Shinji turned around, stiffly looking innocent and clueless. "I have some matters that I need to ask you youngsters about. I hope you can spare some time this afternoon to come to the Hokage's office." Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a kind smile. "Yes, Lord Third." Shinji's expression turned serious. Seeing that Hiruzen Sarutobi had no other instructions, he took Yūhi Kurenai and turned to leave. "What do you think of that young man, Shinji?" After Shinji and Yūhi Kurenai left the hospital room, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly asked with a meaningful tone. "Shinjikin is very warm-hearted, always willing to help, and very capable, Lord Third." Nohara Rin didn't understand why Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly asked this, but out of recognition of her friend Shinji, she answered truthfully. "Lord Third Rin is right. This mission was able to be completed successfully thanks to Shinjikin. Otherwise, I'm afraid." Kakashi agreed. "Lord Third, I heard that Shinji by himself actually killed the Iwagakure Jonin emoji as well as many Chunin and Genin. This achievement, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a hero of the village." Fugaku Uchiha glanced at Minato Namikaze, and also appropriately expressed his opinion, obviously having learned some details of the Kannabi Bridge mission through Minato. He is a fine seedling. In the future he may well become a towering tree of Konoha. The mission to blow up the Kannabi Bridge was indeed very well done, however. Hiruzen Sarutobi first affirmed Minato's completion of the mission, then his tone shifted, and his expression became grim. But now the battle with Iwagakure has taken a very unfavorable turn for the village. Fugaku, to deal with the harassment from Kumogakure, the Uchiha clan, needs to send more personnel to cooperate with the Akimichi clan. Lord Third, but I wonder what exactly has happened to the war with Iwagakure. Fugaku, noticing that Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed troubled, pressed further. "Phew, they'll reveal it at tomorrow's meeting. Now that Kakashi is fine, I'll take my leave first. The elders are waiting for me." Hiruzen Sarutobi, as if indeed in a hurry, bid farewell to Kakashi and left the hospital in a flurry. This is impossible. In the Hokage's office, Shimura Danzo widened his left eye, staring at the intelligence scroll in his hand, as if he had seen a ghost. "I initially thought the intelligence was flawed, but later I had the Umbu confirm it multiple times. It is indeed a bridge constructed using the wood release secret technique." Sarutobi Hiruzen placed his pipe on the desk, his face darkening as he continued. "Now Iwagakure has stationed numerous outposts along the border, severely restricting the patrol range of our men. The situation has become extremely dire. But how could Iwagakure possess a wood-release shinobi? The first Hokage cells should never have left Konoha." Shimura Danzo muttered to himself, still unable to believe what Sarutobi Hiruzen had said. The reason was simple: the only wood-release shinobi in the shinobi world, Ja, was currently under his control, undergoing roots training. The emergence of a single wood-release shinobi had cost nearly 100 experimental subjects. How could Iwagakure possibly have a wood-release shinobi? I have obtained specific intelligence. The 4 Tails Jinchuriki and the 5 Tails Jinchuriki have already appeared in the grass country. It seems a fierce battle lies ahead. But there's no need to worry too much. Iwagakure is fighting on two fronts. Inoki seems to want to contend with Kumogakure as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped the desk, recounting the intelligence gathered below his eyes, reflecting both concern for the war and the shrewdness of an old politician. But the wood release shinobi involves. Danzo wanted to delve deeper into the information about the wood release shinobi, but Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand to stop him. Now he was not interested in how the wood release shinobi came to be. His greatest concern was how Konoha should respond to Iwagakure's encroaching aggression. Danzo, this is not the time to dwell on such matters. We must find a way to curb Inoki's arrogance, or else the tragedy of the Second War will repeat itself. But just because Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care, didn't mean Danzo could ignore it. The research on the wood release shinobi involved his secret dealings with Orochimaru. Whether the wood release bridge upstream of the Kannabi Bridge was built by Iwagakure or someone else, he had to investigate it personally, or he would not rest easy. Wait, could it be Jia? Impossible. He has never left the root base. Is it Orochimaru? That shouldn't be the case either. He hasn't left Konoha yet. Danzo was bewildered, his face dark. It was only when Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped the desk again that he snapped back to reality, stunned. This time a few promising young talents under Minato's command have emerged. A young man named Shinji reportedly played a role in the bridge demolition mission, acting as Minato's substitute for Central Command. Although he lacks a special bloodline like Kakashi, he is a talent. Shinji. I have reviewed his files. His performance is indeed commendable, able to improvise the body flicker technique. I am told he is also an orphan Yakushi Nonō rescued during a mission. Why not entrust him to me for training? Danzo harbored thoughts of recruiting a suicide squad. Just because he comes from Yakushi Nonō's hands, I should hand him over to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Yakushi Nonō currently manages Konoha's orphanage, not Root's. She was once part of Root, but she is Konoha's, not yours. Ahem. Since that's the case, let's do as you say. As for the investigation into Iwagakure's wood release shinobi, I must get to the bottom of it. I want to attend tomorrow's defense meeting. Danzo's expression froze, showing an unprecedented deference before taking his leave. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was greatly surprised. What's gotten into this old comrade today? Why is he suddenly so obedient? Usually if his demands weren't met, he would roll on the floor, throw a tantrum, and say something like, "You'll regret this." Little did Sarutobi Hiruzen know Danzo had a guilty conscience. He was hiding a wood release shinobi in his base. Fearing it would draw Hiruzen's attention, he volunteered to dispatch Root to investigate the matter of the wood release shinobi. However, due to Danzo's preconceived notions, his investigation was doomed from the start. Shinji's backstab operation was destined to be covered up by Danzo himself. In the evening at the entrance of the Hokage building, Shinji's team of 3, along with Nohara Rin, had just finished a routine debriefing with Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was the second time in Shinji's life that he had spoken to the Hokage up close. Sarutobi Hiruzen's aim was to inquire whether they had noticed anything unusual about the Iwagakure shinobi during the destruction of the Kannabi Bridge, such as a wood release shinobi. Unfortunately, at the time, Yūhi, Kurenai, and Shiranui Genma were entirely focused on the Kannabi Bridge and paid no attention to anything else. Shinji had used a wood clone technique, leaving no trace of suspicion. From what the third Hokage said, even though we completed the mission perfectly, it seems we didn't crush Iwagakure's spirit. It seems we won't have much time to rest. Yūhi, Kurenai said with considerable concern. Don't worry. It'll be a while before we're sent out again. Take a good rest. Shinji comforted her casually. Let's call it a day then. We'll meet at Konoha Hospital tomorrow. Shinji wanted to spend some time alone with Yūhi Kurenai in the evening, so he took his leave. Their relationship had advanced rapidly today, and he needed to solidify it. Please wait a moment, Shinji-kun. Nohara Rin suddenly spoke up. What's wrong, Rin? Shinji and Yūhi Kurenai turned around simultaneously. You've seen Kakashi's condition. He's in a very bad state mentally. I noticed he really liked the gift you gave him last time, so I was wondering. I wanted to ask you what it was exactly. I'd like to buy something to help Kakashi relieve his stress. Nohara Rin said with a worried expression. Shinji was taken aback. Well, this gift. They'll pick it out myself tomorrow. Then Shinji changed his tone. Rin, you really like Kakashi, don't you? Shinji-kun, what? What are you saying? Nohara Rin didn't understand why Shinji had suddenly exposed her little secret among classmates. She was both flustered and embarrassed, her cheeks turning crimson. Rin, don't be nervous. Everyone knows you like Kakashi. Actually, you can fill the void in Kakashi's heart with another kind of feeling, for example, love. Shinji's voice grew low and persuasive. No, I can't. Nohara Rin, though longing for Kakashi's recognition and acceptance, knew rationally that Obito had just passed away. This was not the time for romantic entanglements with Kakashi. In truth, her own heart was also tormented by Obito's departure. A person of the opposite sex who always revolved around her not only fulfilled her spiritual needs completely, but also catered to her innate nature. She enjoyed providing meticulous care to Obito, and she also enjoyed his dependence on her. She believed that was the bond between them. But now everything had changed. Kakashi was mentally shattered, and she could only barely hold herself together despite losing her emotional anchor. Rin, the best remedy for mental illness is sincerity. That's what Lady Tsunade told me. You can try confessing to Kakashi. If he agrees, he will surely pull himself together quickly. Don't forget Obito asked Kakashi to protect you, Shinji said with a smile. According to the original story, after Obito left during Konoha's battle against Kirigakure, Nohara Rin did confess to Kakashi, but she was completely rejected. Now he had to speed up the process and make Rin give up entirely. Lady Tsunade really said that. Nohara Rin lowered her pretty face in embarrassment. Her mind was in turmoil. Hearing that Tsunade had such a say, she began to fantasize again. If Kakashi could really. How wonderful would that be? Of course, Rin. Rin, go for it. We're all rooting for you. Back in school, everyone thought you two were a couple. Shiranui Gunma and Yūhi Kurenai joined in the teasing. Gunma was a pure bystander, while Yūhi Kurenai harbored a small ulterior motive. From the beginning of the Kannabi Bridge mission, Shinji had shown subtle closeness to Nohara Rin. Even though Shinji had explained the reason as a woman, she subconsciously regarded the excellent young woman Rin as a rival. Now if she could successfully pair Rin with Kakashi, Rin would no longer threaten her relationship with Shinji. Do you all really think so? Nohara Rin looked shyly at Yūhi Kurenai, and Gunma, a blush creeping up to her delicate earlobes, unnoticed. Kakashi, pull yourself together. I'm waiting to fight alongside you. Youth must not be slack. The next morning, Nohara Rin dressed up beautifully, wearing a newly purchased pink sheer sleeveless dress. As she approached the door of Kakashi's ward, she heard Might Guy's passionate voice. Guy, why is Guy here? What should I do? Nohara Rin tightened her grip on the small gift she had carefully prepared, hesitated for a moment, and finally pushed the door open. Guy's encouragement did not seem to revive Kakashi. Kakashi still leaned expressionlessly against the wall, his eyes vacant, as if lost in recollection. Kakashi, how is your rest? Guy, you're here. Nohara Rin greeted them softly, and as usual began to clean and tidy the room. Oh, Rin is here. Take care of Kakashi's condition. Might Guy scratched his head and replied. You're too kind. This is what I should do. Guy, if you have other things to do, please go ahead. He'll take care of things here. Nohara Rin pulled out the trash bag, saying this seemingly indifferently. Ahem, well, then I'll leave it to you, Rin. Kakashi, I still have a mission to go on. I hope when I come back you won't be like this. If you continue to be dejected, I will definitely surpass you. With that, Might Guy pushed the door and left. As Might Guy left, the ward instantly fell into silence. Nohara Rin stopped what she was doing and stood up. Thinking about confessing her feelings to the one she admired, her heart began to race uncontrollably. Rin, the third Hokage is asking. Did something happen? Kakashi spoke for the first time since waking up. Nohara Rin was momentarily stunned, and after a long pause, she softly explained. It's still about Iwagakure. It seems they have found another supply route, and now their army is pressing on the border. Before she could finish, Kakashi turned over and got up, starting to put on his standard ninja combat gear. Kakashi, what are you doing? Nohara Rin asked in panic. Protecting the village. But the third Hokage said you need to rest properly. Besides, the current situation doesn't require us to leave the village. Nohara Rin explained, but Kakashi's movements didn't pause at all. This made her anxious. She put on a stern face and said seriously, Kakashi, this is the third Hokage's order. Are you going to disobey it? The next second, Kakashi's movement stopped. He then lay back down on the hospital bed, looking at Nohara Rin with a somewhat surprised expression. What are you looking at me like that for? Nohara Rin had come with ulterior motives today, and being stared at directly by Kakashi made her flustered. Nothing. I just feel that Rin seems to have become stronger. You're right. The village needs me, and my comrades need me. I need to conserve my strength. Kakashi shook his groggy head and closed his eyes again. Hep. Hearing Kakashi describe her like that, Nohara Rin felt a secret joy. After hesitating repeatedly, she took out the carefully prepared gift, while Kakashi was resting with his eyes closed. The gift was a small music box. When opened, it revealed two exquisite figurines, a boy and a girl holding hands. Then it would play a pleasant melody, and the two figurines would dance gracefully like a couple in love within the small box. The music box was an imported item, very expensive, costing tens of thousands of ryo. If not for the generous reward from this mission, she really couldn't. Looking at the exquisite music box in her hand, and then at Kakashi's cold, stern face, Nohara Rin slowly crouched down, gently bit her pink lips, and murmured softly, Kakashi. My. Kakashi didn't open his eyes. I like you, Kakashi. Please go out with me. Stammering, Nohara Rin finally mustered the courage to hand over the music box, and said. Kakashi stiffly opened his eyes, looking at Nohara Rin with a complicated expression. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. He just quietly looked at Nohara Rin, his mind surging with thoughts. Actually, he had long understood Nohara Rin's feelings. But as a ninja, was it really appropriate to have normal human emotions? Later, when Obito implicitly or explicitly expressed his admiration for Nohara Rin, he had intended to set aside personal feelings and resolved to be a true ninja. Later, his father's departure further sealed his heart, making him believe in fate. In his view, a ninja was more like a tool to protect the village. Now that Obito's body was still warm, how could he accept Nohara Rin's confession? What would Obito think if he saw? Rin, actually, I don't deserve it. You know, at the Kannabi Bridge, I once thought about giving up on you. It was Obito who warned me, but Obito liked you more. He cares about you very, very much, even willing to sacrifice his own life for you. Do you understand? Hearing Kakashi's words, Nohara Rin's shy expression instantly froze, turning pale, like a discarded rag doll. But I've always liked you, Kakashi. The arrow has left the bow, there's no turning back. Nohara Rin bit her red lips, and said boldly. No, Rin. That's not okay. I cannot betray Obito's trust. If he knew, he would definitely be sad. Kakashi shook his head repeatedly. Then Kakashiken my feelings. As she spoke, Nohara Rin's voice became choked. The mist in her eyes swirled several times, finally gathering into tears that streamed down. Thud! The music box fell to the ground. The closed box opened, emitting a pleasant melody, and the figurines began to dance cheerfully. The atmosphere was so heartwarming, yet it brought no comfort to Nohara Rin. Kakashi. I hate you. Wah. Nohara Rin staggered to her feet, rushed out the door, leaving behind a trail of crystal-clear teardrops on the floor. Obito was gone, and now, rejected by Kakashi, Nohara Rin felt her heart torn apart, her expression becoming dazed and numb. She only wanted to escape the hospital, escape this place that made her ashamed and humiliated, escape this place that broke her heart. Running all the way distracted and uneasy, she didn't notice the dense footsteps at the corner of the stairs. By the time she rushed around the corner, it was too late. She collided head-on with Shinji, who was coming from the opposite direction. Rin, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Shinji, startled, supported Nohara Rin's slender waist, and asked curiously, what happened? Rin, are you okay? Shiri Hong and Shinjian also asked with concern. Wawak. Nohara Rin, disheartened, remained silent. Suddenly she felt a pair of large hands on her waist, burning hot through the sheer dress, making her even more flustered. Was that Shinji's hands? I'm fine. You go check on Kakashi. He's recovering well. As she spoke, Nohara Rin's slender arms gently broke free from Shinji's grasp, and then she ran all the way downstairs. Ding. Detected that the host has accelerated the progress of Nohara Rin's confession to Kakashi being rejected. The Golden Legend mission sequel has been initiated. Care for the widow requirement to reach a lover-level relationship with Nohara Rin. No time limit for the mission. Mission completion reward Uchiha clan bloodline chance to awaken the Kekkei Genkai Sharingan. Kurenai Genma, you two go check on Kakashi first. They'll go look after Rin in case she does something foolish. After reading the newly triggered mission on his golden finger, Shinji hastily said, and chased after Nohara Rin down the stairs. Wait, Shinjiken. Nohara Rin's home was about 3 kilometers from Konoha Hospital, located in the northern part of Kannabi, facing the Kongshu district from afar. It was neither a prosperous commercial block nor a poor area, but much better than where Mike Guy and his son lived. Nohara Rin's home was a 2-story building with a small fenced yard. Rin's mother was busy at her self-run flower shop during the day, so when Shinji followed Nohara Rin to the door, there was no one inside. Rin, please wait. Shinji called out again, but Nohara Rin still did not respond. She mechanically opened the door and entered the yard, casting a complex glance at Shinji before closing the main door. This girl probably won't commit suicide. Maybe she's just thin-skinned and afraid of being laughed at. Shinji frowned inwardly, surveying his surroundings. Konoha had recently been mired in the quagmire of war, the economy declining, and there were few pedestrians on the streets. Sensing no one else around, Shinji decisively used the body flicker technique. Damn it, that bastard Kakashi. He'll never talk to you again. Wawawak. You made me lose face in front of everyone today. What should I do? So annoying. What will others think of me? After returning home, Nohara Rin sat alone on the tatami in the living room, lost in chaotic thoughts. Whenever she recalled the embarrassing moment, tears welled up in her eyes. No, what's wrong with me? Why did I suddenly confess to Kakashi? It was too bold, too sudden. It's all Shinji's fault for egging me on. What sincerity can heal emotional wounds? Damn, what now? Rin. It's okay. Even if Kakashi doesn't understand your feelings, we do. You. Shinji, how did you get in? You. Shinji's voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Nohara Rin was startled, and when she looked up to see Shinji, she felt another wave of embarrassment. Rin, everyone is very worried about you. I'm worried too, afraid you might do something foolish or despair. So I followed in. You won't blame me, will you? As he spoke, Shinji took a small stool and sat down in front of Nohara Rin. The small stool was slightly lower than the tatami, just compensating for the slight height difference between him and Nohara Rin, allowing him to capture the changes in her expression more clearly, while also taking in her petite figure. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes, her starry pupils were like water, and her fair, smooth little face wore a sorrowful expression. The carefully chosen pink gauze dress perfectly accentuated Nohara Rin's girlish charm, her bare shoulders soft and delicate, and a faint, elusive fragrance of youth wafted toward him. I am not that stupid. Why are you staring at me like that? Nohara Rin had been feeling sad and unable to contain herself, but being scrutinized by Shinji's familiar, yet burning gaze, she tensed up, her little heart pounding wildly. Nothing. I was just thinking how wonderful it would have been if I had been assigned to the same team as Rin back then. I could have received Rin's meticulous care and concern just like Obito and Kakashi. Alas, what a pity. Shinji averted his gaze, muttering softly. Huh, you. Why are you saying all this? Actually, Kurenai and Gunma are pretty good too, aren't they? Nohara Rin was puzzled, yet felt a strange warmth in her heart. Perhaps she herself didn't know exactly what her personality was like. A giving personality. Nohara Rin derived immense spiritual satisfaction from devoting herself to the friends she cared about and from being acknowledged by them. This was Shinji's definition of Rin. It was precisely because he identified this trait in Nohara Rin that his words consistently revolved around his need for her, his envy of Yugito and Kakashi, and so on. In short, he was prescribing the right remedy. Kurenai and Gunma are certainly good, but compared to them, Rin is unique. Aye. Shinji's words grew bolder and more direct, yet they were faultless. Nohara Rin didn't know why, but hearing them made her feel Rin. Lady Tsunade has given me a sealed scroll for the mystic palm technique along with some basic medical ninjutsu knowledge, medicinal knowledge, and formulas for me to study on my own. Could I trouble you to teach me and help make up for my shortcomings in medical ninjutsu? Shinji pressed his advantage, casting out the bait of medical ninjutsu with utmost sincerity. How can I do that? Nohara Rin was flattered by Shinji's flattery. She was merely a chunin. Although she had obtained the mystic palm technique through her excellent chakra control, in terms of seniority or ability, she was not qualified to be a teacher. Yet deep down she didn't want to refuse Shinji's plea. At that moment, she found an indescribable sense of satisfaction in Shinji's eager eyes. Shinji had saved her life, shared Lady Tsunade's notes and medicines with her, and now he had received a part of Tsunade's legacy. If Shinji doesn't mind my lack of skill, I have no objections. After a brief hesitation, Nohara Rin replied with a firm tone. Then shall we start now? Shinji pulled out the medical ninjutsu scroll he had obtained from Tsunade, unrolling a third of it, and looked at Nohara Rin with eyes that were 3 parts encouragement and 7 parts affirmation. Nohara Rin looked at it, and saw that it was indeed Tsunade's handwritten notes. Her eyes widened in amazement. At that moment the embarrassment of being rejected by Kakashi was briefly forgotten. Her nature of enjoying teaching and helping others took over, and she began to instruct Shinji seriously. Let's start with the basics of medical ninjutsu. Lady Tsunade's notes are very clear. Here. Nohara Rin's big eyes blinked, sometimes looking at Shinji, sometimes at the unfurled scroll. She pointed at the content with her right finger, reading word by word, looking every bit the patient little teacher, instructing him earnestly. Shinji listened attentively as well. Apart from minor techniques like the blood clotting technique, he could now formally develop his own yang release. Nohara Rin explained very thoroughly, and he could understand almost everything. Whenever there was something that needed elaboration, he would take the initiative to ask. As they went back and forth, the distance between them unknowingly grew very close. Nohara Rin slid off the tatami sitting on the floor, and Shinji also left the stool leaning against Nohara Rin side by side, without a gap. Do you understand? An hour later Nohara Rin, feeling no discomfort, blinked her big eyes and asked. I understand. Rin, you're amazing. You're a born little teacher. Shinji praised sincerely. Because someone like Nohara Rin who would chew up theoretical knowledge and combine it with her own experience to teach him was hard to find anywhere. Now that he had fully digested the theoretical knowledge of the mystic palm technique, the next step was to try and explore the actual chakra pathways on his own. Shinji, you're very smart too. Nohara Rin, praised by Shinji, showed a rare smile on her pretty face. Rin, you are so beautiful. Shinji gazed at Nohara Rin, who exuded a delicate fragrance, and a bold idea involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Murmuring, he lowered his head and kissed her, capturing those 2 soft pink lips tightly. Rin, Nohara never imagined that Jinsi would be so bold. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she was completely stunned. Gurgle gurgle, the little goldfish suddenly darted into the pond. Rin Nohara felt as if electrified, trembling uncontrollably, wanting to break free from Jinsi's high-voltage grip, but her entire body was limp. Her small hands weakly clutched his wrist, and for a moment, she didn't know whether to resist or yield. Jinsi's kiss gradually shifted from wild to tender, growing softer and softer like raindrops or a gentle massage. She felt as if they were 2 fish sharing the last remnants of water and oxygen. The water and oxygen flowed back and forth between them, clouding her thoughts. A strange, unprecedented palpitation surged through her, and numbness began to take over her senses. What are you doing? Time seemed to lose meaning, the world itself forgotten. Suddenly Rin Nohara gasped as if injected with adrenaline and burst forth with unprecedented strength, shoving Jinsi, who had been pressing down on her, to the side. Panting with indignation, she hurriedly covered the front of her small floral dress, which had been pulled open. Within the pinkish red dress, a tantalizing glimpse was revealed. A pink strap fell from inside one and still clutched in Jinsi's hand. Sorry, Rin. I couldn't help myself. You're so beautiful. Jinsi rose, sheepishly apologizing repeatedly, yet there was no trace of guilt in his eyes. Jinsi was startled by this unexpected turn of events. His original intention was to complete the Golden Legend mission and use Rin Nohara as a stepping stone to try to approach Kushina Uzumaki. After all, given Kushina's status, he, a mere civilian ninja, could not easily get close to her. But now Rin Nohara's primal restraint had sparked an unprecedented interest in him. You? I never thought you were this kind of person, Jinsei. You've disappointed me so much. I don't want to see you anymore. Please leave. Rin Nohara clutched her chest, her pretty face still flushed. Her eyes misty with tears glared at Jinsei with a complex expression. Sorry, Rin. I'm serious. Jinsei didn't dare overdo it. Pinning Rin Nohara to the tatami had already been too aggressive. Pressing further might backfire, so it was better to let her savor the taste of romantic passion on her own. Jinsei, is Rin okay? Just then a voice came from outside the door. It was Shiri Hong. Rin Nohara stiffened her pretty face, turning pale. She hurriedly said to Jinsei, Jinsei, please wait. Is there something else you want to say, Rin? Jinsei turned around. You mustn't tell them about what happened between us. Otherwise I will never speak to you again. Rin Nohara's face was full of conflict. Don't worry, Rin. Get some rest. They'll come back to ask for your guidance on medical ninjutsu when you have time. I'm sorry for today. I hope you don't take it to heart. Jinsei smiled and nodded, then pushed the door open. Damn it. I never thought Jinsei would be this kind of person. Whoa, I can't face anyone. Kakaxia. As soon as Jinsei left, Rin Nohara collapsed like a deflated balloon onto the tatami, lost in chaotic thoughts. Jinsei's flattery, Jinsei's sincerity, Jinsei's tenderness, and finally his aggressive advance. All of it had crossed her psychological boundaries, yet she couldn't muster much resentment. Instead, her memory involuntarily retrieved the scene of them exchanging water like fish moments ago. Kakaxi, you're such a jerk. No, Jinsei is the real jerk. Muttering one last unwitting remark, Rin Nohara rolled over and pulled the thin blanket tightly around her body. Hong Xinjian, did something happen? Why are you here? At the entrance of Rin Nohara's house, Shiri Hong and Xinjian had been waiting for some time. Jinsei, believing his expression was calm enough, walked over to greet them. How is Rin? Is she alright? Shiri Hong asked. She's fine. I gave her a heartfelt talk, and she's come around. What about Kakaxi? Jinsei waved his hand casually, then changed the subject. Kakaxi is fine. But something big has happened in the village again. This time it was Xiaohua Xinjian who replied. His face was grave, and his eyes held a deep unease. Big news. What could it be? Our Konoha is thriving. We'll soon crush Iwagakure. Jinsei reassured him. Tung Yesenpai was killed in battle during a skirmish with Kumogakure. And I heard from my father that Iwagakure has already advanced within 100 kilometers of the village. Tsunade and Kirigakure have joined forces. Our village is now in grave danger. Shiri Hong suddenly spoke, revealing the intelligence she had just obtained. What? Tung Yesema is dead. Jinsei was shocked. Tung Yi was the jonin leading their squad, though he was usually busy and had largely left them to their own devices. As a commoner, Jinsei received no special treatment in the squad, and he felt no particular attachment to Tung Yi. He had been worried about having no autonomy in the spy mission, but now it seemed a gift had fallen into his lap. If Tung Yi was dead, wouldn't that mean they would be left to their own devices? Tung Yesenpai gave his all for the village. Let's go pay our respects. Shiri Hong suggested, seeing that Jinsei was silent after his shock, thinking he was grieving. Yes, we should pay respects. And we can check on Obito too. Jinsei agreed. Wait, Jinsei, what's wrong with your mouth? Just as Jinsei turned to leave, Shiri Hong suddenly rushed up and stopped him. She gently rubbed her finger over his lips. What is this? Why are your lips a bit swollen? Shiri Hong withdrew her hand and rubbed her slender fingers together, revealing a faint pink residue on her fingertip. Jinsei's pupils contracted. It was Rin Nohara's lipstick. He hadn't expected that today Rin Nohara, looking so beautiful, had applied light makeup and lipstick, and he had forgotten to wipe the traces from his mouth. But his mind was quick enough, he found an excuse in an instant. It's a mark from eating pastries. Rin Nohara was thanking me for cheering her up, right? So, then why are your lips a bit swollen? Shiri Hong pressed on, her eyes wide with wariness. Though their relationship hadn't yet reached the point of intimacy, they often shared kisses. Her own lips had been swollen by Jinsei's kisses, so she knew this. Now that Rin Nohara's pairing with Kakaxi had failed, she was a potential rival. Shiri Hong couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Swollen? How could it be? Jinsei pressed his lips together. It's not swollen at all. How about you check? He pulled Shiri Hong into his arms and planted a firm kiss on her. Shiri Hong hadn't expected Jinsei to do this in the street in front of Xinjian. Her eyes widened in shock, and she stammered. Hong, I want to rent a nicer house to be our home, where we can cultivate together in our leisure time. What do you think? No way, you're so bad. Look, Senior Jun Hong has been busy with missions lately, and rarely comes home. Why don't you just move in? That way we can train hard during the day, and also cultivate at night. Stop it. Shut up. Shiri Hong's cheeks flushed crimson, wishing she could sew Jinsei's mouth shut. In the commercial district of Konoha village, Shiri Hong and Jinsei, just out of the cinema, chatted, and soon became entwined. Thinking of how Jinsei had boldly performed hand seals in the pitch darkness of the theater, Shiri Hong couldn't help but feel a wave of shyness. Depends on my mood. If you behave well, I'll consider it. Is that so? Fine then. Lin has been teaching me medical ninjutsu recently. Since you're not coming ill, just invite her to my place to teach me. How dare you? Hearing the name Yi Yuan Lin, Shiri Hong instantly panicked. Her earlier tsundere demeanor completely vanished. Ever since the rift between Yi Yuanlin and Kakashi 2 days ago, she had noticed a strange phenomenon. Whenever she saw Yi Yuanlin would deliberately avoid Jinsi. Clearly it was Kakashi that Yi Yuanlin had fallen out with, so why would she act so ambiguously toward Jinsi? This bothered her deeply. Jinsi-hong, what are you still doing here? The village is holding a memorial for the fallen heroes. Go get ready. Just as the two were about to head to the shopping street, they ran into Bo Feng Shui Min. Bo Feng Shui Min, dressed in a sharp black ninja vest, wore a solemn expression. Is that so? Jinsi and Shi Ri-hong exchanged glances. Yes, hurry up. The third Hokage will give a pre-war mobilization speech soon. Bo Feng Shui Min said. By the way, I also sympathize with Senior Tung Ye's situation. From now on, your team will operate alongside Kakashi and Lin. I've already sought approval from the third Hokage. Bo Feng Shui Min added, as if recalling something. Really? Then well be in your care, Lord Shui. Having the chance to be under a renowned teacher like Bo Feng Shui Min was a blessing Jun Si couldn't ask for. After exchanging a word with Shi Ri-hong, he hurried away. In the afternoon at the Konoha cemetery. As if to match the solemn atmosphere, a light rain began to fall quickly, soaking the massive memorial stone. Water droplets slid slowly down the stone, winding along the dense rows of names in a meandering path, then trickling into the hearts of those present. At the front row, Yuan Fei Rijan, dressed in a black ninja vest, without his Hokage hat, stood with his head slightly bowed and a solemn expression. To his left and right were Zhuanqin Xiao Chunshui, Hu Min Yin, and Ji Siyuan, Tuanzong, all similarly attired. In the next row stood Bo Feng Shui Manda, Shiwan Jiraiya, and Tsunade, followed by the clan leaders and ninjas of the Ino Shikacho, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans. The spacious cemetery was filled with countless dark specks like army ants waiting for the command of their queen. At the very back, Shinji also bowed, his head sandwiched between Shi Ri-hong and Yi Yuanlin, listening to the Hokage Yuan Fei Rijan's words. Fortunately, as a member of a team that had completed an rank mission, he was temporarily spared from being sent out again. Unfortunately, his name seemed to have entered the notice of the higher-ups. Yuan Fei Rijan had just singled him out, which was hardly a good omen for a time traveler with a traitor system. Counting the ninjutsu, he had mastered the body flicker technique, fire release, ash pile, burn white fang blade style, wind release, great breakthrough, and the 3 basic jutsu learned at the academy. That seemed to be it. To participate in the upcoming multinational war would be a stretch. If he wanted to gain more strength before his traitorous actions were exposed, he would have to work even harder. Suddenly a sense of urgency began to spread in his heart. The village is facing unprecedented challenges. But don't panic. The Sunagakure and Kirigakure are at odds with each other, going in opposite directions. As long as we fully suppress the arrogance of Iwagakure, all dangers will be resolved. Yuan Fei Rijan spoke passionately in his concluding remarks. We swear to protect the village. We swear to protect Konoha. The crowd below responded with equal fervor. Shortly after, the crowd began to disperse. Some formed teams and hurried out of the cemetery, heading straight for the village gates. Off to the battlefield. Among these people, Gensi saw many familiar faces: Uchiha Fugaka Hyuganatsu from the Hyuga clan, following an unfamiliar main family lady, and Bo Feng Shui Min. Not until most had left did Gensi prepare to leave, but when he noticed Kakashi still standing motionless, he stopped. Gensi, I can feel that I've recovered, but I always feel so exhausted. Kaka's eyes gaze lingered on the memorial stone as he muttered to himself. Huh. Gensi knew that Kaka's inner demon had grown stronger. Lin's confession seemed like a minor episode. For Kakashi, the oppressive and mournful atmosphere of the cemetery was far more disturbing to his mind. Kakashi, as a ninja, you're still just a mortal. Isn't it normal to be tired? I get tired too, and I fear war. But whenever I think about growing together with my comrades during missions, I have nothing to worry about. War always means death. You and I will face that day too. Everyone knows you feel guilty about Obito's departure, but it's really unnecessary. Junsi looked at Kakashi and comforted him word by word. In truth, he didn't know how to counsel Kakashi. Kaka's condition was essentially post-war trauma exacerbated by his family tragedy and Obito's fate. But I always feel like Obito is right in front of me. Enough. Kakashi, if you don't work hard to create the life you want, you'll have to spend even more time dealing with the life you don't want. Sometimes it's not about what you choose, the world has already made the decision for you. You have no choice. Do you believe the next person to die will be Lin, or Lord Shui Min, or Senior Jio Xi9? Wake up. The world is cruel. You haven't even tried or persisted. Why do you have to be so downcast? If you're just going to wallow in self-pity, then I was wrong about you from the start, Kakashi. Oh, Jinsi has quite a broad view of war. Just as Shi Ri-hong, Yi Yuanlin, and the others were about to join in comforting Kakashi, a hoarse voice came from the right. At the same time, a cold voice echoed in Junsi's mind. Special mission to Shiwan's interest. Based on the current world trend, Shiwan will become a strong candidate for the 4th Hokage. Please deepen Shiwan's impression of the host to a level of strong interest. Mission completion reward disguise technique, Xiao Xie Yin Shu. Gensis pupils constricted and realization dawned. To make the Shiwan interested in him. That didn't sound like a good thing. However, as a top-tier disguise technique, the disguise technique would undoubtedly suit his traitor persona perfectly. Making up his mind, he followed the others and looked toward the direction of the voice. There in the rain, Shiwan with long hair flowing and completely soaked walked slowly with a smile on his face, his golden vertical pupils staring straight at him. Lord Shiwan, everyone said in unison. Does Lord Shiwan have any instructions? Gensis' previously relaxed body had unconsciously tensed. This was his first time dealing with Shiwan. It was impossible not to feel intimidated by the philosophical and scientific godfather of the ninja world. Although Shiwan's reputation in Naruto was relatively decent, that was only from an omniscient perspective, generous to subordinates, sharing research results, and possessing a fatherly charisma in psychological counseling. But to Jinsi, all that was nonsense. After all, Shiwan's first choice for human experimentation would be orphans like him who had no power or backing. He had no intention of enthusiastically cooperating with Shiwan's research. Jinsi, I've been keeping an eye on you for a while. I've heard about your performance in the Kannabi Bridge mission from Shui Min. You're a very interesting kid. You just said everyone will die. Then doesn't that make our current existence utterly meaningless? Hearing the philosophical question from Shiwan that seemed to probe the very soul, Jinsi subconsciously ignored the question itself, his mind filled with the words, I've been watching you for a while. What is he watching me for? I haven't done anything. The Kannabi Bridge mission was just routine. It can't be that there's something too incredible to warn. Could it be that he's after my body to use me as an experiment? What? Is this question that difficult? Indeed, everyone becomes hesitant when faced with questions about life itself. Seeing Jinsi remain silent for a long time, Shiwan assumed that his earlier guidance to Kakashi was just empty talk lacking any profound insight into the question of life, and turned to leave. Sir, please wait. Jinsi's pupils constricted, and he said in a low voice. For a civilian ninja like him, Shiwan was undoubtedly dangerous, but if he could establish a good relationship, he might receive some special treatment on future missions. After all, someone of Shiwan's caliber was a top commander on the battlefield, and his character was well known. As long as your value exceeded that of an experimental subject, he would exclude you from being one like the later Yakushi Do, whom Shiwan didn't even bother to mark with a curse seal, investing his full effort. Do's later achievements were all thanks to Shiwan. Oh, have you thought of something? Then let's hear it. Shiwan turned back with interest, smiling. Actually, life itself has no meaning. What gives life meaning is people. For example, the bonds between ninja, or the goal of learning a certain jutsu, or a beloved girl in my heart. Shiwan surely doesn't care about such trivial matters. Anyway, what I mean is people must have goals, interests. Interest is the best teacher. Interest is the best teacher. Interesting. As Jinsi's words fell, Shiwan's expression became increasingly playful. To have single-handedly killed a jonin from Iwagakure during the Kannabi Bridge mission, in his eyes Jinsi himself represented an extraordinary charm. Though the words spoken now were not profound truths, they somehow echoed the very things he had been struggling with in recent years. Yes. Life has no meaning originally, one must discover interesting things for themselves, experience interesting things. So my actions are inherently right. I want eternal life, to explore the mysteries of life and the world, to develop more secret techniques. Yes, life has no meaning originally, one must discover interesting. The ninja world is cruel, Kakashi. If you don't want to become ordinary and follow Shuomo's fate, you need a heart strong enough. As a ninja you should challenge. Little ones, keep up the good work. They'll continue to keep an eye on you. Farewell. As if receiving some kind of validation from Jinsi's words, Shiwan smiled, and gave Jinsi his approval, unusually admonishing Kakashi, and finally waved to Yuan Lin and the others before. Shiwan, his speech is so strange. He had already disappeared into the rain curtain, before Rihong came to her senses, and stammered. Also very oppressive, right? Jinsi held the newly obtained disappearance technique, his heart surging. Kakashi, what else do you want to say? I'm sorry for making you worry. I think I should train harder, otherwise I'll hold you back on the next mission. Kakashi still had a gloomy face, but his words were much brighter than before, likely having recognized his own mistakes under the philosopher's guidance. Linson, are you free today? I still need to improve my medical ninjutsu. As soon as Kakashi left, Yuan Lin started to run away, and Jinsi found it amusing. I am busy today. I have to help my mother at the flower shop. Some other time. Yuan Lin paused, not daring to look back, and said in a fluster. I see. That's a pity. We'll meet another time, Lin Sensei. Hey. Ow. Hiss. Jinsi was about to say more to deepen Yuan Lin's impression, when a sharp pain suddenly shot through his waist, making him wince. Jinsi, you pervert. I'm never talking to you again, humph. Rihong angrily pinched him twice, then stomped her foot, and walked away. Why are you causing trouble? I'm learning medical ninjutsu for you. Well, and Shinji. Don't point at me. You guys take your time. I have things to do. Have fun. Buji Huashuanjian, as a member of the team, had already sensed during the Kannabi Bridge mission that Rihong's attitude toward Jinsi was overly ambiguous. Seeing this, he naturally understood what was going on between his two teammates. He chuckled awkwardly and ran off. In the cemetery, only the two of them remained in an instant. Shirihong was both angry and embarrassed, frozen in place, unable to leave or return. Are you still leaving? If you're going, you'll go learn medical ninjutsu from Lin. Junsi raised an eyebrow and teased. No, you're not allowed to have designs on Lin. Shirihong couldn't stand it and came back clawing at Junsi. She's already like that, and you still bully her. You're such a jerk. Saying that, she opened her mouth and bit toward Junsi's chest. They'll go with you to find a better place to live. Shirihong lifted her head and said, yeah, that's right. Let's go quickly. We're soaked through. Junsi nodded with satisfaction and put his arm around Shirihong's slender waist. It's all because of you, you jerk. You did it on purpose. Confess, are you still after Lin? How could I be? Medical ninjutsu is the hardest to master, you know that. I'm not like you and Xuanjian who have elders at home to guide you. I can only rely on myself, on friends. Didn't you hear what the third Hokage said just now? The situation is getting more and more serious. I've only learned one blood coagulation technique. What use will that be? I'm learning the palm sage technique. Alright, Jinsikuin, I believe you. Then how about coming to my place tonight? My pet mouse can do backflips. A backflip mouse? Shirihong was startled, but when she saw Junsi's mischievous smile, she blushed and shook her head repeatedly. Better not. Father left me some homework before he went away. I see. Then why are you still in the rain? You're not taking care of yourself. Alright, you carry me on your back. It'll shield you from the wind and rain. In the evening, the rain gradually ceased, a rainbow arching across the sky, the streets muddy and treacherous. Junsi trudged unsteadily, leaving the empty district where he had lived for 6 or 7 years. The house that he and Shirihong had their eyes on was located in the alley behind Shirihong's residence. Though it was still a 1-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom unit, it featured an elegant small courtyard, a private and secluded guest house suitable for cultivation and solitude. There were no valuables in his former home in the empty district, so almost all daily necessities in the new place were newly purchased, satisfying Shirihong's shopping desires to some extent, including a few items bought according to her personal preferences. So are you sure you won't stay here with me tonight? At the courtyard gate, Junsi made a final attempt to persuade her. Better not. I'm afraid of the big bad wolf. Shirihong shook her head playfully. How could that be? If anything, it's you who would eat me, remember? Junsi teased. You rascal. I'm not talking to you anymore. Shirihong shot him a shy, reproachful glance, then skipped back and closed the door. As twilight gathered, Junsi practiced all the ninjutsu he had mastered, but felt something was still missing. The current ninjutsu and secret techniques, though utterly insignificant compared to the alien bloodlines that would later emerge, were more than sufficient to handle the ongoing war. To some extent, the more techniques one mastered, the more effortlessly one could deal with enemies. Immersed in evaluating the Golden Finger tasks, the Flying Thunder God and Rasengan were not yet within reach, because Minato Namikaze had not yet departed for the front lines. Jiraiya, however, had already left as commander for the battlefield, so the main quest rewards were still out of the question. The Tailed Beast disturbance was also not to be considered. In the end, only 2 golden legendary tasks could be worked on before leaving the village. Kushina Uzumaki held a special status. Although Minato Namikaze had now taken in him Shirihong, and the third person, their bond was not as deep as that between Obito, Rin, and Kakashi. An abrupt visit would surely be noticed by the ANBU. Everything ultimately hinged on Rin Nohara. Rin Nohara's conquest quest not only involved acquiring the Sharingan bloodline limit, but she also served as a bridge connecting Kushina and him. If Rin was willing to help, he could gain more opportunities while Minato was away. Rin, what's wrong? Is it because of that boy Obito? Or did you get caught in the rain and catch a chill? Would you like me to take your temperature? At Rin's home, her mother had just finished work at the shop and returned to find her daughter curled up on the tatami, her eyes unfocused. This frightened her terribly. Mother, I'm fine. Just a bit tired. Don't worry about me. Rin forced a smile to reassure her. Then rest for a while. They'll prepare your favorite sushi and chess, the woman said, tying on an apron and heading into the kitchen. So annoying, so confusing. As soon as her mother left, Rin covered her face in distress. After leaving the cemetery, she had returned home alone. Initially, she tried to focus by studying medicinal knowledge to prepare for the upcoming mission. But as she studied, Jin's face involuntarily surfaced in her mind, followed by Kakashi, and then Obito. Jin's sudden kiss, his flattering words that made her feel light-headed, Kakashi's coldness and rejection, Obito's once adoring smiles, and his final moments. It was as if a hand was plucking at her heartstrings, leaving her feeling utterly disoriented. Is Junsi serious? Or is he just pitying me? According to Minato Sensei, the 3 of them will be assigned to Team 7. What should I do? Just as Rin was lost in thought, urgent knocking came from the door. Rin, open the door. Her mother's voice urged from the kitchen. Rin, puzzled, thought it might be her mother's friend or a customer. She got up casually, threw on a light jacket, and went outside. Rin, are you free tonight? The healing palm. As soon as the courtyard gate opened, Junsi squeezed into the yard with a grin, his white teeth flashing. Rin's body tensed, and she glanced nervously toward the house. What are you doing here? It's already dark. Can it wait until tomorrow? Rin blocked Jin's path, not wanting him to enter. What if her mother found out she was involved with a male classmate? Oh, Rin, have you forgotten what the third Hokage said today? We have to race against time. We might be sent on another mission any moment, and there's still tomorrow's work to do. Junsi said, pressing closer to Rin. Her face flushed, and she hastily stepped aside. Junsi strode into the living room as if no one was there. Before entering, he politely changed into a pair of cute little slippers at the entrance, and placed a gift of fruit he brought under the shoe cabinet. Rin, who is it? A friend of yours. Rin hurriedly followed into the living room, her head spinning at Junsi's audacious behavior. Her mother's question only added to her panic. Don't mess around, Junsi. Can we talk tomorrow? My mother is home. Rin lowered her voice and pleaded pitifully. Then it's the perfect opportunity to visit Annie. Tomorrow and tomorrow. How many tomorrows? Rin, I'm serious. Hearing Junsi's ambiguous words, Rin's heart was in turmoil. Finally, she grabbed his arm frantically, trying to pull him outside to clear things up. But Junsi remained immovable. Instead, he grasped her hands. For a moment, they tussled at the entrance of the living room. Junsi occasionally tickled Rin's armpits, making her wish she could disappear into the ground. Why aren't you saying anything, girl? Huh, where is she? Rin's mother slowly came out of the kitchen, scanning the tatami with curiosity. Finally, she looked toward the door and froze. Rin, who is this? When a guest arrives, shouldn't you entertain them properly? Hello, Andy. I'm Rin's classmate, and now also her teammate. The reason I'm disturbing you at this hour is to answer the village's call. Before the mission, I want to learn more from Rin and practice with her. Junsi stepped forward, modestly speaking with courtesy. Rin's mother was not very old, probably under 40, with a standard oval face and long brown hair, cascading over her shoulders. She was a petite, mature woman. However, perhaps having devoted too much effort to raising Rin alone, the marks of time were evident, with a distinct crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. Oh, you're Rin's classmate. Please have a seat, have a seat. Rin, go get a drink for your friend. By the way, what's your name? I haven't seen you before. Rin's mother took off her apron, her face beaming with smiles, and warmly ushered Junsi to sit on the tatami. Annie, my name is Junsi. My former squad leader unfortunately fell in battle, so I've just been assigned under Minato Sensei. Oh, Junsi never expected that Nohara Rin would tell her mother about the time he saved her during the mission. Dinner was naturally arranged with great enthusiasm. During the meal, Rin's mother showered him with praise, asking him to take good care of her daughter, saying that Rin was too soft-hearted. Rin, who had no idea how to handle their relationship, was so overwhelmed that she slipped away early to her bedroom upstairs. Seeing this, Junsi knew it was time to get to the point. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Rin's mother, he stood up and said, Auntie, I should go upstairs and study with Rin. Tonight's dinner was absolutely delicious. It made me, an orphan, taste the flavor of a mother's cooking. Truly wonderful. Such a sweet-talking child. If you like it, come every day, and he'll cook for you every day. Thank you, Auntie. After bidding farewell to Rin's mother, Junsi quietly climbed to the second floor. The layout upstairs was much narrower, a stereotypical rural Japanese in structure, with a corridor extending from the staircase and 4 rooms partitioned by sliding paper doors on either side. The first room on the right was open, filled with spare flower pots and other odds and ends. The first room on the left was pitch black, while the second one was lit, with a delicate silhouette reflected on the door. Junsi could tell at a glance that it was Rin. Rin, I'm coming in. It's getting late. Let's finish studying quickly, so I can head back early. Junsi gently pressed against the door and said. There was no response. After waiting for a long while in silence, he directly slid the door open. It's getting late. Wah. Rin was about to use the lateness as an excuse to send Junsi away, but she hadn't expected him to barge in. Startled, her mouth fell open and her voice changed. Rin, don't be so nervous. It's really just about learning the palm healing technique. Trust me. Seeing the flustered look on Rin's face, Junsi felt an inexplicable urge to tease her, especially now that he had discovered her secret habit of suppressing the spiral sphere, and that its size was even larger than he had imagined. He took delight in it. Really? Just learning medical ninjutsu. You better not do anything reckless. Rin instinctively took 2 steps back, speaking timidly. Really, Rin? Hurry up. My brain is aching with hunger. Rin. In the bedroom, as Junsi unrolled his scroll, Rin's initial anxiety gradually gave way to the atmosphere of learning driven by his enthusiasm. Perhaps due to her personality, Rin was a natural teacher. She tirelessly explained every question Junsi had, only stopping when he indicated he understood. Moreover, when Junsi tried to refine chakra, she was willing to personally sense and guide him. This made Junsi feel somewhat like a scoundrel. Yet as the learning atmosphere grew deeper, Rin completely let down her guard and began to change. Gazing at Rin's delicate profile and her tender little earlobe, and recalling the spiral sphere he had instinctively mastered a couple of days ago, Junsi felt the urge to take a light taste again. Rustle. The door suddenly slid open. Both Rin and Junsi shuddered. It was Rin's mother, carrying a plate of pastries and fruit to entertain them. I hope I'm not interrupting. You both look so studious. Teammates should help each other and improve together. Junsi, have some fruit. Rin's mother warmly invited. Oh, Mom, Junsi is studying. You'll delay his progress. Rin complained. She had been hoping to finish quickly and send Junsi off, but this interruption might force him to stay overnight. All right. Study on. Rin's mother covered her mouth with a smile, exuding a mature woman's charm. Then Rin sped up, explaining the annotations on the scroll word by word, while Jun-si appeared diligent. Rin's mother stood to the side watching Jun-si with a keen gaze. He's a fine young man, impeccable in both ability and appearance. And ambitious. Ah, if only he had a decent background. Rin's mother's eyes unconsciously took on the look of a mother-in-law. Having lived in the closed-off nation of Konoha as a commoner, she could intuitively feel the harshness of the village's class system. From the Hokage and elders to the ninja clan members, that tiny minority controlled all of Konoha's resources. Even jonin were merely tools of the ruling class. Jun-si was certainly talented, but his ceiling was likely just a jonin. Not to mention the brutality of war. Whether he could survive, it was uncertain. Even if he did, he might end up as a high-level worker destined for a life of toil. Such a good child. What a pity. Rin, Jun-si, train well. I won't disturb you. With a troubled heart, Rin's mother informed them, and the paper door slid shut again, and Jun-si's thoughts immediately became restless. Time was money, and even more so power. For Jun-si, seizing time meant seizing his own future. The sooner he could win Rin over and confirm their relationship, the sooner he could acquire the first precious bloodline limit, increasing his survival rate in the upcoming missions. Jun-si bolstered and brainwashed himself like this. Finally, under Rin's searching gaze, his eyes changed. Did you understand? Jun-si. Want to try refining chakra and performing the palm healing technique? Rin had no idea that the way Jun-si looked at her now carried a hint of appraising the opposite sex, nor did she notice the faint possessiveness in his eyes. Yes, I understand. Here, Rin. This part says that the wrist can also store chakra temporarily. How does that work? Jun-si pointed at the annotation left by Tsunade on the scroll. Without suspicion, Rin leaned in to take a closer look. Oh, Lady Tsunade is right. But temporary storage requires precise control of chakra. For example, Rin habitually straightened up to explain seriously, but just as her pretty face turned mid-sentence, she... Rin instinctively struggled her eyes wide, her delicate face showing a mix of panic and a faint hint of pleasure. After a long while under violent struggle, she finally broke free from Jun-si's embrace. You? How could you do this? Didn't we agree? Rin covered her mouth, her eyes reddening. I'm sorry, Rin. You were just too beautiful. I couldn't help myself again. Jun-si's gaze was candid, staring into Rin's eyes. But that still... For some reason, the anger Rin had felt was instantly transformed into a warm current by Jun-si's words, and his gaze, as if something was about to overflow. She couldn't bring herself to continue scolding. All the feelings that had been ignored and coldly rejected by Kakashi in the past now seemed to find an outlet. The words of reproach could no longer be spoken. Silence meant consent. To an experienced player like Jun-si who had lived 2 lives, it was undoubtedly a trumpet signaling the charge. Jun-si decisively closed in again, laying Rin down on the soft tatami. Her delicate face, tender lips, fair and smooth neck, and the hidden snowy whiteness. Every detail was gently caressed by the fish. Rin Nohara felt as if she were ill, her body trembling uncontrollably, her slender arms unconsciously wrapping around Shinji's arm, not so much pushing him away as yielding to him. What is happening to me? Is it real, Shinji? Isn't this too fast? It's so hard. Suddenly Rin felt a chill at her waist, and her trembling turned into a violent panicked resistance. Stop it, stop it. She pressed tightly against Shinji's head, wanting to see what mischief he was up to, yet afraid of being heard by her mother. When she saw how intimately entangled she and Shinji had become, a warm current mixed with inexplicable affection surged within her. Shinji, are you serious? Rin murmured shyly. Of course I am. Rin, I can see that you are a woman worth cherishing, and I am willing to protect you for a lifetime. Shinji raised his head, his expression solemn. Really? A whole lifetime? Rin whispered softly, her tense body gradually relaxing, her head slowly lowering. Shinji, isn't this too fast? Fast? Feelings are only about having or not having, not about fast or slow. Unless you look down. Are you still thinking about Kakashi? Shinji asked with a sly glint in his eyes. How could I? Actually, you are a good person, Shinji. It's just that I don't know you well enough, and I really want to understand you. Rin had never experienced being cherished or even reciprocated in love. Hearing Shinji's words, her already flushed face seemed intoxicated, dizzy, and dazed. Then how about now, Rin? Rin remained silent, slowly releasing her arms from around Shinji, and finally covering her face. This was undoubtedly granting Shinji a second pass. Heat always flows from high to low. As Rin felt her kidney deficiency easing, her thoughts grew more complex. Relief, gratitude, deep affection. When Shinji's figure reflected in her eyes became a blur, Rin's last vestiges of reason finally succumbed to delirium, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she bit her red lips. Half an hour later. Shinji, I feel sorry for my former teammates. Sorry for Obito. Or for Kakashi. I don't know. Rin covered her face. In truth, Shinji knew what Rin wanted to say. At this moment of farewell to the past, it was inevitable to feel guilt towards certain people. It certainly wasn't Kakashi, but rather Obito, who was already dead in the eyes of Konoha. But Shinji's situation was complicated, caught between a rock and a hard place. Unable to choose, he could only betray Obito and betray Rin. Sorry Obito, sorry Rin. Sorry Obito, sorry Rin. Over and over trapped in the dilemma, Rin suddenly bit her own hand and began to sob uncontrollably. Tears traced down her cheeks, immediately soaking the bedsheet. Rin, what's wrong? What happened? A mature silhouette rushed over to the slide. It's nothing, Auntie, please go on with your work. Rin just accidentally bumped her hand, helping her blow on it. Oh, is that so? Be careful. Perhaps out of adult discretion, or perhaps because she truly trusted Shinji, and Rin's mother passed by and headed downstairs. Rin's relationship with the host has reached the lover level. The host has completed the golden legendary quest, seizing the opportunity, and obtained the reward Indra's Rin, my anger hasn't subsided yet. It's all your fault for making me so frustrated. Look, how about? The activation of the Uchiha bloodline requires intense mental stimulation. In Shinji's view, mental stimulation was unnecessary, but other forms of stimulation might be more than sufficient. Shinji, Rin, now it's my turn to teach you. The next day, when Shinji woke up, the first thing he did was activate his own Sharingan. Double Tomo, the backlash of pupil power. Through the unique retinal neural network, a stream of released chakra belonging to the Sharingan slowly flowed. As a civilian ninja and a time traveler, this was the first time Shinji truly experienced the depth of bloodline heritage and its enhancement to body and spirit, and it was the bloodline of Indra. An even greater ambition arose unbidden in his heart. The Sharingan possesses functions of insight, Jinjutsu, and ninjutsu copying. Now that he had the chakra natures of wind, lightning, fire, yin, and yang, he no longer needed to painstakingly search for scrolls to master new techniques. Shinji, are you up? I brought you breakfast. Kurenai Yūhi's playful voice came from outside the door. Hearing this, Shinji deactivated the Sharingan, pondered secretly, and put on his... Soon Kurenai, dressed in a red and white sleeveless dress, walked in with a bright smile holding a lunchbox. You went to bed quite early last night. I didn't see any lights on your side. Oh, really? I was a bit tired yesterday, so... Shinji followed slowly behind Kurenai, scrutinizing her body from top to bottom. It wasn't a lecherous gaze, but the analytical look of the Sharingan in observation mode. The faint flame of chakra inside Kurenai flowed unconsciously through her meridians. Shinji could feel that when the Sharingan was activated, his pupils became exceptionally sensitive to chakra, as if these eyes possessed an innate affinity for it. The Sharingan, after all, originated from the Otsutsuki clan. In the distant past, chakra did not exist in the ninja world, it was brought later by the Otsutsuki. Thinking this, Shinji felt at ease. Shinji, why are you staring at me like that? I told you I'm not feeling well these days. You're so naughty. Kurenai set the breakfast on the low table in the living room. Turning around, she caught Shinji's burning gaze fixed on her legs, and a wave of shyness washed over her face flushing with a coquettish pout. Oh, is that so? I just thought your outfit today was too beautiful, Kurenai. If you don't like it, I won't look. Shinji's expression froze, and the Tomo in his eyes vanished instantly. He silently reminded himself to be more mindful of the occasion when using the Sharingan in the future. Although being discovered with the Sharingan would at most cost him some words and make him an orphan of the Uchiha clan, he didn't want to get involved with this soon-to-be-destroyed family, unless absolutely necessary. Ugh, Shinji, you're so annoying. You know that's not what I meant. Kurenai fidgeted her face, bearing the unique shyness and innocence of a young girl. So you mean if your father doesn't approve of me, things between us might not be said? Shinji entered the bathroom to wash up. No, of course not. I just don't want father to think I'm disrespecting him. Shinji, I promise you I can definitely convince father. Kurenai followed him into the bathroom seriously. Is that so? Then he'll trouble you. Shinji, you're so mean. I don't like this distant tone of yours. Sorry we're late, Junsi and Kurenai said as they arrived late at Ichiraku Ramen. The shop was already full of the entire Team 7, Rin, Kakashi, Minato, Kushina, and Gunma. When Tucci saw 2 more customers, a smile bloomed on his face. The economy of Konoha had been sluggish lately, and business had been declining. Having so many guests in the morning was a rare sight. Kurenai, still full of anticipation, followed behind him, clearly planning to sit, coming right up. Junsi scanned the room and noticed Rin's eyes shining with a mix of excitement and shyness as she moved to the farthest seat, inside her intent unmistakable. Kurenai, still full of anticipation, followed behind him, clearly planning to sit wherever he did. Now Rin, constrained by social dynamics, and unwilling to have others think she had only chosen him after being rejected by Kakashi, had decided to keep their relationship private for now. Kurenai, too bashful to act boldly in public, gave him a favorable situation. Not one to ruin it, he winked subtly at Rin, arranged for Kurenai to sit, then squeezed Kakashi aside, and took a seat beside Kushina. Mistress, I hope you'll take good care of me from now on, Junsi said as he sat down, casually taking out a gift, a jar of beef sauce he had bought at the shop. I heard you like salty ramen, so I hope this pleases you. Oh, Junsi is so thoughtful, Kushina said with a gentle smile, taking the small gift box and turning it over in her hands. Today Kushina still embodied all of Junsi's fantasies of a youthful, charming woman. Her delicate body exuded a familiar, yet unfamiliar fragrance. Her fiery red hair cascaded over her shoulders, contrasting with her snow-white skin. Her eyebrows arched with a hint of coquettishness, yet concealed tenderness, and her eyes glistened with innate allure. Her vermilion lips curved with a soft sheen. A fitted short skirt paired with suspenders accentuated her voluptuous curves. As she examined the gift, her playful frowns and light smiles intertwined. A blend of the Uzumaki clan's radiant passion and the soft, lingering charm of a woman not yet a wife or mother. Every gesture exuded the seductive elegance of a mature woman, gentle enough to dissolve hostility, alluring enough to hold one's gaze. Hehehe. Jinsei, I like this gift this time, she said. You shouldn't have spent so much. But next time we meet you must not bring any gifts, or you'll be angry. Kushina covered her mouth with a soft laugh, then turned serious. Yes. Mistress is so understanding, knowing, and broke, so you say that. Teacher Minato is truly blessed to have found such a beautiful and kind girlfriend like Mistress Kushina. A lifetime of happiness, a complete life. Ah, ha. I didn't know you had such a way with words, Jinsei. Minato and Kushina exchanged glances, laughing heartily. Ding. The task care for the widow is complete. Reward-tailed Beast Rider buff. Huh. Just as Jinsei was playing along with Kushina and Minato while checking the mission reward, he felt someone poking him from behind. Turning around, he saw Kakashi, who had finished his ramen, looking as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. What's going on? Jinsei leaned in. Jinsei, you must have heard about what happened with Rin, right? I noticed she hasn't been talking to me since that day. So I hope you can help mend my relationship with Rin. Even if we can't be lovers, she will always be my best comrade. I will follow Obito's last wish and protect her with my life. Kakashi lowered his voice and spoke slowly. My woman. You protect. What the hell are you protecting? Jinsei twitched the corner of his mouth and gave an awkward smile. Don't worry, I guarantee that Rin will never have any improper thoughts about you again, nor will she hold any grudge. Team 7 is now a big family. Mutual trust is the most important thing from now on. By the way, speaking of that, I'll need your guidance as a jonin in the future. As he spoke, Jinsei took out another exquisite gift box. Kakashi looked at it in surprise, noticing it was shaped somewhat like a book. A hint of embarrassment flickered across his cold, stern face. No, Jinsei, how could he give such a book in public? If others saw it, wouldn't their worldviews be overturned and they'd die of embarrassment? Don't be polite. It's just a book to encourage you. Jinsei said as he casually tore off the wrapping. Kakashi's expression changed drastically, and he nearly fled to sever ties with Jinsei. But when he saw the cover, his anxious heart gradually calmed. It wasn't a book of white snow and thunder, but a novel titled The Tale of the Gutsy Ninja. I don't know if Lord Jiraiya's book is a bestseller or not, but I think it's well-written, philosophical, and inspiring. Jinsei spoke with exaggerated praise, though in his heart, he held the content in contempt, even disdain. The Tale of the Gutsy Ninja was written by Jiraiya based on Minato as a prototype telling the story of the protagonist Naruto's growth. The entire book attempts to eliminate war through mutual understanding between people, which Jinsei considered complete nonsense. Even in the civilized society of the 21st century, war could not be eliminated. Civilization was merely a veneer for humanity, a spiritual sustenance brought about by evolution. What was truly engraved in the genes of animals was the law of competition in nature, survival of the fittest. Humans are the root of war. How can war be eliminated? If people could just understand each other like Naruto did with a few words, then Naruto must have fried their brains while talking. In Jinsei's view, true peace and unified order could only be established under absolute hegemony. Deterring the civilization under one's rule with absolute power, maintaining it with absolute power, and then slowly evolving and stripping away humanity's inherent flaws. Oh, I didn't know Jinsei also likes Lord Jiraiya's books. Great. I've read them too, Minato said, noticing the whispered conversation between Jinsei and Kakashi. His eyes lit up when he saw the book. Haha, of course. Lord Jiraiya is a hero of the village. We must read his books. But I feel like Naruto's personality is very similar to Teacher Minato's. Could it be that he was modeled after Teacher Minato? Jinsei's face changed as quickly as turning a page displaying unprecedented enlightenment. Minato's face unconsciously broke into a smile again, and he grew to value this student even more. Thank you, Jinsei. Realizing it wasn't the kind of Snow White photocomic he had imagined, Kakashi took the book with a mix of relief and an inexplicable pang of disappointment. The next second, he felt the unusual thickness of the Tale of the Gutsy Ninja and discovered another book underneath with a pure white cover. His expression froze and his eyes widened. Kakashi remembered to balance work and rest. Too much of anything is unhealthy, Jinsei said with a playful smile. Thank you, Jinsei. I will train diligently. I hope you can find time to spar with me in swordsmanship so we can improve together. Kakashi carefully sealed the books with a sealing scroll. Certainly. Jinsei's gaze lingered on Kakashi's concealed Sharingan. Because of Kakashi's bloodline deficiency, the Sharingan secret techniques he mastered were only two specialties: insight and copying. Moreover, he could develop these two specialties to the extreme, even when his own chakra was constrained. Jinsei indeed wanted to learn more from Kakashi. He had studied the characteristics of the Sharingan, and had initially mastered the functions of insight and Genjutsu hypnosis. As for the study of copying, perhaps he could start with Kakashi, and the two could research and progress together. Alright, I called everyone here today to announce an important matter. Wolfeng Shueman glanced around, found no outsiders in the shop, and clapped his hands. The pressure from Iwagakure on Konoha is growing heavier. As a part of the village, I will go to the front line today to support Master Jiraiya. You should prepare well for 2 days, and then come to find me together. At that time Master Jiraiya will personally assign tasks to you. Remember, this mission cycle may be very long. Be sure to inform your families. Yes, Sensei, Jinsi and the others said in unison. After a brief exchange, everyone left the ramen shop together and followed Kurenai to see off bluffing Shueman. On the way back, Yūhi and Lin unexpectedly took the initiative to extend an invitation. If everyone is free, you can come to my house to train together. We can hone our teamwork, and I can also guide Jinsikuen in practicing medical ninjutsu. Faced with the suddenly enthusiastic Yūhi and Lin, naturally no one else refused except Kurenai, who left on the pretext of a date with Mikoto. Meanwhile, inside the tent of the Iwagakure frontline command post. Han, this operation feels the same as last time. The enemy is that stinky toad again. If bluffing Shueman comes again, the situation might become unfavorable. Laozi looked at Han, who had fought his way from the grass country, and said worriedly. Han was clad in red armor, wore a conical hat, and half of his face was covered by a mask. He looked like a sturdy mechanical puppet exuding a cold aura. Upon hearing this, he merely sat upright on a cushion, remaining silent. After a long while he said in a deep voice, "Back then bluffing Schumann's flying thunder god technique was only at the entry level, but now it has become famous. If we want to suppress him and Jiraiya, we must have a mature plan to counter the flying thunder god, and also counter the stinky toad. Otherwise making Konoha compromise would be difficult. How about we join forces and assassinate Jiraiya tonight? Our men have already located Konoha's central stronghold." Laozi glared and said bitterly, "Better not. Jiraiya's abilities are special. He has the entire Mount Mayaboka backing him. Without obtaining all intelligence, targeting him personally is difficult. Moreover, you cannot avoid Konoha's patrol squads." Han shook his head helplessly. "How about we first figure out Konoha's supply route, and find a way to strike the village itself? Under the threat of the tailed beast ball, they won't have time to react." "That's a good idea. We can try it." Laozi nodded in agreement, then changed the subject, and said, "Recently Kirigakure has also appeared in the east of the Land of Fire, seemingly cozying up to Tsunade. Should we send a signal to Kumogakure?" "No need. Inoki has always held a grudge against Kumogakure. The alliance between the two villages is just a cover. By now they might already be fighting each other. If we can capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, this time Inoki will have nothing to say. Then the village's development will be up to us." This. Han fell silent, seeming to have unspeakable difficulty. 2 days passed in a flash. Just after dawn, the 5 members of Team 7, led by Captain Kakashi, left the village. The rainy season had just ended, and the temperature in the Land of Fire had dropped significantly, making it suitable for wearing thick ninja combat suits. "Judging by Master Shuman's tone, we might be staying for a month. Has everyone prepared enough food and cold weather clothing?" While dashing Jun, Si asked casually. At that moment, he was carrying Yuen Lin's and Shirihan's packages, as usual euphemistically called strengthening physical training. For Shirihan, Yuen Lin was her teacher, so out of respect for the teacher, it was not suspicious. For Yuen Lin, his enthusiasm toward companions was also in line with her own style of dealing with people, which was understandable. In short, both of their expectations for Jun Si were as hopeful as for a bright future. Master Shueman said that follow-up logistics support squads will provide us with supplies, so we don't need to worry too much about materials. Kakashi reassured. "Then, without a senior leading us along the way, will there be danger? I heard that Iwagakure has already penetrated deep into the border." Buzihuo Shinjian said worriedly. "Don't worry. This is Konoha's territory. They don't get to run wild here." Kakashi exuded dominance, vowing to avenge his previous shame. The team's route this time was different from last time, leaning more northward. Under conscious control, they had covered exactly half of the 100-kilometer total distance by nightfall, stopping at a relatively safe geographical location. Further ahead was a winding river, and behind them was dense forest cover, making it an ideal camp for the night. "Let's stop here for today." According to a senior from the Nara clan, this is roughly the outermost range of the patrol squads. "Everyone work harder tomorrow to rendezvous with Master Shueman as early as possible." Kakashi stopped, looked around, and signaled. "Jinsikuen, you've worked hard. Have some water." Yuen Lin, while taking off her backpack, blinked her big eyes, and said softly, "Ahem. Jinsikuen, I've prepared some. Have mine." Shirihong opened her water bottle, and while speaking she looked at Yuen Lin with a curious and wary gaze. "Well then, Jinsikuen, feel free. If you're free tonight, you can come to me for medical ninjutsu advice. I'll do my best to answer your questions." Yuen Lin looked at Shirihong thoughtfully, then smiled with pursed lips, replied, and took her backpack to set up a tent. Yuen Lin's active invitation to share a tent, especially after they had confirmed their relationship, made Jin Si's blood boil. The unease brought by this mission instantly vanished. But when he turned and met Shirihong's suspicious gaze, he couldn't help feeling guilty. "Hong's water is really good, sweet." Jin Si laughed awkwardly. "Humph, really? You're so smooth-tongued. Lin invited you to her tent to study medical ninjutsu, huh?" Shirihong rolled her eyes at Jin Si and teased. "Cough. It's all mission requirements. You don't want me to be helpless when a companion gets into an act." Jin Si spread his hands and said with righteous indignation, "But I feel like Lin's look at you is a bit off. Do you think Lin might be falling for you as a second choice because she can't get Kakashi's love? Shiri Hong suddenly turned into a little detective, her ruby-like eyes darting around. Come on, fellow classmate, don't badmouth others like that, okay? Lin is considered my teacher, and besides, how did I become the second choice? Junsis' expression turned serious, and he replied in a low voice. Alright, I was joking. Sorry, Jinsi-kun. Seeing Junsis' unprecedented severity, Shiri Hong's heart tightened inexplicably. Ignoring the presence of other companions, she grabbed Junsis' arm, and began to act coquettishly. Enough, stop messing around. Help me set up the tent. I'm going to scout the area, Junsi said as he silently withdrew his hand, and tossed the heavy backpack aside. Oh, my body is still uncomfortable, and you're like this. How annoying. Watching Jinsi disappear instantly, Shiri Hong stomped her feet in anger. Summer had fully passed, and the autumn night air carried a chill tinged with desolation. The stars scattered across the sky like pearls or golden sand strewn upon a jade plate, exceptionally brilliant and enchanting. Summer had fully passed, and the autumn night air carried a chill tinged with desolation. The stars scattered across the sky like pearls or golden sand strewn upon a with no outsiders around, and not in a state of war, such an opportunity to use the Sharingan was rare. After scanning and detecting no abnormal chakra fluctuations, he deactivated it. Jinsi. At that moment, Bazuhuo, Shinji hurried over from the camp, warily glancing around. What are you doing here? Jinsi leaned listlessly against a tree. Kakashi was worried you might be in danger, so he told me to keep you company. Shinji gave a shy smile, then suddenly asked with implication, Jinsi, you and Hong are dating, right? What? Do you like Hong too? Jinsi shrugged unconcernedly. A reserved type like Bazuo Shinjian would blush even from sneaking a peek at the thunderbolt of Kamizuki Suirei, and at most engaged in secret crushes like Obito. He posed no threat at all. To his surprise, Shinjian suddenly became serious. I'm not joking. We're classmates, and I don't want to see her go astray. Hey, who the hell are you calling astray? You're also with Lin, aren't you? Jinsi was about to reprimand this disobedient junior, but his expression stiffened at the words. Don't hide it. I saw everything. You and Lin were kissing in a flower shop. Yesterday when I helped my father buy flowers, I saw it all. Jinsi, I really never expected this. You weren't like this before. What's wrong with you lately? I can feel that Hong truly likes you. She rejected Asuma for you. Isn't that enough? Bozihuo Shinjian seemed to stand from an omniscient perspective, leaving Jinsi stunned. Jinsi never imagined that this usually dull classmate with dead fish eyes had such keen perception, even catching him sneaking around with Lin. Shinjian, haven't you heard Lord Third say something? Jinsi grabbed Bozihuo Shinjian by the neck and said menacingly. WH. Pressured by Junsis' proximity, Bazuo, Shinjian, felt a genuine fear and instinctively asked back. Since their first team mission with Junsi and Shiri Hong, Junsis' personal combatability had far surpassed his own, instilling in him the utmost. Lord Third said, with great power comes great responsibility. Since both Hong and Lin truly love me, I must take Jinsi shook Bazuo Shinjian by the neck and said with a straight face. Did Lord Third say that? Bazuo Shinjian was utterly baffled. A sentence that sounded so inspiring somehow felt morally corrupting when spoken by Jinsi. You're determined to play both sides. Hong will be heartbroken. That's not your concern. I won't let them be sad. Jinsi pursed his lips. For some reason, seeing Junsis' attitude, Bazuo, Shinjian, felt a twinge of envy and admiration. What charm did Junsi, a commoner, possess? He could defeat the Hokage's son, the Prince of Konoha, bewitch the class beauty Shiri Hong, and make the lovelorn Yuan Lin immediately fall into his arms. It was this tactic of hiding in plain sight, flattering left and right, left a profound impact on young Bazuo Zanjian's mind. How about it? Want to learn from me? Want to exude masculine charm and make female ninjas throw themselves at you? A flicker of red light flashed in Junsis' eyes as he smirked. Ahem, yes. Bozihuo Shinjian replied, as if possessed. Good. Very good. If you agree to be my wingman and help me balance the two girls, I'll find a way to kidnap that female ninja from Iwagakure and make her your wife during this mission. DLA. Jinsi continued to seduce. I don't want to be like you. I can help you. But forget about kidnapping the IWA ninja. We're from different villages, and we wouldn't be happy together. Bozihuo, Xuanjian, utterly inexperienced, shook his head woodenly. In his view, love was sacred, something that could not be forced, and Junsis' two-timing was a desecration of love. Fine, forget the IWA ninja. When we get back to Konoha, if you fancy any classmate, just tell me, and I'll help you out. Jinsi patted Bozihuo, Shinjian on the shoulder, and vanished instantly. What's wrong with me? Why did I agree to help him deceive Hong? Isn't that a bit wrong? Bozihuo Shinjian scratched his head, wondering what had gotten into him to agree to be Junsis' wingman. At the camp, Kakashi sat atop a large tree, just like Minato once did guarding Team 7. When he saw Junsi return, he leaped down in front of him. How did it go? Where's Shinjian? Nothing much. He'll be back soon. I need to go learn medical ninjutsu from Lin. You and Shinjian handle the night watch. Jinsi patted Kakashi on the shoulder and walked toward Yuan Lin's tent without looking back. Kakashi was momentarily speechless. He should be happy that the team was getting along well, yet for some reason seeing Jinsi and Yuan Lin laughing and exchanging glances lately stirred a strange jealousy in his heart. What's wrong with me? It's enough to protect the ones I care about. What more could I ask for? The team's tents were specially made, barely letting light leak out. When Jinsi quietly slipped into Yuan Lin's tent, she was diligently studying medical formulas. Jinsi-kun, you're back. Like a little wife awaiting her husband's return, Yuan Lin smiled, and rose her eyes shimmering as she gazed at him from afar. The black knitwear hugging her slender figure was wrinkled, yet it accentuated her curves, making her appear even more delicate and rounded. Such was the magic of love. Nourished by it, Yuan Lin's figure had blossomed, her fair skin taking on a rosy hue, gradually transforming into a stunning beauty. How could I refuse the teacher's invitation? Jinsi approached with a sly smile, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Why are you tied up again? Didn't I say not to? He habitually lifted her, then felt the familiar bandages, his expression turning cold. But mother said a ninja must hide her weaknesses, and it's uncomfortable when it bounces during missions. Seeing Jinsi angry, Yuan Lin pouted and explained timidly. I don't like it. Jinsi remained stern. Lin is being disobedient. Don't be angry, Jinsi-kun. If you don't like it, I'll untie it now, okay? A rustling sound came from the tent, followed by a brief silence, then suppressed moans. Jinsi-kun, I feel like Shirihong likes you too. What should we do? Don't talk about nonsense. You just need to know that I'm sincere with you. Jinsi-kun, having you is wonderful. I'll stop. Jinsi-kun, just hold me like this, okay? Lying in your arms, I feel so safe. Lin, is Jinsi-kun in there? Just as they were entwined in tenderness, a graceful silhouette approached the tent, and Shirihong's voice drifted in. Shortly after, at Rin Nohara's invitation, Kurenai Yūhi curiously entered the tent. Shinji was sitting upright, his eyes fixed on the scroll spread on the ground, while Rin Nohara sat opposite him, her pretty face lowered, occasionally murmuring. Kurenai Yūhi moved closer and heard that Rin was indeed discussing pharmaceutical knowledge, but her voice was so soft and sweet that even as a woman, she felt a tingling sensation throughout her body. Taking a closer look at Rin's delicate face, it was fair with a rosy tint, and her earlobes were flushed pink. Damn it, could this girl really have developed feelings for Shinji? No way. I can't let her keep using the excuse of teaching medical ninjutsu to get close to Shinji. Thinking this, Kurenai Yūhi cleared her throat and said in a sweet voice, Shinji, it's getting late. We have to travel at full speed tomorrow, so we should rest early. Cough, cough. I understand. We'll go back to sleep right away. Shinji nodded, knowing that with Kurenai watching he couldn't continue. He pretended to study with Rin for a little longer before taking his leave along with Kurenai. The next day before dawn, urged by Shiranui Ginma, Shinji rubbed his eyes and left the tent. The morning star was still hanging in the sky, and the moon had already hidden somewhere. Everything was silent, shrouded in a murky darkness. A cool breeze blew from the west to the south, lifting the bangs by his ear. Shinji shivered and walked to a tree to relieve himself. Wait, don't go back to sleep. Seeing Shiranui Ginma trying to go back to sleep, Shinji said coldly. Who, what? Ginma yawned repeatedly. Keep watch for me. What? Are you kidding? We agreed on 2 hours each. Shiranui Ginma looked like a virgin who had been cheated. I need to scout the surrounding terrain to ensure we have a retreat route if Iwagakure gains the upper hand. Besides, there might be scouts from other villages around. Shinji said coldly. The main mission this time sounded brutal and difficult to accomplish. Based on the battles between Minato Namikaze Jiraiya and Iwagakure during the Second War, the tailed beast of Iwagakure might use tailed beast ball. At that time, not to mention backstabbing Minato and Jiraiya, even surviving would be a matter of luck. To be safe, it was best to first clarify the land of fire was now a powder keg, with Tsunade ravaging in the front and Iwagakure and Kumogakure joining forces in the back. Now Kirigakure was also reportedly involved, or it was riddled with holes. Then be careful and don't get lost. Seeing that Shinji was out on serious business, Shiranui Ginma's attitude immediately became docile. Very good, Ginma. With your awareness and personality, you should be popular with women and will surely find a good woman. Shinji grinned mischievously and then disappeared into the night. Very good, Ginma. With your awareness and personality, you should be popular with women and will surely find a good woman. Shinji grinned mischievously. Leaving the camp, Shinji headed east horizontally to scout. Although the rear was relatively safe, he didn't dare to be careless. He kept his Sharingan active, constantly detecting abnormal chakra fluctuations. How can I backstab Minato Namikaze without him noticing? It's so difficult. Reaching a giant tree, Shinji leaped onto the canopy, his mind again restless because of this mission. The Flying Thunder God technique and the Curse Seal essence could change the course of his life. Even with the Sharingan, the short-term boost from the Flying Thunder God technique and the Curse Seal would be greater than any other improvement. But then again, was Minato Namikaze so easy to kill? At 13, with a barely mastered Flying Thunder God technique, he had escaped from the Four Tails and Five Tails Jinchuriki. Now, after years of mastering the technique and innovating with sealing jutsu, Minato Namikaze stood at the pinnacle of non-bloodline ninjas and ninja with full mechanics. Ordinary means even-tailed beast balls couldn't touch him. Could I really have to rely on poisoning to backstab my beloved teacher Minato? Thinking this, Shinji pulled out a vial of potion. Potion, no. One was brewed by Rin Nohara imitating Tsunade's formula to temporarily prevent a ninja from refining chakra. Shinji had personally tested it. The effect might not be as strong as Tsunade's version, but it could still restrain a person for an hour at a critical moment. The only thing that made Shinji hesitate was the huge cost of failure. Minato Namikaze could kill him as easily as killing an ordinary chunin. If the backstab failed, he would live in the shadows forever perhaps, without even a chance to escape. Shinji had always wanted to have other village ninjas do the job, but entrusting such a matter to others was not safe. Sigh. Forget it'll take it one step at a time. If it comes to it, he'll have to time Minato Namikaze's combat schedule based on when the potion takes effect. After a brief rest, Shinji changed direction and headed northeast. Suddenly, an abnormal chakra fluctuation flickered in his pupils. Shinji instantly stopped and used the body flicker technique, reappearing on a large tree, taking the high ground. The sky had turned yellowish with faint traces of dawn. Shinji activated his Sharingan to the fullest and saw an IWA ninja. Special Jonin. He's made it behind Jiraiya's lines. What is Iwagakure up to? Shinji frowned, slightly unable to fathom the intent, but when facing an enemy ninja, the simplest way to get intelligence was to take it personally. He casually took out a handful of chili powder, gathered a faint wind chakra at his fingertips, stirred the surrounding air currents, and gradually blew the powder straight down toward the IWA ninja below. Huh, why is the wind suddenly picking up? Cough cough, what is this? The chili powder hit him in the face, and the IWA ninja immediately covered his eyes, coughing violently. But sometimes, especially for a highly alert ninja in such an unexpected situation, he would never close his eyes. Even in pain, he would force himself to see clearly, trying to find a way to retreat. However, this time, when he opened his tear-filled eyes, he saw a pair of crimson eyes, with two spinning tomo. Uchiha. Jinjutsu. Sharingan. Shinji's voice was cold and low. Sharingan is truly an all-purpose cheat device. No wonder the title of Master of Illusion that my father-in-law held has become a joke. Moments later, Jin's long blade shattered the faceless head of the IWA shinobi. As he set off again, his face was beaming with a smile. The reason was simple. After obtaining detailed intelligence on Iwagakure and all the information from this IWA shinobi, a bold plan had begun to take shape in his mind. This IWA shinobi had a special identity. He was a member of the Umbu under Inoki's command, tasked with delivering messages to Rashi. The reason he was here was that Inoki and Rashi were at odds, and he needed to ascertain Rose's next moves in advance to report back to Inoki. Next, Jin turned and raced northwest, aiming to gain a general understanding of the terrain within a 10-kilometer radius to facilitate his subsequent plan. Arriving at a quiet valley, he glanced at the sky. The horizon was already fully bright. Just as he was about to turn back and regroup with the others, the long blade on his back began to tremble gently. What's going on? Astonished, Jin took the blade along with its sheath and held it in his hands, feeling as if the long sword was out of control. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The kunai and shuriken in his pouches suddenly began to vibrate, as well as if trying to break free at any moment. This is magnetism. Jin was greatly alarmed and immediately activated his Sharingan, scanning the surroundings. He had killed both civilian ninja and jonin before, but he dared not be careless against a ninja with a bloodline limit, especially magnet release. However, after looking around for a long time, he could not detect any signs of being watched, which made him start to doubt his own speculation. Hesitating, he slowly took a few more steps toward the valley, and the feeling of the long blade being pulled in his hand grew stronger. Is it inside the valley? A natural magnetic field? Could it be some special, or... Continuing forward, the attraction grew stronger, so strong that Jin had to use his own strength to restrain his weapons lest they break free. Clang! As he approached the rock wall, the long blade under Jin's probing was suddenly sucked onto the stone surface, emitting a sharp sound. Such a strong natural magnetic field. Jin retrieved his long blade and continued walking into the valley. The valley was about 300 meters wide at the outer part and narrowing inward until it became a narrow slit at the end, only wide enough for two people, but the path extended deep. The outermost rock walls were nearly 50 meters high, forming a natural basin suitable for concealment. This place seems to have a natural advantage against those who are skilled in using weapons. If Minato Namikaze's blade of benevolence were to be caught by the magnetic field, something's wrong. It's not just the magnetic field. Even the flow of chakra is becoming difficult. Jin refined his chakra and tried to use the body flicker technique to travel, but the chakra consumption far exceeded his expectations, which startled him greatly. But on second thought, a certain plan seemed to be becoming more refined. 20 minutes later, Jin returned to the camp where his team was stationed. Kurenai Yūhi had already gotten up early and was pacing outside his tent. What? Want to help me pack up? Well, then I'll leave it to you. Help me take down the tent. Jin suddenly approached Kurenai from behind, startling her into a shiver. Who wants to help you? I was just about to wake you up. Kurenai blushed and punched Jin lightly. My body hasn't recovered yet. You pack it yourself. Jinsequin, I brought some chestnut cakes. You can have them for breakfast. Want to try? Rin Nohara suddenly appeared holding the exquisite box was open, revealing a stack of thick pastries emitting a rich milky aroma. Thank you, Rin. Junsi winked discreetly, picked up a small piece, and put it in his mouth. He knew these were made by Rin's mother because the last time he visited in the evening he had complimented them, and said he liked them. He hadn't expected Rin to actually remember. By the way, let everyone try some. They're really delicious. Kurenai was still eyeing him warily, and Junsi wasn't about to be caught with evidence. Kurenai, have a taste. My mother made them herself. They're very good. Rin obediently offered the pastries, completely unaware that Kurenai's gaze had turned sharp. Is that so? Then I must try Annie's cooking. Really good. Rin, let them have some too. I think Annie could totally switch to making pastry. Kurenai's mouth was stuffed full, and she smiled sarcastically. Really? Until Rin's figure appeared beside Kakashi. Kurenai looked at Junsi with an unfriendly glare. Oomph. Considering you went to scout the terrain early in the morning, I'll take care of packing up the tent. With that, she transformed into a virtuous wife and mother, ducking into Junsi's tent to busy herself. Shiranui Genma, who had been silently watching the chaotic scene from the side, saw that both Kurenai and Rin were being manipulated so effortlessly. A wave of admiration welled up in him, and he wished he could bow down to Junsi in worship. When the sky was fully bright, the team set off again, lightly racing for 6 hours without rest, finally arriving at the largest outpost of Konoha, led by Jiraiya, around 2 in the afternoon. The outpost was made up of a large collection of simple tents located at the edge of a dense forest with lush trees for cover behind, and a small river as a flowing water source in front. Before Kakashi and his team even entered the forest, they were spotted by vigilant Konoha ninja. After confirming their identities, they were led into the camp by a ninja from the Aburame clan. You guys are pretty fast, huh? How was it? Did you encounter any danger on the way? Minato Namikaze walked out of the large tent, asking with a everything went smoothly, Minato sensei. Kakashi replied seriously. Minato nodded to each of them in turn, then turned back into the tent. Come on in. Let me introduce you to the legendary ninja of the village. Kakashi followed him in. Junsi was still surveying the layout of the camp when Rin Nohara silently pushed him in the back, jolting him back to reality, and he followed the others into the tent. The tent was about 20 square meters and seemed to serve as a wartime meeting room. In the center was a large, low Japanese-style conference table surrounded by rows of cushions. At the head of the table, a burly middle-aged man with white spiky hair and a forehead protector bearing the character for oil sat, none other than Jiraiya. He was sitting upright on a cushion, staring intently at the intelligence scroll in his hands with a serious expression. When he heard Minato and the others enter, he looked up curiously. Jiraiya sensei, the little ones are here. They can help lighten the camp's burden. Minato said. Who's Junsi? Jiraiya's gaze swept over Kakashi's face and asked in a deep voice. I am here. Junsi stepped forward, feeling puzzled, but the disparity in status made him instinctively show a hint of humility. Have you read my tale of the gutsy ninja? Jiraiya's originally serious expression softened, and he asked with a smile. Ahem. Junsi's expression froze, and only then did he recall Jiraiya's personality and character. Unconventional, free-spirited, loyal, and affectionate, yet somewhat stubborn due to his own faction and limitations of perspective. Such people were often easy to get along with. As long as you spoke pleasingly, being in a lower position, it was easy to gain their attention. Lord Jiraiya's book is very well written. As the saying goes, read 10,000 books travel 10,000 miles. You are rich in experience and have profound insights. It's a pity that people from other villages may not know this, and it's a shame that your good intentions have been wasted. Oh, young man, it seems you agree with my perspective. Excellent. The peace of the shinobi world is hard-won, and now is a time of turmoil. To be honest, this old man really doesn't have the heart to send you little ones to the front, but as ninja we must shoulder our responsibilities. I will assign some relatively simple tasks to you. The genin village hasn't made any major moves yet. Your squad is responsible for patrolling around the camp and gathering intelligence on the genin village, and if you have any problems you can report them to Shumin or to me. Flattery always works. After Junsi finished speaking, the corners of Zillai's mouth couldn't be suppressed. After offering some words of encouragement, he instructed his subordinates to take Junsi and the others to rest. Shuimen, this young Junsi is very talented, well-suited to be a ninja. This crisis might just be a good opportunity for training. As soon as the members of Team 7 left, Zillai's expression turned serious. You're right, Master, but the pressure from the genin village might be a bit too much. This time it's still Lao Zi and Han. I'm worried that if they encounter them, they won't even have a chance to relay information. Boss Wee Shuimen frowned. That is a problem. Zillai narrowed his eyes slightly and fell into deep thought. In battles involving Rinzali, the operational capability of ordinary ninja is almost zero. It entirely relies on big-name ninja like him and Shuimen. The only useful tactic is to flee to accelerate their escape. If Junsi's performance at the Kannabi Bridge is truly as Shuimen described, then in the future, he might not be inferior to Zillai's mind raced. He also recalled losing the bet to Dashuin this time, and his impression of Junsi deepened. Finally, he made a decision. Shuimen, since Tingya unfortunately fell in battle, you are willing to take on the education of the children under his command. While the genin village hasn't launched a large-scale offensive, you can take time to teach the little ones. that Junsi was able to instinctively comprehend the essence of the body flicker technique to save his comrade, which shows he has some talent. Go ahead and teach him boldly. If there are any issues, I'll explain to the old man. Yes, Master Zillai. I will certainly teach Junsi and the others well when I have time. Shueimon nodded and then took his leave. Such a harmonious scene. If Junsi knew that Zillai was so easygoing and valued him so highly, would he feel guilty and abandon his mission? But there is no if in such matters. The arrow of fate never turns back for any person or event. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. For the next half-month, Team 7 was assigned to continuous patrols rotating with the Ino Shikacho clans. Apart from a few skirmishes with the Mai village, the Yenin village showed no signs of a large-scale invasion, as if the whole thing was just to drag things out. However, Jinsi knew clearly that the Yenin village's inaction was entirely because the Siwei Rinzali and Wuwei Rinzali had not yet finalized their optimal battle plan. Once they did, it would be a bloody battle. Land of Iron Band's base. Sir, the crisis in the Mai village is very suspicious. The Yenin village seems to have produced a Mu-Dun ninja. As a result here, are all delayed. Baiju reported the intelligence as usual, but when it came to the key point, he held back because of the presence of Yujibwa Daitu lying nearby. Oh, is that so? What a surprise. Mu-Dun. What a nostalgic word. Haxalama. Yujibwa Ban propped his cheek on one hand, sighing with emotion. My Lin, what happened to them? Are they in danger? On a simple bed, Daitu, who had just fused with Zujian cells, moved his lips with difficulty and asked. At this moment, half of his body was pale white and the other half was wheat-colored, but the wheat-colored part was covered with winding wrinkles, and even his face was marked with twisted, ferocious patterns. Oh, you woke up earlier this time. It seems your Boda's fusion and recovery are going quite well. Ban looked at Daitu on the bed and said in a deep voice. Old man, my comrades. Are they? Okay, tell me. Daitu pressed on. They are doing very well. However, the Yenin village has found a new supply route, so the situation in my village is very bad now. What? I want to go out, I want to fight alongside them. Upon hearing this, Daida's expression tightened, and his wrinkled face twisted into a knot. Cough, cough. Don't get excited. The Yenin village is still acting restrained. Besides, in your current condition, you can't even walk. Just focus on your rehabilitation training. When you recover, I won't stop you. Yujibwa Ban coughed lightly, and said with a smile. Really? Thank you, old man. I will definitely work hard on my rehabilitation. Daidu turned his head with difficulty, and gave Ban a smile that was uglier than a cry. Assist him well in his recovery. Yujibwa Ban nodded slightly, gave some instructions to the waiting Xuanhua Baiju, and then left with the Baiju who had reported the intelligence. Speak. What other intelligence do you have? Have you found any specific information about the Mu-Dun ninja? Entering the secret chamber at the back of the base, Yujibwa Ban asked in a deep voice. Sorry, we haven't found any information about the Mu-Dun ninja yet. However, Lord Ban, during our surveillance of the Mai village, we discovered something very interesting. Please review it yourself. Oh, very interesting intel. Yujibwa Ban knew the way these Baiju thought very well. What usually interested them was either feces or human ethical issues. Now that Baiju said the intelligence was unusual, he actually lost interest. Cough, cough, Lord Ban. When humans rub their mouths together, does it represent love? Baiju asked curiously. What? Yujibwa Ban's expression stiffened. Although he had remained pure for the sake of Zhu Jian all his life, hearing Baiju's description still made his old face flush, and he couldn't help but think of the word kiss. Come here. He let out a low shout, then formed hand seals, and placed his hands on the Baiju's head to begin investigating. After an unknown period of time, having reviewed the half-month's memories stored in the Baiju's mind, he withdrew his hand with a strange expression. In the Baiju's memory, a small portion of the content was about Yiyuan Lin. This was normal because before Daitu woke up the name, he mentioned most was Yiyuan Lin. However, the content was quite explosive. Most of it was scenes of Yiyuan Lin and a civilian ninja named Jun Si being flirtatious, quite steamy. If it went any further, it would almost require payment. I didn't expect that less than a month after Daido left, this girl named Lin would fall into someone else's arms. I wonder how Daido would feel if he saw this. Yujibwa Ban's turbid eyes occasionally flashed with a glimmer of intelligence. After pondering for a moment, he felt that something was off. A simple story of shifting affections didn't seem sufficient to bring out all the darkness in Daida's heart. Given Daida's personality, he might even bless Yiyuan Lin. Should I force the Warren to intervene? If there's a three-way war, wouldn't there be too many variables? Yujibwa Ban was indecisive and began to wait. Initially, his plan was to capture the Wild Sandway and create a man-made tragedy to completely corrupt Daitu. However, the protracted war with the Yenin village had delayed his plan for quite some time. Wait. As Madara recalled White Zetsu's intelligence, an obscure scene opened up a new line of thought for him. In White Zetsu's field of vision, the civilian shinobi named Jun Si was secretly having intimate interactions with another female ninja from Konoha, and the scale was no less than that with Nohara Rin. Are you sure you weren't discovered while gathering intelligence? Why do I feel that kid is always conducting counter-surveillance intentionally or not? Uchiha Madara asked with some unease. Rest assured, my lord, our concealment methods are not something ordinary people can detect. White Zetsu scratched his head and said confidently. Then why do they always manage to restrain themselves at critical moments? Does Lord Madara wish to see the premium content? I could try to infiltrate their camp tent at night for close observation and perhaps gain unexpected gains. Madara, the plan has changed. From today, help me gather the following medicinal herbs. With that, he threw out a scroll. Then, Lord Madara, do I still need to infiltrate? Get lost. On it. Sunset Konoha Camp. Jinsi had been sleeping until now because of the night patrol mission he had recently been assigned. Junsikuen dinner is almost ready. Hurry up and learn some medical knowledge with me. Nohara Rin's soft voice sounded punctually outside the tent. Over the past half-month, the two had formed a tacit understanding. Apart from sneaking a little intimacy in the wild, they would get up half an hour earlier than others before missions to spend time together intimately. Nohara Rin, as a young woman just immersed in love, was now increasingly attached to Jinsi. I'm coming. Jinseon wiped his face and got up nimbly. Outside the tent, Nohara Rin stood gracefully waiting, holding not only prepared toiletries, but also a small pink bundle. Seeing Jinsi come out, her big eyes immediately filled with light, sparkling as if they could speak. What's this? Jinsi glanced at the pink bundle and asked while washing. The weather is turning cold, so I knitted you a pair of gloves in my spare time, Nohara Rin said softly, lowering her pretty face. After saying this, her cheeks flushed visibly like the evening clouds in the sky. Oh, really? Thank you, Rin. Let's start learning quickly, Jinsi said, impatiently taking a few quick steps and ducking into Rin's tent. Watching this, Nohara Rin felt a secret joy in her heart, unable to suppress the smile on her face. Rin, Teacher Minato taught me a powerful jutsu. Do you want to see it? After reviewing medical ninjutsu knowledge for a while, Jinsi suddenly looked up and asked with a smile. Can I? Nohara Rin said excitedly. Yes. Rin, now please sit in my lap, Jinsi said. Do I have to? Nohara Rin was a little shy, but after a brief hesitation, she gracefully stood up, smoothed the folds on her short skirt, and slowly nestled into Jinsi's embrace. Feeling the thrilling warmth and scent, a sweet smile involuntarily appeared on her face. This perhaps is happiness. To be with the man she loved, even on missions, able to fight side by side in the most dangerous moments, she felt her life was worth it. Suddenly, Nohara Rin felt a chill on her chest, and then a familiar hand seal loosened her tight bindings. Hey, Jinsikuen, what are you doing? Be careful not to be seen by classmates. Rin coquettishly whispered in Jinsi's ear, her breath like orchid with tension in her eyes, but more undisguised love for Jinsi. This is the Rasengan that Teacher Minato taught me. Gather chakra in your hand, control the direction of chakra flow, and then compress the chakra density. Jinsi gazed deeply at Nohara Rin. You rascal. Rin pretended to be angry. Stop messing around. If you keep this up, Kurenai will be here soon. Alas, Rin, you haven't fulfilled your duty for a long time. Kurenai has been very proactive lately, and I'm under a lot of pressure. Jinsi continued, making hand seals, laughing. You're so bad. You just know how to bully me. Rin shyly pecked Jinsi's lips a few times like a chick, at most that. No more. Alright. Rin, I knew you were the best. Jinsikuen. Studying again. Lifting the tent flap, seeing Jinsi diligently studying, as usual, Yūhi Kurenai showed a relieved smile. Have you all had dinner? Jinsi took a long breath and asked. Yes. Teacher Minato said that tonight it's our Team 7's turn to patrol the outermost perimeter. Recently, the friction between the eastern stronghold and the Mist Village has been escalating, seemingly reaching a white-hot stage. Teacher Minato told us to be careful. Yūhi Kurenai relayed Namikaze Minato's instructions, as usual. No, I didn't eat much. Just some dry rations. Maybe it's the smell of dry rations. Nohara Rin's heart tightened. She nervously checked her attire, and finding nothing unusual, explained cautiously. I see. Jinsikuen, if you don't like dry rations, I have some pastries. Yūhi Kurenai, not suspecting anything, winked playfully at Jinsi. The originally somewhat tense atmosphere instantly dissipated, and the tent began to echo with the occasional giggles of Nohara Rin and Yūhi Kurenai. As night fell, the patrol teams that had been dispatched began to slowly return to the camp. The Stone Village has been sending scouts far to the west, putting immense pressure on the out. In Jiraiya's tent, Inuzuka Jie and his squad members Aburame, Kinzaku, Akimichi Dodo had just returned and were conducting their routine debriefing. To the west, what are the Stone Village up to? How's the situation in the east? Have the Mist Village and Cloud Village made any aggressive moves? Any word from Orochimaru? Jiraiya mused for a moment before asking. 2 squads haven't returned yet. Our squad didn't encounter any skirmishes in the east. Inuzuka Jie replied again. Got it. Minato, call the kids over. I need to reassign the missions. Yes, sensei. As Shinji entered Jiraiya's tent with his teammates, he brushed past Aburame Kinzaku. The Aburame clan was involved in an undercover mission concerning the Kamizuru clan of the Stone Village, and he had been observing this low-key individual for a long time. Although Aburame Kinzaku was his classmate, he had never paid this guy any attention before the mission involving the Kamizuru clan. He only knew that this guy seemed to be the older cousin of Aburame Shino, one of the later Konoha, 12-14 years older than Shino, and a nephew of Aburame Shibi. This perhaps was the innate transparency of the Aburame clan. Yet transparent, as they were, Shinji dared not be careless. As far as he knew, the mission completion rate of Aburame clan members on missions was quite high, and their methods of manipulating parasitic insects were beyond imagination, often achieving perception surveillance and silent kills. They were extremely troublesome opponents. My. Sensing Shinji's gaze, Aburame Kinzaku proactively smiled and nodded in greeting. Long time no see. Shinji also gave a slight smile and returned the greeting, resolving this impromptu scrutiny. I wonder if this will make him wary. Harboring an inexplicable unease, Shinji shook his head and followed Rin Nohara to stand before Jiraiya. The key area to defend tonight is the west. The stone village is likely to launch a night raid on our outpost, so I think we want to divide the 5-man squad. After leaving the camp, Minato Namikaze relayed Jiraiya's arrangement and proposed. The night was as dark as ink with a cool, brisk wind. The moon was obscured by thick clouds, and the pace of travel was slower than usual due to poor visibility. Perhaps because Minato's words carried some weight, or because the others were accustomed to following orders, no one responded. Minato Namikaze nodded, thinking the kids were just nervous and prepared to make the final, most detailed assignment for the group. At that moment, Shinji suddenly spoke. Minato-sensei, I think the situation in the east cannot be ignored either. Although the Cloud Village's aggression on the border outpost has been limited due to the restrictions from the Land of Iron combined with the restless Mist Village, the situation becomes severe. To be safe, I am willing to patrol the east alone. You alone, eh? Minato Namikaze was visibly moved upon hearing this. Shinji's analysis was reasonable, but going alone at night was far too dangerous. Shinji-kun, how about I go with you? Rin Nohara said softly. No, let me go. I've spent more time with Shinji, and we have better coordination. We can handle enemies better if danger arises. Yūhi Kurenai was not to be outdone, and finished with a meaningful glance at Rin. Shinji, are you sure you can handle it alone? It's nighttime, an encounter battle would be very dangerous. At this hour, other villages' ninja might also be conducting intelligence gathering. Minato Namikaze said with a serious face. It's fine, sensei. I've become very proficient with the body flicker technique. If I'm alone, I'll definitely flee at the first sign of enemies. Shinji replied with a firm gaze. No matter what, he had to act alone tonight. He had to set up the groundwork for betraying Konoha and betraying Minato Nam, because even before arriving at the Konoha frontline camp, he had obtained some intelligence on the Stone Village through his Sharingan's Jinjutsu. Combining his knowledge as a transmigrator with the Stone Village's increasingly aggressive movements, he could conclude that Rashi and Han would likely launch a surprise attack on Konoha's supply routes within the next 2 days, and they would be even more reckless than during the Second Shinobi World War, using the entire Konoha as a bargaining chip in this battle. Yes, without a doubt, it would be a tailed beast ball again, because even if Minato Namikaze had the ability to maneuver, he would be hesitant to protect the village. What he needed to do now was to pose as an intelligence agent from the Stone Village's ANBU and feed Rashi and Han more interesting information. Since that's the case, I'll leave it to you, Shinji. Minato Namikaze patted Shinji on the shoulder, looking pleased. Rest assured, Minato-sensei. I will return to camp on time tomorrow morning. Shinji nodded and was about to leave the team decisively. In this situation, the longer he delayed, the more likely something would go wrong. Especially if Rin and Kurenai both got emotional at the same time, which would be but as the saying goes, what you fear most often comes to pass. No sooner had he turned around than he was grabbed. A delicate, familiar hand tightly clasped his. Shinji-kun. Take this. Be careful. Rin Nohara whispered softly as she pressed a small scroll into his hand. Shinji instinctively looked back, meeting a pair of affectionate peach blossom eyes filled with worry. Ahem. Don't worry, Rin-sensei. He'll be fine. Shinji's gaze discreetly swept over Yūhi Kurenai, and sure enough, he noticed her eyes had turned unusually resentful. If he dragged this on any longer, a love triangle battlefield might erupt. Fortunately, his answer addressed Rin as sensei, which would allow him to explain it away later if Kurenai questioned him. After exchanging another glance with Minato, Shinji quietly refined chakra-formed hand seals and eagerly activated the body flicker technique. The heavy night pressed down on the desolate wilderness with only the chirping of insects around. Occasionally, a gust of chill wind kicked up a little fine sand, but Shinji stood undaunted. In the 21st century, a boy of his age at this time of night would not only be afraid to walk alone in the wilderness, but even if he peed in a rice paddy, he'd probably wet his pants from fear. It must be said that being a ninja is a profession that tempers one's will. The increase in chakra and power grants a person endless strength and ambition. Based on the intelligence obtained from the memory of that Stone Village ninja, Shinji activated his Sharingan and sped through the night, as if it were day, bypassing mountains, plains, and bamboo groves. After 3 hours, he finally arrived at the Stone Village's largest hidden base. A sprawling camp nestled in a secluded valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. With a series of whooshing sounds, 3 figures instantly surrounded Shinji. Yet he remained utterly unflustered, for even before approaching the hidden valley, he had activated his would-release trial card. Under wood release mode, he could employ wood clones in conjunction with the disguise technique, using his memory to mimic the personality of the executed Iwanin and relay intelligence. It sounded audacious, yet it was a plan with immense rewards and no real danger. At most sacrificing a mere wood clone. You are. Yanaga, why are you only now arriving? Among the three surrounding Shinji, the bald-headed Iwanin at the forefront scrutinized him and spoke in a low voice. Senior Shiota, as you know, no matter what decision the Lord makes, I must first relay the message to the Tsuchikage-sama. It's the rule. Shinji glanced at the three, his eyelids drooping as he replied with an indifferent tone. The three recognized the Iwanin he was currently impersonating, having met him half a month ago. Handling the situation was manageable, and as an AMBU member under Inoki, he held a special status. Even if the leader before him was a jonin, he felt no intimidation. Alright, it seems that Tsuchikage-sama has another order. Hurry inside. Don't miss the opportunity. The bald man nodded and allowed him to pass. He was not the Jinchuriki Rashi, who anything involving the Tsuchikage Inoki's intelligence was beyond his authority. Moments later, Shinji entered the tent of the Four Tails Jinchuriki Rashi. Even before entering the camp, he could sense a vast and scorching chakra presence. Unlike Kushina, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, who completely sealed off her tailed beast chakra, Rashi could forcibly merge the chakra of the Four Tails son Goku through his own bloodline. Although he had not yet achieved the perfect Jinchuriki form of reconciliation with the tailed beast, his ability to freely tap into tailed beast transformation made his oppressive aura far more formidable than Kushina's normal state. Now sensing the Four Tails' presence so close, Shinji felt his heartbeat race uncontrollably. Calm down, calm down. I must not slip up. Shinji silently encouraged himself. Lord, the Tsuchikage-sama along with Lord Hanzo and others has already engaged in a fierce conflict with the third Raikage of Kimogakure. The Tsuchikage-sama instructs that if you remain deadlocked with Konoha, you should immediately withdraw and reinforce the siege of Kimogakure. With a slam, Rashi struck the conference table. Reinforce. 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 Does that old fool have nothing better to think about than trivial matters? Shinji felt his eardrums vibrate, and his head buzz, yearning to cover his ears. Yet Rose's outburst confirmed his suspicions, boosting his confidence in guiding the subsequent intelligence. The Tsuchikage-sama says an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The blood of heroes must not be shed in vain. Shinji carefully chose his words before replying. He referred to the Second Shinobi World War when Kimogakure launched a surprise attack on Iwagakure with the Third Raikage leading his forces as if they were in an undefended land, slaying hundreds of Iwanin within the land of Earth. That battle crystallized the lightning element's advantage over Earth, turning Iwagakure and Kimogakure into sworn enemies, a grudge that Tsuchikage Inoki could never forget. In this war, although Iwagakure and Kimogakure announced their intervention simultaneously and seemed to be allied from the intelligence he had gathered, Inoki was now likely locked in conflict with Kimogakure. Oof. Revenge. I think he's just asking for humiliation. Rashi snorted, his volatile aura gradually calming. In an instant, he seemed to transform into a simple, unadorned, rough man. Shinji mused inwardly. It seems Rashi, though dissatisfied with Inoki, can't change his status after all. A Jinchuriki is precious, but going toe-a-toe with a village's Kage is still a stretch. Did the old man have any other instructions? Rashi asked in a low voice. Yes. Shinji respectfully bowed his head, pulling a scroll from his chest, and also a bottle of medicine. The scroll had been carried by the Iwanin originally. For safety, Shinji had never opened it, only vaguely knowing it contained some of Inoki's orders. What is this? Rashi took the scroll, eyeing the medicine bottle curiously. Ahem, this is a special medicine that Tsuchikage-sama ordered me to deliver to you, Lord. Its effect is to temporarily deprive a shinobi of the ability to refine chakra. Shinji cleared his throat, glanced warily around, then lowered his voice. Medicine. Something new. Rashi raised an eyebrow. The medicine's effect sounded promising, but he had never heard of Inoki secretly ordering medical ninja to research such things. Yet recalling the wood-release ninja, he found it plausible. Have you heard anything about the old man having that would-release ninja under him? Rashi asked tentatively. Shinji's eyes widened instinctively, for that was his own fabrication. Caught off guard by Rose's mention, he took a moment to collect himself. But then it struck him. This was a perfect opportunity to steer Rashi. So he pursed his lips, shaking his head like a rattledrum. No idea, no idea, no idea. No idea, is it? Or is it that you can't say? Rashi gave a knowing, sardonic laugh, then refrained from pressing further, turning his attention to the medicine. In his view, Shinji's momentary expression had already revealed everything. Hey, wait, Lord, what are you doing? Shinji thought the matter was going smoothly. He looked up, ready to hint further, only to see Rashi pour a bit of the medicine into his palm to examine it. What's wrong? Rashi asked in surprise. Lord, I already mentioned that the medicine restricts a shinobi's ability to refine chakra. Even the Tsuchikage-sama would be affected. Shinji swallowed and reminded him again. No. It just restricts chakra refinement, right? Rashi shrugged dismissively, continuing to roll the liquid between his fingers. Shinji's eyes went wide. He knew Rashi was arrogant, but he hadn't expected him to be this reckless. The next moment Rose, his aura rapidly weakened, but only for an instant. Then a terrifying scorching chakra erupted from within him. That presence swept through the tent like a gale, making the canvas flap violently. Is this the tailed beast's chakra? Is he insane? Shinji's heart pounded. Such terrifying power, if aimed at him, would likely drain a great deal of his essence. Truly a formidable man who could control a tailed beast through his lava-release bloodline. Hey, interesting. But that's all there is to it. After the brief chakra release, Rashi withdrew his aura, smiled, and put away the medicine. In truth, he was quite satisfied with the medicine's effect. Had he not been a Jinchuriki with an immense tailed beast chakra, reserve his lava-release bloodline alone would not have resisted the drug. After showing off in front of Junsi, Laozi solemnly unrolled the scroll and read the decree issued by Dayemu. Dayemu proactively offered the medicine, which he perceived as a gesture of goodwill. He had secretly resolved that as long as the command was not too absurd, he would accept it tactfully. Go summon Han to discuss military affairs. A moment later, Laozi rolled up the scroll again, his square face twitching as he spoke reluctantly. Yes, my lord. Jinsi cast a subtle glance at Laozi's expression. Though he didn't understand the scroll's contents, he could roughly infer what information it conveyed. It was nothing more than instructing Laozi to heed the advice of the Five Tails Jinchuriki Han, and so on. Speaking of which, it is necessary to explain the hierarchy of power within the Hidden Rock Village. First is the Tsuchikage Dayemu. As a formidable figure who inherited the second Tsuchikage's dust release Kekiai, Toda, his abilities are undoubtedly among the top tier of the Hidden Rock Village. Next is Laozi, who follows closely behind. Some might think that Laozi is the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails while Han is the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, so Han should be stronger than Laozi. In fact, that is not the case. Laozi's utilization of the tailed beast's power is far superior to Han's. By combining the lava release bloodline limit with the tailed beast power of Sun Wukong, he is able to develop various special lava release secret techniques. As for Han, he merely borrows the power of the Five Tails Mu Wang to train in taijutsu, which is highly limited. The boil release comes from the tailed beast, not his own bloodline limit. Although he has earned the reputation of Steam Ninja, through abilities like Boil Unrivaled Strength, he still falls short compared to Laozi. Further down are other Jonin-level ninjas like Huang Tu and Shi Tu. Among them, Laozi and Han as Jinchuriki are kindred spirits and good friends, but their personalities are vastly different. Laozi has a hot temper, while Dayemu is also a stubborn old man. Naturally, they never saw eye to eye. During the Second Shinobi World War, they had significant disagreements over external combat strategies. Dayemu was stubborn, intent on plundering the mineral resources of the Land of Lightning, while Laozi favored the fertile lands of the Land of Fire and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. He believed that occupying the Land of Fire's territory would be more beneficial for the long-term development of the Hidden Rock Village. The two had conflicting political views and rarely traveled together on missions. Han, with a steady and composed personality, was fiercely loyal to the Hidden Rock Village and obedient to Dayemu. Given his relationship with Laozi, he always served as the intermediary between Laozi and the village. 10 minutes later, Jinsi followed Han back into the tent. What? Shouldn't you excuse yourself? Laozi frowned at Jinsi and asked. A meeting of this caliber. Jinsi was merely a special jonin. How could he qualify to participate? Reporting to you, my lord. Following the Tsuchikage's orders while surveying the terrain of the Land of Fire, I had discovered a special location. I have already reported this to the Tsuchikagesima. I wonder if it might be of use to you. Jinsi lowered his head, looking as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Oh, a special place. Laozi and Han exchanged a glance, unsuspecting, and said, let's hear it. I found a valley filled with magnetic or mountains approximately 70 kilometers from the camp. There my weapons are attracted to the ore and my movement is greatly affected. The closer one gets to the valley, the stronger the magnetic influence. Jinsi kept his head lowered, speaking in a measured tone. Magnetic field. Or mountain. 70 kilometers away. Upon hearing this, Laozi and Han exchanged another look. After half a month of intelligence gathering, the Hidden Rock Camp had roughly identified the positions of the frontline strongholds of the Hidden Leaf Village. 70 kilometers away, barring any surprises, should be deep in the rear of the Leaf Camp. Laozi and Han had already been planning a major strike against the Leaf. Now not only had Dayemu sent medicine, but their subordinate had also found such an intriguing location. His mind became increasingly active. In truth, defeating the Leaf was not difficult. The only one he and Han feared was the renowned Bofeng Shuiman. During the Second War, the trio of Bofeng, Shuman Dakai, and Zilai Yi had thwarted their plan to capture the Nine Tails. But now things were different. Even if Bofeng Shuiman had grown stronger, he was still just an ordinary ninja. If they caught him off guard, they could surely take him down in the first move. Your intelligence is valuable. Where is the exact location? Laozi pondered for a moment and asked. I can first lead a reconnaissance squad to confirm the location. After that, I still need to continue executing the Tsuchikage's other missions. Jinsi replied. Maintaining a wood clone for an extended period consumes continuous chakra. He had to leave the Hidden Rock Camp after tonight, or he would be exposed. Fortunately, his identity was special, so casually giving a reason would not arouse suspicion. Very good. Go ahead and take someone to confirm the location. You don't need to worry about the rest. Once this mission is over, I will credit you with a major achievement. Furthermore, regarding the old man's support order, I will consider it as appropriate. Laozi nodded with satisfaction, then ignored Jinsi, and turned to discuss the battle situation with Han. Who is this? Lord Yonghua. Just as Jinsi stepped out to coordinate with a reconnaissance squad, he heard someone call him from behind. The voice sounded vaguely familiar. Turning around, he was stunned to find it was Xing Shuiliu Keifeng. Wasn't it said that she would suffer mental trauma? She seemed unaffected, didn't she? Could it be that Han's skills were insufficient? Kafa, it's Keifeng. Jinsi replied casually, but his mind was in turmoil. He quickly recalled some intelligence gained from hypnotizing the IWA ninja. After a few breaths, his expression calmed, and he had already formed a plan in his mind. The original owner was a member of the Yimas assassination squad with a special status. The Xing Shuiliu clan was a fallen noble family in the Hidden Rock village, so they would naturally try to curry favor with those under the Tsuchikage's command. Since it was purely a matter of mutual benefit, it would be easy to handle. Brother Yonghua, I was bullied by a group of brats from the Hidden Leaf village. I hope you can help me take revenge in the upcoming battle. If you can avenge me, I am willing to pay a certain price. Xing Shuiliu Keifeng suddenly gritted her teeth, her twisted and ferocious expression instantly ruining her originally rather attractive features. So it's still affecting her. Is this the mental trauma? Jinsi stared blankly at Keifeng. She was still dressed in the same cool, revealing outfit as before. Her chest perked, slim waist pert buttocks, and long legs and stockings. But the feeling she gave him was now somewhat Yandere-like. Is it okay, Brother Yonghua? Seeing Jinsi staring at her without speaking, Keifeng crossed her arms and shook her somewhat ample chest to urge him. A little schemer thinking such petty tricks could make an Umbu member work for you for free. Jinsi snorted lightly and shook his head repeatedly. Keifeng, I only take orders from Lord Tsuchikage. I'm very busy, I'm afraid I have no time to help you. And as far as I know, the mission your grandfather gave you is to revitalize the clan. Such behavior of yours probably goes against your grandfather's wishes. I don't care. You must help me. As long as you help me, I am willing to pay any price, including myself. Keifeng, still not giving up, said in an even more extreme tone. Suit yourself. Anyway, I'm busy. Find someone else. Jinsi continued shaking his head, then shouted toward other tents. Is there no one from the Shangshui Lu clan? Take care of your young lady. Rustle. As his words fell, 2 tents were immediately opened, and a middle-aged man and woman walked out. Jinsi felt it was inexplicable and left without looking back. Young Huokun, don't you feel the slightest attraction to that little K-phone girl? She's got the figure, curves in all the right places. Speaking of which, becoming a Livian son-in-law of the Shangshui Lu clan doesn't seem bad either. As the scouting squad sped along, a chunin from Iwagakure said with a chuckle, I only pledge loyalty to Lord Tsuchikage and to the village. Could it be that you? A cough. Loyalty to Lord Tsuchikage, loyalty to the village. The 3, seeing Jinsi's serious expression, tightened their expressions and immediately echoed in agreement. Mind your status and remember your mission. Jinsi, now playing the role of a special jonin scolding these chunin, was as easy as training dogs. The next day, just at dawn, Jinsi appeared at the Mai camp with a weary body. After a night of running back and forth coupled with causing trouble under the noses of 2 Jinchuriki, his mind was extremely tense and his body exhausted. He had originally thought that the Minato squad hadn't returned yet, so he planned to enter his own tent to rest for a while. Unexpectedly, as he started moving, a large tent not far away was flung open, and then Yuan Lin walked over with a panicked expression, a trace of bloodstain on her originally fair little hand. Jinsiku, you're back. Are you injured? What happened? Are you hurt? Jinsi's heart tightened at the sight, and he grabbed Yuan Lin's small. It's Shi Rihong. Jinsi's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Before Yuan Lin could continue, he jogged over and slipped into the large tent. According to the original course of the ninja world, Shi Rihong should have lived a life free from illness and disaster, like a rose that grows naturally and withers naturally. But now with his reckless actions, he had changed the pattern of the ninja world too much. If something really happened to Shi Rihong, he dared not think about it. Entering the tent, the light was a bit dazzling. Jinsi blinked hard to adjust to the bright environment. The medical tent, slightly larger than the meeting tent, was a place specially used for the wounded to stay and receive treatment. Mai had not many medical ninjas. Besides Lin, there were only 2, which meant medical resources were extremely tight. Jinsi looked around and only saw 2 Mai ninjas with arm injuries sitting and chatting. His heart became even more anxious. Jinsi, you're back. From a corner, a soft call suddenly came from a stretcher. Jinsi followed the sound and saw Shi Rihong covering her head, burrowed in the blanket, her pretty face rosy and wearing a smile. Phew, where are you hurt? Jinsi walked over, squatted down, his originally tense mood easing considerably. Shi Rihong's appearance indicated that it was definitely not a serious injury. I won't tell you. You're worried about me, aren't you? Shi Rihong moved her head out a bit more, blinked her peach blossom eyes, and stared straight at Jinsi. Nonsense. Tell me where you're hurt. Jinsi put on a cold face and started rummaging around the stretcher. Look at you, your forehead is sweating. Seeing you so nervous makes me happy. I won't tell you. If you have the guts, come over and feel for yourself. Shirihong smiled charmingly and provocatively threw open the blanket. How could Jinsei tolerate that? He wrapped his arms around her slender waist and started tickling her. Shirihong's slender waist was warm and soft, just perfect to dispel the fatigue and chill from his long night journey. Giggle. Jinsei-kun, stop, I'm wrong, ticklish. Woo, it hurts. Shirihong struggled, flopping like a big carp in Jinsei's arms. Slap. Jinsei was unperturbed and gave her a smack, making her little buttocks jiggle. Will you tell me or not? Woo, I'm wrong. It's just that my ankle was scratched by a bush. Lin said it will heal in 3 days of rest and won't leave a scar. Shirihong's face flushed red, panting softly as she begged for mercy. Jinsei's expression stiffened upon hearing this, and he came to his senses. Yuan Lin had probably followed him in. He slowly turned around, and indeed found Yuan Lin standing not far away looking at them with a complicated expression, clearly having witnessed the interaction between him and Hong. Sigh. Too much concern leads to confusion. How could he forget this? Jinsei stood up awkwardly, his mind racing, and quickly thought of a way out. Hong, since it's just a minor injury, rest well. I still need to report on the mission. But first come over here, I have something to tell you. Shirihong propped up her upper body, and her wavy black hair, smooth as a waterfall, cascaded down, hanging over her chest, adding a touch of charm to her delicate and fragile appearance. What is it? Jinsei, without suspicion, leaned down very gentlemanly. Smack! A warm and moist kiss instantly landed on his cheek. Jinsei was completely stunned. Weren't they supposed to be careful in front of others? Weren't they supposed to not let Shirihong know first? Why all of a sudden? Jinsei mechanically raised his hand to wipe his face, but his cheeks were suddenly cupped. Shirihong, though a wounded person today, acted unusually resolute and forceful. She pressed firmly without room for doubt, and then gave him a solid French kiss. Smack. Whoa, oh my goodness. How bold is that little girl from the Zhenhong family? So it's Jinsei. Not bad. The only two wounded in the tent noticed the interaction between Jinsei and Shirihong, and were astonished, then started to tease. Meanwhile, Yuan Lin had already widened her beautiful eyes on the verge of tears. If the earlier intimate interaction between Jinsei and Shirihong could still be said to be a long-established habit between teammates of bond, then Shirihong's behavior at this moment had completely crossed the line. Why? Jinsei-kun is supposed to be my boyfriend, and in the future he will only be my husband. How dare you kiss him? In an instant, a surge of negative emotions churned in Yuan Lin's heart. Dissatisfaction, jealousy, disgust. But in the end they all dissolved into endless grievance under her innate compassionate nature. Yuan Lin turned around, wanting to escape this heart-wrenching and humiliating scene, yet a glimmer of hope still lingered in her heart. What if Hong had acted this way only because she didn't know about Jinsei and her relationship? Right, I can't leave. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, she sobbed and patted her chest, forcing a smile to make her expression appear more magnanimous. Lin, you should go to sleep too. Whether it was because she was too immersed in her own sorrowful world, Yuan Lin didn't know how much time had passed until Jinsei's voice sounded by her ear, snapping her out of her reverie. I'll stay here with Hong. Yuan Lin turned around, avoiding Jinsei's eyes, her gaze instinctively shifting towards Shirihong. Shirihong's face bloomed like a flower, as if she had tasted honey, radiating a blend of joy, shyness, and contentment. Such emotions at ordinary times were the most contagious and uplifting, but at this moment Yuan Lin only felt a stifling tightness in her heart. The happier Shirihong was, the more sorrowful she became. Jinsei was the treasure of her heart after all. But now, Lin Hong says she's fine. You should go back and rest early too. Be good. Jinsei, blocking Shirihong's line of sight, stood in front of Yuan Lin and began to get handsy. With small pushes and shoves, outsiders couldn't tell what was happening. When he found Yuan Lin stubbornly not moving, Jinsei simply pulled her into his. Alarmed by this, Yuan Lin hurried out of the tent. Hong, you get some good rest. Outside the tent, it was already faintly bright with a streak of dawn light on the horizon. A cold wind occasionally swept from afar, making one's eyes dry. Especially for Yuan Lin, who had stayed up all night, the wind caused tears to uncontrollably stream down her face. What's wrong, Lin? Jinsei stepped forward and pulled Yuan Lin into his arms. Is it because of Hong? Don't cry. It's my fault. No, woo-woo, it's me, it's my fault. I should have revealed our relationship to them earlier. Yuan Lin was still as gentle, virtuous, and understanding as ever. Even after such an incident, she immediately defended Jinsei. Hearing this, Jinsei was speechless for a long time, for the first time feeling that his actions were somewhat excessive. However, this self-reproach lasted less than a second. What did I do wrong? Isn't this the ninja world? I just want to give all female ninjas a home, a perfect ending. They don't understand me now. That's because the dragon is lurking in the depths. Yes, that's it. Jinsei silently encouraged himself in his heart. Lin, I know how you feel. How about you go back and rest first? Next time I will definitely pay. Before he could finish, Yuan Lin suddenly turned around and threw herself into his arms. Rustling and rubbing like a pampered pet, she then lifted her head and wrapped her arms around his neck. I don't blame you really. As she spoke, her tear-drenched sparkling eyes grew even brighter. Yu and Lin continued affectionately. It's just that I hope your body is filled with my scent, not someone else's. With that she gave him a passionate kiss. Smack smack. The two intertwined and slid like sculptures of Eros, one fiery with passion, and the other half-hearted, infusing this somewhat chilly morning with an extraordinary warmth. 10 minutes later, after comforting Yu and Lin, Junsi arrived at Zillai's tent and revealed two relatively unimportant strongholds of the hidden rock village. The credit for independently discovering enemy strongholds was considerable. He had visited Lao Zi and delivered so much important intelligence and supplies, so he deserved some reward. Being a spy and giving favors required reciprocity. Junsi, is your intelligence confirmed? Zillai asked seriously. Confirmed, sir. Junsi glanced at bluffing Schumann, then turned to Zillai. Yoshi. Junsi's reconnaissance ability is impressive. After fighting for so long, it's been all passive encounters. Since we have a target, it seems it's time to take the initiative. Teach those bastards of the Hidden Rock Village a lesson. During the day, Junsi slept until the afternoon and woke up on time. Because of Shiri Hong, Yu and Lin did not come to invite him to learn medical ninjutsu again. Lin is truly a cheerful woman. Junsi entered the wounded tent and saw Yu and Lin watching over Shiri Hong. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Such an obedient woman, once things were cleared up, should be quite magnanimous in the future. Junsi, teacher Shuemin said there's an urgent mission. Kakashi suddenly appeared and reminded. Then should we call Yu and Lin? Junsi looked at the two women chatting and laughing and asked. To be honest, he was a bit worried that Yu and Lin might confess something to Shiri Hong. Rather than letting them stay together all the time, it would be better to take one out. No, teacher Schumann's intention is to let Lin take care of Hong, and also fulfill her duties as a medical ninja in the camp. There have been many conflicts recently, and quite a few wounded. Kakashi said. Alright then. Seeing this, Junsi didn't insist further. Whether he stuck his head out or pulled it back, he would still get the knife. He still had a mission to carry out. He couldn't neglect one for the other because of two women's personal feelings. By the way, how is Senior Kwanzhong ES team? I heard from Lin that a senior from the Chodao clan was injured. Is it serious? Nothing serious. For this mission, most teams will be going out on assignments. Kakashi casually replied. Junsi nodded, already having a plan in mind, and didn't ask further. He just wanted to know the whereabouts of UNV Gusu. Yes, this time he had set his sights on his classmate Tuanzang's future lackey, UNV Gusu, as the target of his spy mission. UNV Gusu's current strength rating was Chunin. The secret techniques he excelled in should not be able to escape the reliance of the UNV clan on parasitic insects. Although Junsi was not 100% sure of subduing him, one thing was certain: this backstab would also cost nothing, and he had to strive for the buff reward. Schumann, the mission target this time, was brought back by Junsi. There are two strongholds. Should we take them out one by one, or simultaneously? Inside the tent, Zillai was asking bluffing Shueman. When Junsi and Kakashi entered, Kwanzhong E and his team of 3 were already waiting. It seems it should be our two teams executing the so-called stronghold clearance mission. Junsi cast a discreet glance at UNV Gusu, silently affirming in his heart. The situation was exactly as Junsi had predicted. The Chuanzhong E squad and the Shueman squad were assigned by Zillai to eliminate the Yenin village stronghold. The only thing that made Junsi somewhat wary was that Chuanzhong E and Shodao Tongdong, as veteran ninjas, were formidable. It seemed quite difficult for him to stir up trouble. Junsi, since you discovered this place, please lead the team. As the squad rushed onward, bluffing Shueman said with a smile. Yes, teacher. Junsi nodded, quickening his pace, while secretly planning in his mind. Now that the two teams had just left the camp, if his clone rushed at full speed, he should be able to reach the stronghold where Lao Zi and Han were before the Chuanzhong E squad arrived at the IWA ninja outpost. Moreover, even if Chuanzhong E and his two teammates found the stronghold, they would certainly not act rashly immediately. Reconnaissance would probably take some time. Lord Yonghua, why are you back again? Inside the largest stronghold of Yenin village, stationed in the land of fire, Junsi had just arrived at the perimeter of the sentry post when he encountered an acquaintance, Diffing of the Shengshuiliu clan. I have urgent military intelligence to report to the Lord. Hurry. Junsi urged anxiously. What exactly is the situation? Diffing did not let him pass immediately, but scrutinized Junsi with a hint of vigilance. No time to explain to you. My village has already dispatched a team to encircle and destroy our eastern guard outpost. Hurry. Junsi's face flushed red as he continued to urge. My village is simply audacious. Diffing became furious upon hearing this. After a brief inspection that revealed nothing suspicious about Junsi, he hurriedly led Junsi into the headquarters. Looking for the Lord. Sorry, the Lord and Han have already left the camp. Their specific whereabouts are unknown. The Lord instructed our Shengshuiliu clan to handle the defense of the camp. At the place where Han used to station Tianfeng of the Shengshuiliu clan stepped forward and said, Not here. Hearing this, Junsi's heart tightened. He vaguely sensed something amiss, but then he thought that the arrow was already on the string and had to be released. He would have to figure out the rest of the intelligence later. The joint team from the Chuanzhong Yun and Shodao clans of my village is almost at the Eastern Guard outpost. Send reinforcements immediately. Jinsi roared. What? How dare they? Tianfeng was also shocked upon hearing this intelligence. Because all along my village's measures against them had been very conservative. My village had to guard against the 4 hidden villages simultaneously, so they rarely took the initiative to attack. But now, however, the Lord's order was to defend. Tianfeng weighed the pros and cons, and could not make up his mind. Tianfeng, what are you saying? Didn't you hear Lord Yanghuo's intelligence mention that there are members of the Yun? My grandfather instructed me that we must obtain the secret techniques of the Yun clan to console his spirit in heaven. Just then the graceful Shengshwiliu, Keifeng swayed her pert buttocks, and walked over with an indifferent expression. Miss. The expressions of Tianfeng and Diffing both stiffened. Mixing personal matters with official duties, to be honest, they didn't want their young lady to say it so blatantly, but Keifeng was right. They were first members of the Shengshwiliu clan, and then IWA ninja. The Shengshwiliu clan and the Yun clan were insect-using families from Yining village and my village respectively. During Kuifeng's grandfather's era, their family had declined due to losing to the Yun clan in battle against Mai. It wasn't just Kuifeng's grandfather's obsession, it was the obsession of everyone in the Shengshwiliu clan. Then he'll lead the team to support Miss and Diffin continue with the Lord's mission. In the end, Tianfeng chose to compromise. He asked in a deep voice, I wonder how many people my village has sent. 3 in total. Judging by their attire, a special Jonin from the Chuanzhong clan, and 2 Chunin from the Chodao and Yun clans. Because the Yun clan was there, I didn't dare approach to scout. Jinsi thought briefly, and said confidently, only 3. How arrogant. Tianfeng, leave the camp affairs to you. It'll take Diffing and some people to catch all the my village ninjas. Hearing Jinsi's answer, Kuifeng's heart rejoiced, and she revealed a meaningful smile. Yui's Team 7 had the protection of the yellow flash, so she could do nothing about them. But it was no problem to vent her anger on others, especially since it involved their sworn enemy, the Yun clan. Then take care, miss. Tianfeng nodded upon hearing this. This way he could manage the camp personally, and have something to report to the village. An hour later, led by Zhan, Si Chuefeng Difeng, and a Chunin squad from Yining village appeared on the outskirts of Yining village's eastern guard camp. The camp has at least 2 squads responsible for rotating reconnaissance. I wonder who gave Mai the courage to attack with just 3 people. Do they really think our Yining village has no one? Leaning against a large tree to rest, Keifeng said contemptuously. Miss, the Yun clan's methods are mysterious and insidious. It's better not to be careless. Diffin warned in a low voice while manipulating a swarm of bees to fly toward the camp. At this time, they couldn't confirm where Yui's team was exactly, or whether they were also hidden somewhere scouting the situation like themselves. It would be bad to alert the enemy. Lord Yonghua, aren't you famous for your perceptive abilities? Why don't you sense it? Keifeng thought Diffing made sense. In the previous battle of the Kannabi Bridge, she had lost a large number of bee swarms due to carelessness. Now she turned her attention to Zhensi, the outside support. Zhensi frowned, momentarily caught in a dilemma. Yonghua himself was proficient in earth release and wind release techniques. His so-called perceptive ability was merely a keen sense of smell, and it was only achievable with the enhancement of his summoning beast, the spirit cat. He didn't know summoning jutsu at all, nor did he have the ability to contract a spirit cat. Now if he tried to show off in front of these IWA ninjas, wouldn't he be exposed and know what? Lord Yonghua is unwilling. Keifeng raised an eyebrow, asking curiously. I have traveled a long way for urgent intelligence. My chakra is more than half consumed. If a battle breaks out later, who can guarantee my safety? Zhensi retorted. The team fell silent. Forget it, let me search. After a moment, Diffing said. Zhensi's reason was very valid. Logically and emotionally, since others came along to contribute, the Shengshwili clan should be grateful. I think we should split up. Otherwise someone might think I'm unwilling to contribute. If there's a problem, he'll give a warning. Zhensi, who was thinking of breaking away from the team to act covertly, pretended to be misunderstood and turned to leave. Please wait, Lord Yonghua, I didn't mean that. No need to say more. The Inuzuka clan of my village has a keen sense of smell. Be careful, and don't reveal yourselves. It's best to contact the outpost and surround them together. Keifeng wanted to stop him, but Zhensi just turned back to give one more instruction before using the body flicker technique. Half an hour later, Shinji finally spotted the tardy Inuzuka, Iakimichi Tudu, and Aburame, Gusu through the underbrush. The sharp perception of his Sharingan greatly compensated for his concealment, allowing him to avoid trouble and use stimulants to evade Inuzuka ES ninja dogs and the parasitic insects. Any sign of the enemy? Inuzuka, he suddenly halted and asked. According to Shinji's intelligence, they were now less than half a mile from the target stronghold. They had to be extremely cautious. There's residual earth release chakra from Iwanin and some pungent stimulant scents. Aburame Gusu replied. Then let's strike with all our might and catch them off guard. Inuzuka, he nodded and gave the order. The intelligence Aburame Gusu had gathered matched the feedback from the white dog beside him. But less than 200 meters into their accelerated advance, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted from the woods, and a dense swarm of bees came rushing in. You Konoha scum. I underestimated you, but this is where it ends. Kamizuru Keifeng summoned the queen bee for a ferocious assault. The surrounding woods instantly filled with a cacophony of buzzing, and several hives emerged from the underbrush, forming a barrier that sealed off Inuzuka E and his team. Damn it! Inuzuka E's pupils contracted as he sensed the danger, and immediately ordered a retreat. But before Akimichi Tudu and Aburame Gusu could turn back, a series of low shouts rang out. Earth release, Earth core. Earth release, Earthen corridor. The ground collapsed instantly, trapping the three like birds in a cage of sinking earth. Secret technique, Crimson Parasitic Bugs. Aburame Gusu immediately activated the secret technique, manipulating the mutated crimson parasitic bugs from the hive on his back to cover his entire body as a defense. The crimson bugs could absorb toxins and small amounts of chakra to convert into their own energy, were resistant to high temperatures, and had hard carapaces. The insect armor they formed could withstand many conventional ninjutsu and taijutsu attacks. Fong rotating Fong. Expansion jutsu. Inuzuka E and Akimichi Tudu chose to counterattack immediately. One ignored the collapsing ground, transformed into a ninja dog, and blasted out, with his canine companion spinning into a whirlwind that smashed into the Iwanin's defensive gaps. The other expanded his body, easily stepping out of the trap, and sweeping his arm across with overwhelming ferocity. Earth release, Earth flow wall. The Iwanin team hastily defended, but their combined efforts were easily broken by Akimichi Tudu and Inuzuka E, creating a gap in the encirclement. Go! Inuzuka E growled over his shoulder, and Aburame Gusu scrambled to follow. Trying to escape. Kei-Fong sneered as if she had anticipated this, and deliberately left a weakness in the formation. She quickly formed hand seals, and tiny bees barely visible to the naked eye flew out of the hives surrounding the collapsed area. They emitted a faint white light like chakra that enveloped Inuzuka E and his team. Buzz. D-Fong directed the swarm to follow closely, diving down like a dense cloud of drones, and triggering a series of explosions. Boom. B-bomb. A massive chakra flame surged up, shaking the earth. Where do you think you're going, huh? Kei-Fong continued to sneer, fully exploiting her numerical advantage. She formed hand seals again, commanding the queen bee to continuously spray honey onto the still-burning flames. She wasn't trying to save them. She was ensuring Inuzuka E and the others had no strength left to resist. The tiny bees from the hive could quickly absorb the target's chakra, while the honey from the queen bee could restrict the target's physical movements. This should have been foolproof. Damn, we were discovered. Was it the intelligence, or did our movements leak? Inuzuka E lay dying, sprawled next to his white dog, covered in burns from the explosions. He tried to recall the sequence of events, but the searing pain. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. The giant Akimichi Tudu was blasted into a sitting position, but his body wasn't severely damaged. The Iwanin immediately launched a coordinated assault, sending rocks flying and explosions echoing. Within moments, Akimichi Tudu also fell into a dying state. Enough. Stop. D-Fong was about to continue with another B-bomb when Kei-Fong raised her hand to halt him. Check the situation, try to gather intelligence. If you can't get any information, execute them immediately. Yes. D-Fong dispersed the swarm, and the other Iwanin remained on high alert. On the ground, Akimichi Tudu had already closed his eyes, and Inuzuka E was unconscious. D-Fong wanted to interrogate them, but found no way to start. What about the Aburame guy? Kei-Fong stepped forward and scanned the area coldly. Huh. The others looked around in confusion, as if only now remembering that the Konoha team should have had 3 members. Damn it, he got away. In the pit, a large, oval earthworm cocoon lay broken in two, empty inside, mocking their incompetence. Kei-Fong gritted her teeth in frustration. Pursue him immediately. Quick, what about those 2? Tie them up first. Go. In the woods protected by the crimson parasitic bugs, Aburame Gusu had narrowly escaped the Iwanin's encirclement using his family's secret technique. By now his chakra was mostly depleted, and he had suffered internal injuries from the explosions. Running was difficult, and he could barely keep his balance. But he had no time to care. His only thought was to escape and relay the team's intelligence. Oh, the Aburame clan really is different, managing to escape. Shinji's figure appeared beside Aburame Gusu. You? Who are you? Damn it. Aburame Gusu, startled, retreated, while commanding the crimson bugs to surround him again. But now his chakra was insufficient to support complex techniques, and some of the bugs had been lost in the explosion. The insect armor only covered the lower half of his body. Don't struggle needlessly. Falling cherry vision technique. Shinji chuckled, and quickly formed hand seals. He knew the Aburame clan's weakness, while they excelled in close to mid-range combat with eerie techniques, but were helpless against Jinjutsu. You? How is that possible? Aburame Gusu's eyes widened in disbelief. The falling cherry vision technique was supposed to be a secret Jinjutsu of Yūhi Shinku. He couldn't understand how Shinji knew it. Relax. Take deep breaths. Feeling dizzy is normal. Moments later, when Kei-Fong led the Iwanin team in pursuit, they found Aburame Gusu's head crushed, and Shinji lounging against a nearby tree holding a scroll. You killed him. Kei-Fong pointed at the corpse, unwilling to accept it. Are you telling me what to do? Huh. Shinji raised an eyebrow and asked coldly. No, I meant the intelligence. K-Phone coveted the Aburame clan's insect-controlling techniques, and in her impatience had revealed her spoiled, willful nature. Shinji's rebuke brought her back to her senses. Oof. 2 special jonin, and 8 men in total, and you still let someone escape. What use are you? Useless. Forgive me, senior. You need not explain. K-Phone attempted to make excuses, but Junsi had no time for pretense. He said coldly, in this support mission, I have already done my utmost. I must report to the Tsuchikajessima. The war on that front is intense. Farewell. Having spoken, Junsi made to leave, but just as he turned he paused. All right. I obtained a scroll from this fellow apparently related to the cultivation of parasitic insects. Might it be of use to you? What? Senior. Please, senior, bestow it upon us. If possible, the Kamizuru clan would offer 10 million ryo. K-Phone's eyes narrowed, a surge of ecstasy blooming across her delicate. D-Phone's expression also stiffened, his fists clenching instinctively. The secret arts of the Aburame clan, whether fundamental theories or other techniques, would greatly benefit the Kamizuru's insect-controlling methods. Most importantly, by glimpsing the tiger through the reeds, understanding the Aburame's weaknesses would allow the Kamizuru in future conflicts to avoid being, 10 million ryo. Heh. Junsi let out a frivolous chuckle, then strode over to K-Phone. K-Phone, I watched you grow up. Talking money hurts feelings, doesn't it? With that, he thrust the scroll into the nascent planetary devastation between K-Phone's developing chest. You? K-Phone had never imagined Junsi would display such a lewd and deviant side in front of so many fellow villagers. She was stunned. As for the money, I don't want it. If this item proves important, they'll find a way to collect interest later. Junsi's lips curled upward. As his words faded, he vanished from the spot. Bastard. How dare he? Are you alright, K-Phone? D-Phone was the first to regain his senses, fuming with rage. Junsi's actions were undoubtedly an insult to the Kamizuru clan of Iwagakure. No matter how fallen the Kamizuru might be, they were not to be provoked by a mere Tokubetsu jonin from Umbu. Enough. Don't speak. K-Phone unrolled the scroll. On it lingered the warmth and faint fragrance of another person's heart. But more importantly, its contents sent her into such rapture that any voice became mere noise. Wait. Something's off. A flash of insight struck her mind. K-Phone suddenly felt that Junsi's frivolous demeanor was eerily familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before, as if she had once been treated with such humiliation. The western outpost of Iwagakure was responsible for gathering intelligence on the Rain Country and Wind Country, ensuring that Iwagakure's operations against the Fire Country would not be disrupted, but now the western outpost had been reduced to ashes. 2 squads of IWA shinobi plus a coordinating Tokubetsu jonin had all been brutally dispatched, their throats slit without exception. Minato Sensei, your movement seems different. It's even faster than the body flicker. After leaving the Iwagakure outpost, Kakashi asked with a hint of admiration. Is that so? The Flying Thunder God technique demands exceptional talent. If the opportunity arises, it'll try to teach you all in the future. Minato Namikaze smiled warmly, a stark contrast to his slaughterous demeanor moments ago. Well, I have a chance too. That's wonderful. Long live Minato Sensei. Shiranui Gunma had been on an easy streak ever since he started accompanying Minato on missions. Hearing that he might learn a secret technique, he was in truth, Minato was nothing short of kind to his own people. Some said he never taught Kakashi the Rasengan or Flying Thunder God, but that was entirely due to differences in combat style. Kakashi had already developed the Chidori, and his later inferior mastery of the Rasengan compared to Naruto was precisely because of stylistic mismatch. As for the Flying Thunder God, ordinary shinobi couldn't learn it. The fact that Awashi Tatami Reito Namishi and Shiranui Gunma could use the Flying Thunder God formation spoke volumes. Junsi, what's wrong? Aren't you happy? Minato Sensei said he'll personally teach us secret techniques. Happy, of course I'm happy. Junsi was immersed in a special state of natural affinity, trying to establish a connection with a passing bird. Interrupted by Shiranui Gunma, he hastily tossed out a perfunctory reply. Then let's hurry back to report. Minato Namikaze gave the order, and the squad members followed suit. The return journey was shorter than the trip out, as without the IWA scouts' hindrance the squad traveled almost in a straight line. In less than an hour they reached the outskirts of Jiraiya's camp. Minato Sensei, something's wrong. Junsi spotted a thick plume of smoke rising from afar. The familiar dense chakra of a tailed beast. Minato-sama. Jiraiya-sama. A member of the Akimichi clan burst out of the forest, shouting hoarsely. What a... Minato's pupils constricted and his pace quickened. What happened? Huff, huff, huff. The camp was ambushed by Iwagakure. They deployed a Jinchuriki. Jiraiya-sama is in pursuit. The Akimichi clansmen barely managed to stop before Minato, panting heavily. How could this be? Minato continued jogging toward the camp. Jinsi's heart also tightened. He had calculated countless schemes planning how to backstab Minato, but never expected Rashi and Han to time their strike so perfectly. They had clearly scouted this camp thoroughly and monitored Minato, exploiting a time gap. No wait, Lin and Kurenai. They can't be hurt, can they? Junsi grew panicked. Despite his ruthless determination to grow stronger, by any means he still cared. Damn it. The plot was veering out of control. The camp's medical tent had been torched, and in front of the main tent the ground was littered with rubble debris and molten lava. The surrounding grass bore scorched black marks. Several wounded shinobi lay in tattered clothes, and when they saw Minato arrive none even greeted him, an indication of how dire the ambush had been. Why did Jiraiya Sensei go after them alone? Minato Namikaze struggled to calm himself as he asked. The camp's intelligence codebook was stolen and Rin Nohara was also taken. Rashi said that if you want to save her you, Minato-sama, must come personally. What the? Before the Akimichi clansman could finish, Shinji's eyes went wide, and he turned to dash out. The intelligence codebook is the foundation of a shinobi village's information network. Shinobi are merely tools for transmitting intelligence, and each village's encryption methods for scrolls differ. If the codebook falls into enemy hands, that village's intelligence operations will be paralyzed for a period, leaving no secrets hidden from the adversary. But Shinji's loss of composure had nothing to do with the codebook. Shinji-kun. Minato's voice and a female voice, Kurenai Yūhi, sounded simultaneously. Yet their calls failed to slow Shinji's steps. With a few swift movements, he vanished into the forest in the blink of an eye. Kakashi Genmai, you're in charge of guarding the camp and rebuilding. Beware of another Iwagakure strike. Send a request for reinforcements to Oro Kimaru-sama immediately. Minato Namikaze gave a brief arrangement, then did not dare delay a second longer. He raced off in the direction Shinji had disappeared. Minato Sensei aye. Kakashi wanted to say something to do something. After all, Rin was the most precious thing Obito had entrusted to him. But Minato left in a hurry, and he sighed. Rin, Shinji-kun, am counting on you. All along the creed that Shinji held in his heart was that becoming stronger requires paying a price. Whether in the civilized society of his past life or in the present Ringia. Even with his golden finger it was the same. He had been scheming to become stronger, even willing to betray the village, all to escape the fate of cannon fodder. But at this moment he felt some regret. If betraying Shuei Min required sacrificing Yi Yuan Lin, a woman who had been involved with him, he was 1,000 times unwilling. Have you seen a big man with a white hedgehog head? Or a rough guy with a square face and red hair carrying a woman? And also a steaming iron tower of a man. Shinji cast aside distractions and asked a beetle flying toward him. I can hear the two-legged beast. Am I going to evolve into a spirit beast? I'm asking you. Are you this beetle brainless? Shinji asked coldly. You dare insult me. If you keep blathering I'll burn you to a crisp. With the help of warm-hearted locals in the forest, Shinji tracked down Lao Zihan and Zilai Yi in less than an hour. At this moment he was immensely grateful that he hadn't jumped to conclusions and rushed straight to the magnetic valley, otherwise he would have missed Lao Zi and the Lao Zihan hand over the scroll. Otherwise, on the rugged gravel road Zilai Yi leaped forward and appeared before Lao Zi and Han, saying coldly. Previously in the camp he had too many concerns and couldn't fully use his abilities. But now in the wilderness, even facing two Rin Zhu Li working together, he was fearless. Facing Zilai Yi's aggression, Lao Zi for once did not show his irritable side. Instead he tossed Yi Yuan Lin into the bushes nearby and said leisurely. Facing Zilai Yi's aggression, Lao Zi for once did not show his irritable side. Instead he tossed Yi Yuan Lin into the bushes nearby and said leisurely. Why waste words with him? No time to lose. Attack! Han raised his hand and shouted. Before his words faded, his figure had already transformed into a red cannonball shooting out. Huh, has he changed his nature today? Lao Zi isn't getting angry, but Han is the one losing his temper. Interesting. Zilai Yi hadn't yet sensed anything wrong. He smiled insolently, tapped his toes to retreat quickly while his hands rapidly formed seals, toad, oil flame bomb. Viscous oil gushed out, enveloping Han's surroundings. Then a blazing fire serpent burst forth, instantly engulfing Han completely. Damn, my chakra level seems off. Although the attack landed, there was no trace of relief on Zilai Yi's face. Instead it was gloomy as water because a regular ninjutsu had consumed nearly half of— How could this be? Zilai Yi was horrified. Scenes of being dominated by the salamanders, poison involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Could it be poison? Annoying God. Just as Zilai Yi was trying to recall the scenes of tracking the two, Lao Zi's sinister laugh suddenly appeared behind him, followed by a roar, lava release, scorching river rock technique. Gurgle gurgle. Hot lava flowed upstream instantly, soaking the jagged stone road. Under the terrifying heat, waves of black and white smoke spread. In this, where outsiders could not see, the flames enveloping Han were actually absorbed by the lava, while Han's body emitted even denser water vapor, mingling with the smoke, and drifting silently towards Zilai Yi. Damn, even water vapor can consume my chakra. Zilai Yi wanted to leap out of the lava zone, but his bonus reactions were far slower than before. He barely landed beside Lao Zi, instead exposing his back. Realizing it now. Too late. Lao Zi roared again, wrapping himself in fire serpents, trampling through the lava, and launching a flurry of punches. Lava release, great serpent strangle. Lao's iron fist carrying scorching lava traced 2 python afterimages and slammed violently into Zila's back and waist. Zila spat out a mouthful of blood his body, drawing a parabola, until he crashed into a tree and barely stopped. The battle seemed to have reached a conclusion at this moment. Indeed. From the very beginning, the fact that Zila could easily track the 2 Rinju Li meant he had already fallen into their trap. The reason Han and Lao Zi had not gone on a killing spree when they attacked the camp was not out of kindness, but because everything was part of the plan. Zila's most important meeting tent was burned to ashes and all intelligence was plundered by Han. As for Lao Zi kidnapping Yi Yuanlin, it was only because he observed that she had a connection with both Feng Shui men. For a ninja, intelligence is the most crucial element. Compared to the intelligence codebook, Yi Yuanlin was more of an extra of bait to attract both Feng Shui men. Han skillfully used his own trait, Steam Burst, to continuously spray medicinal liquid. The concentration was not high, but it was persistent. Carried by the wind, it allowed Zilayi to inhale it silently. By the time Zilayi realized it, it was already too late. I didn't expect this, did you? You who call yourself the Toad Sage have come to this. Think back not far from here how arrogant you were. Han approached the weakened Zilayi step by step, his voice muffled, ready to strike at any moment. Just then a rustling sound came from the bushes not far away. Who? Get out. Lao Zi growled. Whoosh. A surge of chakra flashed past. Both of their expressions froze simultaneously, and they involuntarily raised their hands in a defensive posture, thinking it was both Feng Shui men. Following the sound, they instantly sensed a pure chakra appear behind them. Bastard, how dare you trick me? Lao Zi found it was a little kid from Muyi. Feeling deceived, he roared and instantly entered lava release chakra mode. Turning around like a scorpion flicking its tail, he threw a punch. This punch, wrapped in lava release chakra, carried a searing heat that could melt anything in the world. It was his secret technique, Hai Dijan. Luo Xianwan. Zhensi, carrying Yi Yuanlin on his back, didn't even have time to use the body flicker technique. He felt a wave of heat burning his cheeks. In haste, he hurriedly refined chakra into his palm and fully unleashed the recently mastered Luo Xianwan at the proficient level. Boom! The sharp red light of lava release Hai Dijan instantly pierced the azure blue sphere of Luo Xianwan. As Zhensi poured chakra without reservation, the magma spike emitted a more piercing roar. Streams of consumed magma turned into water vapor and spread. Puff puff. The thick water vapor struck Yi Yuanlin's body, and her tightly shut eyes began to open slowly. Huh. Zhensi Jun. The familiar back came into view, and her chest felt warm. Yi Yuanlin couldn't help but softly call out. She thought she would never see Zhensi again in this life. Oof. Kid, you've got some skill. But that's as far as you go. Old Purple's chakra surged endlessly, scorching magma flowing along his robust arms into the lava release submarine needle, unleashing a power far beyond what a mere Chunin like Shinji could match. Damn. Do I have to reveal my trump card? Shinji's left hand quickly reached for his waist, intending to swallow the mind-awakening pill for a desperate fight. At that moment, a flash of golden light appeared circling Old Purple, and a strangely shaped kunai thrust upward from below. With a sharp sound, Old Purple's right hand, which had been locked in a stalemate with Shinji's Rasengan, instantly crumbled as if bitten by a venomous snake. Damn, it's Minato Namikaze. Old Purple stepped back a few paces, shaking his hand as blood trickled from the wrist cut by the kunai. However, in the blink of an eye, his wrist healed under the crimson-tailed beast cloak. Han, move. Now. Their initial plan was to use the potion to take down Jiraiya and Minato one by one. Now that Minato Namikaze, renowned for his speed, had arrived, they had to neutralize Jiraiya first to reduce their active strength. Han's chakra erupted violently, steam surging as he kicked the unconscious Jiraiya with a boost of boil release unrivaled, but it was too late. When Minato appeared on the battlefield, the mechanism of speed was already dominated. Any subtle move could not escape Minato Namikaze's eyes, let alone Han's full force wide-open attack. Minato Namikaze slid along the ground like a golden light passing under Han's crotch. He lightly tapped Han's ankle with one hand, while grabbing Jiraiya's arms with the other, narrowly avoiding the attack. In an instant, he reappeared beside Shinji. Damn! Old Purple and Han exchanged a glance, knowing the tide had turned. However, half of their goal to destroy Jiraiya had been achieved. Although the potion was depleted, the intelligence codebook remained in their hands. As long as they continued the plan, Minato Namikaze would not be as fortunate as Jiraiya. Let's go! Old Purple growled, and both he and Han retreated, explosively vanishing into the forest in an instant. Master Jiraiya, are you alright? Minato Namikaze rested Jiraiya's head on his knee, trying to sense his physical condition. At that moment, Jiraiya had blood at the corner of his mouth, a weary expression, and a slightly sunken chest, clearly severely injured. Coupled with his unconsciousness, Minato's hope of gathering intelligence was temporarily dashed. Sorry, Minato-sensei, it's all my fault. Shinji, carrying Rin Nohara's delicate form, stood upright and spoke with a shameful expression. It's not your fault, Shinji. You did well. If you hadn't arrived in time, Master Jiraiya would have. Your talent is remarkable. You've already fully mastered the Rasengan. Your speed tracking skills. You truly are my student. Minato Namikaze helped Jiraiya up and calmly comforted Shinji. Let's leave here first. Master Jiraiya's condition is serious. He needs immediate treatment. But Minato Sensei the intelligence codebook. Shinji hesitated. Although he had completed the mission to betray Jiraiya and obtained the Rasengan, the main mission hadn't even started. He sincerely hoped Minato wouldn't give up halfway, because he had already seen through Old Purple and Han's plan. If he guessed correctly, Minato Namikaze pursuing them would inevitably fall into the prearranged magnetic field valley. It's fine. Let's take Master Jiraiya and Rin back first. They'll handle the rest. Minato Namikaze remained calm, as always, even forcing a smile to reassure Shinji. An hour later they arrived at the Konoha camp. Since the camp was exposed, Orochimaru had dispatched 2 members of the Hyuga clan and Chozora Kimichi to provide support and defense. What happened to Lord Jiraiya? Seeing the dying Jiraiya, Chozora Kimichi was shocked, and all the Konoha shinobi gathered around with worried expressions. Shinji-kun, are you alright? Yugao Kurenai, seeing Shinji carrying Rin Nohara, asked with concern. Everyone step aside. Master Jiraiya is fine. I hope you all attend to your duties and protect the camp. Dismissed. Minato Namikaze ordered firmly. With Jiraiya incapacitated, Minato Namikaze naturally became the camp commander. Everyone dispersed and resumed their duties, some on guard, others tending to the wounded. Rin, Shinji, Kakashi, Yugao, come here. Once the tent was mostly empty, Minato Namikaze called out again. The sky was already darkening, and he had to retrieve the intelligence codebook as soon as possible. Rin, I entrust Master Jiraiya to you. Shinji, Kakashi, I hope you can shoulder the responsibility of protecting everyone. If you're uncertain about anything while I'm away, you can consult Kozasama. Yes, Sensei. Everyone responded in unison. Minato Namikaze came and left in haste without any rest or resupply, departing swiftly after his instruction. Watching the spot where Minato Namikaze had vanished, Shinji frowned, slightly lost in thought. Kakashi, Minato Sensei might be in danger acting alone. I think it's better if I follow. Shinji said. Kakashi stammered, unsure how to respond. Even a legendary shinobi like Jiraiya had been gravely injured, yet Shinji still had the courage to pursue. This made Kakashi feel ashamed. More importantly, Shinji had brought Rin back, which eased his heart, but also filled him with guilt. How about I go with you? After a moment of hesitation, Kakashi said resolutely. No need. Didn't you hear Minato Sensei's orders? As Team 7, we represent his will. As the team leader, you must stay here. Shinji shook his head and turned to leave. Suddenly a warm, soft body pressed against him, a familiar fragrance enveloping him. Rin Nohara threw her arms around his waist from behind, holding him tightly. Shinji-kun, please be safe. They'll wait for you. If you don't come back tonight, I won't sleep a wink. No matter how late, they'll leave a light on for you. Please come find me. Rin Nohara whispered softly, her voice quiet, yet stunning everyone present. This was an outright declaration, claiming Shinji, proclaiming their love, and entrusting her entire womanly honor to Shinji, without reservation. Ahem. I will. Shinji's throat tightened, and he gently patted Rin Nohara's small hand. He wanted to respond more boldly, but this romantic battlefield was so sudden that he had no mental preparation. Out of the corner of his eye, he could clearly see Yugao Kurenai's expression. Shock, confusion, loss, and sadness. Yet in this situation he had no time to explain. The battle between Minato Namikaze and the 2 Jinchuriki would be over in an instant. He had to be there to witness it, and ensure the outcome matched his expectations. Rin, I still have to. Shinji was about to take his leave, but Rin Nohara suddenly rubbed his waist, stepped in front of him, and resolutely pulled his neck down. Though the tenderness was fleeting, time itself seemed frozen in that very instant. Kakashi and Shinji rolled their eyes like dead fish, their mouths agape. Shirihong meanwhile bit her red lips, her hands clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white, her delicate face filled with disbelief and resentment. Why, he's my boyfriend. Shinji can fight back. Rage boiled within Shirihong, her exquisite face flushed crimson with anger before she even realized it. Huff huff. Wad. Shinji can promise Lin okay. Lin doesn't want to lose you. Here Yuan Lin was nearly suffocating before reluctantly pulling apart, drawing out a string of crystal clear strands, and said with deep effect. This was her first active French kiss, and in front of so many teammates, it was impossible not to feel shy and flustered, but thinking of everything she had encountered today, of Shinji's selflessness, and the inexplicable sense of security, her shyness turned into love. At this moment for Shinji, she was willing to give everything, even her life, and she firmly believed that Shinji was the man who could make her tremble and go wild. Don't worry. I promise you, Lin. Damn it. Shinji, I hate you. You are all bad guys. Woo-woo. Shinji replied in a low voice, but as soon as the words left his mouth, Shirihong let out a sob, and burst into tears, then covered her face, and fled the tent. The gradually romantic atmosphere was instantly shattered by Shirihong's crying. Kakashi and Bozuo Shinjian exchanged speechless glances, but both understood the meaning in each other's eyes. This was simply a role model for men. Shinjian had only infinite admiration for Shinji, while Kakashi felt a bit empty inside. because he had lost the little fangirl Lin, and the new team dynamic required him, a man emotionally delayed, to recalibrate. Shinji-kun, I shouldn't have done this. I'm sorry, you won't blame me, will you? Lin also sensed the awkwardness, blinked her big watery eyes, and murmured innocently. It's nothing. How could Shinji not understand? Gentle as Lin was at this moment, a sly fox-like cunning lurked deep in her eyes, but what could he say? This was something they had to face sooner or later. Every woman is a living person with her own emotions. Joy, anger, sorrow, happiness. Lin's initiative had disrupted his plans, but it also forced Shiri Hong to respond. As long as Shiri Hong was willing to respond, there was still a chance. Can I trouble you to comfort Hong? Shinji leaned down and bit Lin's delicate little earlobe, dropping a bombshell. Hell, Shinji-kun, you are so bad. Lin was rendered soft and powerless, pouted and gently tapped Shinji's chest. I'll do my best. As long as you come back safe, I'll do whatever you want. Shinji was stunned by Lin's tantalizing confession, his eyes wide. What did that mean? Did it mean? No wonder she was the female ghost who knew best how to spoil a man in the ninja world. If the situation hadn't been inappropriate, he would have liked to explore the story of the plumber and the female tenant with Lin. Shinji nodded solemnly to everyone, then quickly left the tent. The stars were just rising. The originally desolate and chilly forest carried a faint, inexplicable heat. The chirping of insects and birds had already ceased, as if they foresaw what was about to happen. Shinji sped through the forest like a gust of wind. After brief communication with birds and mountain cats, he plunged straight into the magnetic field valley. The magnetic field valley, perhaps more aptly called the Crimson Rift, had rock walls on both sides glowing like red-hot iron, barren of vegetation. The valley floor was scattered with sharp-edged magnetic ore veins, the occasional protruding sharp, or like the earth's bones. Cold wind carrying sand and gravel howled through the valley with an eerie wail, adding a layer of oppression and grimness to the area. You think that kid will still come? Under the steep cliff, Han asked Old Z with uncertainty. Don't worry. He will definitely come. Old Z affirmed, his eyes carefully scrutinizing the barrier set up around the area. Lava release purgatory barrier. A crimson, yet explosive barrier, a secret technique he had developed after losing in the Second War. Under normal circumstances, he was not confident he could restrict the legendary yellow flash, but now the timing, location, and unity were in his favor. Swoosh. As if to confirm Old Z's words, just as Han was about to ask again, a golden light streaked across the sky, abruptly piercing the lava barrier and heading straight for Han's neck. Although the nearly lightspeed flash was detected, Han had no time to react. Relying solely on his powerful combat experience, he strained his neck backward to avoid the blow. Buzz. The blade of the Sword of Benevolence suddenly trembled with an eerie vibration, as if about to break free from control. Shuemin clenched his right hand in shock, trying to maintain his attack posture, but ultimately failed, missing the optimal attack window. Kid, you've got guts. Coming alone for a piece of intelligence, you're worthy of the name Yellow Flash. I acknowledge you. Old Z pulled Han back as he spoke. As his words fell, he suddenly clasped his hands together, and the faint lava barrier instantly transformed into a massive fireball enveloping the... But this is where it ends. If you want the intelligence, you'll have to pay with your life. Han roared, slung the scroll around his neck, and charged forward with savage fists. Boil release monstrous strength. Lava release mountain of flowers and rocks flow. Old Z chanted a low roar, activating his lava release, Kekiai Genkai, and instantly entering tailed beast mode. It was evident that when facing bluffing Shuemin, he instinctively maintained a highly alert combat state. What's going on? Why does the magnetic field in the valley feel abnormal? Bluffing Shuemin kept his eyes and ears open, his mind racing. Seeing the lava spreading and rising at a visible rate and Han charging violently toward him, he had to interrupt his real-time analysis, pulling out several swords of benevolence and scattering them. Wait. The moment he pulled out the swords of benevolence, bluffing Shuemin's pupils constricted and the unease in his heart magnified 1,000-fold. The kunai, before they even left his hand, broke free, forcefully flying in all directions, and finally clattered onto the rocks far from his intended target. Such magnetic force. Swoosh. A monstrous force came. Bluffing Shuemin quickly performed the body flicker technique to barely dodge, finally, standing on a steep cliff. My chakra. And the coordinates of the flying thunder god. Namikaze Minato attempted to perceive the coordinates, only to feel a piercing pain in his head, as if countless steel needles were constantly stabbing into his mind. The once clear flying thunder god coordinates had become wildly disordered. Ha ha ha. Minato, your flying thunder god, is a joke here. Prepare to die. Han let out a wild laugh. The Five Tails boil release chakra instantly enveloped his entire body. His burly frame paused briefly, then with a bang, he shot toward Namikaze Minato like a cannonball from its barrel. Booming, the raging wind howled, carrying rolling debris that arrived before his body, striking the rock wall, like armor-piercing steel pellets. Namikaze Minato's cheek was stinging from the cuts. Gritting his teeth, he brought his fingers together to form a seal. How could he not understand his situation? He had clearly fallen into a trap set by the enemy. The Flying Thunder God technique was suppressed. He couldn't sense the coordinates outside the barrier. Teleporting within the barrier would consume chakra on a scale he could hardly bear. Damn it. Whoosh. The second stage of Flying Thunder God activated. Namikaze Minato appeared first on the other side of the rock wall, where he was just once, and he already felt his body was overdrawn, panting involuntarily. Still can fly? Oof. Let's see how you dodge. Rashi let out a strange laugh. Lava instantly surged up, completely flooding the ground. The lava barrier in midair like chains seemed to come alive, tightening step by step to further suppress Namikaze Minato's range of movement. Faced with such a harsh and desperate scene, Namikaze Minato remained composed. His azure eyes gleamed, and finally he fixed his gaze on Han's neck. The lava surged and splashed. The flaxen intelligence scroll was so dazzling, just like the first time he saw Kushina in his memory. One flaxen, one fiery red, both so brilliant, requiring him to protect with his life. Kushina, I'm sorry. I might have to let you down. Under the scorching lava, sweat began to pour down Namikaze Minato's forehead, but his eyes were filled with determination. The longer he delayed, the weaker he would become. Whether he could destroy the intelligence codebook, there might be only one chance. Ha ha ha, why aren't you running, kid? Do you know you're like a cornered gecko now? Under Rose's unrestrained control, the lava release flower fruit mountain lava flow seemed about to completely engulf the valley. Han also charged forward, billowing steam. Silently, Namikaze Minato abruptly closed his eyes, brought his fingers to his lips, and began to chant. Beneath Han's feet, unnoticed, the Flying Thunder God mark left from when he saved Jiraiya began to crawl rapidly like a sinister snake. In an instant it climbed past his waist and finally attached to the back of his neck where the scroll was tied. Now. Han crouched, gathering strength, and pushed off the rock wall as if to spring. Namikaze Minato opened his eyes at the same moment. Whoosh! Another kindness sword with explosive tags flew from his hand. It's useless. Don't waste your strength. Rashi stood in the lava, overseeing the situation, ready to launch the seabed needle. But in the next moment, Namikaze Minato let out a low shout. Flying Thunder God technique, whirlpool, flash, super wheel, dance, roar, 3 styles. The kindness sword violently broke free from the raging magnetic force and vanished in midair. Thud! A muffled sound erupted. When the kindness sword reappeared, it had pierced through Han's neck along with the scroll. Booming! The violent fire-natured chakra was detonated. Han's body instantly shattered like a rag doll. Huh. Rose's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression gradually twisting. Bastard. 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 3 consecutive roars. Amid his unwilling and furious howls, the lava surged again, instantly engulfing Namikaze Minato's. But Namikaze Minato, as if completely drained of life, could not escape the searing pain. He slowly slid into the flowing lava. The inside of the Sharingan was pushed to its limit by Shinji at this moment. Blood faintly trickled from his scarlet eyes, but he paid no heed, still staring fixedly at the Crimson Valley. There, a faint blue phantom of the 5 tails Mu Wang quickly condensed, then reflected in the black sky, dissipating into specks of starlight. Roar! Before Mu Wang vanished, Shinji clearly heard a roar of unwillingness in his heart. The tailed beast's innate fear of temporary What a pity! If I knew sealing techniques, could I snatch food from the tiger's mouth, seal Mu Wang inside myself. Then with the buff of the tailed beast rider, I could surely reach a point of reconciliation. Shinji shook his head with regret. At that moment, the rewards of the Flying Thunder God technique and the heavenly curse mark solution materialized. A vast and ancient memory, mixed with mechanical muscle memory, poured into his mind. His nerve endings trembled slightly, making his eyes bulge. He clenched his fists, then slowly released them, involuntarily sensing the unique feeling of the Flying Thunder God technique being added to him. It was as if he had performed it countless times. From inscribing the Flying Thunder God to improving it with sealing techniques, all the experiences Namikaze Minato had were etched into his genes. Flying Thunder God technique, whirlpool, flash, super wheel, dance, roar, 3 styles. What a stupid name. Shinji recalled the newly mastered Flying Thunder God with a bewildered look. Suddenly he thought of the scene where Namikaze Minato had just killed Han, and an indescribable feeling spread in his heart. Whoosh! With a thought, a cold vial of potion appeared in his hand. So powerful. Shinji looked at the potion, feeling his heart surge, and his breath quicken. If my cells are the original solution for the curse mark, doesn't that mean if someone else gets the curse mark, my cells will be in? Shinji suppressed the urge to take the potion, immediately carefully stored the vial away, glanced at the distant canyon, and after sensing that Rashi had left, he leaped toward the canyon. If Namikaze Minato's face could be preserved, it might be useful in the future. Shinji had to make use of the face-binding technique. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Minato had slid into the lava standing upright. Although his body below the neck was submerged, his face remained intact, only with a few scratches. Minato-sensei, I'm sorry. The mission to protect Kushina, leave it to me. They'll put her before the village. You can rest in peace. He reached out and closed Minato's eyes, which had lost their focus. In Konoha, a fine drizzle fell. The late autumn rain carried a piercing chill, stirring annoyance in people's hearts. At a hot spring inn in a private bath with a bamboo-fenced courtyard, 2 graceful figures lay by the edge of the hot spring chatting. The steaming heat, wrapped in the faint scent of sulfur, drifted over the pool. Through the mist, Kushina's bright red hair was loosely tied at the back of her head with a few damp strands clinging to her full glowing forehead, making her almond-shaped eyes even more moist and bright. She leaned against the pool wall, her shoulders immersed in the warm water. Her beautifully curved collarbone was outlined with a shallow sheen. A bold smile played on her lips. As she raised her hand to splash the water, the silver bracelet on her wrist flickered with tiny lights. Her voluptuous figure wrapped in the mist was like a blazing fire so dazzling that one could not look away. Beside her, Mikoto presented a different sight. Her jet black hair cascaded like a waterfall, half falling over her white chest and half floating on the water, accentuating her snow-like skin. She slightly lowered her eyes, her long lashes dotted with tiny water droplets. When she raised her hand to brush the wet hair from her neck, her movements were as gentle as a night breeze skimming a lake. Kushina, when do you think Namikaze Minato will marry you? Mikoto patted the water, glancing sideways. Her jade-like face had a faint pink blush. Between her gentle and charming brows there was a hint of gossipy curiosity. You're not young anymore. Let me see. Mikoto suddenly let out a light laugh. Her delicate hand moved through the water and instantly grasped Kushina's rather exaggerated chest. What are you doing? Kushina was still pondering Mikoto's first question, and caught off guard, she blushed deeply. Her already flushed cheeks from the steam became even more tempting. The two of them began to playfully wrestle in the hot spring. The serene image of the two beauties was shattered, the scene becoming extremely sensual. Giggle. Stop tickling me. I'm sorry. Mikoto hurriedly approached, using her hands to massage Kushina. No, it's not your fault. It's just, I suddenly feel, I'm sorry. Mikoto hurriedly approached, using her hands to massage Kushina. No, it's not your fault. It's just, I suddenly feel tightness in my chest, flustered, and can't catch my breath. Kushina panted heavily, her originally pink cheeks turning pale. Could you have caught a cold? The wind is strong now, carrying damp chill. Perhaps. Mikoto patted Kushina's shoulder and suggested. Kushina nodded. Two lotus flowers emerging from the water suddenly bloomed on the surface. Soon the two women walked hand in hand toward the bamboo fence. Kushina suddenly turned around, her eyes filled with surprise and an irrepressible joy. What's wrong? Mikoto didn't understand and followed her gaze, but saw nothing. It's Minato. I heard him. It sounded like Minato calling me. He's back. Kushina ran out joyfully, looking left and right, but even as she rushed into the rain, the person she longed for was still nowhere to be seen. The next day the sky was clear. At noon, the blazing sun lavished its warmth recklessly, yet as it enveloped Konoha village, this warmth was offset by an inexplicable melancholy. I told you, why did my luck suddenly turn? Bastard. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade, clad in a light green short robe, angrily slammed the desk, causing her majestic twin peaks to sway as if they might leap out. It all began when she had taken advantage of Junsi for some money. After Junsi gave her 2 million, she took Jing'in to the empty district casino and swept through like a storm, emerging victorious 7 times, unrivaled for a time, beating the casino owner black and blue. Not only did she pay off her debt of 100 million, but she also won over 6 million taels. At that moment she felt Junsi was her lucky star, wishing she could hold him close and cherish him. But now it seemed that her bad luck had not chemically reacted with Junsi's good fortune. A lucky star he was, but her misfortunes still befell those she deemed important. Jiraiya was severely wounded, Minato Namikaze had fallen, and Konoha was instantly plunged into a crisis of survival. I'm sorry, third Hokage-sama. It's all my fault. If I had arrived earlier, Lord Minato might have. Junsi knelt on one knee, head slightly lowered, his face full of guilt. Alas. No, it's not your fault, child. You did your best to buy time for Jiraiya. A battle involving a Jinchuriki is not something a chunin like you can participate in. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a long sigh. His usually calm and composed expression subtly turned weary, as if he had aged 10 years. However, though he comforted Junsi with words, how could he easily let go? Minato Namikaze was his disciple's disciple, on whom he had poured nearly 20 years of effort. Now they were separated by life and death, and all his efforts had been in vain. Hiruzen, the urgent matter is to conceal the news, especially regarding the Jinchuriki Kushina. Danzo, standing nearby, reminded with a dark expression. Minato's death was not bad news for him. For the future 4th Hokage, his support for Orochimaru would have one less powerful opponent. Moreover, Minato had taken the 5 Tails Jinchuriki with him before his death, so it was not a loss. If you don't mind, my Root is willing to take on the responsibility of housing Kushina. Hand Kushina over to Root. Hiruzen. No. Hiruzen Sarutobi refused without a second thought, his tone resolute. Why, oi? Danzo retorted, displeased. The Jinchuriki's bond is gone. News of Minato will eventually spread. Have you forgotten how Kushina went berserk because of Minato last time? Do you know what consequences the Nine Tails rampage will bring to the village? No. No matter what, it's impossible. As long as I am Hokage, you will never lay a hand on the Jinchuriki. Third Hokage-sama. Just as the two were locked in a heated argument, Jin's voice suddenly rang out. Kushina is the wife of our Team 7's sensei. Now that Minato Sensei is gone, it is my duty to protect the village and protect our sensei's wife. Junsi spoke with his head slightly lowered, his expression unreadable to outsiders. Rely on you. A mere chunin. This is no place for you to speak. Danzo snorted disdainfully. Hiruzen Sarutobi also looked over in surprise. Junsi's appearance was somewhat youthful, but his attitude conveyed a calm and restrained demeanor beyond his years. Junsi. During the Battle of Kannabi Bridge, Minato strongly recommended him, saying he was a ninja worth cultivating. Yes. I as a subordinate believe that one who is a teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. Kushina is the wife of our Team 7's sensei. The bond remains. Junsi suddenly looked up, his left hand quickly forming a Rasengan, and his right hand throwing a special kunai. Whoosh, huh? A flash of white light, like a rainbow piercing the sun. The moment the kunai struck the tree trunk outside the window, Junsi arrived before it, smashing the trunk into 2 pieces with his Rasengan. Rumble. A chaotic gust of wind rushed in, and the people in the office only realized belatedly. This is the Flying Thunder God. Junsi, you have learned all of Minato's secret technique. Hiruzen Sarutobi's lips moved, his eyes filled with disbelief. Kid, you are indeed extraordinary. It seems that Minato also saw your talent. Otherwise he wouldn't have taught you everything he knew. Tsunade blinked her big eyes, her red lips slightly parted, unable to hide her words of praise. This is impossible. He's only been in Team 7 for less than a month, right? Danzo's single eye bulged, but his mind was already racing. In an instant the figure of Yakushi Nonō appeared in his thoughts. No, Junsi has only just appeared in Hiruzen's sight. We must think of something. After a brief moment of stupefaction, Danzo had already formed a plan in his mind. Third Hokage-sama. Minato Sensei's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. Our Team 7 still exists. Junsi appeared again in the office, his expression solemn. Good. Hiruzen Sarutobi walked around Junsi, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and the more he looked the more satisfied he became. Also from a commoner background, also young and promising. He even saw the shadow of Minato in Junsi. Third Hokage-sama, I am not yet accustomed to using the Flying Thunder God technique. Junsi added another sentence, modestly concealing his true ability. It's fine. Junsi, you are very good. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded repeatedly, then turned to Tsunade. Now that the situation is critical for the sake of the village, I must also do something. Tsunade, I hope you can contribute. Jiraiya's condition is still unknown. You should lead some people to stabilize morale first. Me. Tsunade was slightly dazed. She had been away from the battlefield for years. Hemophobia had drastically reduced her combat ability, and she couldn't even perform some surgeries. Under normal circumstances, she would have continued to escape, leave the village, travel, indulge in pleasure, and live a life of a debtor on the run. But now everything had changed. Her debts were cleared, the village was in peril, and the cloud mist rock, and even sand villages were all eager to make a comeback. If she didn't fulfill the mission of the Senju clan, I will do my best. After a long silence, Tsunade sighed softly. I'm very good. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled with relief, then turned to give orders. Bring the Jonin combat uniform that Minato, Junsi. In the evening, under Tsunade's lead, Junsi, Quanzhong, Zhua, Chiu Dao Sidong, and 4 other civilian ninjas hastily left the village. Less than half an hour after the team departed, a squad of route operatives hurriedly entered Konoha village, and among them was an incongruous figure. Yakushi Nonō, now the director of the Konoha orphanage. She wore a loose, simple nun's habit that had been altered to fit her figure. The pure black fabric outlined her voluptuous, graceful waist and hip curves. The collar was slightly open, revealing her fair collarbone. A cross hung above her ample bosom, swaying gently with her breath. A white shawl accentuated her beautiful face, and her eyes and brows were full of tenderness and compassion. Yet who could have imagined that a woman who could make an ascetic dress exude such seductive charm was once the renowned wandering senior this way? The team did not stop on the streets at all, and headed straight for the route base. My lord, Nonō has been brought here. In the route base, candlelight flickered. In the empty hall, Danzo sat high upon his white tiger, thrown, his eyes alternating between light and shadow. A route operative quickly approached to report. Bring her here. Danzo nodded, his expression unchanged. After a moment, Yakushi Nonō, clad in a holy nun's habit, walked gracefully into the hall. Her gaze lingered briefly on the white tiger throne before she knelt on one knee and asked softly, My lord, may I ask what your orders are? As she spoke, she furrowed her brows slightly, and a trace of pain and conflict flickered in her eyes. In theory, she had left route nearly 2 years ago. As the director of the Konoha orphanage, she should be responsible for the village not bowing and scraping to her former superior behind the Hokage's back. Yet there was no choice. The village was hard-pressed by war, and the orphanage had not received funding for 2 months. Winter was approaching, the children had no warm clothes, and could barely afford food. She had no choice but to seek this meeting to fight for the children. I'm good. Danzo craned his neck, looking down from his height. Your attitude, however, your sense for intelligence, seems to have dulled. That I do not like. With that, Danzo pulled a file from his chest, and tossed it toward a bewildered Yakushi Nonō. Take a good look. Read it carefully before answering me. Yakushi Nonō picked up the file, and opened it, pulling out only a single photograph. Shinji. Indeed. Danzo nodded in affirmation. As I recall, Shinji was a little boy you brought back during an external mission, was he not? Nonō was momentarily confused, then a trace of panic spread across her delicate face. My lord, has Shinji caused some trouble? In her mind, Shinji's image was still frozen in that summer when he was 6. Back then she was not yet the orphanage director, she only stayed there occasionally to maintain a cover for her spy identity. As she recalled, Shinji was not like other orphans who would try to curry favor with the caretakers, or her. He often spaced out lost in thought, and while he was close to her it was far from the attachment Yakushi Kabuto now showed. And she distinctly remembered that Shinji had been selected by the Yambu to join Konoha's ranks. Barring any mishap, he should now be a genin. Trouble. Huh. Danzo let out a sardonic laugh. Shinji has performed excellently. Not long ago he was personally promoted by Hiruzen to join the Jonin ranks. What? Faced with Danzo's rare smile, Nonō could not feel the slightest joy. She only found it absurd, her mind buzzing with disbelief. What a joke. How old was Shinji? And from genin, the next step should be chunin. Was Danzo deliberately joking with her? Yet when she met Danzo's meaningful smile, an intense discomfort washed over her. No, this wasn't right. She had seen that smile many times before. Every time Danzo showed it, he had ulterior motives. Could Shinji really have grown to such a level? Yakushi Nonō furrowed her brows slightly, vaguely understanding Danzo's intention. But she did not want Shinji to follow in her footsteps. Root. A place devoid of human rights. Even a dog wouldn't join. She had schemed to leave for what? Nonō, you are a clever woman. Clever people should not beat around the bush. You have seen the state of Root. Since you left I have only Ryoma as a capable subordinate. Truly a dearth. I see that Shinji has great potential. In truth, any position is the same. Hiruzen serves as Hokage, I as his aide. We all contribute to the village. With such words Danzo had all but spelled it out. If Yakushi Nonō did not respond, Danzo would likely turn hostile immediately. The village is strapped for funds due to the war. Just as Yakushi Nonō was about to say something, Danzo spoke again, his words striking the most vulnerable part of her heart. Don't trouble yourself. They'll give you 1 year. As long as you can persuade Shinji to join Root, I guarantee that the orphanage's funding will be delivered on time, without a single Ryo short. Danzo chuckled, continuing to apply pressure. Then what about now? Yakushi Nonō knew she had no way out. She only hoped Danzo would first resolve the orphanage's crisis, so she could approach Shinji with peace of mind. Now, the village's situation is still grim. The war has consumed too much of the village's funds. Danzo shook his head, a sly smile spreading across his sinister face. He never released the hawk without seeing the rabbit. Why would he pay up front? If you want to solve the orphanage's financial woes quickly, you can have Shinji come see me as soon as possible. With that he gestured for his subordinate to show her out. This was a secret meeting. If Nonō lingered too long, and was detected by Anbu, Hiruzen would inevitably make a fuss. Yes, my lord. Yakushi Nonō bowed gracefully, then walked out with a worried heart. What to do? She had thought swallowing her pride could solve the orphanage's urgent needs, but it was all for naught. In a daze, the vague, youthful face of Shinji appeared in her mind. No, I can't. If it comes to that, wouldn't I be pushing him into a pit of fire? Nonō bit her full red lips, despair flooding her eyes. Yet after much deliberation, she felt she must go and see this young man she hadn't met in years. She was curious. When she met Shinji, would he still be as polite and aloof as before, or would he harbor some lingering attachment toward her like Yakushi Kabuto did? The next day at daybreak, a light rain fell endlessly over the land of fire. When Tsunade led her team into the camp, the surrounding ground was muddy, making it unsuitable. It was the shift change for reconnaissance personnel. Those on standby were fast asleep. The group did not disturb anyone, and under Tsunade's lead went straight to the newly erected medical tent. Lady Tsunade, you're here. Everyone came forward to greet her. Tsunade acted with poise, nodding in return to each person. Meanwhile, Shinji's eyes darted around, quickly searching for Nohara Rin's slender figure. Rin used a lot of chakra treating Lord Jiraiya today, so she's sleeping soundly now. Kakashi, who was on night duty, approached with a hint of implication. Emma, go see her. Shinji nodded, and turned to leave. Please wait. Kakashi blocked the path. Master's wife. How is Master's wife? She must be very sad, right? Better not tell Master's wife for now, by order of the third Hokage. Wait a moment, Lady Tsunade will instruct you. Jinsei could sense that Kakashi's mind was somewhat dazed, but what could he say? By the way, here, take this. I saw the update when I returned to the village. Jinsei suddenly slapped his forehead, and stealthily pulled out a sealed scroll. Tao Nine-Eye's private life has updated. I haven't finished it yet. Return it to me after. He solemnly handed it to Kakashi, gave a few more instructions, then turned and left. Jinsei, you already have Rin, yet you still care about these things. Kakashi found it hard to understand. What's wrong with having Rin? Even if I have Rin and Hong, and others, I still need to learn the techniques. One must keep learning. Learning is endless. With greater power comes stronger technique. With stronger technique comes greater responsibility. With greater responsibility comes more tolerance. Think about it. Jinsei did not look back. After speaking calmly, he unfolded the tent and disappeared into the night, hiding his merit and fame. Kakashi. Inside the tent, Yi Yuan Lin lay quietly in her sleeping bag. Perhaps because the morning chill was heavy and she was sensitive to cold, she clung to the bedding like a koala tightly wrapped. Her sleeping posture was truly adorable and innocent. On many nights, Shinji had also taken the place of the bedding. He slowly stepped forward, leaned down, and sniffed. A familiar fragrance permeated his heart and lungs. Lin's cheeks were faintly flushed like a ripe peach with a natural blush. Her lips were slightly parted and a hint of a faint smile lingered at the corners of her mouth, as if she were having a sweet dream. Lin. Shinji called softly, his fingers involuntarily touching her slightly disheveled hair. A few strands of hair playfully fell across her cheeks, adding a touch of playfulness and laziness to her appearance. Smack. Yi Yuan Lin smacked her lips, and her pretty face suddenly became aggrieved. Wu Jinsi don't leave me. Teacher Shui Min, don't go. Her slightly curled body trembled lightly with her murmurs. The blanket covering her slipped down a bit, revealing her fair neck, delicate collarbone, and the chest that Jinsi never tired of. Under the soft light, it exuded a hint of seductive charm, making her appear exceptionally endearing, stirring a desire to gently tuck her in and protect her beauty. Lin, it's okay, I'm still here. Jinsi leaned down and pressed his forehead against Yi Yuan Lin's, once again feeling the weight of his identity as a traitor. Fortunately, this time the main mission was flawless. Barring any unexpected events, Shui Min's death would indeed be the result of Iwagakure's deliberate but unintentional actions. When the time comes, kill the old man, and everything will. Ugh, Jinsikuen. You're back. Your forehead is so cold. Come in quickly. Yi Yuan Lin was startled awake. Upon seeing Jinsi's face, the terror on her pretty face instantly turned into a flood of tenderness. She lifted the sleeping bag, patted it, and wiggled her bottom backward. What did the third Hokage say? The village should be taking action, right? I didn't expect things to develop to this point. It's okay, Lin. Jinsi removed his armor briefly and slipped in, pulling Lin's soft body into his arms. Lady Tsunade has already arrived, and the Inuzuka clan head is also here. The third Hokage will also come personally after arranging matters in the village. All grudges will be settled. Yi Yuan Lin nodded, her small cheeks involuntarily rubbing against Jinsi's neck and cheek. Actually, I'm not worried at all, as long as you're here, as long as you're well. Then who is more important, teacher Shui Min or me? Jinsi asked curiously. Of course it's Jinsikuen. Jinsikuen equals the weight of my whole world. Yi Yuan Lin murmured like a cat. As she spoke, she suddenly sighed and changed the subject. However, Jinsikuen, there's nothing I can do about Han's matter. She doesn't talk to me anymore. I feel like she hates me. Maybe you should go. Me go? Won't you be jealous? Jinsi marveled at Lin's gentleness and magnanimity, but didn't want to push his luck. Jinsikuen. Yi Yuan Lin's eyes gradually filled with moisture, her pretty face flushed, and her breathing quickened. I don't know. I don't want Jinsikuen to be sad. After saying that, she kissed Jinsi's cheek affectionately, like a dragonfly skimming water, or like a natural vow when emotions run deep. Oh right, Jinsi, wait. Yi Yuan Lin's previously content expression suddenly froze. She pressed on Jinsi's hand. I discovered a problem while treating Jiraiya. Jiraiya showed signs of poisoning, and the toxin seems similar to the medicine we concocted. Similar? Jinsi was startled upon hearing this. In his memory, the metabolism of this medicine should be less than 24 hours. Is there still toxin now? He asked worriedly. It would be bad if Tsunade discovered the problem. Although it couldn't be ruled out that Iwagakure had capable people who could also concoct similar medicines, it would only be easy to gloss over if Tsunade didn't personally detect the ingredients. There's none now. Last night when I checked Jiraiya's internal injuries, the toxin seemed to have already metabolized. Yi Yuan Lin frowned slightly. I see. You should keep quiet about the medicine so as not to frighten our comrades and make them hesitant during missions. Wait until Jiraiya wakes up again and tell Tsunade the detail. If Lady Tsunade asks about your treatment, just say you didn't detect any toxin. You know we have this medicine in our hands. It would be bad if we were suspected. Jinsi whispered in Yi Yuan Lin's ear. I see. Lin will do as you say. Yi Yuan Lin listened to the explanation without any hesitation, as obedient as ever, just as she was about to continue recounting Han's matter suddenly. After arriving at the camp, Tsunade did not rest like Jinsi. She immediately ordered her subordinates to conduct an on-site investigation of Shui Min's death, and then discuss strategies to deal with the enemy with Akimichi Choza, Inuzuka Tsum, and others. Until the afternoon, the rain stopped and the sun came out, but the camp was shrouded in an extremely tense atmosphere. After arriving at the camp, Tsunade did not rest like Jinsi. She immediately ordered her subordinates to conduct an on-site investigation of Shui Min's death, and then discuss strategies to deal with the enemy with Akimichi Choza, Inuzuka. Fortunately, Iwagakure seemed to have suffered a silent loss due to the death of their Jinchuriki and the loss of the tailed beast, and did not disclose the intelligence of the battle between Shui Min and the two Jinchuriki in the short term. Lady Tsunade, I witnessed Han's death with my own eyes. Before the tailed beast dissipates, there will be celestial and earthly phenomena. It was based on this that I managed to locate Lord Shui Min. What a pity. Inside the tent, Jun Si corroborated information with the returning investigation team, speaking with conviction. All personnel evacuate the camp and split into 2 groups to support Orochimaru's side in the Land of Rain. At that moment, a steady voice came from outside the tent. Then the tent flap was pushed open and Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in ancient vine armor, entered under the guard of accompanying ninjas. Third generation. You have come. Third generation. The moment the people in the tent saw Yūi Risen, their expressions all brightened, and the previous fatigue was instantly replaced by fervor. Such was the charm of the will of fire. Yūi Risen nodded slightly, his expression grave as he walked to the stretcher of Zillai. Old man Yu finally came. Shumin Hihi. Zillai had already awakened and his injuries had somewhat eased. Seeing Yūi Risen approach, his emotions became unstable, and in his hurried speech he spat out a mouthful of blood. What exactly happened? How could you be injured like this? Yūi Risen widened his eyes in disbelief. This was the first time in his life he had seen Zillai so disheveled. Even when he fought Hanzo of the Salamander from the Rain Village, he had only sustained minor injuries. It's a potent poison. Han, through his steam mode, unknowingly inflicted some kind of toxin on me. I was focused on the pursuit, trying to retrieve the codebook, so... Zillai wiped the corner of his mouth, refused treatment from Gansho, and said in a low voice, "Poison," and Han released it in steam mode. Yūi Risen and Gangsho fell silent simultaneously upon hearing this. Using steam to mask the poison was utterly impossible to guard against. Though Yūi Risen was the Hokage, he asked himself that if he faced the same situation as Zillai, he would also be at a loss. Unless one like Gansho could refine medical chakra to inspect one's own cells and provide temporary treatment and detoxification. You rest well. When I treated you, I didn't detect any poison components but should have been metabolized already. Gangsho had no leads and could only pat Zillai on the back to comfort him. After the camp is relocated, some personnel can return to the village for a brief rest and await the next phase of arrangements. Yūi Risen. What? Lord. The crowd was puzzled, not understanding why Yūi Risen would allow some to return to the village under such dire circumstances. I have obtained reliable intelligence that Lao Zi has already led the Rock Village forces out of the Land of Fire. Daimyo's front line is stretched too long, and the war between Rock Village and Cloud Village is nearing its end. Our current task is to be wary of Sand Village and deal with Mist Village and Cloud Village. Yūi Risen said. I see. The crowd suddenly understood, and the fighting spirit that Yūi Risen had just ignited was once again drowned by fatigue. The toll war takes on a person's will and spirit is immeasurable. Even the ninjas of Leaf, who were all imbued with the will of fire, could still feel weary and fearful. You go pack up first. I will discuss a plan with Gangsho to let everyone adjust their state. Yes, third generation. Everyone nodded in agreement. Jun Si, wait a moment. Stay behind. Just as Jun Si was about to leave with Yuen Lin and the others, Yūi Risen called out to him. After a moment, only Gansho Zillai Dings with Yūi Risen and the confused Jun Si remained in the tent. Jun Si. This time you return to the village, I have a mission to entrust to you. I hope you will not disappoint my expectations. Yūi Risen suddenly patted Jun Si on the shoulder and said with a serious face. Please give your orders, Lord. Jun Si also kept a straight face. The matter of Shuemin may not be concealed for long. I hope you can keep your word. The bond with the Jinchuriki must not be broken. Whether it's the entire 7th squad taking action or you finding another way, I don't want Kushina to become a threat to the village, nor do I want her to be used by others. Do you understand? Hearing Yūi Risen's solemn instructions, Jun Si was momentarily stunned before quickly coming to his senses. From earlier in Leaf Village, having him wear the combat uniform that bluffing Shuemin once wore, to now this direct exhortation, Yūi Risen had almost made his intention, but he couldn't figure out why Yūi Risen was so easily fooled by him. Could it be that he had seen the charm radiating from him? The 5 kids of Team 7 combined couldn't equal bluffing Shuemin in Kushina's eyes, could they? Still, it was good that news of Shuemin hadn't leaked yet. He had time to think of a plan, and now his opportunities to approach Kushina would be legitimate and lawful. Third generation, rest assured. I will go through fire and water. I will do my utmost to protect the village and ensure the mistress' emotional stability so that she will never harm the village nor be led astray by anyone. After speaking, Jun Si bowed his head, immediately afraid that any inappropriate smile might be seen by others. A royal decree to court the mistress, his own master's wife, right after he had just betrayed the village and his teacher. What could be more thrilling than this? Fortunately, most of the upcoming missions were unrelated to Leaf Village being major events in other ninja villages. He could use this time to return to the village, properly counsel Kushina, spread his reputation, and change his... The next afternoon, after a night's rest in the wilderness, the 5 members of Team 7 finally returned to Leaf Village. No one had expected that this mission would cost the life of their renowned teacher, bluffing Shuemin. Except for Jun Si, everyone still bore an irrepressible sorrow on their faces as they entered the village. Alright, cheer up, everyone. Don't forget the third generation's orders. Jun Si clapped his hands to remind them. Then shall we agree to visit the mistress together tomorrow? Kakashi sighed softly and said wearily. Good. Shiri Hong uttered a single word curtly and left without looking back. Seeing this, Kakashi and Bougie Huashinjian simultaneously turned their gazes to Yuen Lin and Jinsi. What are you looking at me for? Jinsi spread his hands with a nonchalant air, while Yuen Lin, being thin-skinned, grew uncomfortable under their scrutiny. Unable to bear it anymore, she pinched Jinsi and said, Maybe we should go comfort Hong together. What? Bougie Huashinjian and Kakashi both widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. He had thought that Jinsi's romantic entanglement would end in embarrassment, but Yuen Lin's response suggested otherwise. For a moment, Kakashi regretted being so cold to Lin. Her shyness, her charm, her generosity, all shone so brightly at this moment. Forget it, no need. I don't want you to be unhappy. Let's go home. Jinsi's attitude once again left Kakashi and Shinjin stunned. He had turned down the perfect opportunity for a double date. Could it be that I misjudged him? Is his true love actually Yuen Lin? Bougie Huashinjian began to question his own judgment, utterly unable to see through Jinsi's current act of deep affection. No, it's okay. Jinsi-kun. Yuen Lin raised her eyes, her voice dripping with tenderness, as if a spring of emotion was about to overflow. The two men both felt overwhelmed, awkwardly said their goodbyes, and hurriedly left. In the evening, after settling Yuen Lin and receiving a string of praises from his mother-in-law, Jinsi changed his facade and hurriedly left, heading towards Shirihong's house. Now I have the heavenly curse mark, flying thunder god Rasengan, and the Sharingan as my trump card. I'm a genius Jonin in the Hokage's eyes. I must be firm in my attitude. Silently encouraging himself, he unknowingly arrived at the doorstep of Shirihong's house. Shirihong's home resembled a street-facing shop, a single-family house with a backyard. Jinsi glanced at the second floor, found it pitch black, then quietly pressed his ear to listen for a moment. After confirming that Jun Hong was not home, he began to pound heavily on the door. Hong, why is your illusion training so sloppy? Has going on missions with Shui Min made you neglect your training? Do you think missions are so simple that you don't need to work hard? Your father tells you and me we must diligently train in illusion techniques to preserve the honor of our clan. Do you know the Yuzhibo? Shiri Jinhong was initially delighted to see his daughter return today, but when he recalled that Asama's substitute teacher told him that his daughter had fallen out with Asama and started a relationship with a civilian ninja, he couldn't contain his anger. At this moment, Shiri Hong's indifferent attitude towards him made him even more furious, and he instinctively put on an unprecedentedly stern face. Oh, stop nagging. What's the use of even perfect illusion training? Can it make me happy? I'm tired, can I rest for a while? Shiri Hong's weak voice came from her boudoir. Jinhong was startled and instantly sensed something wrong. This was clearly the attitude of a young girl wounded by love. Could it be? That brat bullied my daughter. Hong, tell your father did that brat Jinsi bully you? No, not at all, he has nothing to do with me. Please don't mention his name in front of me in the future. Cough well, alright, you rest well. You've been on missions for so long, you must be tired. Shiri Jinhong made a slight probe and immediately got his answer. That Jinsi kid is so inconsiderate, actually making my daughter so heartbroken. It seems Asama is more reliable knowing how to accommodate others. Having a chance to cling to the Yuanfei clan again, Shiri Jinhong naturally didn't want any mishaps. After silently making up his mind, he pushed open the door and walked towards the Yuanfei clan's compound. Just as well he had just returned from a mission today and hadn't yet reported to the Huoying. By the way, bastard. Damn Jinsi. It was clearly me who liked him first. I had already gone that far. What am I supposed to do now? Damn it, I hate you so much. And Yuen Lin. She said she liked Kakashi, how could she change her mind and think Jinsi is better? Woo-woo. Shiri Hong heard the sound of her father leaving and closing the door and immediately began to murmur softly. Over the past 2 days she had accumulated too many negative emotions. Having to watch Yuen Lin and Jinsi act lovey-dovey at the camp was a feeling worse than death. Even now thinking about it made her heart ache and tears unconsciously flowed down. Clearly we agreed that after that one left we could. Is it because of my rejection that Jinsi-kun? The more she thought, the more painful it became. Shiri Hong, covering her pretty face, drifted off to sleep in a day. Dong dong dong. After an unknown amount of time, a hurried knock sounded at the door. Shiri Hong rubbed her dry eyes and realized it was already dark. Who is it? Shiri Hong called out softly, but there was no response from outside. The knocking continued. Reluctantly, after a simple tidying up, she slowly went downstairs. Bada. The door had just been pushed open when a dark shadow instantly lunged at her. Shiri Hong felt her legs stumble as she was forcefully pinned against the wall. Who are you? Whoa. Before she could utter a word of reproach, her lips were enveloped by a familiar warmth. Shiri Hong was stunned at first, then both embarrassed and angry. While giving up struggling, she fiercely bit that mischievous little goldfish. Wah! Jinsi winced in pain and suddenly lifted Shiri Hong up, cradling her like a koala shaking his head. This commotion only made Shiri Hong more excited. Although she stopped exerting force, she still chewed fiercely without letting go, as if she wanted to swallow Jinsi whole. Shiri Hong was enjoying punishing Jinsi when suddenly she widened her beautiful eyes and opened her mouth wide, and the roles of offense and defense were instantly reversed. You? Shiri Hong never expected Jinsi to be so bold, knowing that the door was still open and between them already. If you came just to mess with me, then please leave. Father will be back soon. Hong, I'm sorry. I know this is wrong, but matters of the heart are inherently muddled. Junsi saw Shirihong become indifferent again, knowing that forcing the issue would be useless, so he softened his tone. So you chose Lin, right? Shirihong raised her eyes, and said word by word. No? How could that be? I've liked you for so long, do you think it's fake? Junsi stood his ground, looking sincere. So you came to? If you tell me that you and Lin have broken up, I will immediately confess to my father. I am willing, really. I can pretend that the thing with Lin never happened. Can you? Tell me you love me more than Lin. Shirihong's eyes suddenly brimmed with unparalleled expectation, staring straight ahead, radiant. Her gentle words gradually became incoherent. Cough. Junsi was speechless. The more magnanimous Shirihong appeared, the more it was not. Actually, Lin's meaning is that she doesn't mind you joining. Is that so? Junsi's words had just left his mouth when Shirihong burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. As she laughed, tears began to Junsi, how dare you? Shirihong's eyes were misty with tears, but a smile still lingered on her lips. Yet the tear streaks mixed with Junsi, how dare you? Shirihong's eyes were misty with tears, but a smile still lingered on her lips. Yet the tear streaks mixed with the glistening from the kiss just now gave her a heartbreakingly fragile appearance. Junsi, actually I really do like you. But I also know that nothing can go back to how it was. I really regret it. If I hadn't been feeling unwell at that time, I definitely wouldn't have rejected you. Really, I'm not lying. I had already planned to give myself to you when I returned. Shirihong still stared blankly at Junsi, tears at the corners of her eyes murmuring softly as if in a dream. Junsi felt his heart tighten and clog. Damn, it was said that in the ninja world strength reigned supreme, and that daimyo could have multiple wives and concubines. Why am I everyone was so unnaturally upright? Junsi counted in his mind. Starting from Jujin, it seemed no Huang had the habit of taking concubines. Even someone as powerful as Yuzhibo Ban, when faced with the intrusion of Xuanhua, Shu, merely left my in anger. Sigh. The blame lies with the Huang for not being ambitious enough and failing to set a good example for future generations. Shinji-kun, I have received your feelings. Seeing that Shinji remained silent for a long time, Yūhi Kurenai gave a sorrowful smile, and continued, I think you'll get used to it after a while. We're still friends, aren't we? With that she turned and walked upstairs. Shinji hurriedly followed, determined to persist in his efforts today. After going upstairs, Yūhi Kurenai was not displeased by Shinji's actions. She slowly bent down and took out an exquisite gift box from her bedside cabinet. I know Rinshin can knit scarves, but unfortunately I can't. I had planned to give this to you when it snowed. Now let it be a little gift between friends. Congratulations, Shinji-kun. You are the second jonin of our Team 7, the village's hero. You will always be my pride. As she spoke, she extended her hand gracefully, the beautiful pink gift box dazzling. But Shinji's gaze was fixed on Kurenai's small face, as earnest as when he first saw her at the Ninja Academy, his heart harboring a hidden desire. Only now Kurenai was no longer the delicate pouting girl of the past. The tear stains the dry corners of her eyes, and the forced smile, all to hell with it. Shinji suddenly hardened his resolve, knocked the gift box away, and pinned Kurenai down onto the tatami. Wow. Shinji-kun, what? What are you doing? I'll stop it. If you do this, I will hate you for the rest of my life. Whoop. Kurenai was terrified, but she was powerless against Shinji's forceful advance. She could only plead repeatedly. Finally, as Shinji's passionate kiss and the summoning jutsu unfolded, her voice became muffled. Kurenai, if I didn't do something, I would regret it for the rest of my life. I would rather you hate me forever than give up. Shinji's eyes were red, just like during their first intimate encounter. I don't know how long it passed. Kurenai was dazed, her mind buzzing as if guided by Shinji's taijutsu. She unconsciously followed. In Konoha, the commercial district was lit up with lanterns. During this economic downturn, the entertainment industry was thriving. Hot spring and Kabukicho bubble baths and special districts were bustling with customers. Yūhi, Shinku, and Asuma had just finished a bath at the hot spring and deepening their bond, and were now heading home. Of course they were going back to Yūhi Shinku's house. Shinku hadn't managed to meet the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen today, but he had enjoyed a pleasant conversation with Biwako. By subtly hinting at his daughter Kurenai's situation, Asuma immediately understood. Maybe I should buy some gifts. Kurenai needs a surprise right now. Asuma scratched his head and smiled shyly. No need to be polite, we're family. Yūhi Shinku repeatedly declined already regarding Asuma as his future son-in-law. But after some back and forth, Asuma insisted on entering a store and carefully picked out a winter three-piece set, hoping to soothe Kurenai's heartache with these cute fluffy items. Chatting about the frontline situation and other villages' movements, they unknowingly arrived home. Why is the door open? Did Kurenai wake up and find you gone, so she went out looking for you? Asuma asked. Never mind. Come in and sit down. We'll go check. Shinku entered changed into wooden clogs and thoughtfully handed Asuma a pair of new slippers. But as the lights in the house came on, they both froze. A faint, indistinct whimpering came from upstairs, laced with a strange melodious tone that instinctively tightened their throats. Could she be sick? Yūhi Shinku was alarmed. He clearly remembered that when he left his daughter Kurenai had said she felt unwell. Ah, then what are we waiting for? Asuma quickly changed his shoes and rushed toward the staircase. 1 step, 2 steps. Shinku followed closely, his brows furrowed. But as they climbed they became bewildered. Woo Shinji-kana, I hate you so much. It hurts so much I'll bite you to death. Humph. You don't think you can? Wah. Slower. You? What the hell did you bring me here for? Asuma's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Shinku. If not for the remaining rationality telling him that Shinku was a jonin, he would have already drawn his chakra short sword. Daimyo. Shinku's face turned as red as pig liver. The pounding rustling sounds left no room for doubt. The commotion was practically drilling into his ears. Just as he came to his senses, and was about to go up and teach those two a lesson, a high-pitched wail rang out. Thump thump thump. Asuma stumbled and staggered back downstairs, the carefully prepared gifts scattered all over. I should be under the car and not in the car. Slap. Thump thump thump. The door upstairs slid open, footsteps grew closer, and moments later Shinji's handsome face appeared at the staircase. As if just noticing them, Shinji subconsciously adjusted his belt. That single gesture instantly made Shinku's eyes turn bloodshot, as he began forming hand signs rapidly, Jinjutsu. Huh, uncle, calm down. We're on the same side. I was just giving Kurenai a cupping treatment. Shinji waved his hands repeatedly, but there was no fear in his eyes. Cupping? What do you mean? Hearing Shinji's reply, Asuma, though still suspicious, felt a little relieved. Shinku also took the opportunity to stop his actions, but his expression remained extremely grim. He was not a novice like Asuma, he understood everything. But reason returned as he recalled what Asuma had said earlier. Shinji was already a jonin, and the village strictly prohibited private fights. So he had no choice but to temporarily compromise. What exactly is going on between you and Kurenai? What is your relationship? After a moment of silence, Yūhi Shinku asked coldly, his face stern. Since things were beyond repair, he had to use Shinji as a breakthrough to salvage the Yūhi clan's reputation. Fortunately, Shinji seemed to understand his intention and answered without any loopholes. Cough, uncle, don't you know? Kurenai is my girlfriend. Asuma should know, right? Shinji then looked at Asuma. Kurenai is sick, so it's really not convenient to entertain you, an old classmate. If you don't mind, I'll take you to a hot spring. Another bath. No, maybe next time. Then I won't disturb you. Asuma felt like dying, thinking he was nothing but a clown. He forced an awkward but polite smile, then turned and fled in panic, not even bothering to change his shoes. Shinku watched Asuma disappear through the door, without a word, his cold gaze fixed on Shinji. This was the first time he had been so close to Shinji. A fledgling kid who had jumped 3 ranks in a single year. His resume was too suspicious. Most importantly, the ideal son-in-law was gone. Now that the rice was cooked, he had to find a way to handle his daughter's situation flawlessly. Follow me. Jinhong descended the stairs and said indifferently. I have other matters to attend to. Will visit uncle another time. Unwilling to prolong the entanglement, Jinsei formed a hand seal and vanished on the spot. What is this? Body flicker technique. Flying thunder god. No wonder he's valued by the 3rd Hokage. He's hitched his wagon. Young man indeed, no ordinary one. Though Zensu's abrupt departure slightly irritated Yūhi Jinhong, after calming down, he grew increasingly appreciative of this youth from a commoner background. Achieving such success as a civilian ninja was itself a mark of talent. Yet Jinhong was unaware of Minato Namikaze's situation, still believing that Team Minato was burdened with 5 students. You bastard. So arrogant. How infuriating. In the bedroom, Yūhi Hong, wrapped in her quilt, hurled her pillow into the air. Her occasionally exposed pretty face bore a mix of anger and residual blush and lingering passion. What should I do now? Whoa. The sensation Jinsei had just brought her was so pleasurable, addictive, that it gradually thawed the small heart once encased in grievance and fury. No, I can't forgive him. He thinks he can make me compromise like this. On what grounds? No way. You big jerk. As Yūhi Hong reconsidered, the thought that such intimate ninjutsu exchanges must have been shared with Rin Nohara stirred a pang of bitterness in her heart. Both in body and soul, Jinsei had left an indelible taste in her, a fact she could not deny. Yet the case of Rin Nohara still gnawed at her. Perhaps I should take the initiative and win him back. Then he would be my man. Rin is just a civilian medical ninja, though I still have a chance. Yes. Hong, may I come in? Just as Yūhi Hong was silently plotting her plan, her father Zenhong's voice suddenly sounded from the doorway, startling her. Flustered, she scrambled to tidy the mess, feigning weakness as she said, No, don't come in. I'm sleeping. Yūhi Jinhong paused at the door, hearing the rustling inside, and realized he had been too abrupt. He dropped the matter of entering and asked from outside. He was a doting father, treating Yūhi Hong as the apple of his eye. Now that she was of marriageable age, he had to be her strong pillar of support. Since you and that Jinsei have already reached this point, why not just openly date each other? Though the Yūhi clan is not a prestigious family, we have some renown in Konoha. Am not an old fossil stuck in the past. Once the war is over, pick a date to settle your affairs. Yūhi Hong, still frantically wiping away the traces of water style, rearranging the tatami, and dressing herself, was stunned speechless by her father's words. Father, what are you saying? Who would marry him? I don't want to. Yūhi Hong's face flushed rosy as she pouted. Before settling the score with Rin Nohara, she didn't want to put herself in a passive position. What? You've already gone this far. What else is there to say? Don't you like him? Well, stop it. None of your business. None of your business. Yūhi Hong, seeing her father probing further, was utterly embarrassed. She couldn't reveal the love triangle between herself, Jinsi, and Rin Nohara. Knowing her father, he would surely make a scene, and she couldn't guarantee all unknown outcomes. So she resorted to acting spoiled to buy herself some breathing space. Alright, I won't meddle. The village outskirts are unsafe, now not suitable for romantic affairs. It's good you two get to know each other more. By the way, invite Jinsi over for a visit when you have time. Jinhong, taking his daughter's shyness at face value, didn't pry further. After a few words of advice, he left on his own. Father. Actually, Silence fell outside the door, and the bedroom grew quiet. Yūhi Hong's thoughts were tangled like a messy knot. Over the next 3 days, Team 7 found time to gather with Kushina, claiming it was on Minato's orders. With Jinsi, who possessed a bird's-eye view livening up the atmosphere, Kushina noticed nothing unusual. Instead, she kept asking about Minato, her eyes full of anticipation for the future. With Jinsi, who possessed a bird's-eye view livening up the atmosphere, Kushina noticed nothing unusual. At Ichiraku Ramen, Kushina rose gracefully, tying her soft long hair into a high ponytail, and said with a smile, "I'm okay. Just as well we need to prepare. In a couple of days we should head out to meet up with Minato Sensei." Jinsi replied with a smile. Having inherited Minato Namikaze's legacy and been promoted to Jonin by Hiruzen Sarutobi, he now held a higher status in the team's eyes than Kakashi, becoming the central figure. "Then could you give this to Minato? Tell him I'm waiting for him." As she was about to leave, Kushina removed one of the hair ties from her ponytail. "Huh. Oh, of course. Jinsi, slightly startled, took the hair tie and toyed with it in his palm. The scarlet silk hair tie adorned with tiny silver ornaments still carried the warm softness of Kushina's body. The ornaments felt a bit rough, yet they were saturated with longing for Minato Namikaze. Especially when meeting Kushina's hopeful eyes, Zensa's confidence wavered for the first time. Could he truly so easily take over the bond of someone who loved Minato so deeply? Could he easily calm Kushina when she went berserk? "Let's go, Jinsi." Gamma gave him a push, and Jinsi snapped back to reality, seeing that Kushina had already walked far away. "Yeah, let's go?" "Well..." Jinsi glanced at Rin Nohara, who smiled knowingly, and left alone. Over the past few days, Jinsi had given Rin the recipe for the first special military rations pill and part of the solution of the heavenly curse mark, asking her to concoct reagents and privately analyze the solution's components for future preparations. Every time Yūhi Hong saw Rin leave so magnanimously, creating time alone for her and Jinsi, she felt a bit embarrassed instead. Every time Yūhi Hong saw Rin leave so magnanimously, creating time alone for her and Jinsi, she felt a bit embarrassed instead. "Rin is delving into medical ninjutsu," Jinsi said, taking Yūhi Hong's hand without asking. What are you doing?" "You jerk. You two talk. See you later." Kakashi and Shiranui Gunma chuckled knowingly and took their leave. You let them see. How am I supposed to live?" "What were you, bad guy?" Unable to break free and mortified, Yūhi Hong finally threw herself into Zensa's arms, nibbling and licking like a cat. Recently, she had been thinking about seizing Jinsi, but at every team gathering, Rin Nohara would avoid her, and Jinsi never made a choice in public, instead joking around with Kakashi and Gunma. This pent-up frustration finally found an outlet, and she wished to merge with Jinsi, venting all her emotions. In Konoha village, the Sake House was a Chinese-style wooden structure, a tavern with lofty beams supporting a spacious hall, warm yellow lanterns hanging from the ridge poles casting a soft glow, long wooden tables accompanied by low benches arranged on both sides, a bar lined with an array of wine jars, and private rooms partitioned by bamboo blinds suffused with a casual ambience amidst the smoky atmosphere. During a time when other commercial businesses in Konoha were struggling, this place was relatively lively, second only to the entertainment industry, and it served as a spot for Konoha ninjas to relax and gather. The signature dish was charcoal grilled spicy chicken paired with sake. Though Shinji and the others couldn't drink alcohol, yet as high-earning professional ninjas, it was perfectly acceptable for them to spend some money and unwind before leaving the village. "Shinji, over here." As soon as he lifted the curtain, the voice of Shiranui Gunma came from inside. Looking around, Shinji saw that Kakashi had already arrived, and beside him stood a tall, plain-faced beauty. The beauty was about 18 or 19, with delicate eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes, and old silver hairpins slanted in her hair, and a plain-colored Ruchuan gown that set off her snow-white skin. When she noticed Shinji's gaze, she even slightly bowed, revealing a large expanse of pale flesh, causing Gunma, beside her, to blush deeply. "Hello." After setting down the tableware, the beauty bowed respectfully again as she brushed past Shinji, her demeanor quite refined. But when Shinji shifted his gaze from her eyes to her ample bosom, his perception of her became complicated. The woman's attire was undoubtedly somewhat flamboyant and exaggerated. As a professional bar girl, there was nothing wrong with it, yet he could read a sense of endurance in her eyes. Am I overthinking this? Why bother with this? Shinji withdrew his thoughts, returned a polite bow, and then stepped into the private room. In the private room, Kakashi and Gunma sat on opposite sides. Genma's eyes were fixed unblinkingly through the curtain at the outside. Shinji instinctively turned to look and saw the beauty just now swaying her rounded hips as she walked away slowly. Those long legs, that slender figure, and the seductive aura radiating from her. What? Have you taken a fancy to her? Shinji withdrew his gaze, raised an eyebrow, and teased. Huh. You, what nonsense are you talking? How could I? Shiranui Genma stammered, almost writing the word, like, on his face. A virgin boy. Shinji dismissed it, thinking it was just Genma's adolescent urges acting up, and then started discussing adult topics with Kakashi. Kakashi, what do you think of that bar girl size? Is it ADE? Kakashi was holding the tail of the gutsy ninja engrossed in reading, and was startled. Kakashi, what do you think of that bar girl size? Is it ADE? Kakashi was holding the tail of the gutsy ninja engrossed in reading, and was startled. Shinji continued to prod and provoke. Slap, enough. Both of you. That's too much. Shiranui Genma suddenly erupted, slamming the table, startling Shinji and Kakashi. Under normal circumstances, Shiranui Genma always played the role of a taciturn and reserved member in the team, never having lost his temper with anyone. Even when teased by Shinji, he would only be embarrassed. What's wrong with you? We're just talking about a beauty, not your family. Why are you so worked up? Still claiming you don't like her. Shinji looked at Genma unconvinced. I don't care, just don't talk about Natsum like that. She's already pitiful enough. Ooh, Natsum. You know that much. Shinji and Kakashi instinctively exchanged glances, their eyes burning with gossip. Who doesn't like beautiful women and gossip? Especially when it involved their own teammate. It was a perfect way to relieve the tension left over from the war. Spill it. What's going on? Do you come here often? It was Kakashi who spoke. He put away his little book and looked serious, as if he wouldn't stop until he and Shinji interrogated Shiranui Genma thoroughly. Natsum's skin was fair, and her chest was fair and large. She clearly came from a well-to-do family. Being a bar girl inevitably invited Actually, Shiranui Genma hesitated a little, but after some struggle, he finally spilled everything. It turned out that this bar girl named Natsum Karu was a fallen noblewoman wandering from the capital of the Land of Fire. She had been living in Konoha for over 3 years, living next door to Shiranui Genma. Through frequent private interactions, Genma, still a student at the time, was drawn to Natsum's beautiful features and unique temperament. Genma used to come to the tavern with his father often, and would also help Natsum out. What had been a fairly harmonious friendship seemed to sour as Genma entered adolescence. As Natsum grew older, she became more attractive and became a sought-after bar girl among customers. Meanwhile, Genma, burdened by his secret crush, grew pained and taciturn. Indeed, how would a normal person react upon seeing their secret crush serving and smiling at other men? Just thinking about it was enough to make one grin. This Shiranui Genma is something else. I gave the manga to Kakashi, but he taught himself the art of the little horse pulling the big cart. Kudos for his courage. Shinji found it secretly amusing. The age difference, the body difference. Genma, scrawny as he was indeed the little horse. Then you should just confess your feelings. Kakashi rubbed his nose and said solemnly. I dare not. I'm afraid. I'm just a chunin. I feel I'm not good enough for her. Shiranui Genma scratched his head, still the same, reserved type. A chunin. Honestly, in the ninja world they were no small fry. In any village they were the backbone, and in smaller villages they were even called sir by the common folk. But the problem was that Natsum came from an aristocratic family. Even a fallen aristocrat held completely different values from commoners. Ninjas, after all, were just tools. Whether it was Hashirama, who founded the ninja village system, or the current Hiruzen Sarutobi, both were subject to the restraint of the commoner daimyo. This was one of the most frustrating aspects of the ninja world. During wartime, the daimyo and nobles provided funds to support the ninja villages in external battles, but they themselves were rarely affected by the war. Meanwhile, the ninjas, like cannon fodder, were sent to the front lines to die. This was the ingrained concept of the ninja world's rigid class structure. Shinji couldn't change it, but as a time traveler he didn't take such notions seriously. The so-called daimyos and nobles were nothing more than ATMs in his eyes. Genma is right. This Natsum seems complicated. There's an endurance in her heart that a small man like Genma can't handle. Even if they got together, it would only bring more heartache. Shinji shook his head and said helplessly, Your roasted chicken is here. Would you like me to grill it for you? Just as the atmosphere fell into silence, that alluring voice rang out again. Natsum Karu lifted the curtain and walked in slowly, carrying a plate of chicken. Yes, please serve it from that side, and help us grill it. Also, this is a tip from Genma. Shinji pointed to the spot beside Shiranui Genma, signaling Natsum Karu to sit down, and then tossed out a scroll. Thank you, boss. Natsum Karu looked at Shinji with a hint of surprise, then carefully sat down, accepted the tip, and sorted the food in one smooth motion. Gozihuo Xuanjian's expression grew uneasy as Xiamu Sun sat down. Her gaze towards Jun Si was ambiguous, whether gratitude or desperation. In short, it was exceedingly complicated. Xuanjian, I heard you've been assigned to a team with Kakashi. That's quite impressive, isn't it? I wonder which one is the renowned Kakashi of the Xylunion. Xiamu suddenly smiled, chatting amiably with Xinjian as if they were old acquaintances. Oh, I am. Not renowned at all. Kakashi raised his hand like a student called upon by the teacher, his eyes covertly scanning those twin Dibao Tianxing. Hello, please take care of me in the future. My name is Shamu-sun, and I've been working here for 3 years. From now on you can come directly to me. I'm very happy to serve you. Shamu-sun spoke softly, nodding occasionally, her demeanor extremely obedient. Anyone who saw her would think she was a very polite hostess. Even knowing her past, one would only feel she was a well-bred woman befitting a fallen aristocrat. But Jinsi saw a different picture. Shamu-sun wore a faint fragrance of perfume mixed with her natural scent, refreshing to the nose, yet not his favorite. Especially the fleeting shrewd greed in her eyes, and the persistent attachment to money after receiving a tip. And this gentleman is... At that moment Shamu-sun's gaze fell upon Jinsi. Oh, Jinsi, a commoner ninja. Kakaxi's teammate. Jinsi nodded, introducing himself briefly. Hello? Please take care of me too. Upon hearing that Jinsi was merely a commoner ninja, Shamu-sun immediately lost interest, and after greeting him, she began to roast the chicken mechanically. The izakaya's equipment was brand new, with no smoky smell during roasting. Shamu-sun deftly turned and trimmed the chicken, soon dividing it into 3 portions. The meat was golden and glistening with oil, looking extremely appetizing. Please enjoy it. Shamu-sun stood up and respectfully served the food to Kakashi, Xuanjian, and Jinsi in that order. Miss Shamu, there are honored guests here who need your service. Please come quickly. At that moment, the izakaya owner's voice came from outside the booth. Being summoned by name by the owner meant a grand adult occasion. Flirting and selling smiles were inevitable, and maybe even more. Sorry, I must excuse myself. I hope you enjoy your meal. Shamu-sun stood up and bowed again, revealing a large expanse of white skin, then left somewhat awkwardly, yet resolutely. In Junsi's view, the reason for her complicated expression was nothing more than reluctance and the necessity of relying on this job. A hostess' salary was no less than that of a chunin. If she were willing to let loose a little and play some tricks, she could earn more than women in the regular sex industry. After all, hostesses were considered She's gone. Still staring. Jinsi saw Xuanjian's gaze still following Zymus back and tapped the table. No. Xianjian reluctantly withdrew his gaze, his expression as if he had swallowed a fly. I told you she's not right for you. You can't handle her. What do you mean by can't handle? Don't think so dirty, okay? Xianjian grumbled indignantly, then suddenly stared straight outside, his expression becoming dejected and pained. Through the curtain, they could clearly see a richly dressed man in the hall. His every gesture exuded a nobility completely different from the villagers of my village, even different from the Hokage and elders. As Shamu-sun approached him, she smiled flatteringly, and even took his arm like a docile cat. What? Feeling bad? Jealous? She's not your girlfriend, is she? Junsi said indifferently while eating the chicken. It's Lord Zilayi. Kakashi reminded. Zilayi. Junsi looked in surprise, seeing a sturdy man with a lion's mane opening the door and chatting with the man. It was none other than Zilayi. It had been less than a week, his injuries shouldn't have healed yet. Yet he came personally to entertain this middle-aged man. The man's identity must be no simple matter. As Junsi silently marveled, Zilayi happened to walk over, chatting with the nobleman. Oh, Junsi. Kakashi. You're all here. When they reached the booth, Zilayi suddenly spotted Junsi and the others through the curtain. Lord Zilayi. Junsi and the others stood up to greet him. Junsi, the Jonin, just personally promoted by the 3rd Hokage, and the most outstanding of these youngsters. I mentioned him before. Buzihuo Xuanjian, also a fine young man. And this is the rising star of the village, Kakashi of the Xilunian. Zilayi suddenly introduced the juniors to the middle-aged man. Perhaps because of Junsi's life-saving grace, his introduction of Junsi was a Kakashi of the Xilunian. Junsi, you're also Lord Shuman's student, right? Good. Why don't you join us? It'll be livelier that way. The middle-aged man's gaze swept over Kakashi, then settled on Junsi's face with interest. A Jonin. And held in such high regard by Zilayi. Personally promoted by the Hokage. Shamu-sun was stunned. Her wandering gaze unconsciously fixed on Junsi's handsome face. She had thought Jinsi was just an ordinary ninja, but now it seemed his importance in the legendary ninja Zilayi's eyes surpassed even Kakashi's, especially since Kakashi had made his name at the Battle of Kannabi Bridge and was celebrated by many my villagers. Maybe getting along well with him will greatly help me revive my clan in the future. Shamu-sun made up her mind. She valued Zilayi's evaluation so much because Zilayi himself had transcended the category of ordinary Jonin. He was a man of absolute power and influence, no less than a noble. And the person Zilayi introduced in such a manner in her eyes would surely become a ninja of Zilayi's lineage, no longer a rootless commoner. Of course we can. Zilayi's attitude once again astounded Jinsi and the others. Especially Jinsi. In his impression, although Zilayi was unreliable, he was firm in character, and almost never showed such subservience even toward Yuanfei Risen. But after entering the large booth, he understood the reason. The man before them was none other than the daimyo of the Huiji country, and the matter they were discussing was about the war funds for Mai. It concerned the survival of Mai. No wonder even a free-spirited man like Zilayi acted so cautiously. During the banquet, cups clinked, and the conversation revolved around war economy and people's livelihood. Although Jinsi and the others were prohibited from drinking by rules, they were still asked to raise their glasses to please the daimyo. Shimmu-sun found her opportunity frequently refilling Jinsi's cup, and even occasionally deliberately using her soft debao, tianqing, and hondo to tease Jinsi. But Jinsi remained unmoved, eyes fixed, nose steady, and heart calm, ignoring Shimmu-sun's provocations. This woman, why is she not bothering to flatter the daimyo right here, instead selling her charms? Can't you see Xuanjian's eyes are about to pop out? It wasn't that he was being overly proper, but the topics the daimyo and Zilayi were discussing were too critical. It seemed that because of his own betrayal of Mai, which led to the village's defeat against Yanin village, the daimyo had lost confidence in Mai and wanted to reduce funding and end the war quickly. Lord Daimyo, Miui's situation is far from as dire as you imagine. Currently Yanin village and Yanin village are locked in bitter conflict. Both will suffer heavy losses sooner or later. By then a Wuyin village isolated from the mainland and a defeated Shine village will not be a concern. Who is speaking? The daimyo and Zilayi were whispering when they heard a bold statement and were surprised. They followed the sound and found, oh, it seems you have a thorough analysis of the situation. Is your intelligence accurate? The daimyo became interested, smiling as he asked back. Throughout, both Kakashi and Shinji had shown the daimyo at least basic respect, but Jinsi, this young man, seemed to have no fear of him eating and drinking as he pleased. This slightly annoyed the daimyo, but also made him pay more attention. Lord Daimyo, the intelligence is absolutely reliable. Yanin village and Yunin village are hereditary enemies. That Tsuchikage Daimyo is stubborn and vengeful. I am certain that this time Yanin village will not rest until the Raikage is dead. Jinsi continued to make bold claims. At this moment, even Kakashi and Xuanjian, the young bystanders, were stunned. Does he know what he's saying? Kill the Raikage. How is that possible? Doesn't he know the Raikage alias? The strongest spear, the strongest shield. But the way he speaks is so charismatic. He doesn't look like a child at all, but rather like a mature man with a steady temperament and insight. Shimmu-sun's eyes sparkled as she stared at Jinsi. Jinsi, don't talk nonsense in front of the Lord Daimyo. This matter was too important. Zilayi didn't dare let Jinsi continue and scolded him sternly. It's fine. What Jinsi says is quite interesting. According to his guess, I might need to allocate even more funding to my... The daimyo raised his hand to stop Zilayi's words and continued to ask. But as far as I know, although Yanin village lost a Jinchuriki, you also lost the Yellow Flash. Even if both sides are exhausted, you may not be able to clean up the mess and secure the maximum benefit for the Hoji country, right? This, Zilayi was shocked, and Jinsi also sensed something was off. It was understandable that the daimyo knew about Yanin village's intelligence since he had his own ninja system and intelligence network, but the news of bluffing Shumen's death should not have come from the daimyo's mouth. I'm sorry, Lord Daimyo. The information regarding bluffing Shuemin is top secret and cannot be discussed for now. After a moment's deliberation, Zilayi said with a serious expression. If this news reached Jozinai's ears, who knew what terrible things might happen. But as the saying goes, fear comes when it's least wanted. Just as the daimyo chuckled and was about to question Jinsi again, the temperature inside the booth dropped, visibly water vapor condensing into droplets on the table. Then the temperature suddenly rose, causing sweat to break out on their foreheads. At the same time, an emotionless voice drifted slowly. Shuemin. What happened to Shuemin? Master's wife. Jinsi slowly raised his head, feeling his scalp tingle. The slender woman standing at the door of the booth with wild red hair and a pale face was none other than Kushina. She was still as beautiful and moving as ever, every gesture exuding a fragile air that inspired pity, yet he could not muster any tender thoughts. Because Jozinai's aura was visibly shifting, at one moment bitingly cold, then surging like a volcano about to erupt. Kushina, why are you here? Zilayi stood up nervously. We weren't talking about Shuemin. You misheard. After saying this, he tried to get Kakashi to vouch for him, but Kushina remained expressionless. Kushina had a gentle, fiery personality. As a descendant of the Whirlpool clan, she was instinctively sensitive to certain matters, especially those involving Shuemin. How could she be easily misled? She asked coldly again, Shuemin, what happened to him? Tell me. The last 3 words were roared out, carrying an unprecedented destructive force. The sound was so loud that it shattered the vessels holding sake in the hall, forcing everyone to cover their ears. Kushina. Calm down. Shuemin. Zilayi hadn't expected the news to leak so quickly, and from the daimyo's mouth no less. He was furious, but helpless. Now Kushina was on the verge of berserking, and he had to tread carefully. He tried to explain, but as he spoke halfway, seeing Jozinai's twisted face and the faint red chakra dissipating, he swallowed his words. It was too late. Protect the daimyo. He barely had time to shout before he was blasted away by a terrifying chakra aura crashing into the wall. The crimson chakra, thick like boiling blood, rapidly spread across Jozinai's body as her expression twisted in pain. Sob Shuemin, you big liar. You promised we'd be together forever. You said after the war. A brief moment of reason returned, and Kushina wept, muttering like a fool. Such a terrifying aura had already alarmed everyone in the tavern. The guardian ninjas outside were about to enter to rescue the daimyo, but their chakra fluctuations inadvertently provoked Gyoshinai. Sizzle sizzle. The crimson chakra surged and a massive tail burst forth from Gyoshinai's tailbone, like a freed chain instantly wrapping around the charging guard. Ugh! Protect! Protect the lord! Why did Shuemin die? How is this possible? He risked his life to protect the village, but the village couldn't protect him. Then what was the meaning of it all? Crack! Gyoshinai murmured dreamily, her aura growing more intense. Now like an abyssal calm, now like a blazing sun. The tail contracted and the guardian ninja was snapped in two. Ah! Xiaomu-sun screamed at the bloody scene, and the tavern erupted into chaos as customers and staff fled, knocking over tables and chairs. Jinsis' pupils contracted. He quickly stood up and activated Flying Thunder God, dragging Kakashi and Shinjin away, then returned to bring the daimyo and Zilai to the street. As if triggered by Jinsis' movement, the activation of Flying Thunder God restored some of Gyoshinai's reason. Shuemin. Is it you? Jinsi felt his own chakra being suppressed and compressed by the rampaging Nine Tails, making it difficult to draw power. Seeing Gyoshinai's aura calm, he tried to soothe her. Master's wife, calm down. We weren't trying to hide it from you. Teacher He. The only one not rescued, Xiaomu-sun was nearly scared to death, her face pale, as she hugged her trembling form. Please, I am still here. Can you save me first? I beg you, Jinsi. She wanted to call out to Jinsi, but under Gyoshinai's terrifying pressure her legs trembled and her body shook like a sieve. So I'm really alone after all. You're not him. Shuemin. Sob. Gyoshinai stared blankly at Jinsi. Her eyes, which had regained some clarity, turned crimson again after hearing his answer. Boom! The Nine Tails chakra broke free, completely manifesting two tails. The crimson tails, long and massive, writhed restlessly behind Gyoshinai's round hips, smashing bottles of sake glasses, wooden partitions, and tables into pieces. The oppressive chakra kept rising. Save me. Xiaomu-sun looked at Jinsi pitifully. Sigh. Jinsi knew that calming Gyoshinai anytime soon was impossible. He pulled Xiaomu-sun into his arms and activated Flying Thunder God again. Let go. Jinsi frowned at the tight grip and said coldly. The woman's skin was fair and her figure excellent, but he paid no attention because a large number of ninjas were gathering on the street. An old one-eyed man strolled slowly among them, his gaze fixed on the tavern. Who else could it be but Tuanzong? Damn it, you bastard, are you behind this again? The thought had barely crossed Jinsi's mind when the tavern roof was blown off, revealing three crimson tails dancing wildly. Gyoshinai, connected to these terrifying tails, was like a small boat in a raging storm, a puppet at their mercy. Shui. Men. Quick. Everyone follow my orders. Tuanzong, what are you trying to do? Zilai saw that Tuanzong seemed well prepared and understood his ambition. Representing Yuan Fei Rijan to take charge of the village, he was not about to let Tuanzong have his way. Everyone stop. No unauthorized action. Here is the Hokage's decree. He threw out Yuan Fei Rijan's handwritten document. Zilai, do you know what you're saying? Do you want the village to be destroyed? Tuanzang's face darkened. Kakashi Shinjin, I have to step up. Tomorrow meet at the third Hokage's stronghold. Take care of Lin and Hong for me. Jinsi instructed Kakashi and Shinjin, then braced himself and walked toward Zilai. Master Zilai, let me handle this. Rather than let Master's wife rampage and destroy the village, let me guide her to seek revenge outside. Brat, do you know what you're saying? If anything happens to Gyoshinai, who will take responsibility? Tuanzong roared in anger. Jinsi's idea was preposterous. Gyoshinai's importance to the village was even greater than the Hokage's. How could she be allowed to leave the village freely? Trust me, I will bring Master's wife back. Master Zilai. Gyoshinai's rampage was inevitable. With the village's ninja forces depleted, if nothing was done to calm her, the entire village would be destroyed. Zilai looked at Jinsi at a loss for how to respond. A moment later, a sharp pain in his chest reminded him of Yuan Fei Rijan's instructions. He nodded solemnly. Jinsi, don't let me down. We all believe in you. He waved his hand. Everyone disperse. Now. Jinsi immediately rushed toward Gyoshinai. By now her body was completely soaked in tailed beast chakra. Her once delicate face wrapped in crimson chakra exuded a strange bewitching aura, and her figure seemed to have matured further. Gyoshinai, look at me. Jinsi knew he couldn't delay, and roared. Huh. Gyoshinai shook her head in pain, barely glancing at him. That single glance was enough to cause her thrashing tails to destroy two more houses. Gyoshinai, do you want to avenge Master Shuemin? If you do, follow me. He'll take you. Jinsi's chest heaved as he shouted at her. Shuemin. Sabai, I miss you so much. Wait for me. Hearing Jinsi's voice, Gyoshinai grew more dazed. Her slender fingers grew claws, waving and muttering as she stepped toward Jun, see her ruby-like eyes slowly sinking into boundless crimson. Go, Gyoshinai. Seeing the time was right, Jinsi turned and ran without hesitation, continuing to provoke. Master Shuemin died a horrible death. He was killed by the scheming of the rock village. The Four Tails Jinchuriki's lava release drowned him. Do you know? When I arrived, his body was already submerged in boiling lava. He must have suffered terribly. No, no, stop. Shui men. Sob sob, revenge yes. Blood for blood. Roar. With Jin Sis provocation, Zhou Zenai's reason vanished completely, and her obsession was bound to vengeance. Guided by Zhan Si, she charged forward like an out-of-control tank. Mad. They're all mad. What is he doing? Is he trying to make Joshinai even more insane? Root, hear me. Barrier squad, hear me. Seal Joshinai. Now. Tuanzong roared frantically. Don't move. Everyone disperse. Let Joshinai leave. Who dares defy the Hokage's orders? All of you back off. Zilai Yi shouted. You, Zilai Yi, you will regret this. Tuanzang's mind was also in turmoil. He had originally planned to use Zhou Zenai's rampage to demonstrate the danger of tailed beasts, thus dealing with her. At worst he had Jia, would release was known to counter tailed beasts. But he never expected Zhou Zenai's rampage to be far more violent than before. If it continued, she might break the seal entirely. And with Zilai Yi Jr. acting so assertively, he was caught in a difficult position. Fortunately, Zhen Si ended up taking the blame. No matter what happened, Jin Si would be the primary responsible party. Rumble. Zhen Si moved like a phantom, maintaining a close and ambiguous distance with Joshinai. Amid the conflicting orders, some root ninjas who couldn't react in time charged at Joshinai and were casually smeared into paste by her. That Jin Si kid has grown too fast. His movement technique is almost as good as Shui Men's. What a pity. Tuanzong sighed inwardly. Someone immediately relayed the intelligence to the Hokage. Also informed she once saying, make sure you don't lose them along the way. Yes, my lord. Your Highness, are you alright? Kushina broke through the barrier and fled from Konoha village. The streets gradually became so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. At this moment, Jiraiya finally remembered to placate the daimyo. Having caused such a commotion, in his view the matter of funding was likely in jeopardy. However, as soon as the daimyo spoke, his anxious heart instantly settled back into place, as expected of Konoha. Although the yellow flash is no longer with us, the will of fire burns eternally. Shinji is quite impressive. I will instruct my subordinates to allocate the funds as soon as possible. If his predictions regarding the war's direction prove correct, I will continue to increase the funding. Really? That is truly generous of your Highness the daimyo. On behalf of the third Hokage, I express our sincere gratitude. Jiraiya, overjoyed, laughed heartily. Hey, don't rush. The daimyo suddenly waved his hand, his expression turning intriguing. I've heard that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's power far surpasses that of the other 8-tailed beasts. The Nine-Tails has been in Konoha for decades, passing through 2 generations of Jinchuriki, and it seems it has never been utilized. Truthfully, I am very curious about Shinji's plan to channel hatred this time. I hope Konoha can bring me some surprises. Jiraiya was immediately stunned upon hearing this, and even Danzo beside him was also taken aback. These words, by all logic, should not have come from a daimyo, who rarely concerns himself with war. As the monarch of a nation, the daimyo primarily oversees the people's livelihood, economy, and faith. Although Konoha serves as a military fortress, it is ultimately under the command of the Hokage. I was just curious, just asking casually. The daimyo scratched his head and didn't linger any longer, slowly departing under the escort of the remaining guardians. Genma, tell me, what is your classmate Shinji's full name? Natsum Kaoru timidly approached Genma and asked cautiously. Aye. Genma, being looked at so closely by Natsum Kaoru for the first time, immediately felt shy. However, the next moment, he caught a faint smell of something burning and instinctively sniffed. This action caused Natsum Kaoru's pretty face to instantly flush bright red. Yet unwilling to give up on getting information about Shinji, she could only force herself to endure. Kaoru, do you smell something strange? Oh, you're so annoying. I'm asking you something. Natsum Kaoru was greatly embarrassed and pouted coquettishly. You're asking about Shinji-kun, right? How should I put it? He's a very interesting person, and also, very. Genma didn't know how to answer. How about you walk me home, and we can talk slowly, okay? Natsum Kaoru brushed aside the bangs by her ear and blinked. At that moment, personnel were maintaining order on the streets, and the izakaya had been reduced to rubble. She wouldn't have to worry about work for a while, and besides, she felt uncomfortably chilly down below. Sure, we'll take you back. Shiranui Genma's eyes lit up immediately. In his view, this was undoubtedly a signal. Being asked to escort Natsum Kaoru was unprecedented. Shinji, you really are my lucky charm. Genma clenched his fists, secretly encouraging himself, then subtly signaled to Kakashi before hurrying. Let's go. Kaoru, what an unlucky day today, huh? But it's okay, I can take a break for a while. I just realized, Genma, you're also quite outstanding. You're already a chunin, and being teammates with Kakashi and Shinji says it all. Really? Genma scratched his head repeatedly in embarrassment. Can you tell me about Shinji Kanoi? How did he become a jonin? I heard he's a civilian ninja. He must be very talented to have achieved such status. Shinji. He's reliable, but also perverted. Yes, perverted. Perverted, that's right, perverted. He likes to ambush people. His methods are despicable, but he's also very strong-willed, can analyze battle situations, and catches people off guard. Anyway, it's complicated. He's not exactly a good person. Kaoru, why don't we talk about something else? I've already mastered my ninja art Senbon quite well. Why do you say Shinji is perverted? I've always seen him as serious and unsmiling. He doesn't seem as bad as you say. Cough cough cough, because he. Let me tell you a secret. You can't tell anyone else. Genma suddenly lowered his voice mysteriously. A secret? About Shinjikin. Sounds exciting and thrilling. He'll tell you Shinji is two-timing. You know, our former class beauty Yūhi Kurenai, who is also our current teammate, is completely infatuated with him. Tisk TSK. Really? Two-timing. Natsume Kaoru covered her mouth in surprise, the gossip flames burning fiercely within her. And, who's the other one? The other? Also a very pretty classmate who once liked Kakashi, but somehow ended up in Shinji's arms. Tell me, isn't this guy a beast? He's a total beast. I see. Natsume Kaoru's hand covering her mouth unconsciously loosened as she began to consider her own situation. No matter how outstanding Shinji's classmates are, their figures can't possibly be as good as mine. If he's willing to help me, maybe I can really escape my current status as a criminal. Kaoru, don't you think he's very unfaithful? How can a man be like this? Seeing that Natsume Kaoru didn't respond, Genma called out softly, trying to seek affirmation. Natsume Kaoru nodded awkwardly in agreement. In her view, it was perfectly normal for men to have multiple wives. After all, which noble family in the capital didn't have several wives? Her own father had 3 wives. The more capable and powerful a man was, the more he attracted women. Only mediocre men would try to deceive themselves with notions of monogamy, love, and loyalty. However, some things were absolutely not to be said to a greenhorn like Genma. Thank you for your trouble, Genma. I'm here. Under a streetlight, Natsume Kaoru stood with her legs together and said gently, so soon. Genma felt a bit reluctant, his eyes full of unwillingness to part. Genma, keep it up, you're great too. Natsume Kaoru clenched her fist again to encourage him. Just as Genma was wondering how to respond, Natsume Kaoru suddenly bowed 90 degrees, causing her soft and ample bosom to seem as if it might burst out, startling him so much that his head buzzed and his nose unconsciously felt warm. Genma, you're going on a mission tomorrow, right? I hope you return victorious. Then I'll treat you, so please make sure to bring all your teammates. I'd also like to have more friends. Silent stillness. A night wind howled around the street corner, but Shiranui Genma stood dumbfounded, as if still caught in the Jinjutsu brought by the Chibaku Tensei. Genma, you're so annoying. Natsume Kaoru stamped her foot coquettishly, but inwardly, she was secretly pleased. If she could bewitch Genma so completely, then facing Shinji, who was the same age as Genma, should be a piece of cake, right? Cough cough cough, sorry, I've been having too much fire lately. Cough, good night, Kaoru. Genma, embarrassed, covered his nose, hunched over, and turned to flee, which again caused Kaoru to giggle repeatedly. What an interesting little man. I wonder if Shinjikin will be the same. I'm looking forward to it. Father, your daughter will do her utmost to restore the family's glory. The commotion in Konoha came suddenly, and ended even faster. Meanwhile, Shinji was unaware that the wingman he had his eye on would actually betray him, speaking ill of him, but even if he knew, he wouldn't have the heart to care, because Kushina was just too brutal. The moon was bright, and the stars sparse, half the sky illuminated by the full moon's radiant glow. Under the gentle caress of moonlight, the earth seemed to stir restlessly, kicking up vast clouds of dust in a magnificent rumbling spectacle. The dust stretched from south to north as if an unwearying Kuei-Nyo were plowing the land, felling trees, slicing through rivers, and cleaving hills. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, I can't go on. If I keep this up, my lungs will burst, and he'll be chased to death by Jō-Exai-Nai. Gen-C sprinted at full speed, wind beneath his feet, drenched in sweat. Behind him, Jō-Exai-Nai had already sprouted 4 tails, her crimson hair whipping wildly, and her eyes bloodshot, showing no intention of stopping. It seemed she intended to charge into Yenin village tonight to seek vengeance. But how could Gen-C endure any longer? His chakra was depleted, and his physical stamina had been pushed to the limit. Should I use the thing I saved for him, or should I gamble one more time? Jō-Exai-Nai. Jō-Exai-Nai. Gen-C tried to call out to Jō-Exai-Nai. He thought about using the face erasing technique to transform himself into Shui Min, first calming her emotions before resuming the journey at dawn. He also considered using the heavenly curse mark solution, taking this opportunity to fully unleash the power of the curse mark. But pitting the curse mark against the Nine Tails was far too great a disparity. Even with the awakening heart pill, he had no confidence. Just as he hesitated and reached toward his chest, a gentle voice sounded behind him. Shui Min. Shui Min, wait for me. I can't walk anymore, I'm so tired. Her delicate voice flowed like a clear spring, instantly sweeping away the fatigue in Jun-Si's heart. Turning back, Jō-Exai-Nai was no longer the raging figure she had been. Instead, she wore a faint smile, murmuring, calling, and coquettishly pleading with a slow, languid grace. But I haven't used the face erasing technique yet. I'm not wearing the mask. I am Jun-Si. Could I be under a Jinjutsu? That's impossible. Jun-Si turned to look at Jō-Exai-Nai, utterly bewildered. At this moment, although Jō-Exai-Nai still swayed 4 fluffy chakra tails, her body seemed to have shed the tailed beast chakra, becoming delicate, soft, and pitifully adorable. Her body, catalyzed by the tailed beast chakra, appeared even more mature, exuding an enchanting aura. Her clothes had burst open, one strap of her overalls broken, leaving her figure exaggeratedly alluring. "Shui Min, wait for me, hold me." Zhou Xn Nai continued, murmuring coquettish, then stretched out her slender arms, swaying her willow waist as she stumbled forward. Me. Zhen Si stood frozen, instinctively extending his hands. Soon Zhou Xin Nai plunged into his arms, clinging to him like an octopus, wrapping around him tightly. The scorching soft warmth of her body, the curves and smoothness, everything made Zhen Si's mind go blank. This shouldn't be. I didn't use the transformation technique, nor the face erasing. Could Zhou Xin Nai be so lovesick that she's mistaking me for? "Shui Men, hold me tight. It's all the fault of those wretched men from Yunin village. I thought I'd never see you again. Thank goodness you're here. It's so wonderful that you came." Hearing Zhou Xin Nai's words, Zhen Si suddenly froze. Yes, the full moon hung high, the night hazy. How much it resembled that night. Unfortunately, he was not Shui Min. Zhen Si breathed in the warmth and fragrance of Zhou Xin Nai's hair, and couldn't help but hold her tighter, nuzzling more gently. He wasn't Shui Min, but that didn't mean he didn't like Zhou Xin Nai. He could also take her across the night sky, and let her relive the romance of the past. He could give her happiness, and he could even prevent her tragic fate. How was he inferior to Shui Min? With that thought, Zhen Si swallowed a military rations pill, and began to fully unleash his buff ability. He had never dared to use this ability, even when facing Lao Zi, but now he was throwing caution to the wind. Embracing Zhou Xin Nai, their cheeks rubbing together, she responded with blissful half-closed eyes, as if lost in a limited edition Tsukuyami of happiness. Zhen Si suddenly turned his head, and fiercely captured Zhou Xin Nai's lips. His height was similar to Shui Min's, so he was slightly taller, giving him a commanding presence that left Zhou Xin Nai unable to resist, or recall, anything else. Soon the Nine-Tails' agitation began to calm under his soothing. He glanced around for a suitable place while continuing to soothe her, but no matter how he tried, the four-tailed beast chakra tails behind Zhou Xin Nai did not disappear. Instead, accompanied by her drowsy murmurs, they swayed with even more excitement and ferocity. "Wah, Shui Min. You promised to marry me, didn't you? You've never even called me wife before, have you?" "Wife Zhou Xin Nai, I love you." Without thinking, Zhen Si blurted it out, his head burning. Hubby, I love you too." At this moment, Zhen Si didn't notice at all that Zhou Xin Nai's ruby-like eyes blazed with a scarlet fire, and her fluffy tails instantly multiplied to 5. By the time he realized Zhou Xin Nai's embrace was growing tighter, it was too late. Two tails grabbed him from either side, firmly gripping his waist, soft and comfortable, and before he could react, she lifted him and stuffed him into a huge tree hollow. The tailed beast's strength was immense and rough. With just that one motion, he was stunned. What was happening? What was this? Leaning against the dry bark, Zhen Si realized that Zhou Xin Nai was not the least bit lucid. Not a trace. Her eyes were clearly filled with nothing but seductive charm. "Shui Min, you said we would have a happy family and our own baby, right?" Zhen Si nodded vigorously. This situation was far too strange. Could she be about to devour him? "Alright then, Zhou Xin Nai suddenly let out a prolonged, drawn-out tone that made Zhen Si's scalp tingle. "Do you remember? When you developed the spiral?" Zhou Xin Nai then asked, her breath fragrant as orchid. "Hedis." Hearing this, Zhen Si broke out in a cold sweat. He felt that Zhou Xin Nai's current state was extremely strange. Clearly her memory was jumbled. Though subconsciously she treated him as Shui Min, she was still uneasy, so she wanted to confirm, didn't she? On guard, he hurriedly replied cautiously, "Of course I remember. I did it for you." Zhen Si swallowed his saliva, and continued lying, called the light wheel ice popsicle, inspired whirlwind hair Jiraiya dual-style sphere. "Giggle giggle. You remember everything. I knew you wouldn't forget." Zhou Xin Nai was overjoyed at the answer, and in a daze she threw herself into Zhen Si's arms, kissing him wildly and lightly. Those soft lips and the wild fluffy tails instantly disarmed Zhen Si, brushing against him like a dragonfly skimming water. Zhen Si stared at this scene, so seductive yet so bizarre, goosebumps rising all over. Following Zhou Xin Nai's fox-like little goldfish, it extended all the way, even making his hairs stand on end. Yet despite all this, his instincts seemed unafraid of Zhou Xin Nai. Perhaps subconsciously he knew he could escape at any moment with the Flying Thunder God technique, so he didn't. "You're so annoying." Zhou Xin Nai coquettishly complained. "Then do you remember the special Flying Thunder God technique that we improved together? The very special one, the name you gave it." She spoke with a mixture of allure and wildness. But Zhen Si saw a struggle, pain, and raging brutality deep in her eyes, as if she would tear him apart if he couldn't answer. It was as if he would be shredded if he failed to answer. Cough. What was that? Zhen Si widened his eyes, straining to recall. He knew the development of the spiral sphere inside out since Minato had specifically mentioned it, but the Flying Thunder God technique which he had improved together with Kushina seemed not to have been mentioned. "Husband, what? Have you forgotten?" Kushina continued to caress his chest, her murmurs soft and tender, but Zhen Si felt his heart tangled with confusion as he gazed into her eyes. I remember, of course I do. A sudden flash of insight struck Shin's mind, recalling the special flying thunder god technique Minato had used before his death. That move was akin to the heavenly transfer technique, a space-time ninjutsu that forcibly merged two objects marked with the flying thunder god seal. He had inherited Minato's improved version and knew this technique, and its dreadful name was surely Minato's doing. So without a second thought, he continued, Flying Thunder God Technique Vortex, Flash, Super Whirlwind Roar Triple Style. My. Hearing Shin's answer, Kushina's tormented eyes melted into a pool of spring water. With a soft moan, she slumped down again. The overalls and white shirt that had once enveloped her voluptuous figure had long decayed from the immersion of tailed beast chakra, and now instantly disintegrated into a shower of tatters, completely freeing her curvaceous body. So without a second thought, he continued, Flying Thunder God Technique Vortex, Flash, Super Whirlwind Roar Triple Style. Tonight, you won't let me down, will you? Kushina leaned forward, whispering softly into Shin's ear, then suddenly dropped down. Pussy-eyed Shin widened his eyes, staring at Kushina in disbelief. He never expected that even now Kushina still retained the most romantic and precious innocence. Minato had never done anything. How was that possible? Shin's mind was buzzing, unable to concentrate, and finally collapsed completely under Kushina's perfect curve. That night, with the curse-mark solution as a safety net, he took the solution at the critical moment, and some cells in his body quickly adapted to absorbing natural energy. Perhaps because the original cells of the curse mark came from his own body, the energy it emitted was not the coldness of the Ryuchi cave, but filled with blazing masculine power. Little by little it filled his entire being, causing his body to rapidly expand, muscles bulging, height suddenly increasing by a section, as if he had boundless strength. So strong. The next day, when the first rays of dawn filtered through the clouds into the tree hollow, everything inside seemed transformed. Everything was so beautiful. Smack! Shin, embracing Kushina's voluptuous waist, gazed at her sleeping, delicate face, and couldn't help but kiss her again. Absurd, undoubtedly, but he preferred to believe that this was fate, the inevitable result, or rather a reward, after he had stirred the storm. The day was fully bright, but it was time to rest. Not until the afternoon, when the cold wind seeped through Shin's arms, and made Kushina feel a chill, did she lightly hum and open her eyes. But just that one glance made her vision darken, and she almost fell back asleep. Who am I? Where am I? It hurts. Kushina frowned slightly. I know him, Kushina. He Shin. What's going on? Die? Bastard. Suddenly realizing that Shin was still performing the spiral sphere, Kushina was furious. She turned and delivered an upward elbow strike, smashing hard into Shin's face. Shin, in pain, covered his nose and turned over to sit up. When he met Kushina's icy, piercing red eyes, he knew that what was bound to come had finally arrived. Beast, what did you do to me? How can you face your teacher Minato like this? Minato? Me. Kushina's delicate voice erupted in fury, but when she mentioned Minato, it seemed to trigger a flood of memories, and she clutched her forehead in pain. Remembering now Kushina, Shin took his time picking up the scattered scroll and opening it. Inside were stored his daily necessities, and of course the special clothes he had prepared for Rin to dress up. Put them on first, then think slowly. Shin gently patted Kushina's shoulder. Don't touch me, you bastard. Whoa. Kushina gnashed her teeth. Me? Bastard. Shin was taken aback. He knew Kushina was a beautiful woman with a striking contrast, but regarding last night's situation, it wasn't entirely. In any case, he wanted to take responsibility, but he couldn't be toyed with wantonly either. Kushina, you should remember last night when your 5 tails bound me, and you seemed to lose your mind. You're lying? At his words, Kushina's face flushed crimson, but then, as if recalling more, it turned pale. Minato. Where's Minato? She briefly set aside the bond between them, asking softly. When she asked that question, perhaps she already had the answer in her heart, so her tender gaze was filled with pain and anguish. I'm sorry. Shin sighed lightly and lowered his head. Silence. The silence hammered at both their hearts. Shin felt the weight of responsibility even heavier after last night, while Kushina seemed to sink again into boundless sorrow, suppressing her sobs. Until Shin's warm embrace wrapped around her without a trace of doubt, she lifted her delicate face timidly. I am sorry, Minato Wowo. Wasn't it said we came out for revenge? How did this happen? Kushina buried her head in Shin's arms, her expression one of extreme agony. The taboo had been breached, and it happened right after Shuemin left. This situation made her unable to forgive herself, especially when she recalled that it seemed she had forced Shin last night. The tangled, twisted feeling nearly tore her heart apart. In truth, Shin also did not understand what had happened to Kurenai last night. Why she had inexplicably taken him for Shuemin, why she had become even more rough, alluring, seductive, and wild, with charm losing all reason, and completely succumbing to his tenderness. But not understanding didn't matter. He had completely possessed Kurenai, and that was enough. Kurenai, what has happened has happened. Are you going to run away from it? You are mine. Mine. Shin pulled Kurenai even tighter, wishing he could merge her into his own body. No, Shin, we cannot continue this mistake. We cannot. Kurenai lifted her head, her eyes were already brimming with tears. What is wrong with it? I am not married and you are not wed. Jinsei grew angry. No, don't push me. It's just not possible. Kurenai struggled to push Jinsei away, snatched up the somewhat intimate clothes, and put them on. But her movements were too hasty, making the pain particularly evident along with the slight bulge of her belly. For a moment, a wave of shame and amorous feelings uncontrollably spread in her heart. I still have to avenge Shuimin no matter what. I hope you can forget all of this. I'm sorry. After a moment, Kurenai, now fully dressed, had calmed her inner emotions and said with a firm gaze, "Avenge? Sure. Master Shuimin is the senior I respect the most. It is only right to avenge him," Jinsei said with righteous indignation. You? For some reason, hearing Jinsei say he respected Shuimin made Kurenai even more ashamed to the point of wishing she could disappear. Startled, she immediately turned around, her face full of coquettish anger. Alright, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, cough cough. Half an hour later, the tree hollow returned to its long-lost silence. Two figures headed north, and in the blink of an eye they vanished into the depths of the dense forest. Hiss! At the same time, the nine-tailed beast Gyolama, who had been sleeping inside Kurenai, finally woke up. Damn it, what's wrong with me? Why is my head so dizzy? Gyolama waved his sharp claws, repeatedly slapping his own head, trying to alleviate the headache with this crude method. After a few breaths, after a series of loud thumps, it actually regained some memory. Something's not right. I remember last night, when Kurenai lost control and frantically absorbed my chakra, I was still able to confuse her mind through the chakra. I had a great chance to break free, but how did I end up messing it up again? Gyolama shook the iron gate and fell into contemplation again. After thinking a bit more, it vaguely recalled that later it seemed to detect a familiar aura, one that made it feel at ease, like the comfort of the Six Paths old man, or like the warmth of a swaddling cloth. In short, it was very intoxicating. Damn it. That Uzumaki brat must have developed some kind of sinister sealing technique again. Damn it. Gyolama felt that he had fully grasped the situation and immediately began beating the sealed iron gate in anger. The prospect of leaving the Jinchuriki and gaining freedom was still far off. How could he not hate? As the moon rose and the sun set, the stars shifted. Kurenai and Jinsei kept a certain distance, yet there seemed to be an unspoken understanding between them. They raced along the border of the waterfall country, and throughout the journey, apart from brief eye contact, they exchanged no words, as if afraid of triggering some taboo. According to the intelligence from the databook that Jinsei had learned, there was a very interesting conflict setting between Iwagakure and Kumogakure during the Third Shinobi World War. It was a strategy of luring the enemy deep by Damu, starting from crossing the waterfall country and frost country to directly confront Kumogakure, then gradually retreating back to the land of Earth, like a Second World War, drawing Kumogakure's forces into the land of Earth. Earlier, through the intelligence from Yuanfei Risen and his own previous information, he had been able to confirm the stage of the battle between Daimyo and Kumo. The Four Tails and Five Tails ambushed bluffing Shuimin, causing Shuimin to take down the Five Tails Jinchuriki. Since they chose to withdraw from the Land of Fire, they must have gone to join Daimyo in encircling Kumogakure. Now that Kurenai wanted revenge, there was only one enemy, Lao Zi. What he needed to do was to completely untie Kurenai's emotional knot through Lao Zi maximizing the benefits. Master's wife. Ahead, it's no longer the Land of Fire. It's the border of the Land of Grass, the Land of Waterfall, and the Land of Earth. A chaotic place. Be careful. Jinsei warned in a deep voice. You? Don't call me Master's wife. Kurenai stumbled at the words, almost falling. Having already been intimate like that, being called that by Jinsei was simply too shameful. Slowing down a bit, and steadying herself, Kurenai stole a glance at Jinsei, and found him staring straight at her. Instantly, she felt another wave of shame entangled with complexity and some pain. Alright, from now on I'll call you Kurenai, okay? Jinsei said with a smile. Up to you. Don't tell anyone. About what happened between. Kurenai pouted, looked away, and as if afraid Jinsei was unreliable, added, Alright. Careful, there's an enemy. Jinsei was overjoyed inside, but suddenly he spotted a figure flashing on a distant tree trunk. His heart tightened, and he immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Rasengan. A violent surge of air pierced through the tree trunk, penetrating the chest of an alert Iwanin. Without pausing, Jinsei silently reappeared beside Kurenai. You. Kurenai was slightly stunned. Along the way, Jinsei had already struck 3 or 4 times, each time using Flying Thunder God and Rasengan, as if deliberate, yet she was helpless. Watching Jinsei's such skillful techniques, her heart became more and more tangled. If Shuimin knew that his disciple was protecting me like this, what would Kurenai? You're a big jerk. Land of Earth border, Red Earth Rift Valley. Strictly speaking, the Red Earth Rift Valley belonged to the Land of Earth, still several hundred meters from the border between the Land of Earth and the Land of Waterfall. On both sides were dozens of meters high crimson cliffs, their faces covered with weathered cracks and sharp rock protrusions. The valley floor was covered with perennial rock dust that when stepped on raised, choking gray mist. This place not only matched the Land of Earth's mountainous terrain features, but also formed a natural encirclement battlefield due to its narrow topography. It was the very burial ground that Daimyo had carefully chosen for the Third Raikage. In the open area at the middle section of the Rift Valley, the Third Raikage AI stood like an iron tower. Deep blue lightning-released chakra crackled on his body's surface, shaking the surrounding rock dust, so that it fell in a continuous shower. He had just led his squad in completing a reinforcement strike on the land of Earth's border outpost, when he was blocked at the bottom of the valley by a dense swarm of Iwanin. 10,000 Iwanin spread out in a fan formation, forming an airtight encirclement. The Earth Release ninja in the front row rapidly formed hand seals. Earth Release Earth Flow Wall rose one after another, dozens of earth walls completely sealing off both ends of the Rift Valley, leaving only the killing zone in the middle. The ninja in the back rows had already gathered chakra with Wind Release Whirlwinds, Fire Release Flames, and Earth Release Rock Bullets interweaving in their palms, forming a devastating attack formation. AI, today is your death day. Onoki's silhouette hovered atop the western cliff, his red headscarf howling in the wind, his diminutive frame exuding an oppressive aura that suffocated the air. A translucent dust release chakra coalesced at his fingertips, its radiance casting his deeply wrinkled face into an even more sinister shadow. Years ago, you and your son slaughtered hundreds of our elite IWA shinobi with the lightning fist drive. The shame of Kannabi Bridge, the grudges of the border. Today we settle everything. Onoki's voice, amplified by chakra, echoed through the ravine, every word laced with gnashing hatred. Not merely for Iwa's expansion, but to wash away the humiliation of decades of subjugation by Yugito. Indeed, Kannabi Bridge, a name so familiar. During the Second War, the Cloud Village's lightning release techniques shone brilliantly, crushing IWA into submission and forging a consensus across the shinobi world. Yugito's natural attribute advantage over IW loomed like an unyielding father. The third Raikage's lips curled into a defiant smirk as his lightning chakra surged, forming visible blue arcs around him. Onoki, with these rabble, you think you can stop? He slammed his feet against the ground, blasting a crater into the rock, his body shooting like an arrow toward the nearest IWA shinobi, lightning chakra coalescing into a sharp spike on his arm. Hell stab, forefinger strike. Flash. Arcs of lightning crackled the air itself, seeming to explode. Yet no one could see EIS figure, their vision merely blurred. Thud thud, sizzle sizzle. Screams erupted instantly as 4 IWA shinobi were pierced through, but more ninjas immediately filled the gap. Earth Release Rock Binding technique attempting to restrain his movements, while Fire Release Great Fireball technique rained down from all directions. Onoki's eyes sharpened, his hands forming seals rapidly. Everyone get out of the way. His suspended body dove abruptly, the light of Dust Release blazing in his palm. Dust Release detachment of the primitive world. A pure white cubic energy mass crashed toward the third Raikage, annihilating rock, dust, and air alike in its path. Yet despite its terrifying power, Onoki's technique had a glaring flaw. Apart from his stationary barrage against Madara's Wood Release and Susanoo clones in the original story, his combat record against high-mobility ninjas was 0. A perfect illustration of the glass cannon, a fixed turret that could even strain his own back. Rat-a-tat. Below, the third Raikage reacted swiftly, pushing his lightning chakra to the limit, sidestepping the dust release attack. The cube dispersed, crashing into the cliff, pulverizing dozens of meters of rock into powder, raining debris like hail. His lightning speed is too fast. Form a formation to trap him. Barrier squad, go. Onoki shouted harshly, hovering and adjusting his position repeatedly, his dust release attacks forcing the third Raikage back time, and again, yet always missing by a hair. He was waiting for the moment the Raikage chakra depleted. That would be the perfect time for revenge. Upon receiving the order, 10,000 IWA shinobi surged forward like a tide, taking turns to expend the third Raikage's stamina with their lives. Smoke and dust filled the ravine, the clash of lightning released the roar of ninjutsu, and the howls of ninjas interweaving. A deathmatch destined for the annals of shinobi history unfolding brutally on this Crimson Earth Canyon. Go. Leave this to me. Everyone else retreat. Onoki, today we settle this. Roar. EIS roar echoed through the desolate Damn it. What now? If I go up and tell Onoki that Han is gonna be blamed too. Damn it. Damn that Minato. Behind a large partially weathered boulder on the Gobi Desert, Rashi paced anxiously, unable to decide. He had already ordered all his subordinates to support Onoki, yet he himself didn't want to go. He even considered simply fleeing lest the rigid old man humiliate him later. But after much deliberation, he was still a member of Iwagakure. Han had been loyal to the village in life. If he ran away like this, he would be betrayed. Moments later, a thundercloud rose over the distant valley, and Rashi finally made up his mind to clear out the Iwagakure outposts on the periphery to atone for his sins. Finding someone was a technical skill, especially in a country as bizarrely terraformed as the Land of Earth. It was even more absurd. Although Junsi knew the approximate location, this was his first time venturing deep into the Land of Earth in both lives. How long was the border? Where exactly was the battlefield between Iwagakure and Iwagakure? He wasn't sure either. Fortunately, Kushina didn't watch him constantly. He could subtly interact with passing insects, birds, and beasts to maintain a precise direction. With Rose's distinctive appearance, their pace was still relatively fast. Another chance interception finally gave him an opportunity. While briefly casting a demonic illusion binding on a cloud ninja, he used a technique within a technique to extract precise intelligence. The specific operation was to activate his Sharingan within the demonic illusion binding environment, so that even Kushina on the outside could not detect anything. The reason he didn't directly use the Yūhi clan's illusion technique to interrogate was that his proficiency in it was not as refined as Yūhi Kurenai's. It was adequate against weakened enemies, but against a full-strength opponent the Sharingan was more reliable. Got the location. Let's head north. Jinsi opened his eyes, meeting Kushina's watery gaze, and nodded. Let's hurry, or the route operatives will catch up. Kushina said, darting ahead, her urgency palpable. The route she mentioned were Danzo's men. Whether other Umbu were involved was unknown, but Junsi knew that to take revenge after Kushina regained her senses they had to strike quickly and decisively, or else being seen by Konoha's people would only hold them back, forcing Kushina to return and live as a widow. The land of waterfalls and the land of earth were separated by a river, yet worlds apart. On the left the land of earth rose dozens of meters higher, desolate, and biting on the right the lowlying land of waterfalls was lush with grass and trees, birds singing, and flowers fragrant. A completely different vista. Kill! A roar erupted from the high-altitude Gobi of the land of earth. Countless Iwa shinobi like ants leaped from the cliff, their hands still forming seals midair, earth release, and wind release ninjutsu, interweaving, shaking the very earth. The Kumogakure shinobi accustomed to high altitudes showed no fear under the rake's cover, breaking through the encirclement and counterattacking together with their comrades charging out of the stronghold. For a moment the cries of battle rose to the heavens, blood flowed like rivers, and the winding stream gradually turned crimson. Master's wife, we only have one chance. In the canopy by the river, Jinsi stared fixedly at the distant right side, lowering his voice. There a dense aura was approaching subtly. That aura was very familiar. The four-tails Jinchuriki Rashi whom he had encountered twice before. Their hiding spot was extremely close to the Kumogakure outpost, offering a clear view of both armies' positions. You found Rashi. Kushina's pretty face flushed slightly. She had no time to correct his address, peering outward as she asked. He's almost here. Boom. The lush green grassland was instantly covered with a layer of lava, followed by a furious roar. Lao Zi, his entire body ablaze with crimson flames, smashed into the temporary stronghold of Yunin village like a meteor. He was still so straightforward, one word: reckless. Using lava release Wagwashan magma flow, he altered the terrain, while himself entering a half-tailed beast form, maximizing destructive power, slaughtering the Yunin village ninjas amidst wails of agony. Lao Zi's own taijutsu was formidable, and with the tailed beast coat, he was almost immune to the cloud ninja's proud sword techniques and lightning release ninjutsu. Shueman died in such scorching lava, didn't he? Juxinai suddenly stared fixedly at the flowing lava below and murmured, "What?" Jinsi turned around in shock, his heart tightening. He saw that Juxinai's delicate face was now covered in a blurry layer of red chakra, her originally clear eyes gradually turning turbid, full of wildness and brutality. Master's wife, calm down. There's only one chance, don't do anything reckless. Jinsi warned in a deep voice. But Juxinai seemed trapped in a nightmare, constantly murmuring, and soon her eyes turned red as she began sobbing softly. Woo. Shueman, he must be in so much pain. Jinsi was alarmed. At this moment the battle below was intense, surely no one was carefully observing the surroundings. But who would? If they were exposed, all would be lost. Master's wife. Forgive me. Jinsi had no choice. Let go, Jinsi, you bastard. Hell. Sorry, Juxinai, your situation is a bit special. I had no other choice. Jinsi leaned back, looking at Juxinai's delicate face. You still haven't let go. Juxinai blushed and complained again. Only then did Jinsi release his hand with an awkward expression. Sorry, Master's wife, please listen to my arrangement, okay? Jinsi warned in a deep voice. You go ahead. After this interruption, the strange and tender emotions in Juxinai's heart nearly reached their peak. She didn't even dare to look into Junsi's eyes, her mind uncontrollably recalling last night's events, and suddenly, she felt a touch of inexplicable sadness. Master's wife, I've left many flying thunder god marks nearby. Later, as soon as Lao Zi appears near the mark, I'll use flying thunder god to take you there. Then you use your full strength to perform the sealing technique to control Lao Zi, and he'll slit his throat with the fastest move, leaving him no time to react, okay? No, it was agreed that I would take revenge. I should be the one to kill him. Juxinai said absent-mindedly, then suddenly snapped back. Oh dear, what time is it? I am the teacher's student, is it wrong for me to do it? As soon as he finished speaking, Junsi felt a bit regretful, because at this moment in terms of relationship Juxinai seemed closer to him, while Shueman. You're right, Junsi, then I'll leave it to you. Just as Junsi thought, Juxinai became emotional, turning coquettish and fragile, not daring to refute. The slaughter below continued. Junsi and Juxinai were secretly watching outside, and before they knew it, they were leaning against each other. Juxinai noticed the oddness and tried to move apart, but Junsi wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Juxinai, I'm going to teleport, don't move. As soon as the words fell, they disappeared instantly. The next second beside the rock where Lao Zi was roaring, Jun Si thrust his longsword forward, without hesitation, the target being the neck. Faced with the sudden attack, Lao Zi was clearly startled and panicked, but relying on his terrifying combat experience, he narrowly dodged the blade's edge, and with brute force knocked the longsword away. "It's you again." After recognizing the face, Lao Zi roared in anger. But behind Jun Si, countless golden chains suddenly emerged, dancing like swimming dragons, instantly wrapping him tightly. "Roar, bastard. Damn it. You little brat, you're asking for death." Lao Zi struggled wildly, but the chains tightened more and more. He didn't notice anything wrong, nor did he recognize the origin of the sealing technique. Until Jun Si stepped aside with a weird smile revealing the hidden Jixinai, he was struck as if by lightning. You too. Ugh. You can't kill me." The appearance of Jixinai instantly sent Lao Zi's fear to its peak. He frantically stimulated the chakra of Sun Wukong, trying to alleviate his trapped predicament. "Jun Si, what are you waiting for? Do it." Jixinai glared and shouted. Obviously, without using the tailed beast's chakra, Jixinai knew she couldn't trap Lao Zi for long. She didn't want to lose control again in front of Jun Si, or rather she was afraid of what might happen between them. "Yes. Master's wife. Leave it to me." Jun Si sneered, extending his right hand to openly gather a Rasengan. You can't kill me." Lao Zi, upon seeing the Rasengan, showed no fear. "Is that so? Humph." Jun Si drew two kunai with his left hand, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, as the kunai were thrown, his figure flickered and appeared above Lao Zi's head. Useless. They'll tear you apart, brat." Lao Zi's red hair danced wildly, rattling the chains. Just as he thought that Jun Si's Rasengan would target the neck or the chest, relatively weak spots, and gathered a large amount of chakra to strengthen his body for defense, he didn't notice that when Jun Si performed Flying Thunder God, another kunai had fallen to his lower body, now dropping to his crotch. Whoosh! Jun Si's figure flickered again, appearing below Lao Zi's waist. The wildly spinning Rasengan sphere slammed violently into Lao Zi's crotch. From the beginning, Jun Si knew clearly that every man has a weakness easy to overlook, and a Jinchuriki is still human. Unless Lao Zi was a eunuch, but with his full beard, he didn't look like one. Sizzle! The sound of tearing and chakra friction suddenly rang out. Lao Zi first looked down in shock at his failed defense, then his body jerked, trembling, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain. But the Rasengan continued to tear the immense damage, leaving Lao Zi's crotch a bloody mess, forming a spiral blood nest. Jixinai had never seen such a devastating attack. She was so shocked that she covered her pretty face, and her condensed chakra instantly dissipated. Adamant and sealing chains collapsed on its own. Roar! Lao Zi's hair and beard wildly danced as he instantly broke free from his restraints, trying to cover his empty crotch with both hands. At that moment, Jun Si moved again, seizing the last gap of Jio Zenai's relaxation to launch the Flying Thunder God Slash. With a squelch, the unadorned kunai pierced through Lao Zi's skull from bottom to top in an instant. Lao Zi's violent movements froze abruptly, trembling like a wound-up toy amidst the final roar of the tailed beast. With another squelch, Jun Si yanked the kunai out, discreetly glanced around, and swiftly looted the spoils. At this moment, forget about the tailed beast. Even Six Paths Madara would be dead. A moment later, as the corpse plummeted, Jun Si snatched Lao Zi's personal scroll, grabbed Joshinai, and vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. What nonsense. Sheer nonsense. Also at the border of the land of Earth, Sarutobi Hiruzen led a squad of Umbu ninjas, panting heavily as they raced. When he first heard the report that Joshinai had been taken out of Konoha by Jun Si, his eyes nearly popped out. Nine Tails had settled in Konoha for 2 generations, from Mito Uzumaki to Kushina Uzumaki, serving as the village's imperial seal, a secret nuclear weapon. Yet such a crucial strategic asset had been lured out of the village by Jun Si. Though it was to prevent the village from harm, he still feared that other villages would covet the Nine Tails. If anything happened to Joshinai, his tenure as Hokage would be over. Jiraiya is too unreliable. How could he let Jun Si act recklessly like this? Lord Jiraiya said the village's forces were depleted, and Joshinai had already lost her reason, entering the Four Tails chakra mode. The Umbu messenger accompanying him reminded. Sarutobi Hiruzen was suddenly choked. Since the tragic death of Namikaze, Minato Jiozenai's bond had been completely severed. Though Jun Si had vowed, he still had no confidence when it came down to it. Alas, forget it. May it still be in time. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, helplessly quickening his pace. He knew he had no choice in the matter of Joshinai: either let her rampage mutually destroy Konoha and leave the village severing ties, or as Jun Si had done, guide her hatred to make the hidden rock village pay in blood. Zzz. As the squad sprinted, nearing a river, a strange electric sound suddenly rang out from the distant Gobi Desert. Then with a thunderous boom, dense dark clouds roiled in the sky, lightning and thunder interweaving with bolts as thick as barrels scattering wildly. Roar! A furious roar pierced the distant air barrier, instantly reverberating in everyone's ears. Sarutobi Hiruzen's squad froze in place, turning in unison to look. This roar carried a hint of unwillingness, a hint of relief, and a hint of unbridled wildness. The elongated tale seemed to drain the last of life, evoking in the listener's mind an image of a giant collapsing with a crash. Yes, the third Raikage had completely exhausted himself to death. Not killed, but worn down to death by 10,000 rock ninjas. Inoki never got the chance to strike while the iron was hot, so when the third Raikage closed his eyes, his own heart was deeply pent up, and he staggered falling. But Inoki didn't know that even more staggering news awaited. Lord Third, we found Jinsei and Joshinai. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was wavering and unsettled, a squad of searching Umbu came forward to report. What? Really? Is Joshinai alright? Sarutobi Hiruzen blurted out. At this moment, though Jinsei had potential and was important in the heart of a Hokage, he could not compare to a Jinchuriki. Reporting, Lord. Lady Joshinai is fine, unharmed, and seems fully conscious. And Jinsei. Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed. The Jinchuriki was safe and had regained reason, so Jinsei's abilities were to be affirmed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was overjoyed. Lord Jinsei is also fine, but when I found him, he and Lady Joshinai were holding hands, both drawn by the roar from the Gobi Desert. Nonsense. What do you mean holding hands? That's a bond, that's love. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart settled instantly. Jinsei had not only vented Jozenai's fury, but also deepened their relationship. Truly a worthy student appointed by Minato. Yes, it's a bond. Lord Jinsei and Lady Joshinai have a great relationship. Enough, take me there quickly. Yes, Lord. The reason Jinsei and Joshinai hadn't left the battlefield far was that not long ago, he had received a special task. When he first received this task, Jinsei was a bit stunned, but soon he refused without a second thought. I am utterly loyal to Konoha. What does the death of a Raikage from the Hidden Cloud have to do with me? Moreover, in the current shinobi world, the Hidden Sand Village is insignificant. The Hidden Rock Village has lost its two Jinchuriki. The Hidden Mist Village is far overseas, and all that's left is for the third Raikage to die. That way, even after he betrays Konoha, he can still maintain a relatively stable situation among the 5 great shinobi villages. And Jinsei believed that acquiring the lightning release chakra mode was not difficult, and even if not, the curse seal would suffice, with the 8 gates formation as a backup. In the short term, his overt strength was enough to quickly make him a rising star in Konoha. Jinsei, I've been searching for you so hard. Are you alright? Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived, gasping for breath. Though his gaze clearly showed concern for Joshinai, he maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke words of care for Jinsei. Oh, Lord Third is here. Sorry for worrying the village. I'm fine. Actually, my master's wife, she feels a bit. Jinsei withdrew his distant gaze, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and began to play along with hypocrisy. He knew how to speak to people according to their nature. He didn't know if the old Third was evil, but he was definitely a qualified politician. Facing such a sly old fox, he had to maintain the innocence and passion of youth. It's good that you're fine. Hearing Jinsei say that Joshinai felt guilty and seeing her shy and conflicted expression with the heavy stone in Sarutobi, Hiruzen's heart finally fell. After calming down for a moment, he asked curiously, what were you and Joshinai looking at? Did you encounter the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Rock Village? There's no rush for revenge. Minato grew up under my watch. He'll find a way for Lord Third overthink. Laozi has gone to the Pure Land to atone to our teacher. Now the threat from the Hidden Rock Village is no longer a concern. Now we just wait for the Raikage of the Hidden Cloud to join the table in the Pure Land. Well, what? Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes widened instantly. For a moment, he even wondered if he had misheard. He understood every word Jinsei said, yet when pieced together, they sounded utterly baffling. How could old Z be dead and the Raikage on the verge of death? At this stage of the war in the shinobi world, this must be the most shocking scene, right? Hiruzen Sarutobi had been waiting with bated breath, finally hearing news of other villages stumbling, but this fall was so severe that he could not believe it. If what Jinsei said was true, he could already foresee the war's trajectory. Actually, the credit for old Z's death all goes to Jinsei. Joshinai, who had been silent, suddenly spoke in a soft, gentle voice. Her reminder jolted all the stunned Konoha ninjas, and Hiruzen Sarutobi out of their daze, lending some credibility to this unbelievable outcome. Good. Hiruzen Sarutobi, deeply gratified, uttered 3 goods in a row, and his normally stern face involuntarily broke into a smile. You are all heroes of the village. The implication was that the credit was shared equally, and the most important point was that Joshinai, as a Jinchuriki, had finally played a role in. This was no longer like the previous Hokage, who kept Jinchuriki confined, treating them as mascots and deceiving themselves with talk of deterrence. This was a Jinchuriki leaving the village to fight with verifiable results. A solid political achievement for him, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. This is after all the battlefield between the Hidden Rock and Hidden Cloud villages. It's unsafe. I suggest we leave immediately. After a brief emotional fluctuation, Hiruzen Sarutobi became stern again, reminding them in a low voice. Joshinai remained taciturn, her gaze wandering, and when she saw Jinsi turn to look at her, she instinctively averted her eyes. Hiruzen Sarutobi instructed 2 squads of Anbu to gather intelligence on the supposed death of the Raikage and the situation in the Hidden Rock Village, then led the group southward. In the Land of Iron at the mountain graveyard within Madara's base. The surroundings were still dim with the ghostly white Zetsu standing around, and even Uchiha Madara's posture on the high platform was unchanged, right hand propping up his chin, listless and bored. The only difference was that under the flickering candlelight a slender agile figure was exercising with grunts and shouts. He alternated between high kicks, push-ups, leaping high like a monkey, and attempting to climb the rock face. The surrounding white Zetsu watched him excitedly, filled with admiration. Just then a pale head suddenly emerged from the heavy stone door of the base, followed by a body and feet. Lord Madara, I have important intelligence to report. The figure that entered was white Zetsu. His gaze lingered briefly on Obito before he quickly walked toward the high platform. Oh, finally have some news. Speak up. Madara waved his hand. Ahem, there's quite a bit of intelligence. Let's talk inside. White Zetsu leaned in. Moi. Oh, understood. Madara paused for a moment, then realized some intelligence needed to be kept from Obito, so he stood up leaning on his sickle and slowly walked toward the back. Lord Madara, something terrible has happened. The yellow flash of Konoha Minato Namikaze has fallen in battle. As soon as they entered the inner chamber, White Zetsu said with a shocked expression. Oh, Minato Namikaze is dead. Good, good. Madara chuckled, dismissively unconcerned. Minato Namikaze rose to fame young, but he should never have become famous for the Flying Thunder God technique. For Madara's younger brother had died by the Flying Thunder God slash, and although the killer was Tobirama Senju, hatred is passed down. The Flying Thunder God, a forbidden technique developed by Tobirama, had already been stained with Izuna's blood. Whoever used it became his enemy. But Konoha has a new flash. White Zetsu did not understand why Madara was acting so unusually, scratched his head, and continued to report. A new flash? What do you mean? Madara asked in astonishment. It means someone else has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. And you, my lord, know him. It's that brat named Jinsi. What? Since when has the Flying Thunder God been so easy to learn? Jinsi. Resentment surged in Madara's heart, but he soon calmed. He was nearly 100 years old, having witnessed countless geniuses in the shinobi world. What was the Flying Thunder God? What was youthful fame? Even someone as strong as Minato had died young. Yet at this moment he had to admit he had misjudged. Is there any other intelligence? Madara continued to ask. These 2 pieces of intelligence were interesting, but they did not greatly affect his plan. He was in the shadows and could counter everything with forethought. There's more. The 4 tails and 5 tails Jinchuriki of the Hidden Rock Village have died, and the tailed beasts are now in a brief state of reincarnation. What? Madara's eyes widened in shock, his scarlet Sharingan blazing. The existence of the tailed beasts was crucial to his plan. They were not just any random creatures that could die casually. If they died, the time and place of their resurrection would become uncertain, and their rebirth would inevitably spark new disputes, even wars. By then he would not be around, and the burden on the pawn he had chosen would be even greater. In short, there would be variables. This was not something he wanted to see. Who exactly? Madara asked in a low voice. Ahem. It is said that the 5 tails died in Minato's final counterattack, while the 4 tails was just killed by Jinsi and Minato's girlfriend Xi and Nai working together. Although I did not witness the process, I am certain that when I arrived at the scene, I sensed the chakra signatures of both of them, and I brushed past them several times along the way. White Zetsu continued to report. So the Hidden Rock Village. Huh. Let chaos reign. Let it continue. Let the villages be worn down by the chaos. But my lord, the 3rd Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village is also dead. Madara had just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking there was much to be done, when he heard another piece of intelligence from White Zetsu, and he was instantly dumbfounded. After a short while, a stern-faced Madara reappeared on the high platform, with White Zetsu following behind. Their casual conversation had shifted to topics like herb gathering, the progress of the plan, and whether there were any loopholes. Excuse me, is there any news from Konoha? Are Lin and Kakashi doing well? Obito stopped his movements, looking at White Zetsu and Madara with eager eyes. Heh, good, good. They are all doing well. You must recover as soon as possible so you can reunite with them. Uchiha Madara confirmed the stability of his plan again, his gaze toward Obito, growing increasingly satisfied. Really? I will continue to work hard. Look, I can run and jump very smoothly now. And I can climb with one hand. I'm terrifyingly strong. One day later, the news that the 3rd Raikage had been killed by a mob of 10,000 ninjas from Iwagakure village became a trending topic in the ninja world. No matter how brutal the war had been or how great the losses suffered by each village, when this intelligence was first relayed back, the morale of Kirigakure village was greatly stabilized. Especially after further intelligence arrived stating that both Jinchuriki of Iwagakure had fallen and the yellow flash of Konohagakure had died suddenly. The calls for a full-scale assault on Konohagakure reached their peak. In Kirigakure village within the Mizukage building, the spacious conference hall was now packed with people. From the third Mizukage down to the rising young prodigies along with a host of elders, and Jonin, the most conspicuous among them, were the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, each bearing strangely shaped blades on their backs. Ayo Terumī, May, how are your intelligence reconnaissance efforts on Konoha? Do you have confidence in the next phase of the attack? The third Mizukage, seated at the head of the table, with flowing shoulder-length hair, asked in a grave tone. At that time Kirigakure was under the policy of isolation and the Bloody Mist era. The fierce internal conflicts could be diverted outward through war, and the third Mizukage, recognizing this, kept adding weight to the path of external conflict. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Terumī May glanced at her senior colleague. Ayo pondered briefly, then said solemnly, at the former site of the Whirlpool country, there are outposts of Konoha. Continuing westward is the patrol area of the Uchiha and other Konoha ninjas. Some of them are quite troublesome and have caused great difficulties for the reconnaissance teams. Especially one of them, a young boy named Uchiha Shirsue, whose talent is astonishing. In 3 encounters, he has killed a total of 9 members of the reconnaissance squads. Before Terumī May could finish, she felt Ayo frantically elbowing her. Only then did she realize that the Mizukage and the elders had turned grim upon hearing her report. Ahem. Let me give the report instead. Ayo cleared his throat, took over from Terumī May, and continued. Konoha's outposts are very scattered, and their overall defense is mediocre. Apart from Orochimaru and that exceptionally talented Uchiha boy, there are no other significant obstacles. In one encounter, our reconnaissance team also wiped out a Konoha outpost, eliminating 6 Chunin and their subordinate genin. In such a critical meeting, Terumī May had reported only the bad news, which clearly dampened the spirits of the village's higher-ups. Ayo, having been a jonin for many years and well-versed in the ways of power, reorganized the information, and everyone's expressions improved considerably. Very good. You have worked hard. The white-haired, aged elder Moto stepped in to mediate. Changing his tone, he said solemnly, the members of the reconnaissance team died in a foreign land. They are heroes of the village. We must avenge them, blood for blood. Now is the time when Konoha is at its weakest. Striking now will not only further weaken Konoha's overall strength, but also maximize the water country's overall interests as the balance shifts. Ports, land, and trade will bring huge economic benefits to Kirigakure, and your salaries will rise to a new level. Revenge. 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 Moto, who had served as advisor to 2 Mizukage, was seasoned and politically astute, always able to discern the Mizukage's thoughts. In just a few sentences, he stirred up the emotions of everyone present. Even Terumī May, who was still a novice and had not yet experienced the harshness of the ninja world, joined in, with a naive enthusiasm rising to cheer and wave her banner. Excellent. Your fighting spirit is strong. I will now issue the decree. Ayo, I appoint you as the commander of the advanced reconnaissance force. Clear out all Konoha outposts with full force. The follow-up forces will move in immediately. I will have the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist join the battlefield at the end to clear the path for you. We must crush Konoha in one blow. As for the other villages, whoever dares to obstruct us is our enemy. Kill, 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 kill. As the third Mizukage's final rallying cry faded, the meeting erupted into commotion. Everyone present had been steeped for years in the bloody and brutal political environment of the Bloody Mist. Their hearts had become twisted and bloodthirsty to varying degrees, and now, as if finding an outlet, they grew extremely fanatical. Lord Mizukage, I believe it is necessary to let the condemned join the battle to suppress Konoha's Byakugan. Amid the roaring tide of voices, Moto maintained a solemn expression. He glanced at the Mizukage beside him and asked cautiously, Oh, the Byakugan. That is indeed troublesome. I will immediately issue an order to pardon those criminals. I hope they can contribute to the village in the coming battle and make amends for their crimes. The Mizukage nodded slightly and began to write at his desk. Fire Country Konoha Outpost. Since the decisive battle between Iwagakure and Kimobikure had come to a temporary end, a turning point in the war had emerged. The movements of Tsunade were becoming increasingly apparent, and they could launch a comeback at any time. Therefore, after an analysis by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the camp originally commanded by Jiraiya and Tsunade was split into 2. One part was left behind to deal with Tsunade's resurgence, while the other was transferred and merged with Orochimaru's forces to prepare for Kirigakure's assault. It must be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen's political acumen and insight into the course of war were quite accurate. On the 3rd day after he issued the order, the personnel sent to gather intelligence from Iwagakure and Kimobikure brought back confirmed news the offensive and defensive positions had shifted, and both villages had simultaneously entered a defensive phase. Jinsi, well done. I didn't misjudge you. Truly worthy of being Minato's disciple. In the conference tent, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jinsi, who was seated to his left, and nodded with satisfaction. The Fire Country daimyo had already allocated additional funds. Konoha, which had long been mired in the quagmire of war, was now revitalized, with everyone's morale soaring. In his view, all of this was thanks to the young man before him. Lord Third, you flatter me. It's all luck, just luck. Jinsi smiled slightly, neither humble nor arrogant. Good, good. Seeing Jinsi's attitude, Sarutobi Hiruzen grew even more satisfied. Through short-term close contact, he had gained a general understanding of Jinsi. Both his background and his demeanor reminded him of Minato's style. He was a talented individual worth recruiting. He planned to start building hype upon his return, shaping Jinsi into a hero of Konoha who could replace Minato or even surpass him. He had already thought of a title, Black Gale. In this way, in the next phase of the war, Konoha's overall cohesion would reach a new height. At this moment, however, Jinsi was unaware that Sarutobi Hiruzen had devised a rather embarrassing title for him. He was busy communicating with his 3 girlfriends through eye contact, thoroughly enjoying himself. Nohara Rin was both shy and bold with deep affection. Yūhi Kurenai was proud, yet passionate, fiery, and enthusiastic. Both of them would actively respond to Jinsi's suggestive glances, even sparking intense rivalry between themselves. Only the last one, Kushina, avoided Jinsi's gaze entirely, eventually blushing and lowering her head like an ostrich. Master's wife. After the meeting, Jinsi immediately slipped into Kushina's tent. He moved so fast that no one in the camp noticed, and even Kushina, who had just entered, was startled. What are you doing here? Kushina covered her mouth in panic. The Hokage is taking you away. After this parting, who knows when we'll meet again. Honestly, I miss you. I can't bear to let you go. Jinsi's eyes were clear and affectionate, and as he spoke, he drew closer to Kushina. Today, Kushina was still wearing the short outfit he had prepared for Rin. Though she had added a jacket, it could not conceal her fiery, sexy, and graceful curves. Her full chest rose and fell gently with each breath, but as he approached, the movements seemed to become more intense, like waves. Her slender waist and voluptuous hips formed an alluring curve. Even as she instinctively stepped back, her movements were graceful, exuding a newfound mature feminine charm. What are you doing? Don't look at me like that. Kushina cried out conflictedly. After a moment, when she looked up at Jinsi again, her expression became unusually gentle. A hug. Is that okay? Jinsi suddenly leaned down and pulled her soft body into his arms. Kushina let out a soft moan, her delicate hands pushing against him, but not with the force of a fiery pepper. Instead, she only made a tentative attempt and then withdrew them. Aye. Jinsi heard her trailing off, but said nothing, instead gently stroking her fair skin, feeling the long mist smoothness and softness. He could sense that Kushina, thanks to his cultivation, had become even more radiant. It was as if she had shed her former youthful vivacity and become more composed, restrained, mature, and tolerant. You're too much. No, you can't. Kushina panted, looking at Jinsi with a complicated expression. You have given me the most precious thing, how could I? Alright, stop talking. It was just a misunderstanding. Kushina felt guilty upon hearing Jinsi's words, and her eyes, which had just been dazed by his teasing, quickly regained clarity. Regardless, in the eyes of others, she was Shui Min's girlfriend, and the two were about to enter the marriage hall. Now that Shui Min was gone, she had foolishly entrusted her body to Shui Min's student. If others found out, how could she live? Guilt, confusion, and self-blame quickly overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. Moreover, what made her most uneasy was that through her observations in the camp over the past 2 days, she discovered that Yi Yuanlin and Shi Rihong's attitudes toward Jinsi far exceeded the bounds of companionship, and there was a subtle hint of competition between them. She was supposed to be the elder of the 7th squad, yet she had to face such a complex and heart-wrenching ethical dilemma. Exhausted physically and mentally, she unconsciously began to back off and avoid the relationship between them. Kushina, whether it's a misunderstanding or not, the fact has already happened. This is an indisputable fact. If you still doubt my character, then I, Jinsi, swear to the heavens that as long as I have a breath, the importance of Uzumaki Kushina will forever be above all, even surpassing Muyi. Jinsi stared intently at Kushina, pointing to the sky as he swore. Things had reached this point with the right time, place, and people all on his side. He would never let the relationship between them become ambiguous again. As for swearing, wasn't that just for fooling people? Besides, ranking all women as first seemed not to violate the promise. Whoa. Hearing Jinsi's audacious words, Kushina was first stunned, then her expression became even more conflicted and tormented. In the inherent beliefs of the native inhabitants of the Rinjia, and ninja village was undoubtedly the most important faith in a ninja's heart. Jinsi's promise made her heart warm and heavy, but at the same time it pulled out the scene of when Bo Feng Shui Min had made his promise to her. Jinsi's face and Shui Min's face, along with the images of the night of the rampage when she and Jinsi were intimately entwined in the tree hollow, suffocated her almost to the point of breathlessness. Please, don't. Hoo. Kushina suddenly curled up in discomfort, slowly leaning against the simple sleeping bag. Don't push me, I'm so uncomfortable, Woo. As she spoke, she could no longer hold back, and began to sob, hugging her legs. Who? The choice was more difficult than imagined. Jinsi's gaze lingered on Kushina's tear-soaked face, and a sense of pity suddenly arose in his heart. Was he pushing too hard? Or had he overlooked Kushina's position? Could such an impatient desire to become a couple with Kushina really smoothly receive everyone's blessings? What about Yi Yuanlin and Shi Rihong? As he thought, Jinsi felt a headache coming on, and his heart grew irritated, giving rise to a bit of anger. He slowly approached Kushina, then crouched down. Kushina, I won't push you anymore. Really, don't cry. It breaks my heart. Saying this, he cupped her tear-streaked, delicate face with both hands. I can wait for you. Whenever you figure it out, I'll be here always. After speaking, he leaned down for a moment, intending to taste those familiar and soft red lips. Huh, and Kushina was moved, not knowing how to respond. When she saw Jinsi trying to be mischievous again, her delicate body trembled, and she instinctively wanted to struggle and dodge. But then she thought Jinsi had sworn and been considerate and compromising, doing everything flawlessly. If she continued to not respond or dodge, she might hurt his pride. After a moment of hesitation, faced with his burning gaze, she chose to actively meet him. For a moment, the Magatama in Junsis' eyes spun rapidly, seemingly uncontrollable. Hawu Jinsi, too much. Kushina's pretty face flushed red, her eyes, which had been full of tears, began to grow dazed. She weakly patted Jinsis' shoulders, but his response was a. At this, Kushina felt all the strength in her body drained away by Jinsi, becoming limp and powerless, leaning against him like a fish out of water. Jinsi, too much woo. Junsis' way of expressing emotions, so completely different from Shui Min's, made Kushina's heart flutter, yet she also felt as if she had done something wrong. Junsis' recklessness undoubtedly brought her unprecedented joy, but as she enjoyed this feeling, guilt and self-blame also grew and spread unconsciously. Woo Shui Min, I'm sorry. Ha, wah, Jinsi-you? Lin, actually, you know what? Jinsi-kun likes big ones. I feel he has a special interest in those aspects. In the camp, Shiri Hong and Yi Yuan Lin had somehow run into each other. Neither of them had seen Jinsi, so for the first time, they didn't part ways upon meeting, but instead sat down in a clearing among the dense tents and began to chat. Shiri Hong's opening remark was a suggestive and provocative statement. Oh, you know too. Yi Yuan Lin brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and replied calmly, subtly showing her unusual intimacy with Jinsi, while also tactfully indicating that she was the one who had confirmed the relationship with him first. That's how rival lovers chat, full of tension. Oh, really? Hee, but I see you. Shiri Hong was not angered by Lin's response. Instead, she glanced at Yi Yuan Lin's chest with interest, the meaning clear. Seeing this, Yi Yuan Lin stopped pretending. She crossed her arms and looked at Shiri Hong. Actually, I can understand your feelings. After all, you and Jinsi-kun have been together day and night for over 2 years. But Jinsi-kun saved me twice. Without him, I wouldn't be here. I've already given myself to him, and am determined to be with him. So whatever tricks you want to use to make me give him up, it's impossible. Unless he personally says he doesn't want me otherwise, for the rest of my life, he is my man. I've decided forever. Yi Yuan Lin's voice was not loud, as soft and gentle as ever, but her resolute tone made Shiri Hong momentarily dazed. Suppose what if I have also given myself to him? What if he loves me too? Can you accept a man who still has other women in his heart? Shiri Hong clutched her chest, her expression turning sorrowful, and asked seriously, while looking at Yi Yuan Lin with her ruby-like eyes. You? Upon hearing this, Yi Yuan Lin instinctively looked back. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere grew tense. Although Yi Yuan Lin had already had some expectation in her heart, when Shiri Hong laid the question bare, she still felt her heart contract, and an indescribable pain spread from within. Could she really accept other women merging with Jinsi, like two joyful fish intertwining with each other? His pleasure, my pain. Nohara Rin frowned in pain. She wanted to comfort Yūhi Kurenai, but the magnanimous words were ultimately hard to utter. This was not a matter of personality. Even though she was gentle and kind-hearted when it came to Jinsi's affection, especially when her rival stated it so bluntly, she subconsciously became selfish and cautious. Alright, Rin. You don't need to say anymore. I understand. Actually, I was lying to you. Jinsi is a big jerk. Only a fool would throw herself at him. Only you are foolish. Yūhi Kurenai bit her red lips and forced a smile. Actually, Rin, you are truly a good girl. Yūhi Kurenai quickly turned around, her eyes already filled with tears without her knowing when. The forced smile became somewhat comical. After uttering the last words, she dared not linger any longer and ran all the way back to her own tent. Bang! At the same time, on the other side of the camp, Kushina's tent suddenly opened and Jinsi was kicked out by a long fair leg with a fierce hiss. Why can't I? Women are all the same. Once they're satisfied, they want to close shop. He stood up, wiped his face, and looked back to find Kushina had tightly fastened the tent. Seeing other comrades passing by, Jinsi could only sigh helplessly. Just now he thought that with his superb way of beating his little brother, he could take another step forward with Kushina before parting and deepen their feelings. Unexpectedly, Kushina simply wouldn't let him do anything and finally kicked him out. Kushina. Jinsi leaned close to the tent and called softly. No response. Master's wife. He called again, but still silent inside. I just wanted to say goodbye to you. Jinsi was annoyed. Inside the tent, Kushina leaned against the tent, her face flushed, hands gripping the zipper tightly. She dared not respond to Jinsi because just now she had inadvertently stirred some special energy within her body. That energy was like chakra, yet different, rising from her dantian to nourish her body, making her feel warm and somewhat frightened. Could it be that time in the tree hole? Oh my, what if? Thinking of a possibility, Kushina became even more flustered, involuntarily cupping her burning cheeks. A sense of guilt surged within her. The next day, until Kushina left with the Umbu members, Jun-si could not even say goodbye, let alone get a kiss. Waking up in the morning though in his own tent, Nohara Rin had been somehow stimulated the night before and came to sneak attack him in the middle of the night, leaving him busy until dawn and sleeping less than 3 hours. Stretching, Jin-si's gaze unconsciously fell on the corner of the tent, where there were remnants of Rin's study of oil released last night, emitting a unique water tribute chakra aura. Nohara Rin's low, soothing, and coquettish breathing still lingered in his ears. Jin-si, are you up? Lord Orochimaru summons you. In a daze, the voice of Shiranui Gunma sounded outside the tent. Coming. Jin-si cleaned up a bit, and then slowly went out. Just then Yūhi Kurenai was staring straight at him from not far away. Jin-si intended to greet her, but she turned and walked away, leaving behind its Sundara figure. What's the matter? Jin-si put down his hand awkwardly and asked. I don't know. It seems to be about the defense task. I heard that the Mist Village's actions have been escalating recently. One patrol squad didn't return last night. Gunma lowered his voice. Oh. Jun-si's heart tightened upon hearing this, and he thought to himself that the confrontation with the Mist Village was about to begin. Damn. Jerk. Stinky Jin-si. Watching Jin-si's back disappear into the meeting tent, Yūhi Kurenai poked her head out from a hidden corner. Since Jin-si guided Kushina to leave the village, her worry was no less than Nohara Rin's. Now, although Jin-si returned safely, the complicated love triangle and Nohara Rin's dependence on Jin-si tormented her. She thought the relationship had changed and she would be braver, but now she found that she was still that Sundara selfish and somewhat timid little woman. Phew, so annoying. Maybe let him decide. The ability to turn the front-line battlefield into a love battlefield might be unique to Jin-si. This time the rotation patrol of the former land of Whirlpool is due for your Team 7. No problem, right? In the meeting tent, Orochimaru sat at the head, speaking in a hoarse voice. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen left with Kushina, the supreme commander here had become him again. The arrival of the legendary civilian ninja Jin-si also brought him great amusement. He had also secretly studied the Flying Thunder God technique, but unfortunately, even with his talent, he could not grasp it. Unexpectedly, Jin-si was able to obtain the Flying Thunder God from Minato Namikaze through non-blood inheritance, which amazed him. Cough. No problem. Jin-si looked at Kakashi, and then at Gunma, replied in a deep voice. All things considered, the current Team 7's configuration was more than enough compared to any ninja squad, 2 Jonin leading 3 Chunin plus a dedicated medical ninja, and illusion ninja. Then the remaining stronghold will be entrusted to Miss Yūhi. Your Byakugan can better observe the movements of the Mist Village. If there is any situation, remember to inform me immediately, and I will have my subordinates quickly support you. After instructing Jin-si, Orochimaru turned his gaze to a young woman of the Hyuga clan with a beautiful face and voluptuous figure. Yeah, my lord. The woman named Yūhi nodded in response, then brushed her long hair aside and looked at Jin-si. Jin-si, already curious about this unfamiliar woman, was also sizing her up. At that moment their eyes met, and both were momentarily stunned. Hyuga Yūhi wore a loose white Hyuga clan robe, yet it accentuated her hourglass queen bee-like figure. Especially under the white belt at her waist, her magnificent chest was somewhat exaggerated, and the tightened part of the robe below perfectly outlined the elegance of her round hips. Jin-si couldn't help but take a few extra glances. This woman is quite fierce, but why haven't I heard of her? Fighting the Mist Village. Could it be that she gave away the Byakugan to Ao? Brat. What kind of look is that? Look again, an ill gout. Minato is gone, yet he's still got a special promotion. I don't know what the village is thinking. What ability does a mere civilian ninja have? Could he be stronger than Kakashi? Glaring at Jin-si with annoyance, Yūhi disdainfully looked away, muttering inwardly. At this moment, except for some high-ranking officials and Umbu members stationed in Konoha who knew that Jin-si had learned the Flying Thunder God technique, those on missions were unaware, including Nohara Rin and Kakashi. In their impression, Jin-si's movement technique still came from the body flicker technique. And the party involved, Jin-si naturally did not know that a mere curious glance had already caused the Hyuga main housewoman to feel some dissatisfaction towards him. At noon, after a brief rest at the camp, Team 7 and the Hyuga clan squad set out simultaneously, leaving the camp. Their target was the former land of Whirlpool, about 3 hours away. Now, although the former land of Whirlpool was incorporated into the Land of Fire's territory out of remembrance for the former ally, it had not been developed. Surrounded by sea on 3 sides, but without ports or docks, it remained a wild growth environment of ruins. When the Hyuga clan's team arrived at the rotating stronghold, Hyuga Yūhi immediately got goosebumps. Hurry up, clean this place properly. These filthy men have no sense of hygiene, so slovenly and stinky. In the hideout hidden in the dense forest, Rishiang covered her small nose and bossily directed her 2 servants. Yes, they were servants, and the loyal kind. Rishiang Xia and Rishiang Tai, who graduated at the same time as Jinshi and Kakashi, and were promoted to Chunin within the last 2 years, were still regarded as servants in the Rishiang clan due to their branch family status. Rishiang Jie, as the legitimate daughter of the main family's elder lineage, and the elder sister of Rishiang Xiao, had been accustomed to a life of luxury since childhood, and had a severe case of mysophobia, which made things tough for the accompanying branch family members. Upon hearing this, Rishang and Rishang Tai hurriedly got to work, first cleaning the hideout, then taking out new daily necessities to arrange. They were busy until dusk, and only when Rishang board gave new orders did they stop. Axia Tai, tell me, why is a civilian ninja like Jinshur promoted to Jonin? Could he be the third Hokage's illegitimate son? Or maybe he's the illegitimate son of Jiraiya or Orochimaru? Rishang said as she lay on a rocking chair eating washed fruit and gossiping in a teasing tone. The sight of her fair fingers gently touching her moist rosy lips exuded a seductive charm in her languor. Huh, lady. Rishang and Rishang Tai both stiffened at this. Matters concerning the Hokage and the Sannin and so explosive that they dared not respond rashly and stammered. Alright, I know you're not familiar with him either. I just can't stand it. A mere civilian, why should he be promoted to Jonin? And being so favored by Orochimaru. Kakazai's talent is astonishing, but his father was a village hero. That's understandable. But what about him? At such a young age, Rishang and Rishang Tai now understood that their lady was discontented because of status issues, which was why she held a grudge against Jinshur. Indeed, the proud main family lady was only a Jonin herself, yet a civilian boy had been exceptionally promoted to Jonin, standing on equal footing with her. To an arrogant main family young lady, this was undoubtedly a humiliation. Having figured this out, Rishang gently comforted her. Lady, before going on the mission, Lord Jinshur was just a lowly genin. It is said he earned merits in the Kannabi Bridge mission. Enough, I don't want to hear it. Who cares about his trivial matters? Jay waved her hand in annoyance, and her body trembled slightly at the thought of Zinshi's scrutinizing gaze. He was clearly her junior, yet his aggressive gaze was so blatant, simply unforgivable. Jay suppressed her displeasure and casually ordered, Axia, prepare dinner. Tai, come with me for a patrol. It wouldn't be good if those scum from Wuyin village try any tricks. With that, she left the wooden cabin first. At this time the sun had completely set, and the sky still faintly reflected a crimson glow. Cold winds from the sea blew, scattering Ji's smooth long hair. With a hiss, Rishang shivered, tightened her loose robe, and rubbed her hands as she climbed the watchtower. Although she was willful and spoiled when outside the Rishang compound on a mission, she knew her priorities. In particular, she dared not be careless about the mission entrusted by Orochimaru. She first instructed Rishang Tai on the other watchtower to activate his white eye, and then she also activated her own white eye, and began a third. Her pale blue eyes emitted a faint pressure, and her delicate side face was instantly covered with fine vein-like patterns. This was the sign of the white eye operating at full power. Within its scope, all movements within several kilometers were visible, including the underground water veins flowing beneath the ground, and the faint chakra fluctuations on the distant sea surface. Tai, what's the situation? Jay asked coldly. Lady J, everything is normal on the west side. Tai's voice carried a hint of uncertainty, then he jumped to the ground, and crouched behind a pile of decaying debris to observe cautiously at close. Jay nodded slightly. Logically, Rishang Tai's white-eye purity was inferior to hers, so he couldn't see farther than she could, but she still subconsciously confirmed, because she had a persistent sense of unease. Although the white-eye had the abilities of X-ray vision and telescopic vision, today's sea surface was too calm, as still as a stagnant pond. The ninjas of Wuyin village were always skilled in water-release stealth and assassination. Under such calmness, deadly threats often lurked. She activated her white eye again, pouring chakra continuously into her eyes, trying to extend her vision further. However, at that moment a strange feeling suddenly surged. In her white eye's vision, a faint ripple seemed to appear on the distant sea surface, not caused by the wind, but a kind of water mist to fluctuate. Watch out! Jay shouted a warning. Before her words faded, a sudden change occurred. The originally calm sea suddenly churned violently, and dozens of water pillars shot up into the sky, like white pythons roaring with wind as they lunged toward the seaside hideout. Water release, great waterfall technique. A cold voice came from the water pillar, followed by several silver-gray figures leaping out like ghosts, riding the waterways created by the water release technique, and launching a surprise attack on the ruined high ground. It's Wuyin village. Rishang Tai growled, his eyes a bit panicked, but he instinctively ran toward Jay. As a branch family member, even if he died, he must die before the main family member. That was his fate. Notify Axia. Notify Kakashi and the others. Quick. At this moment, Ji's ability as a Jonin immediately showed itself. Her willfulness and capriciousness vanished, and decisiveness and calm took over. Although her decisions might not be correct, her actions had already dispelled the panic in Rishang Tai's heart. As she spoke, Jay leaped off the high platform, furrowed her brows, breathed, and spread her palms into a strange starting stance. A blue chakra whirlwind instantly formed at her feet, deflecting the incoming water pillars and projectiles. Rishang Tai also reacted quickly and swiftly darted into the wooden cabin. Shortly after, before the Wuyin village ninjas could land on the island, Rishang Tai rushed out of the hideout and disappeared into the night, while Rishang Xia, equally formidable, resolutely guarded Ji's side, forming a pincer formation. White Eye, the Rishang clan. We've heard of you. A frivolous voice rang out from below, then a Wuin village ninja burst out of the darkness, charging at Jay with two cold gleams. "You're asking for death," Jay shouted, and the rotation rose again, stirring up a gale. A violent chakra instantly smashed the attacking Wuin village ninjas into pieces. Even their weapons and limbs were dismembered in the raging storm, splattering blood. Troublesome indeed. A noble bloodline limit, pushing dojutsu and taijutsu to the extreme. Without preparation, we would indeed be delayed for quite some time. A low male voice rang out again, then three figures slowly emerged from the water mist. The leader was none other than Shinji. He smirked coldly, holding a strangely shaped ninja sword in one hand, and regarded the imposing Ji as if she were nothing. Behind him stood a young female ninja with a voluptuous figure and stunning beauty, none other than the future 5th Mizukage, Zhao Mei. She looked at the trapped Rishang duo, a flicker of complex emotion in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by cold, killing intent. Jay took a deep breath, knowing the real battle had begun. Her white eye operated at full power, trying to capture the enemy's movements and chakra flow to guard against the upcoming attack. However, just as her gaze swept over the last Wuin village ninja, hidden in a cloak, her pupils sharply contracted. It was a middle-aged ninja with pale skin, several hideous scars on his face, and a hunched figure like a cripple. Jay scanned the man's entire body, even observing his meridians, but when she saw his eyes, no, those were not ordinary eyes. They were pupils as red as blood, with flames seemingly burning in their depths. Red eye. Ji's heart trembled violently. She had once read about this bloodline limit in her clan's ancient texts. Legend held that the Crimson Eye possessed the ability to disrupt the Byakugan's vision and perception of chakra. She seemed to grasp why the Mist Ninja remained so audacious in facing her, a Jonin of the Hyuga bloodline. Damn it. In the moment of Ji's distraction, the Mist Ninja with the Crimson Eye suddenly lifted his head, his scarlet pupils locking with Ji's Byakugan. Had your fill of looking. The man in the conical hat grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. An invisible mental onslaught surged like a tide. Jay felt her vision blur, the Byakugan's sight seemingly shrouded in a crimson mist, warped and unreal. She tried to concentrate to dispel the interference, but the crimson mist clung like a stubborn parasite, refusing to fade. Lady Jay. Hyuga sensed Ji's distress and cried out. "I'm fine." Jay gritted her teeth, forcing down the unease. Watch their eyes. It's the Crim. But it was already too late. As the Crimson Eye activated fully, the entire battlefield seemed cloaked in a red luminescence. The Byakugan vision of both Jay and Hyuga was severely disrupted, the enemy's figures grew indistinct, and chakra flow became chaotic and illegible. Witnessing this, Ching showed no haste. Like a cat toying with a mouse, he smiled at Terumī May beside him. "Let you practice your throwing technique." "Go." "Yes, sir." Terumī May nodded, her sharp gaze sweeping over the two women. Whizzing sounds. A volley of shuriken burst. "Damn it." Hyuga cried out, her fair hands dancing in blurs, just managing to knock down several shuriken. But with the Byakugan's trajectory disrupted, the remaining ones flew toward Ji's chest, and she could do nothing. "Lady." Hyuga, loyal to the core, wailed. "Slap. Slap. Xia. We retreat." Ji's pretty face tensed as she casually swatted away the shuriken and ordered coldly. Now that the Byakugan's power was restricted, though they could still rely on gentle fist taijutsu, its effectiveness was greatly diminished. If the enemy fought seriously, the two of them would likely have no means of resistance. "Leave. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan is nothing special. Since you're done playing, I'll stop being polite." Ching's voice carried mockery, then he roared, full force. "Leave no one alive." As his words fell, the enveloping red light exploded outward, almost tangible. Terumī May's hands formed seals rapidly for a water dragon bullet. Due to the seaside location, water release jutsu were faster than inland, instantly conjuring two interwoven water dragons. Meanwhile, the world in Jay and Xia's eyes grew increasingly blurred from the intensified Crimson Eye interference, their minds stabbed by thousands of steel needles. "My lady." Hyuga cried out again, resolutely placing her small body in front of Hyuga Jay. With a splash, the massive water dragon pierced through her chest, its momentum undiminished, carrying towering waves that bit into Hyuga Jay. With a crash, the two women tangled together, water splashing everywhere. Their loose robes soaked through, revealing the sealed outlines of their figures. Hyuga was still young, her figure less developed than Rin's somewhat lean. But Jay, pampered by a life of luxury, possessed a voluptuous body that was quite eye-catching. Seeing this, Ching paused in his movement. "Heh, Lord I want her." The man in the conical hat had bloodshot eyes, trickles of blood winding down from his pupils, making his already ugly face even more grotesque. Panting, he spoke wildly, channeling the chakra from his crippled body into his eyes to suppress Ji and Xia, driven by obsession. "Moi." Ching frowned slightly, but after a moment's thought he nodded in agreement. "Once I get the Byakugan, the woman is your prize." "Senior, that's against the rules." Terumī May felt uneasy hearing their deal. She was a woman herself. "Rules. The rule of the battlefield is that spoils belong to the victor." Ching snorted coldly, stepping forward. As a veteran Jonin, he understood the conical hat man's situation all too well. The conical hat man's name was Lanbua from the Crimson Eye bloodline clan of the Hidden Mist Village. But in the Mist Village, having a bloodline made one a target of scorn, a criminal. Moreover, the Crimson Eye had been passed down a single line for decades, with each bearer afflicted by a bloodline disease. Lanbua's crippled body and unnaturally white skin were results of that. So ugly and ostracized, Lanbua's Crimson Eye bloodline naturally faced great difficulty in reproduction. Shin saw this clearly, knowing that he would need Lanbua's desperate efforts against the Byakugan clan, so he decided to be generous. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Hearing Shin's promise, the conical hat man's eyes gleamed with fanaticism. Never before had he felt such fervor for war for the village. Gazing at Hyuga-ji's voluptuous figure and her pained struggles, he swallowed involuntarily, his mind wandering into fantasies. You bastard. Don't come near me. Damn you, you despicable scum. Now Hyuga-ji fully understood her predicament. Hearing that she was about to be defiled by such an ugly man and lose her Byakugan, fear, disgust, and panic intertwined, nearly shattering her. Don't be afraid. It won't hurt. I only need one. Actually, I'm quite gentle. Shin slowly bent down, scrutinizing Ji's lovely face, confirming that her smooth forehead bore no curse seal. His smile grew more. Go to hell. Ji's heart was filled with humiliation and rage. She was a member of the Hyuga main house, taught from childhood that the Byakugan was the clan's ultimate weapon, a symbol of invincibility. Today she would uphold the Hyuga clan's dignity with her death. Suddenly Ji lunged forward, palm outstretched for a thrust, feigning a desperate strike, but secretly she was gathering chakra to end her own life. But the next second her attack missed. The scarlet eye power, almost tangible, completely enveloped her sensory world. Ji collapsed in agony, feeling as if her throat were gripped, unable to breathe or resist. She could sense her chakra draining rapidly, the burden on her Byakugan growing heavier, sharp pain stabbing her eyes as if they would split apart. My lady. Hyuga struggled to crawl over, trying to ease Ji's pain, but collapsed from the intensified crimson eye power. The agonized moans of Ji and Hyuga intertwined under the night sky. Shin unhurried pushed Xiao aside and seized Ji's fair neck. A branch family waist holds no appeal for me. Only you, my most precious trophy. As he spoke, the corner of his mouth lifted, and his 2 fingers shot out swiftly. At the ruins of Woziguo, the Southern Leaf stronghold, Team 7 arrived here at sunset as well. After a brief exchange with the comrades on guard, they began to reorganize and fortify the defenses. Rin, distribute the rations, and tidy up the stronghold. It might only be a few days, but we should make it comfortable. Okay, Shinjikin. Kakashi, you and Shinjin go on watch first. Yes, Shinjikin. Inside the wooden hut, Shinji was giving orders in an orderly manner, imperceptibly replacing Kakashi's position and becoming the recognized leader of Team 7. The 3 nodded in agreement and began to busy themselves. Finally, there was still Shirihon. Shinji looked at her with a complicated expression, only to see her eyes downcast. Seeming to sense his gaze, she turned to look at the busy Yuen Lin. Seeing this, Shinji silently shook his head, walked to a relatively clean cubicle, and began studying the Whirlpool clan's sealing arts alone. The cultivation of sealing arts revolved around 6 dimensions. Chakra controlled the foundations of yin and yang, release formulas and mediums, hand seals, and contracts, bloodline and talent, and practical combat hand seals. The application of sealing arts demanded an extremely high amount of chakra from the practitioner. Often the more complex the function and the more outstanding the ability, the greater the chakra requirement. Moreover, it required even more refined chakra manipulation skills than ordinary ninjutsu. Otherwise, there was a risk of backlash during the process. The opening of the sealing scroll gave Shinji a sense of ancient grandeur, intricate, yet easy to understand, and he unconsciously immersed himself in it. The entire sealing scroll contained not only the 4 symbols seal 5 elements, unseal evil sealing method, Ichishiki dead demon, consuming seal, and others that Shinji knew, but also 2 sealing techniques he had never heard of, as well as the origin of the Whirlpool clan's Namendo masks. Heart sealing barrier, a mental sealing technique of the Whirlpool clan capable of sealing specific emotions and stripping away feelings, turning the target into an emotionally deficient puppet. It required the ability to perform the heart mirror to read the target's inner emotions, somewhat similar to the Yamanaka clan's secret arts. Dust return seal, similar to the inverse 4-symbol seal, was a suicidal space-time sealing technique. Unconsciously, Shinji became immersed in it. Practicing sealing arts inevitably required trying it himself, and he invested chakra without counting the cost. He did not know how much time had passed, only faintly sensing that the sky was darkening. The wooden hut began to fill with the faint fragrance of medicinal herbs, mingling with the scent of earth and campfire. Shinji had just finished an attempt at a high-intensity sealing technique, so he took off his heavy armor, revealing the smooth lines of his upper body. Sweat trickled down the grooves of his firm abs, creating an enticing sheen on his waist. He casually pulled a towel from his personal scroll and wiped himself, water droplets splashing and leaving dark spots on the floor. Shinjikin, still training. You're so diligent. Kakashi and Shinjin say everything is normal. Yuen Lin, carrying a bowl of steaming medicinal soup, quietly appeared at the doorway. Instead of handing it directly as usual, she gently set down the soup, took the towel, and slowly stepped forward to rub him. Her slender fingers with a cool touch slid across Shinji's sweat-soaked back, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Shinji-kun. Tired. Lin leaned in her moist lips, gently nibbling, as she slowly wiped her movements, so natural, as if done 1,000 times. Every inch of his skin was wiped with unmistakable familiarity and affection. Shinji-kun freshly brewed, much more effective than soldier pills, and it tastes quite good. Lin put down the towel, and brought the bowl to Shinji's lips, her voice gentle enough to squeeze water. She leaned forward slightly, the collar exposing her fair collarbone, rising and falling softly with each breath. Her gaze was fixed intently on Shinji's face with a tenderness so devout it seemed he was the center of her entire world. Shinji glanced outside, and after confirming no one was there, straightened his back, and took a sip. The bitter taste of the medicine spread on his tongue, but it was considerably diluted by the warmth in Lin's eyes. Thank you for your hard work, Lin. He reached out, and habitually ruffled her soft hair, the gesture intimate and natural. Shinji-kun, you're always so serious. Would you like me to help you relax? Yūhi and Lin, unsatisfied with the close proximity, also looked back, then curled up and burrowed into Shinji's embrace. Still. Shinji was about to refuse. Creak. The wooden door was stopped by a small foot. Shinji froze, and the door was pushed open from outside. Shiri Hong stood with her arms crossed, her gaze fixed straight on him. When she saw Yūhi and Lin's actions, the hesitation in her eyes was instantly replaced by determination. Originally, she had been prepared to accept whatever choice Shinji made. But Shinji's actions had made everything clear. He wanted to have it all. Now Yūhi and Lin was shamelessly flirting with Shinji during the mission. She felt as if her heart was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, a sharp pain that almost made it impossible to breathe. Lin's movements were impossibly gentle, the love in her eyes so thick it could not dissolve. And Shinji's response was so natural, so indulgent. The tacit understanding and intimacy flowing between them were something she had never possessed. A fierce jealousy and resentment, like vines crazily entwined around her heart, almost suffocating her. Lin seemed to sense the presence at the door, and slowly turned her head, seeing Shiri Hong standing there. But there was no panic on her face. Instead, she revealed a gentle smile with a hint of barely perceptible triumph and provocation. Hong, you're here. Shinji-kun is a bit tired. Lin's voice was still gentle, but it was like a soft knife precisely stabbing into Shiri Hong's most vulnerable spot. I'm helping him relax. As she spoke, her fingers tightened further, so much so that Shinji frowned slightly. Cough, cough. Hong, you're here. Is there something? Shinji hastily let go of his hands, letting Yūhi and Lin drop like a koala. Shiri Hong took a deep breath, suppressing the swirling emotions inside. She looked up to meet Shinji's gaze, a seductive yet distant smile on her face. Nothing much. Just wanted to remind you that we're on a mission. Her voice carried a faint tremor. Shinji, you. Don't forget what you said to me. With that, she turned to leave. Shinji naturally wanted to chase after her and explain, but Yūhi and Lin's arms tightly encircled his waist. Lin, didn't you promise me? Shinji looked down in astonishment. Yūhi and Lin's face showed a trace of grievance, and she looked up timidly, tears welling in her eyes. Shinji, can I just don't want to lose you. Her voice was soft and hoarse, choked with tears, heart-wrenching. Hong, she always makes you choose. I can't accept a life without you, Woo. I'm afraid you'll choose her. If you choose her, I'd rather die. As she spoke, Yūhi and Lin's tears burst forth, and her sobbing grew louder. Seeing this, the trace of reproach in Shinji's heart instantly vanished. He pulled Yūhi and Lin back into his arms, holding her tighter. I know it all. Actually, I like you, not really for the physical collision. Just being by your side makes me happy, really. Yūhi and Lin's successive, almost obsessive confessions completely bewildered Shinji. Outside the wooden hut under the watchtower, Shiri Hong leaned against the hard wooden frame, and finally tears could not help but fall. She stared at the warm firelight seeping through the wooden hut, her heart filled with unwillingness and despair. Should she really give up like this? Give up the man she loved deeply? Give up her only happiness? No, she could not. If Yūhi and Lin could hold on, why couldn't she? If Yūhi and Lin could steal a taste, why couldn't she be more proactive? In terms of looks, she believed she was better than Yūhi and Lin. In terms of figure, she also believed she was better. Wasn't it just about being more proactive and, I can do it too. Shiri Hong angrily punched the watchtower railing. Suddenly, Kakaxi's exclamation came from above. Shiri Hong thought her reckless action had startled Kakaxi, and was about to apologize when she heard Kakaxi yell, enemy attack. On the pitch-black sea, a fierce wind arose without warning, howling and carrying waves of damp mist. Just as Kakaxi issued a warning, a figure silently materialized within the mist, and with a swish darted into the wooden hut. So this is the so-called my stronghold. Doesn't look like much, does it? Hozuki Mangetsu bared his sharp teeth, scanning the surroundings, utterly disregarding Kakaxi. He and Shin's team had split up, agreeing that whoever captured the my stronghold first would win the bet. Now, as the leader of his team, he had infiltrated so easily, proving that Myui's defenses were nothing special, or perhaps had no countermeasure against his abilities. Just as Hozuki Mangetsu turned to join his teammates in taking out Kakaxi outside Shinji, and Yūhi and Lin stumbled out of the partition in a panic. Yūhi Lin's pretty face flushed, her eyes filled with both alarm and a lingering unshed moisture. She stared in shock at Hozuki Mangetsu, who made a gulping sound, as if swallowing something delicious. After a long pause, she stammered, "Enemy. It's an enemy. I see that." Shinji pulled up his pants while adjusting his combat gear. The moment he finished speaking, he vanished from sight, and a cold gleam of steel sliced through Hozuki Mangetsu's neck. So fast. Amazing. Yūhi Lin stood dumbfounded, covering her mouth with her hand. This wasn't the first time she had seen Shinji in action, but such a swift dispatch of an enemy was a skill she had only witnessed in their teacher Shueman. For a moment, she was left speechless. Huh. Ugh. Hozuki Mangetsu whimpered as his sliced neck suddenly gushed out a splash of water. Then his entire body dissolved into a watery mass, leaving only his head to look up at Shinji in terror. How is that possible? Didn't they say only to watch out for that brat from the Uchiha clan? Didn't they say the yellow flash was dead? So where did this one come from? Water transformation technique. The Hozuki clan. Interesting. Shinji leisurely retrieved his kunai, looking down at the ground. Outside, the sounds of battle between Kakaxi's trio and the mist ninjas reached his ears, but he remained unruffled, instead crouching down with evident interest. Don't come any closer. Hozuki Mangetsu's mind was already in a daze. He was certain he had never met this peer before, yet his own information was laid bare so bluntly. How could he not panic? The man before him, seemingly around his own age, exuded an overwhelming pressure that made him feel a crushing sense of defeat, compelling him to flee. I've heard that the water transformation technique can nullify all physical attacks, but is it true that it's helpless against lightning release and pure chakra? I want to try it out. Shinji smiled faintly, raising his hand to slowly condense a Rasengan. In truth, he could have used the Chidori, having copied and simulated Kakaxi's technique more than once. But he had already witnessed lightning's counter to the water transformation, so this attempt was a new experiment. Don't get cocky, kid. I've got backup. Hozuki Mangetsu stared at the increasingly violent Rasengan in Shinji's hand, his eyes filled with dread, and began to slowly paddle his body toward the door like rowing a boat. Damn it. If I'd known a random brat from Mai was this strong, I wouldn't have rushed in so recklessly. How careless. Hozuki Mangetsu's reminder suddenly made Shinji realize that the Mist Village's operation might not be limited to this one team. The pressure on the Rishion clan's stronghold was likely even greater. Thinking of the loss of the Byakugan and the mission reward for amplifying ocular power, Shinji felt a flicker of compassion. Die! Shinji let out a fierce roar, and Hozuki Mangetsu, startled, shivered, and before reaching the door hastily materialized and dashed outside. The stronghold entrance was now shrouded in a thin mist, and beneath the watchtower lay the bodies of 4 mist ninja in their combat gear. No, it wasn't me. I am not with them, not with them. With a shriek, Hozuki Mangetsu scrambled away, diving headfirst into the sea. Who was that? Where did he come from? He doesn't look like... Kakashi was utterly bewildered. Buji Huaxuanjian and Shiri Hong also gathered around, either surveying the surroundings or storing their weapons. He's from the Mist Village. Probably a bit unhinged. A tough guy to kill. Shinji gazed at the vanishing ripples on the sea and said calmly, "So what now? Should we support the Rishion clan or report directly to Lord Tishuan? The Mist Village's assault on our stronghold must mean they're considering a full-scale offensive." Kakashi unsure asked, "You all go report to Lord Tishuan first. He'll check on the Rishion clan side." Shinji set about to leave. The mission was urgent, delays could spell trouble. "Shinji, can let me come with you? I want to go too." Yūhi Lin and Shiri Hong spoke simultaneously. "No, you're too slow. Staying will only distract me. Go with Kakashi to Lord Dashuan. It's safer there." Shinji refused decisively, then turned and walked away. "Wait, Shinji. You bastard. No matter what you said, you'd take responsibility for me. Today you must give me an answer. He'll wait for you." Shiri Hong, who had been planning to confess to Shinji, suddenly mustered her courage as he was about to leave. After speaking, she shot a defiant look at Yi. "Wait for me." Shinji left only 2 words, and by the time he finished speaking, he had vanished. The 2 strongholds were only about 5 kilometers apart. With his current speed, he could sprint there in minutes. He was grateful for Yūhi Lin's medicinal brew, which replenished his stamina and chakra. Otherwise, his reckless training in sealing techniques and other antics might have forced him to reveal his trump cards. Racing along the way, he spotted Rishion Song fleeing in panic, but he didn't bother to inquire. Instead, he activated the Flying Thunder God. Red Eye. Lambwa. What a ridiculous name. Not bad taste, though. Outside the Rishion clan's stronghold, Shinji concealed himself in a tall tree, observing the battle below intently. He recalled that the secret of the Red Eye clan was supposed to emerge over a decade later from the incident involving Black Holeya. Yet now the Mist Village had already unearthed this bloodline limit to counter the Byakugan. Truly, the Mist Village was the most diverse and chaotic place for bloodline limits. "Kill me, you bastard. You beast." Rishion Jie watched helplessly as Qing reached out his fingers to pinch her, feeling a surge of dread. Her curses came out trembling, and time seemed to slow to a crawl. A flood of fragmented memories rushed in. She feared neither death nor pain, but in the 1,000-year history of the Rishion clan, no Byakugan had ever been lost. If her Byakugan were seized, the consequences would be 100 times worse than being defiled or becoming a breeding tool for the Mist Village. This was a blatant humiliation for the Rishon clan. At that moment she wished she were a branch family member like Rishon Xia, so that death would be a simple end. But reality terrified her. Just as Rishon Jie trembled helplessly awaiting the final judgment, a flash of cold light appeared. With a splash, Qing's index and middle fingers curved like iron hooks were severed in an instant. Then the gleaming blade slashed upward, swift and dazzling. Huh. Ugh. With a muffled sound of flesh being cut, Qing let out a low growl, clutching his severed hand to his neck as he stumbled back in pain. Who? Terumī May exclaimed in surprise. Shinji rose unhurriedly, one arm cradling Rishon Ji's limp, voluptuous body, the other flicking the blood off his kunai. His expression was arrogant, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Bastard. Bastard. Where did this brat come from? Kill him. Qing was both shocked and furious. He never imagined that with his current seniority and combat prowess, he would be utterly powerless before an obscure junior. Yes, senior. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meiming gritted her teeth and formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet. The countless water droplets coalescing under the chakra instantly transformed into a water dragon that swooped down. Little bastard. Put down my woman. Lan Bo, with his yellowed teeth bared, was furious. Seeing that such a beauty whom he hadn't even had the chance to enjoy was now held in another man's arms, he lost his mind and drew his short blade. Huffed. Just as everyone thought Jinsi would engage, Zhao Meiming with ninjutsu, a black light, flashed again. A stretched shadow like a specter instantly appeared beside Lan Bo, and a kunai silently pierced Lan Bo's neck. Stung by the pain, Lan Bo stumbled back in panic, clutching his neck, but was pulled back. However, this time the pull that stabilized his body was based on his eye sockets. His two eyes were ripped out. Huh. Gurgle gurgle. Driven by intense pain, he first tried to scream, but the roar was trapped in his throat because his trachea was severed. He sprayed a spurt of blood and produced a long, harsh sound, like a broken bellows. Red eyes. They should be worth some research, right, Lady Jie? Jinsi, having struck, successfully reappeared beside the unconscious Rishon Xia. He held Rishon Jie with one arm, while struggling to pull out a scroll from his chest. Ugh, you? What are you doing? Let go of me now. Rishon Jie, her shock subsiding, began to struggle frantically. Although she didn't understand why Jinsi had arrived so timely, or why his strength was so terrifying, his uninhibited demeanor gave her a great sense of security. She had even felt a bit fortunate. But now as Jinsi fumbled for the scroll, he inevitably brushed against her sensitive areas. Instantly, her willful and capricious nature resurfaced. What? Jinsi raised an eyebrow. This woman was completely clueless, ungrateful. Since she demanded it, he wouldn't show any mercy. With a backhand toss, Ji's curvaceous body plummeted, crashing beside Rishon Xia with a series of groans. Damn it, you bastard. How dare you? Facing Ji's scolding, Jinsi suddenly paused. Byakugan's lament side quest completed. Reward eye power 5. Suddenly a surge of energy began to spread from both eyes. 2 Tomo flashed, and split into 3 Tomo. The remaining energy started to nourish his body, giving Jinsi a sensation he had never experienced. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Just the bloodline alone is terrifyingly strong. Hiss, I wonder if the next boost or other stimuli will allow me to obtain my own Mangekyo. Jinsi clenched his fist secretly. The golden finger prompt changed again. The preservation of Ji's Byakugan changed the Rishon clan's dynamics. Rishon Xiao will never attain the main family status. The Rishon clan's favorability toward the host has greatly increased. Phase-specific special mission: choose to dominate, dismantle, suppress, co-opt, or reform the decadent nobility that has persisted for a millennium. Mission reward depends on completion degree. Special mission: achieve a friendship-level relationship with future Mizukage, Zhao Meiming. Completion reward: water release chakra. What kind of simp task is this? I am utterly loyal to Konoha. How could I betray the organization to curry favor with the enemy for such a petty gain? The sudden follow-up mission regarding the Rishon clan piqued his interest, but the mission about Zhao Meiming only struck him as ridiculous. Jinsi, apologize to me now, and he'll pretend nothing happened. Shut up. If you say one more word, he'll throw you out, believe me. Jinsi leaned down, squinting. Huh. You? Under Jinsi's gaze, Rishon Jie inexplicably felt a panic. The fear of being dominated by the mist ninja resurfaced, and she even forgot that the suppression of the red eyes had already disappeared. She struggled to prop up her delicate frame, pulling the unconscious one into her arms to ease the awkwardness, while muttering inwardly, damn it, how dare he treat the Rishon clan like this? It's utterly rude. But this bastard is so strong. With that speed, probably no one is faster than him except Minato, right? Move. Zhao Meiming and Qing of the Hidden Mist Village saw that the two Konoha ninja were actually having internal strife. They exchanged glances and immediately formulated a plan. Although he had been caught off guard by Jinsi earlier, Qing believed his sword techniques and body movements were not inferior to any jonin. Now in a heating clash, as long as he held off Jinsi and created an opportunity for Zhao Meiming, they would definitely have a chance. Lava release melting monster technique. Zhao Meiming formed hand seals, her beautiful cheeks instantly puffing up. Qing took the opportunity to approach Jinsi, his twisted blade feinting before directly slashing toward Rixiangji and Rixiangxia. It turned out that through a brief exchange of glances the two had already regarded the two women of the Rixiang clan as Jinsi's weakness. As long as Jinsi was busy saving them, Zhao Meiming's lava release would instantly cover all three, rendering them combat ineffective. Although Qing's slash was fierce, it was still a feint. However, the two overlooked the relationship among Jinsi and the others. Throughout, Jinsi only needed to ensure that the Byakugan was not lost. As for other factors, what did they matter to him? Whoosh! A cold gleam pierced the night. Qing's diving figure suddenly froze because in his field of vision an icy kunai appeared right before his eyes. If he continued charging forward, it would not just cut a bit of flesh on his neck, his entire throat would be pierced through. How can he be so fast? Qing hurriedly raised his blade to block, but his body was effortlessly sent flying by the kunai. By the time Jinsi's blurred figure attacked again, he had lost his footing and any chance to counterattack. Don't worry about me. Qing roared in fury, already resolved to die together. He could tell that Jinsi had likely mastered some forbidden technique similar to Minato Namikaze's. He wanted Zhao Meiming to instead use lava release to Zhao Meiming. Kill him. Don't worry about me. Qing roared in fury, already resolved to die together. He could tell that Jinsi had likely mastered some forbidden technique similar to Minato Namikaze's. He wanted Zhao Meiming to instead use lava release to cover both him and Jinsi, achieving mutual destruction and weakening Konoha's strategic deterrent for the village. Zhao Meiming was slightly stunned. The originally locked target became chaotic due to Qing's unexpected change. Hastily she sprayed toward Jinsi's location. A sticky solution splattered everywhere, but before the solution could fall another head soared into the air. Qing's neck spurted high-pressure blood like a sword mixing with the lava release, striking Zhao Meiming like a thunderbolt. But before she could further analyze the battle situation, a blood-stained kunai was pressed against her neck. Huff, 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 bastard. I must tell the clan head when I get back. Rixiangji had just barely escaped from the lava release coverage. At this moment her resentment toward Jinsi had reached its peak. Jinsi alone had dealt with all the mist ninja and subdued Zhao Meiming. The crisis was over and her nature once again took over. Beautiful lady, you look very familiar. Jinsi's kunai slid lasciviously across Zhao Meiming's fair neck, slowly descending into the valley. With his other hand, he gently caressed her soft belly, as if pampering a lover. But in a place unseen by others, Jinsi's palm was emitting pitch-black chakra beads that sank into Zhao Meiming's lower abdomen, silently spreading toward her limbs. 4 limbs heavy seal derived from Jiraiya, an ultimate storm non-cannon. Effect seals the target's mobility, making the opponent's limbs feel as if filled with lead and fixed in place, while also limiting chakra flow. Since most Konoha sealing techniques originate from the Uzumaki clan, this technique is even recorded in the Uzumaki clan sealing scroll. After finishing all this, Jinsi released his hand. Zhao Meiming immediately collapsed weakly to the ground, becoming frail and feeble. Her beast! A scolding cry rang out. Jinsi frowned, glancing sideways, and realized it was the ungrateful Rixiangji again. Do you also want to do disgraceful things like those stinking men? Jay continued disdainfully as she saw Jinsi looking at her. Is this how you let's keep things separate. You're young, if you like women you can go back to my, and then. Realizing that Jinsi had indeed saved her life, Ji's attitude softened, and she admonished him in a tone of an elder. Get lost, I don't need your nagging. Are you staying here to wait for someone to gouge out your eyes? Jinsi, having no patience to waste time here, narrowed his eyes with a hostile tone. Jay was clearly a typical princess syndrome, big-breasted and brainless, completely oblivious to the situation. Why did she need to meddle in how he handled his own spoils? Seeing Jinsi's attitude, Rixiangji immediately became anxious again, but recalling his methods just now, she could only grumble hatefully, then quickly helped Rixiangxia retreat in panic. 5 minutes later, Jinsi carried Zhao Meiming back into the wooden cabin. Outside was silent, with only the occasional howl of the sea breeze, as if the previous slaughter and bloodshed had never happened. Inside, the fireplace was still burning, with firewood added earlier by Rixiangxia crackling and emitting waves of warmth. Thud! Jinsi slowly placed Zhao Meiming on the wooden floor, then brought over a low stool, looking down at her from a height. What are you going to do? I won't say anything. If you have the guts, kill me. The inexperienced Zhao Meiming, like all ninjas, had a high resolve. Although her voice trembled slightly, it was firm and resolute. Oh, you are also loyal to the village. Jinsi smiled with interest, but was secretly calculating in his mind. Although he didn't want to flatter, Zhao Meiming water element chakra was indeed something he needed. If he could obtain it, it would be for the best, and it would improve his strength to some extent. But how could he silently make a ninja from an enemy country genuinely acknowledge him from the heart? Jinsi's first thought was the dragon charge. But the next second he dismissed it. From Zhao Meiming's later behavior, she seemed to be a woman who appeared gentle, charming, and seductive, but in reality was proud and principled. Acting rashly would likely backfire. After a moment, Jinsi thought of a famous scientific experiment from his previous world. Then he raised his hand and pinched Zhao Meiming's fair and smooth chin. I was born a commoner. Do you know what my greatest wish is? Zhao Meiming being pinched by Zhansi whimpered, and was about to struggle, but hearing the strange question, she was stunned. You let go of me. I'm not interested in your wish. Then she continued struggling. Heck, quite spirited, aren't you? He'll tell you. My wish is to have my own ninja clan. I heard you have the lava release bloodline limit. If I unite with you, you should be able to bear me offspring with the same bloodline limit, right? Come on. The more the better. Then he leaned forward, pretending to do something disgraceful. Oh, no, don't you bastard. Please, I don't have a bloodline limit. You misheard. The worst had come. Zhao Meiming was frightened out of her wits, curling up her delicate body with difficulty. She wanted to resist Jinsi, but due to the sealing technique her movements were slow and weak. Lava release bloodline limit, and you still try to deceive me. Jinsi sneered. Are you from Wuyin village allowed to defile our Mui's white eye? But we and Mai are not allowed to retaliate in kind. As he spoke, he continued to lean and sniffing her fair neck, and a scent mixed with milky fragrance, and some unknown rouge immediately wafted over. Hiss. 99% pure, a rare treasure. Wow. You don't. I advised Qin, but I have little influence. Really, I didn't want my teammates to do this either. Just kill me. Don't torment me. Zhao Meiming's pretty face had already turned crimson, unconsciously her heart, as if grasped by an invisible hand. Is that so? Wouldn't that be too cruel? Kill you. Jinsi made hand seals. Are you really determined to die rather than submit? Damn it, stop it, you bastard. Fine, since you are loyal to the village and eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Jinsi reluctantly let go, stood up, and drew his sword. The blade of the long sword traced downward from Zhao Meiming's forehead. Killing you is easy, but our Mai has a rule: we must interrogate prisoners harshly. Even though you refuse to submit, I still have to follow the Have you heard of the death by 1,000 cuts? The prisoner's flesh is sliced off one cut at a time, up to 3,000 cuts. The prisoner will die from blood loss, but during the process they will clearly feel the pain and torment, and will not die immediately. Honestly, I admire your loyalty to the village. How about this? I'll try to finish in 2,000 cuts, and give you a quick death, okay? Zhansi spoke each word slowly and methodically, as if reciting a criminal code manual, his voice unhurried with a faint smile. But when Zhao Meiming saw it, she felt a chill spreading from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, her body trembling like a sieve. Here I come. Don't worry, it'll be gentle. Zhansi's long sword drew closer and closer, and she could already feel the bone-chilling sharpness of the blade. Should she be loyal to the village? Death by 1,000 cuts. Who invented this? 2,000 cuts. How painful would that be? Would the bones be exposed? No. No, I don't want this. Wu can't. In her mind, the scene of herself being subjected to the 1,000 cuts involuntarily appeared. Screams, wails, unbearable pain. Zhao Meiming's pretty face instantly lost all color. Trembling, she moved her buttocks away from Zhansi. Don't, please, I. Woo. Large teardrops fell pattering down. Zhao Meiming could no longer hold on and burst into loud sobs. Her seniors had all told her that serving the village meant only death, but no one had told her that the ninja world had such an inhuman torture as death by 1,000 cuts. I can tell some information. Please don't use the 1,000 cuts. Woo. Jinsi was still approaching, and Zhao Meiming sobbed, completely breaking down. Oh, you disloyal wretch, what use are you? Die. Jinsi was laughing inside, but still kept a cold face, and slashed with his sword. However, at the last moment he bent down, sheathed the sword, and instead held Zhao Meiming's head with both hands. Wah! I told you, no 1,000 cuts, no 1,000 cuts. Zhao Meiming struggled wildly, not yet realizing that Jinsi was already holding her head. After a long while, realizing that her body felt no pain, she raised her pretty face in astonishment. The long sword in Jinsi's hand had already been sheathed at some point, and he was now looking at her with a sardonic gaze. Hiss! Zhao Meiming unconsciously sniffled twice, and said timidly, can you not flay me alive? My. Jinsi's face drew closer again, of course, but you must promise me one thing. His voice was as gentle as when he interacted with Nohara Lin and Uzumaki Kushina, and his eyes were equally tender. You tell me as long as it's not too excessive, I can consider it. Zhao Meiming stammered in response, but inwardly, she had already decided that no matter what he asked, she could negotiate. After all, aside from her, everyone else was dead. She could just shift the blame to her teammates when she got back. At this moment, under Zhansi's intimidation, Zhao Meiming automatically matured her heart, growing more resilient, a step closer to becoming the future Mizukage. I want to be friends with you. What do you think? Zhansi said earnestly. What did you say? Zhao Meiming was dumbfounded momentarily, thinking her ears were playing tricks on her. I said let's be friends. Zhansi continued. Just that simple. Zhao Meiming's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. The enemy who had just threatened to flay her was now making such a request. She had never seen anything like this in her life. Could he be insane? When she saw Zhansi nod, combining that with her own speculation, she dared not hesitate, and nodded frantically, like a chick pecking rice. My. No reaction. Zhansi saw that even after Zhao Meiming agreed, the task remained incomplete, and he felt a wave of speechlessness. I agreed, we are friends now. Really, we are friends. Zhao Meiming noticed that Zhansi's expression turned somewhat off, and she was so frightened that her complexion changed, deeply afraid he would go back on his word and devise some other cruel torture. Oh, Are we really friends? Jinsi raised an eyebrow. But you haven't even told me your name. Is this how you make friends? Ah, I. Zhao Mei Ming was stunned by his question again, stammering for a long moment before saying timidly, my name is Zhao Mei-san. You're not being honest. Zhao Mei Ming's still playing this game with me. Junsi chuckled, then angrily cupped her delicate pretty face and leaned in close. In an instant her tender pink lips became swollen. Who will? Zhao Mei Ming was still immersed in the shock of her identity being exposed, unconsciously responding to Junsi's advance, her mind filled with one thought, how did I get exposed? How could he know me? This shouldn't be possible. Ugh, you, how dare you, what are you doing? She struggled in her mind, but lacked the strength to resist. That was the best description of Zhao Mei Ming at this moment. Jinsi suddenly stopped. By now Zhao Mei Ming was panting heavily. You're too much, how could you do this, Woo-woo? Having never experienced such a thing, she was both embarrassed and angry, momentarily forgetting the fear Jinsi had instilled in her. It's you who wasn't honest first, Zhao Mei Ming. You possess the dual Kekii Genkai of lava release and boil release, right? Junsi rubbed his fingers and retorted, you investigated me. At this moment Zhao Mei Ming finally understood that she had been completely toyed with by Jinsi. The threats of flaying alive, the wish to procreate. All of it was deliberate. Seeing his mischievous smirk, she gritted her teeth in rage. Next time, Junsi waved his hand. Zhao Mei Ming, what, you're not leaving? Want to come back with me and have my children? Jinsi leaned in again and patted Zhao Mei Ming's plump little belly, teasing her. Hey you. Zhao Mei Ming stood up in surprise, looked around, stretched her limbs, and only then realized that the sealing technique that had been restraining her was on. But she could never understand why Jinsi, who had mercilessly killed Ao and Ranbu, would let her go so easily. It seems you really do consider me a friend. Then stay. Let's go to Mai and start a ninja clan. Triplets or quadruplets at a time won't take long. You dream. Who wants to bear your children? Zhao Mei Ming retreated to the door in a huff, glaring angrily. Fine, if you don't want to, then forget it. But next time you fall into my hands I won't be so merciful. You'll have to give birth to Jinsi sneered, then turned to form hand seals for the body flicker technique. Wait! Zhao Mei Ming's urgent voice suddenly rang out. You, what's your name? Jinsi. Whoosh. Before the words faded, he had vanished without a trace. Jinsi? Never heard of that name. Damn it, how dare he toy with me like this, and steal my first kiss, you bastard. Next time we meet, I'll make you pay. Having searched her memory and found no record of the name Junsi, Zhao Mei Ming felt a wave of frustration with nowhere to vent. Blushing with both shame and anger, she stomped her foot reluctantly and walked toward the seaside. At this moment Zhao Mei Ming was completely unaware that the girlish nature she usually kept hidden had unconsciously revealed itself entirely. The host relationship with Zhao Mei Ming has reached the friend level, earning the reward of water nature chakra. Indeed, Stockholm Syndrome is the ultimate way to tame. When Junsi returned to Orochimaru's camp, the moon was high in the sky, and it was nearly midnight. The vast camp was bustling with activity. From the periphery to the interior, the number of alert ninjas increased visibly. Led by the guards, Junsi entered Orochimaru's tent without delay, but the moment he stepped inside, he was stunned. For no other reason than that the spacious tent was now crowded with people. Some senior ninjas he didn't recognize, and also classmates he knew. Most of them bore injuries, their bodies wrapped in bandages, clearly having just survived a skirmish. Jinsi, you're back. Come sit here. Orochimaru was listening to a subordinate's report when he saw Jinsi enter. A flicker of excitement passed through his golden pupils as he pointed to the seat on his left. The person indicated promptly moved back, considerately squeezing in with the others. Sir. Junsi nodded, slightly, stepped forward, and sat down. Just as he was about to report the situation, he suddenly felt a warmth on his shoulder. A small face leaned over. Junsi-kun, are you injured? Yūhi Kurenai wrinkled her nose, her breath fragrant. Jinsi had never seen her so well-behaved and earnest, and he couldn't help but be taken aback. Just then Nohara Lin also squeezed over, unwilling to be outdone. Perhaps because she was a medical ninja, the ninja next to her smiled and vacated a spot. Lin sat down and immediately burrowed into Junsi's arms. I say, Jinsi, do you need half an hour to go downstairs and handle your personal affairs? Seeing the entire tent in shock, the solemn atmosphere brought on by the battle instantly dissipated. Orochimaru's face took on a mischievous grin as he spoke calmly. Oh, it's nothing. Shinji patted Nohara Rin's hand lightly with one hand, while gently stroking Yūhi Kurenai's arm with the other in response, then began reporting the intelligence in a serious tone. All personnel at the Whirlpool Country Old Site base have safely withdrawn. We eliminated 6 missed ninja in total, but 2 escaped. You're lying. It's obvious you were motivated by lust, committed a shameful act, and then let one go. Otherwise the execution count should have been 7. As soon as Shinji finished speaking, a cold female voice abruptly rang out, involving accusations of aiding the enemy. All eyes involuntarily turned to Shinji. Shinji frowned slightly, smiled at Orochimaru, and then looked at the speaker. Unsurprisingly, it was Hyuga Yūhi, flanked by 4 Hyuga clan members, including Hyuga Natsu and Hyuga Tetsu. Lady Yūhi, words must be accountable. Slandering your savior. Is this how Lord Hayashi usually educates you? Shinji remained unhurried, utterly unconcerned. You. You saved me, and I am grateful. But the matter of the Mist Village concerns the safety of our village. You must give everyone an explanation. Honestly, did you let the female Mist Ninja go out of lust and a soft heart? Yūhi stammered at first, but then she saw the two women hanging on Shinji's arms clearly jealous, and recalled the way Shinji had looked at her. She suddenly felt he was no good, and her tone hardened again. Shinji, speak up. Yūhi is right. This is a critical time, we can't afford carelessness. I believe everyone hopes there are no misunderstandings. Orochimaru's eyes flickered as he stared at Shinji. He hadn't expected Shinji to be so assertive now, standing his ground, even against the Hyuga main family. This made him even more intrigued. Fine. Of course I will speak. Shinji nodded, no longer humoring Yūhi. His tone turned cold and indifferent. Let's start with how Lady Yūhi was useless and brought shame to Konoha and the Hyuga clan. You, what nonsense are you spouting? Bastard. Yūhi was stunned at first, then flew into a rage, and stood up. If not for Orochimaru's presence, she might have already lunged 3 Hyuga clan members against 3 Mist Ninja, 1 Jonin, and 2 Chunin on each side. The enemy even had a cripple, hardly a Chunin. Shinji ignored Yūhi, and continued unperturbed. Guess what happened? Before AO of the Mist Village even made a move, Lady Yūhi, a Jonin, was already down, utterly helpless. That's because... Bastard. Yui's face flushed bright red, her ample chest heaving violently with rage. She wanted to reveal the truth, but recalling that the red eyes were linked to the Hyuga clan's weakness, even threatening the main family, she swallowed her words and glared hatefully at Shinji. She vividly remembered that Shinji had taken the 2 red eyes from the Mist Ninja. What? Nothing to say. Shinji squinted slightly, instantly discerning Yūhi's concerns, and his words became even more unrestrained. Oh? Didn't even lift a finger. How did you allocate your forces? 1 Chunin went for reinforcements, the other 2 threw themselves away like dead dogs pinned to the ground. If I hadn't arrived in time. He paused, deliberately sweeping a provocative gaze across the room, finally landing on Yūhi, whose temples were bulging with veins. He smiled. You losing the Byakugan, the Hyuga clan disgraced, Konoha disgraced. You and Hyuga would have been taken by the Mist Village, turned into playthings. Do you understand playthings? Helping them breed bloodline limits, becoming a birthing machine, entertaining. Stop. Stop it, you bastard. Before Shinji could finish, Yūhi was already fuming, her eyes seeing stars, fists clenched, repeatedly shouting in a delicate voice. Her snow-white chest seemed on the verge of bursting. Fortunately, in the end, Shinji didn't reveal anything about the red eyes, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Shinji felt emboldened and continued to needle everyone. You all know the distance between the 2 locations. I went to great lengths to save her. And what do I get in return? Should I go ask Lord Hayashi for an explanation? Are all the women of the Hyuga clan so dense? Exactly. He risked his life to save others, and you stab him in the back. Shinji killed 2 Mist Ninja and executed their Jonin. It's only natural he enjoyed himself a bit. They say the Hyuga main family is arrogant. I think the Hokage needs to discipline them properly, biting the hand that saves you. Who would want such a teammate? Reconnaissance is a big issue. After Shinji's revelation, the meeting tent buzzed with murmurs, people quietly criticizing Yui's behavior. The clan ninjas held back out of courtesy, but the civilian ninjas were not so restrained, coming close to pointing fingers. Why should they all risk their lives while someone from the Hyuga clan could be so heartless? Of course, some remained rational and weren't swept away by Shinji's words. After all, from start to finish, Shinji had only stirred up trouble and hadn't addressed the key issue. What had actually happened to the female Mist Ninja? Nohara Rin and Yūhi Kurenai exchanged glances, looking at Shinji with odd expressions. But Shinji had a thick skin. He deliberately ignored them, scanning the others before finally settling his gaze on Orochimaru. Shinji, so, what happened in the end? Orochimaru licked his lips, his expression growing more playful. In the end. To be honest, Lord, I did let that female Mist Ninja go. What a... The moment Shinji finished speaking, the previously noisy tent fell silent. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. They could defend Shinji, but only if Hyuga Yui's accusations were false, and Shinji had nothing to hide. But now what was this? Was he playing games? Lord, don't rush. Seniors, don't panic. I let her go to deal with the Mist Ninja in the future. I've already placed a mark on her. Moreover, I obtained the Mist Village's battle plan. Through her we can anticipate their subsequent move. Seeing more and more people turning against him, Shinji quickly explained in a deep voice. Words are cheap. Yūhi gritted her teeth. You want to know too? Too bad you're not qualified. Shinji gave an enigmatic smile. Shinji can just tell us. Nohara Rin poked Shinji's waist worriedly, reminding him. I'm also worried about you, Shinji-kun. Yūhi Kurenai was not to be outdone. Alright, let Choza arrange the rest with everyone. You've all traveled and fought today. Rest early after the meeting. He'll give the final orders tomorrow. Orochimaru finished speaking and gestured for Shinji to follow him for a private conversation. Konoha's opportunity to counter the Mist Village never lay on the coast. The Mist Ninja excelled in water techniques and fighting in humid environments. That would only embolden them. Hence the coastal alert Orochimaru deployed was merely a precaution, a strategic depth maneuver. His true intention was to lure the Mist Ninja deep into the land of fire, stretching their supply lines. He believed that the conflict between the Cloud and Mist villages would also sap some of the Mist's strength. Under the crescent moon beneath the large tree beside the camp, the Shiwan glanced at the distant dark sentry post, and said with implication, "Jinsi. Speaking of our last meeting in you were still a polite little fellow." Jinsi scratched his head, feigning shyness. Cough. "Sorry, I was really angered by Ri Xiongji's expression." The Shiwan smiled, turned around, and stared into Jinsi's eyes, speaking slowly and deliberately. "Hey, you don't need to apologize to me. As an elite ninja and the village's hero, you represent the face of Mai. Sometimes you have to be assertive. High birth doesn't mean you can do whatever you want." You're right, sir. I have intelligence that this time the hidden Mist village, except for the Mizukage and the elders, will dispatch all their forces. What? Is the intelligence reliable, eh? As soon as Jinsi finished speaking, the composure on Deshuan's face vanished, replaced by an unprecedented urgency. At this time, Deshuan did not yet regard Mai and the third Hokage as enemies as he would in later years. He still had a basic sense of belonging to Mai. Especially since Zilai Yi and Gangsho were both making moves in the war and all eyes in Mai were focused on the Eastern Front, he could not afford to be careless. Reliable. The Hidden Mist village will deploy the 7 ninja swordsmen and the assassination squad under the Mizukage, along with countless regular ninjas. From today's casualties at the coastal strongholds, you should be able to see the Hidden Mist village's ambition, sir. Jinsi answered confidently. It's indeed quite crazy. It seems the Hidden Mist village has seen our weakness and wants to drag us until we yield. But unfortunately, some people's calculations are likely to fall through. As he spoke, Shiwan looked at Jinsi again. Starting from tomorrow. After a brief private conversation with Daishuan, Jinsi returned to his tent alone. Shiwan did not ask him for the red eye for research, which further confirmed his belief in Ji's concerns and even the entire Rishian clan's worries. It seems the key to breaking through the barrier of the Rishian clan is still the red eye. After careful consideration, Jinsi fully understood the purpose of Ji's concealment. In later generations, the Rishian high-ups never disclosed the intelligence that the red eye counters the Byakugan. Except for the high-ups of the Hidden Mist village, even the high-ups of Mai did not know this information. Moreover, the inheritance of the red eye had always been extremely rare, so rare that it almost never left the water country. So much so that later Ning Ci was caught off guard when he first encountered Lan Wan. This shows that this intelligence was a niche piece of information within a closed circle. When the Hidden Mist village made its move, the first to obtain the intelligence was not Jinsi and the others, but Yūhi Ban, who was hidden in the Land of Iron. Through several ANBU squad leaders of the Hidden Mist village who were controlled by the Sharingan, he precisely calculated the day of the conflict between the Hidden Mist village and Mai. Are the things ready? In the dim base chamber, Yūhi Ban coldly stared at the Baiju in front of him and asked. Rest assured, sir. Both the quantity and the quality are prepared according to your requirements. Next, we just wait for Yui's response to the Hidden Mist village. Given Jinsi's importance, there will be more opportunities to seize gaps. Baiju clenched his fist in a gesture of assurance and said, Old man, what about Mai? What about Jinsi? Is there any news of Lin? The curtain of the adjacent room was suddenly lifted and Dai, too, walked in hurriedly. Mai. Perhaps a bit troublesome. Baiju glanced at Ban, and after receiving a signal he answered with a smile. But Jinsi's performance is impressive and Lin is still safe. The problems are not big. You don't need to take care of your health and try to leave in the next 2 days. Ban squinted slightly, taking over the conversation and speaking meaningfully. Really, my body can go out. I told you I'm incredibly strong now. Look at my muscles. Lin will surely be amazed by me. Upon hearing Yūhi Ban's promise, Dai too immediately became excited, jumping up and down and flexing his biceps back and forth. Despite the massive destruction to his body from the battle at the Shun Wu Pai Chao, he remained optimistic and positive, full of Chinibu spirit. Hey, I can see that. With your talent, you can indeed control the proliferating cells well. I look forward to your performance after you leave. Ban looked over Dai too from top to bottom, his eyes full of admiration, as if look, Saka. Lin, wait for me. You will be proud of me. When that time comes, I will definitely surpass Kakashi and protect you well. The next day at the Mai camp under Deshuan's appointment, Jinsi became a vanguard officer. He not only had to lead Team 7 with Kakashi and deploy them in the second echelon of Mui's overall defense fortifications, but also had to take care of a squad that had just arrived from Mai for emergency support together with Dingzhua. The members of this squad were interesting, led by Jinsi's classmate Yu Guangji Feng along with Mao Yuxiyin and Yu Xiongshou, also Jinsi's classmates. Later they became cannon fodder to highlight Momochi Zabuza's silent killing technique. At this moment Yu Xiongshou was not a special jonin, but a chunin. However, when he just got up in the morning, Jinsi met an expected person, Rixiang Jie. Jie demanded in an unarguable tone that he keep the secret of the red eye, but he dismissed her with the word idiot. In Jinsi's view, the weakness of the Byakugan was never in a certain bloodline limit, but in people, in the human heart. Jinsiku and Kakashi. Long time no see. Outside the camp, Yu Guangji Feng, who had just arrived, greeted everyone breath. You should have received the orders from the higher-ups, right? I won't say much about catching up. Everyone be careful. When encountering enemies, choose strategic retreat first, and try to stretch the enemy's strategic. Junsi looked at the three people in front of him and instructed. At this time Mao Yuxian had not yet fully matured. Her blue-purple hair danced in the wind, her porcelain-white skin was as smooth as jade, her eyebrows and eyes were as cool as a plum blossom under the moon, her delicate nose tip, paired with cherry-colored thin lips, and her tight outfit, could not hide her agility and elegance. She already had the appearance of one of the four beauties of Mai. Senior, please take care of me from now on. My name is Mao Yuxian. Mao Yuxian's eyes briefly passed over Kakashi, and then fixed on Junsi as she... Ever since the night of Jiu Xianai's rampage, she had heard of Junsi's great name. Especially just before departure after the third Hokage Yuan Fei Rizhan returned to the village, Junsi was hailed as the village's hero. This made her look at Junsi with a gaze of admiration and worship unconsciously. Perform well. Junsi nodded. If I could also become as strong as you, senior, would I be able to ease the burden on my family? Looking at Junsi's stern expression, Mao Yuxian's heart stirred with excitement. We should hurry and set off right. Yu Guang Jifeng's attention had been focused on the beautiful junior Mao Yuxian. During the brief exchange with Team 7, he noticed that Xian's attention was mostly on Jin. Although in his view it was natural for a beautiful girl to like and admire a genius, when it came to his own life's important matters, he still hoped for no unexpected surprises. Therefore he abruptly stepped in front of Mao Yuxian and proposed. We need to make haste. However, before we set off, to ensure communication between the two teams, and to facilitate support, please take this. As he spoke, Jinsi pulled out several specially made Fei Leishan Kanai. He first distributed them to all his teammates, then walked up to Mao Yuxian. This is your first time carrying out a mission of this difficulty, right, Junior? Take this, it will bring you luck. Fei Leishan Kanai. Jinsi, you can actually make Fei Leishan Kanai. Could it be that you? Buji Huaxian Jian, who had been silent throughout, suddenly let out a strange cry, his eyes full of shock. He had coveted this forbidden technique for a long time. Originally, when Bo Shui Min was still alive, he had fantasized that one day he could learn this technique and make Xia Mu Sun look at him with new eyes, taking Xia Mu Sun on adventures across the world. But Minato was dead and his dream was shattered. Until this moment when Junsi took out the kunai. At that moment, he seemed to understand why Junsi had been promoted to elite ninja by the third Hokage. Really? Shinji-kun, you've mastered Teacher Minato's technique. That's incredible. You are my pride. I will be proud of you for a lifetime. Rin Nohara's eyes sparkled as she heard this, clinging to Shinji's arm and shaking at her admiration for him beyond measure. Kurenai Yūhi naturally refused to be outdone. Since she had resolved her inner turmoil the previous night, although she couldn't express her love as openly as Rin Nohara, she pressed close to Shinji's shoulder, clutching his clothes, as if wanting to speak, but holding back. Of course I'm not as good as Teacher Minato. However, I will try my best to take care of everyone. Shinji said calmly. I didn't expect that you senpai have inherited Lord Minato's legacy. And it seems that Senpai Shinji is quite popular in the team, isn't he? Are Senpai Rin and Senpai Kurenai both his girlfriends? Can it be like this? What a strange bond. I always thought Senpai Kakashi was the strongest in Team 7, but I never expected this. Yugao Yuzuki watched the harmonious, yet peculiar interaction between Shinji and the two girls, and her admiration only grew. It must be said that adolescent girls often have a stronger capacity for acceptance than adults. The next few days were relatively calm. The two squads followed different first echelons into the pre-deployed strongholds of Konoha, which were assigned to Chose Ikimichi, and the vacant stronghold previously managed by the Nara clan about 5 kilometers apart. Their purpose was to deplete the manpower of the Hidden Mist village. Furthermore, every 5 kilometers to the west, there were similarly 3rd, 4th, 5th, up to the 9th echelon encompassing all ninja clans and civilian members of Konoha from the Uchiha to the Hyuga. However, after engaging in frontal battles with the Hidden Sand Cloud and Stone villages, their numbers were far inferior to those of the Hidden Mist village. However, Konoha's reputation in the ninja world was that of having many high-level combatants. Even though the only legendary ninja shouldering the burden was Orochimaru on the surface, everyone's morale remained high. Phew. On a sunny afternoon, Team 7 carried out their routine search mission southward. The atmosphere among the 5-member squad was more harmonious than when they were at Orochimaru's camp, which was naturally the result of Shinji's efforts to appease both sides. At night, he shuttled between the two, exchanging ninjutsu and keeping up with progress. Fortunately, with the curse marks enhancement and the feedback from his ocular power, Shinji's physique seemed to surpass that of an average adult. Shinji, the wind feels a bit damp today. Could it be that the Hidden Mist village has already made a move? While running at high speed, Kakashi suddenly said, perhaps. Everyone be vigilant. Before Shinji finished speaking, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded. The rising smoke cloud visibly enveloped a large patch of forest in the distance, followed by a pungent smell of gunpowder. What is this? A bundle of exploding tags. It seems to be in the direction of Lord Choza. Should we go and check? The Tomo in Kakashi's eyes flickered as he spoke worriedly. He was so worried because under Choza's command was his rare friend Might Guy. Let's go take a look. Shinji glanced at Rin Nohara beside him and said seriously. At this stage he believed that with his speed the hidden mist village would absolutely not find an opportunity to strike at Rin Nohara. Even if Madara was scheming behind the scenes he wouldn't have much chance. It's the hidden mist assassination squad. Damn, Chosa's stronghold had obviously been thoroughly investigated and marked by the hidden mist. When Shinji and the others arrived Chosa was emerging from the collapsed ruins covered in dust. It was a standard configuration of one jonin leading 2 squads of 6 people. No one was injured except for Yugao Yuzuki who looked pale and overly frightened. However, probably because Chosa had used the expansion technique to protect everyone, his cheeks and chest had several burns and cuts. Seeing this, Rin Nohara hurried over to treat Chosa, while Kurenai Yūhi, not to be outdone, went to dismantle the broken wood pieces, helping the pinned people free themselves. I didn't see anyone attacking. Those guys from the hidden mist really are elusive, cough cough. Chosa tried to recall the details of the sudden incident. Oh, even you senpai didn't notice any signs of an ambush. Shinji frowned slightly, feeling that something was not simple. Are any of you injured? Looking at Hate, Gecko, and Mike Guy who were struggling to climb out, Kakashi asked worriedly. Tutu, no. It feels like the explosion smoke is larger than usual exploding tags, but the damage isn't that great. Hate, Gecko shook his head, dusting off the dirt from his hair, and said casually. It's probably because the hidden mist village is located in a humid area, so the exploding tags got damp. Mike Guy laughed, heartily optimistic. However, at that moment Rin Nohara, who was intently treating Chosa Akimiki's wounds, suddenly began to wobble and lose consciousness. Damn. It's poison, everyone be careful. Seeing this, Shinji's expression tightened. He hurriedly supported Rin Nohara and ran out of the stronghold, as there was still a large cloud of gas in the air that was neither cloud nor mist. In a flurry of activity, more than 10 people supported each other and rushed north for dozens of meters before stopping. Indeed, it's poisonous. Shinji's face was as dark as water. He repeatedly tried to refine chakra and use medical ninjutsu, but in the end, he got the result he least wanted to face. What? How is that possible? Hearing this, Chosa Akimichi also tried to refine chakra and circulate it, but felt no abnormality in his body. The others also began to try. Shinji, could it be a mistake? Hate said, while trying exchanging glances with his teammates, also uncertain. Suddenly Kurenai Yūhi, who was supporting Yugao Yuzuki, also stumbled and was about to fall. Shinji's figure flickered, and in an instant he caught her in his arms. How is this possible? None of you, I am not poison. Why are Rin and Kurenai? Shinji once again used his pale green medical chakra to examine Kurenai's body, and finally reached a baffling conclusion. Swish! A long blade cut through the air with a whoosh. Shinji's mind turned, and with great difficulty he grabbed the 2 girls and activated the body flicker technique. A thick fog suddenly enveloped them from all directions, truly like rolling smoke. Damn hidden mist technique. Gunma let out a low shout and spat out Sunbon needles at the approaching figure, and the rolling mist ninja art, Sunbon rain, bang bang bang. Since there was no target, most of the attacks hit the trees. Let's leave here first, Senpai Chosa Kakashi. Shinji still didn't know what poison Rin and Kurenai had been hit with, and just wanted to find a place to examine them properly. He had the mystical palm technique and knowledge of antidotes, so he wasn't particularly worried about the poison itself. The only thing was to buy time. Go? Huh. Chosa widened his eyes and activated the expansion technique again, grabbing the 2 young members under his command and rushing into the thick fog. Rumbling like a heavy tank, plowing through, Kakashi and the others hurriedly followed. Behind them a series of shuriken whizzed through the air, but Shinji easily intercepted them all by throwing kunai. Only after confirming that Kakashi and the members of Chosa's squad had safely left together did Shinji activate the Flying Thunder God technique. Woo, so hot. Shinjiken. It's so itchy. Shinjiken, kiss me, okay? Just as he found a somewhat concealed tree hollow and tossed Rin Nohara inside, then helped the staggering Kurenai Yūhi to sit down, Rin suddenly pounced on him with urgency, with such force that she nearly pushed Shinji off balance. However, this was not the most bewildering for Shinji. Rin's next action made his scalp tingle. Ha, Rin, calm down. Shinji rubbed his face and moved it away. In any other situation, he wouldn't mind giving Rin Nohara some high-intensity educational training, but with Kurenai watching it was too inappropriate. Hiss, your complexion is wrong. Why is your body so hot? Shinji instinctively held Rin's slender waist, then suddenly noticed that her body was frighteningly hot. Looking at her face, it was flushed red as if about to steam. Shinjiken, Rin feels terrible. Please, or Rin will die, okay? Rin Nohara's eyes were hazy. My lord, it's done. It's done. In the mountain cemetery within the underground base, 2 white Zetsu emerged from the massive stone gate, supporting each other with faces brimming with excitement. What happened? What could bring you such joy? How peculiar. Obito, who was engaged in his customary rehabilitation exercises, inquired with a cheerful tone. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, today marked his departure from this place, hence he felt a particular resonance with the buoyant atmosphere. Oh, nothing special. I just completed the task you assigned, my lord, so I'm happy. Where's the master? The 2 white Zetsu exchanged glances, revealing a sinister and eerie grin. Just moments ago, they had finally supplemented their partial biological knowledge and witnessed part of Jin's instruction. It must be said as artificial beings they could not emulate Jun's ability to take on two opponents simultaneously, nor could they comprehend it. Unfortunately, as they prepared to observe from a closer vantage point, Jin seemed to sense something and activated a sealing technique blocking their spying. The old man is resting in the back. Obito kindly pointed to the rear, then resumed his push-ups without a second thought. The movements that Kid Obito is doing are quite similar to those of Jin. But they seem less precise and powerful, and there's no Nohara or Kurenai Yūhi assisting him from below. Tisk tisk tisk, how odd. White Zetsu muttered as he swiftly moved toward the rear of the base. The drug's effect will last 2 hours, and it will reach its peak in 1 hour. Don't rush, or we have plenty of time. As the door swung open, Madara seemed to have anticipated the moment. Leaning on his gunbai, he slowly rose from his rattan chair. Lord Madara, you are truly brilliant. Your calculations are flawless. Only Kurenai Yūhi and Nohara have been poisoned. Unfortunately, it seems that Jun did not fall victim, and he is continuously using medical chakra to soothe the two women's meridians. White Zetsu reported. It's useless. Even the Sage of Six Paths couldn't remedy this within an hour. Uchiha Madara remained calm, and composed a sly glint flickering in his clouded eyes. Ever since Jin altered the course of the battle between Iwagakure and Konoha, Madara had been compelled to revise his plan based on Nohara, the most crucial person to Obito. Fortunately, having lived through many years and possessed vast knowledge, he quickly devised another scheme capable of awakening the darkness within Obito's heart. Through a period of observation, he had also discerned that Jun was overly cautious. It was difficult to tamper with Jun's daily routines, but Nohara, due to her responsibilities as a medical ninja, could not avoid certain situations. Even before Jiraiya had been injured, Madara had White Zetsu disguise himself as a wounded Konoha ninja and infiltrate Jiraiya's camp. Through medical treatment, White Zetsu continuously administered a herb-based catalyst to Nohara. And since Kurenai Yūhi enjoyed secretly observing the movements of Jin and Nohara, Madara had White Zetsu covertly ignite medicinal herbs outside Jin's tent through the underground mycelium network, vanishing in an instant. Kurenai Yūhi, ignorant of herbal knowledge, would not arouse suspicion. Inhaling merely the herbs and the catalyst does not cause any discomfort to the target. Only today, when Konoha's outpost was close enough to the land of iron, and the Umbu ninja of Kirigakure under his control had a legitimate excuse. Using a combination of explosive tags and smoke bombs laced with the second catalyst, did the two women become fully ensnared. With all conditions of time, terrain, and personnel met, Madara found it all perfectly natural. But Lord Madara, that kid seems to have learned some unknown sealing technique preventing us from observing him up close. White Zetsu, seeing Madara display an air of certainty and complete control, considered for a moment, and decided. Sealing technique. Barrier. Interesting. But no matter how powerful the barrier technique, it is tied to the caster's strength. Can a mere brat like Jun possibly be more formidable than Hashirama? If necessary, let the Uzumaki White Zetsu grant young Obito power. Madara narrowed his eyes, then clenched his fist, and spoke coldly. Yes, Lord Madara, you are right. White Zetsu nodded in agreement. Fortunately, we kept our distance this time, and you secretly eliminated his flying thunder god marks. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. Consider this a credit to your efforts. Now come with me to make the final test of the young one. To ensure absolute certainty, I still need to teach him some secret techniques. With that, Uchiha Madara was the first to step out of the stone chamber. This time he did not rely on his gunbai or scythe to support his body, but walked with steady strides, as if knowing he was about to fulfill a lifelong aspiration. He appeared unusually magnanimous, no longer deliberately conserving his vitality. Old man, you're out. Can I leave now? I heard Kirigakure is eyeing Konoha with hostility. I believe I can now contribute to the village and earn Rin's admiration. Obito, seeing Madara emerge with solemnity, knew the time of parting had come. Not so fast. Before you leave, I want to tell you something. And also entrust you with a few matters. Madara said calmly. Old man, please speak quickly. I'll agree to anything as long as you let me return to Konoha and fight alongside my comrades. Obito said impatiently. Oh, is that so? Madara chuckled. A promise is not a game of words, it represents a contract. Since you are so eager, I will not ask for much. In truth, I am Uchiha Madara, your ancestor. What? Thighs is impossible. Upon hearing this, Obito's excited expression froze. He had certainly heard of Uchiha Madara's renown, the most dazzling legendary ninja of the Uchiha clan. But how old are you? 96 years old. Surprised. For the first time, Madara pushed back his pale, disheveled bangs in front of Obito, revealing his crimson Sharingan. Cough you. Indeed, it's the Sharingan. No wonder you've been so kind to me. Obito stared at the Uchiha's right eye as if comprehending. Kind to you? That's only natural. Madara's smile grew even more sinister. In truth, I have always sought to bring lasting peace to the shinobi, but unfortunately. Unfortunately what? Obito, intrigued, asked curiously. Unfortunately, in reality, there will always be suspicion, envy, greed, and anger among people. The bonds that each person protects differ, and war is never easily eradicated. Until now, I have finally discovered a method for eternal peace. At this moment Madara seemed to revert to his prime, his expression nostalgic, yet he paused at the crucial point when mentioning the solution to war. A method. Eternal peace. Really? Old man, tell me quickly. Let's work together. Rin, Kakashi, they are all peace-loving people. We can help you. A world of illusion. Let everyone immerse themselves in a beautiful illusion. There will be no war, no famine, only the purest goodness and kindness among people and no regrets. What's that? An illusion. Isn't that something false? Hearing this, Obito muttered, thinking Madara was joking with him as a farewell gesture. Well, you don't understand. I don't blame you. Perhaps one day you will comprehend my intentions. Madara curled his lips. It's bad. Something terrible has happened. Rin Nohara was gravely wounded by a mist ninja. She's now hiding in a tree hollow and could be in mortal danger at any moment. Just then a white Zetsu dropped from the ceiling of the base, exchanged a fleeting covert glance with Madara, and then spoke urgently. What? Rin is in danger. Take me to her immediately. I must protect her. Just as he emerged from the muddy tunnel, Zetsu's sticky voice crawled in his ears, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude, yet Obito couldn't discern it at all. Your Rin is not far from here. Follow me. Obito sprinted wildly, his loose black robe flapping loudly in the cold wind, but he felt no chill. His Tsutomu Sharingan blazed a scorching red, and every step he took felt like stepping on red-hot irons. The distance from the mountain graveyard to the extended front line of Konoha was not too far, but the path was exceptionally rugged. The dense forest, constantly shrouded by sea monsoon winds, was damp and decayed, exuding a strong odor of rot. All of this was nothing to fear in Obito's eyes now. Every time he thought of that delicate figure and that exquisite little face, his body seemed brimming with inexhaustible energy. Rin, hang in there. Kakashi, you promised me you'd protect Rin, didn't you? Crossing mountains and traversing swamps as if on flat ground, Obito suddenly stopped upon entering a thicket. His mind went blank, and before his eyes a vision seemed to appear. In the vision, Rin Nohara was embracing a young man whose face was indistinct. Her pretty face flushed, she was panting heavily, and from time to time, she let out a seductive tone he had never heard before. Impossible, impossible. How could Rin make such a shameful sound? I must be overthinking, my mind is confused. Obito shook his head repeatedly, his expression resistant and struggling. What's wrong, Obito? Hurry up, Zetsu urged. Although Madara had left him more than enough time, the optimal effect would come exactly 1 hour later, which would also deliver the greatest shock to Obito. There was no time to waste. I am fine. Obito swallowed hard. The illusion in his mind had shaken him deeply, but he had to comfort himself and pull himself together to continue. Wu Jinsekuen. It tickles so much. Please put down Hong first, okay? You said you love me the most. Hep. I love you so much, Jinsekuen. You're the only one who understands Rin. Trees and rivers flashed past, but in Obito's mind the moans of Rin Nohara, sounds he had never heard before, kept echoing intermittently, making him panic, and his face turned pale. What's wrong? Why do you seem to be slowing down? Are you scared? Didn't you say you were worried about Rin? She's in danger right now. She's trapped by Mist Ninja in a tree hollow. After running for who knows how long, Zetsu suddenly stopped and turned around. I know. But my head hurts so much. The closer he followed Zetsu to the so-called refuge of Rin Nohara, the more images and sounds filled Obito's mind. At that moment the Sharingan seemed to transcend time and space, reflecting his inner self, and allowing him to foresee certain things he should not have seen. Hold on. It's just ahead. Zetsu warned in a low voice. Who are you? Are you Konoha scum? Die. At that moment a group of people suddenly burst out of the nearby woods. They wore the masks of Kirigakure's Umbu, and blood dripped from the short swords in their hands, as if they had just killed someone. Huh. You? What have you done to Rin? Damn it. Stimulated by the blood on the blades, Obito suddenly erupted with a bizarre chakra. The right half of his body, filled with would-release cells, swelled and split into twisted sharp branches. Would-release violent spear technique. Puchi Puchi. The 3 Mist Ninja were like clay figures instantly pierced through. Some hung on trees, some had their faces shattered, their deaths utterly gruesome. Oh, to think you could grasp would-release so quickly. Truly worthy of Lord Madara's choice. Zetsu clicked his tongue in amazement, his gaze toward Obito's ship. Rin, you'll be fine. Obito withdrew his pale arm. His vocal cords seemed torn, his voice hoarse. He staggered forward, his running speed gradually increasing bit by bit. No matter what. Rin, wait for me. I will protect you. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A towering tree was wrapped in vines, its trunk too thick for 3 people to embrace. Beneath the vines a dark hole loomed faintly, like a giant maw waiting to devour. Zetsu's figure abruptly stopped 10 meters away from the giant tree. Obito tried to charge straight ahead, but was blocked by an eerie white barrier. What? Although the barrier repelled Obito, he could faintly hear some pleasant sounds. Indeed pleasant. He had been with Rin Nohara day and night for so long, yet he had never heard such a sound from her. A sound that could melt anyone. No, impossible. What had happened to Rin? Was she being forced? The Sharingan suddenly stung. Obito covered his face, then pushed his hands forward until they touched the chakra barrier. This barrier, whether it's a trap or cast by someone inside, you can't break it like that. Baizetsu continued to remind him from the side. Right, I need to figure out how to break the barrier first. What if it's all an illusion? What if Rin needs my help right now? Right. In a daze, Obito seemed to see Rin's curled up back. Her hair was messily stuck to her tear-streaked cheeks, looking pitiful, as if she had been forced to do something unspeakable. Rin. Obito roared and swung his arm with a bang, but only created a ripple in the air. This time he couldn't even touch the barrier. Need my help. Lord Madara said that pure force cannot break a sealing technique. You need to activate a massive amount of chakra. As he spoke, Baizetsu transformed into a white armor, and a whirlpool covered Obito's face, revealing his blazing red Sharingan. Do it. With Baizetsu's words, Obito, who had been frozen, abruptly lifted his head. His Tsutomu Sharingan spun wildly, and a scorching ocular power instantly pierced the void, spreading ripples of swirling vortex before his eyes, as if to shatter everything. Ha! At the same time, his right fist struck the ripples without hesitation. A crack instantly appeared in the pure white barrier, flashing and disappearing, revealing a surge of hot air. The airflow carried a rich scent he had never smelled before, a burnt aroma, mixed with faint, elusive fragrance. It hit him so hard that he instinctively stepped back, instantly frozen in place. In his bewilderment, a torrent of hot blood burst from his heart, flooding his eyes and brain, as if it wanted to tear open his skull. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Hong is no match for you at all. From now on, I won't play tricks anymore since I can't beat you anyway.